Alien races are invading Blue Star. They connect with the real world through the form of a game. During the brief 3 closed beta tests, some obtained divine talents and soared to great heights, while others regretted missing the test, like my younger brother, Jibodi. Even though he obtained the unique 3S level talent, he tried to seize my first level talent, even resorting to joining forces with the daughters of the 3 major families. They pinned me down on the sacrificial altar, and the first thing I did after being reborn was to knock Jibode unconscious with a single blow, making him miss the first game beta test. Then, I quickly took out my phone to enter the game. Each beta test only lasts a short 7 hours, and I couldn't afford to waste any time. The game is set in a fantasy world with different races and backgrounds. However, when they invade Blue Star a year later, they all form an alliance. Among the various races I've killed, the undead are the most troublesome. They are one of the few races with dual talents. When an undead's health drops below 50%, all attributes double. If health drops below 10%, attributes double again. Consuming flesh and blood can heal your injuries. These 2 talents are quite disgusting. One is a comeback nerve, and the other has strong resistance to attacks. So, without hesitation, I chose to be the undead lord. Next is the acquisition of talents. The moment the character is created, I appear in a vast starry sky, with stars shining around, and a faint voice congratulates you. Obtaining divine talents, playing to the extreme. When you kill a target, they will become your character, and you can switch to their life at any time. No item or skill can see through it. Each character can use it 3 times. Skill 1, life is as easy as turning your hand. You can store up to 3 switching characters. Skill 2, imitation. You can imitate any skill you have seen, but its power is only 20% of the original. This is the divine talent I had in my previous life. It was because of this talent that I was jointly pursued by the 3 major families. It was also because of this talent that I was able to escape repeatedly. Although it is just a bit hungry for power, if used well, the effect can be comparable to one's own. Right. Even though I was mentally prepared, looking at my own talent still feels a bit lost. It has no combat attributes, and its growth potential is low. Just as I was sighing to myself, a prompt suddenly sounded in my mind, detecting the host entering the game system. Sorry, you don't have it. The system is not satisfied with the divine talent. I damn well just delete the account and start over. This is also important information I learned in my previous life. In the time that followed, I kept creating and deleting, during which many talents that excited me appeared. Empty-handed, you can steal anything, including items, attributes, and even talents. But regardless of success or failure, you only have 1 theft record per person. The skill is consistent. The things seem a bit familiar. There is a 10% chance of stealing an item from the other party and a 5% chance of stealing a bit. Skill of random attributes, second heaven-defying sensing. There is a 0.5% chance of stealing the opponent's talent after use. I lingered in the void for a long time. Although the probability seems low, I know many items that can enhance skill probabilities. However, in the end, I gave up. This skill is too dangerous, easily drawing hostility from other players, and this talent cannot truly change my life. After rebuilding the store a dozen times, a voice finally rang in my mind. Exercise restraint and greed, adept at disguises, you are qualified to walk the earth as the god of thieves. The god of thieves, level S. You can steal everything in the world, including attributes, talents, and even life. You can repeatedly use the skill on the same target, but from the second time onwards, each theft will deduct 20% health. The skill has a 20% chance of stealing everything, a 10% chance of stealing 1 point from the target's highest attribute, cannot target those with lower life levels. Skill 2, in the name of the god of thieves, steal the opponent's bestowed talent. This skill can only be used once in a lifetime. If the stolen talent is higher than S, it is likely to fail. Skill 3, disguise, can briefly alter fate after use, cannot be detected by any item or skill, disguise lasts 1 hour, cooldown time of 6 hours. Skill 4, delayed awareness, after a successful passive, the victim will briefly forget they once owned the item, only remembering the loss a day later. At that moment, I chose this talent without hesitation. S-level talents are extremely rare. In the top 10 power ranking of the previous era, only 2 people were known to have S-level talents, both related to Jibode. One is his brother, the other is his second wife. The Astir talent seems to be exclusive to the Jibode team, which is why I didn't kill him right away. When I died in my previous life, I already knew he was the chosen one of this world. After selecting the talent, I appeared in the undead group. 2 hours had already passed by then. I didn't dare to waste any more time. I went straight to the nearby NPC to start accepting quests. just entered the game with nothing. The priority was to make money first, then learn skills. After filling up the quest list, I started to browse WeChat, arranging tasks like delivering letters, killing rats, buying wine, etc. My busy figure could be seen throughout the main city. I completed 17 tasks in an hour, only earning 2 silver coins and a worn item, but these were not the main source of income. During the hour of strolling in the main city, the Goi team encountered every NPC who used the abandon option. In total, succeeded 3 times, obtained a rune, 18 gold coins in the backpack, and 1 point of agility attribute. These items could be brought to the real world. After completing all tasks, I quickly went to learn skills. There are many professional skills in the game world, but each person can only learn 2. I walked into the magic drugstore and directly learned basic alchemy, unlocking all available recipes to learn. Then I went to the herb shop and went on a shopping spree, buying 400 bottles of basic healing potions, 400 bottles of basic mana elixirs, and the herbs for 3 basic invisibility potions. At this time, it was 5:32, less than 4 hours left until the official server. I went directly to the corner to start refining in front of the dry pot. By the time I finished refining over 800 herbs, it was already 6 times. At this moment, my backpack contained 397 bottles of basic healing potions, 392 bottles of basic mana elixirs, and 3 basic invisibility potions. After over 800 refinements, my alchemy has reached its peak. I can now upgrade and learn new formulas. However, all my coins were spent on the recent purchases. I had to hit the streets again, not even sparing the beggars in the corners. I roamed from 6 to 7 o'clock before stopping. Apart from a bit of guilt, I now have a level 40 purple bow and arrow in hand, stolen from the innkeeper. Without hesitation, I headed to the weapon shop to sell it cheaply. The weapon shop owner clearly recognized the bow, emphasizing the risks of buying it. I stubbornly held my ground and finally sold it for 1,000 coins. I immediately returned to the alchemy mentor, upgraded my alchemy to the maximum, and learned all the combinations. Next, I found the Goblin engineer to study engineering, a carefully considered decision of mine. Engineering can not only produce firearms, bullets, and explosives, but more importantly, I know where the blueprints for repairing robots are. After spending a lot to max out engineering, I exchanged the remaining 300 plus coins for herbs. By now, it was 8:45, and I headed towards the palace where the Lord resided. At 8:52, a guard stopped me outside the magnificent palace. I solemnly told him that there was an issue with the game's anchor point. My words immediately caught the guard's attention, and he turned to lead me into the massive palace. In the center of the palace, the Lord in black armor sat on the throne, looking down as I mentioned the anchor point issue. I calmly replied, "Yes, I can guarantee it with my life. The information is absolutely accurate, but I need a reward." The Lord of the Undead City remained silent, then gestured to the side after a moment of silence. Soon, a soldier walked over with a bag. I opened it and glanced inside, then shrugged. It contained 100 gold coins. What I really wanted was equipment, but I suppose it's better than nothing. By now, it was 9:17. I solemnly said to the city lord, "This is confidential. I can only tell one person, and that's you," as I walked towards him. The city lord simply watched me quietly, and the guards beside him did not intervene. Perhaps to a level 99 city lord, a level 1 like me was as insignificant as an ant, posing no threat. At 9:18, I arrived by the side of the Lord of the Undead City. At 9:19 on the battlefield, the skill thief was activated. A prompt sound rang out. "In the name of the Tao God, you attempted to steal from the Lord of the Undead City, Arlov. Your innate talent Flesh and Blood was interrupted as it detected the target's divinely bestowed talent level was too high. You have died." The next moment, the phone screen went black, unable to restart. I looked up at the clock on the wall. It was 9:20, exactly 7 hours. The sound of the phone shattering echoed, followed by black smoke rising. I quickly threw it on the ground, and within seconds, the phone turned into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating as if it had never existed. Then, a backpack, an old cloth bag, and a money bag appeared on the ground. And in my mind, the image of a character appeared, the character Go-1, bestowed with divine talent, an immortal S-level divine talent. 3 S-level incomplete race human race talent undead will, consuming blood volume 100 magic 100 strength 5, physique 7 intelligence 10 agility 12 luck 8, charisma 9 attribute points available. The dazzling 3S level quickly warmed my eyes, even if it's incomplete, but I have already seen the 5 skills under the talent. 3 of them are glowing, only 2 are dark gray. The S-level talent, even if I only steal one, it's worth it. Looking at Jabota lying not far away, I just want to burst into laughter. After putting things away, I returned to my room and started to look at the new talent. However, before taking a closer look, I sensed that something was wrong. Originally, the description for skill 2 was, can only be used once in a lifetime. I clearly used it on the undead city lord, but now this skill is still active. Could death in the game also count as a lifetime? Thinking of this, my breath instantly quickened. This means I can still use it once, truly worthy of an S-level talented Taoist. After downing a bottle of ice water, I finally calmed down completely and began to look at the new Immortal Divine Talent. The Immortal 3S level skill is triggered by my mom calling me home for dinner. When you die, your body will randomly appear in an underground observatory, and after 7 natural days, you will reappear. Cooldown time is 1 second. Skill 2 Death 0 Control, can control the dead in your leader's time and quantity, with legal intuition. Skill 3 is Death Impersonation Show, targeting a female to kill and mimicking her divinely bestowed talent. Only one target can be designated at a time. Skill 4, Shadow Concealer, increases the effect by 50% when using dark skills or items. Skill 5, King's Return, can resurrect all dead children in battle, with a cooldown time of 90 natural days. They are talents born for the battlefield, especially Skill 5. Unfortunately, now both Skills 4 and 5 are in a dark gray state, clearly indicating that the theft was unsuccessful. But I am already very satisfied, especially with Skill 1's parents. Even if the cooldown time is as long as a meter, Lu Deqingshan is not afraid of running out of firewood. In my mind, the names of enemies flash instantly. After a simple makeover, I went out and bought a new phone, then headed straight to a real estate sales office and splurged 20 million to buy a villa. The villa mentioned was originally a birthday gift I gave to Jibode, but after the game invasion, I found out that in the basement of that villa, a replica entrance had appeared. The replica is a time and space channel for a vanguard force. Guarding the replica is equivalent to collecting tolls, as if owning a treasure trove. After transferring the villa under my name, I went straight to the flower and bird market and bought a wame bird. Upon returning to the villa, I twisted the wame bird to death. Then I activated the skill Necromancy, instantly establishing a connection with the deceased warbler, allowing me to see everything through the warbler's eyes when I closed mine. So I commanded it to fly a paper airplane, and when I checked the next morning, my mana was still at 20. Controlling a warbler to fly for 12 hours only requires 80 mana. As an adult pondered, if it were to control. Suddenly, the phone rang beside me. It was Jibota calling. It turned out to be his girlfriend, Lu Jia's daughter, Lu Ruyan, who wanted to come over for lunch. I naturally agreed. After hanging up the phone, I smirked. Lu Ruyan was coming over, so I had to make a profit. Since Lu Ruyan was also a beta tester and the girlfriend of the Chosen One, how could she possibly notice? At 11 a.m., when I arrived home, Jibota and Lu Ruyan were already there. I suppressed my resentment, warmly greeted them, and discreetly attempted to steal from Lu Ruyan. Although I didn't succeed in taking anything, the skill was used successfully. It seemed that Lu Ruyan was already a player. Then I tried to steal 3 more times in a row, only succeeding when her health was down to 40%. During a break to drink water, I checked and surprisingly found a bit of luck. In her past life, Lu Ruyan was a healer. I thought I would likely steal healing attributes, but I didn't expect that her highest attribute was actually luck. Originally, I just wanted to tease her, but now I've changed my mind. Even if it's just drinking water, I must steal until I can't anymore because this is the only chance to increase luck. Luck, as an unassignable attribute, is the highest capital in the attribute panel. It's rare. Once players start leveling up and adding attribute points, luck can never be stolen again. But the more this happens, the less impatient I can be. Even though it's not until the next day that the theft is discovered. But the power of the Lu family is too strong. In the future, I will not only steal from Lu Ruyan, but also from Jibota and his group of brothers. Every time something goes missing, I am present, which is a very suspicious loophole. For long-term development, this kind of thing must be dealt with from the very first time. So, after finishing the meal, I pretended to leave as if I had work to do, and under the watchful eyes of the surveillance, I blatantly left the residential area. Half an hour later, relying on jerky to restore my full health, I disguised myself with skills as a middle-aged strong man and returned to the residential area once again. After arriving at the floor where my home is located, I saw several people visiting the study through a bird's eye view. Then I took out the brewed basic invisibility potion and drank it. This potion can only make a person invisible for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 7 minutes, so one must always pay attention to the timing when using it. After drinking the potion, the items carried on me also turned invisible. I took out the key, opened the door, and precisely and gently approached Lu Ruyan's side. At the moment Jibota raised his hand to embrace his shoulder, the skill was activated. After 4 consecutive thefts, my face turned pale, and my health dropped to 20%. I took out a bottle of basic healing potion and drank it, restoring my health to 80%. Continuing with 3 consecutive thefts, finally succeeded. After a quick glance, joy filled my heart. Is this what they call the more you steal, the luckier you get? I kept track of time in my mind. With 2 minutes until invisibility wears off, I quietly left the room, sneaking into Jibota's bedroom and hiding under his bed. At this moment, my luck meter reached its maximum. Not long after lying down, the invisibility potion wore off. I quickly replenished my health by munching on jerky, while patiently waiting for the healing potion's cooldown. Thanks to the meat, my health regenerates 5 units per minute. With a 5-minute potion cooldown, my health has already reached 45%. I didn't rush to drink the potion, but continued to savor the meat. When at a low level, one can steal recklessly. However, as levels rise and health increases, quick healing will require higher level potions, making the cost of interior theft extremely high. As my health reached 96%, the door was opened by someone. It was Sue-Liang in GMO. She said, "Where do young couples not sneak into the bedroom to chat secretly?" The two of them sat down by the bed, legs touching. Yu-chen's mind was pure, without a ripple. Let's steal. Stole 4 times in a row, blood level dropped to 16%. The person on the bed had a pale face, while the one under the bed looked like they had been dead for 3 days. After drinking a bottle of medicine, afraid of making noise, she sipped it slowly. Blood level recovered to 76%. Yu-chen never stopped chewing on jerky. Another 3 times. Yu-chen's mouth was almost crooked from smiling. She said that last time she must have used up all her luck in the game, stealing hundreds of times before succeeding a few times. Look at today. How many times did she steal in total? Not only did she steal 2 points of luck, she even stole an item. Soros set mask, 1/3, A grade after use. It can disguise the player's panel information. The item takes effect when stored in the inventory after use, and the mask falling off will make the disguise ineffective. Cannot be successfully detected by items below A grade. Note, for each additional Soros set collected, stealth level +1, seeing this item, Yu-chen was ecstatic, even more so than drawing lucky values. Items are different from equipment, with various effects. Some take effect when stored in the inventory, some need to be worn, and some require fulfilling strange requirements to work, but they do not occupy equipment slots. Some can be used in conjunction with equipment. After the excitement came a surge of fear. This was a set, since there was a mask that could disguise panel information. Did it mean there were Soros eyes, or similar reconnaissance components like glasses? Yu-chen breathed calmly, waiting for the cooldown of the basic healing potion. Luckily, in broad daylight, the young couple only kissed, nothing else, otherwise she could really dig through the floor. Perhaps everyone's luck is constant throughout the day. After stealing 2 points of luck in an A-grade item, she lay under the bed for an hour, taking medicine and eating meat when low on blood, and stealing when blood was replenished. At that moment, she truly understood the saying that loving theft is like loving life. Finally, she stole 1 point of charm. Yu-chen was not disappointed. Charm and luck are attributes that cannot be increased with attribute points. The more rare things, the better. She kept stealing until the young couple left the room, then she stopped. The family soon left together. Yu-chen guessed they were going out to eat, not sure if they would call her. Anyway, her phone was turned off and lost in the game backpack, so she pretended not to know. When she crawled out from under the bed with a pale face and disheveled hair, Yu-chen felt that her current appearance could probably scare the faint-hearted Ichiogwa. She still had 16% of her blood left, reluctant to drink the medicine. Today, in order to steal Suitone's attributes and equipment, she drank more than 20 bottles of basic healing potions, finished all the 20 caddies of jerky in her backpack, feeling like her face had swollen. Yu-chen returned to her bedroom and slept, waking up only when the happy family of 3 had returned. She checked her talent, armor up. Was already lit. She first used the disguise skill to disguise herself as the previous strong man, changed her clothes, and then drank the invisibility potion, walked out of the bedroom, downstairs, and out the door. The door closing was too loud, so she left a crack in the door, let the people inside find out by themselves. Then she headed straight for the stairs. When she reached the 2nd floor, the potion wore off but the disguise was still on. Yu-chen calmly walked out of the community carrying a toolbox. Yu-chen hadn't even left the community when she used the Soros mask to change her player information. Her current real data is, character, Yu-chen, level 0.001% Divine Gift Thief God, S rank, Divine Gift Immortality, SS rank, incomplete, race human race talent undead wolf eating health, 100 mana, 100 strength, 5 constitution, 7 intelligence, 10 agility, 12 luck, 10 max, charisma, 10 max, available attribute points, 0. She couldn't be sure if others could see the specific skills of her talents, but she still made modifications. The disguised character panel now reads, Character Yu Chen, level 0.00001%, Divine Gift Manipulator, A rank, Race Human Race Talent Undead Wolf Eating Health, 100 out of 100 Mana, 100 out of 100 Strength, 5 Constitution, 7 Intelligence, 7 Agility, 7 Luck, 5 Charisma, 9 available attribute points, 0. The attributes became extremely mediocre, but she didn't change her charisma much. Looking back now, even when she was disguised as a beggar during her escape, it seemed like she always had more money than others. A person's temperament cannot be hidden. Charming people are captivating wherever they go. So, she didn't plan to change her charisma attribute too obviously. She temporarily changed her talent to A-rank manipulator, a very good talent that wouldn't easily arouse others' suspicions. If her thief god talent were ever exposed, she would become a target for all players. No one would want to let someone who could steal their attributes live. When she acquires more suitable divine gifts through Death Mimicry Show in the future, she will make further modifications. She placed the face mask deep in the storage box. It would be her most precious item for a long time to come. On her way home, Yu-Chen kept pondering if there were any flaws in her plan. Since the day of her rebirth on the 22nd, she had been meticulously reviewing every detail. The time of her rebirth was too close to the start of the game's closed beta. She had no time to plan. Just making it back home in time was difficult enough. If Yu Xuanhuan knew the significance of that game, would he resent her? She didn't care if Yu Xuanhuan resented her, but this was about whether she could continue to hide among the main characters in the future. There were many opportunities that only the main characters could discover. Even if she couldn't sabotage them, she could relax their vigilance by staying close. In the previous life, during the first 2 years after the game invasion, Yu Xuanhuan occasionally took her to some secret realms and instances controlled by the Sue-Liang and Han families. She did gain a lot of benefits from Yu Xuanhuan. Even though she now knew the locations of those instances and could sneak in with various potions and skills, many valuable items couldn't be obtained alone, especially those bosses that required dozens or even hundreds of people to defeat. Let her think. How did Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan manage to gain her trust over the years? Yes, every time they benefited from her, they would pay a price. For example, using the money she gave to the family to buy her a $30 million villa, or when a new instance appeared in the villa she gave to Yu Xuanhuan, he would take her there, but he said the instance had been taken over by the Liang family, and he only had the right to use it occasionally with her. Even when the Sue-Liang and Han families jointly pursued her, he took risks several times to inform her and help her escape minor crises. Every time she narrowly escaped a crisis thanks to Yu Xuanhuan's warning, she trusted him a bit more. But now, looking back, every time she was on the brink of death, it was after narrowly avoiding a few minor crises. So, should she give Yu Xuanhuan some sweet bait now? After the game invaded, relying on her own strength and Yu Xuanhuan's trust, she had the opportunity to participate in some major events of the Su family and cause trouble. There were also 2 closed betas, which were actually the best opportunities. By telling Yu Xuanhuan this secret, secretly stopping him, and only saying a few words from beginning to end, she could win his greatest trust while leaving him with nothing. But would this make Yu Xuanhuan turn the tables? In fact, she knew the safest way was to kill Yu Xuanhuan immediately, but she really couldn't bear to. In the past, when she read novels, she always mocked the protagonist for not directly avenging their enemies after being reborn. But when it came to her, she understood that wiping out enmity with a single stroke was impossible. The overwhelming hatred in her heart could not be resolved simply by killing Yu Xuanhuan. Sometimes, letting enemies die cleanly is a gift to them. She could temporarily leave Lu Zhanlu in a quagmire, but she couldn't do that to Yu Xuanhuan. She didn't want to look forward, she wanted to look down. She wanted to crush Yu Xuanhuan underfoot, making him only able to look at her shoe soles, enduring all the suffering, an eye for an eye to release the hatred in her heart. And those 3 women of his, those 5 idiotic brothers. If Yu Xuanhuan died, she would have to go after each one of them. More importantly, killing Yu Xuanhuan was easy, but she couldn't single-handedly confront the Sue-Liang and Han families. The best way was to infiltrate them internally and make them fight each other. But the more she thought about it, the risk of letting Yu Xuanhuan participate in the closed beta early was too great. There was a way. Yu Xuanhuan closed his eyes, trying hard to recall all the skills, items, equipment, or potions he had known. The case of Lu Zhanglu and Lu Hongsheng had reached a deadlock. Although the cause of Lu Hongsheng's death was found to be unrelated to the knife wounds and falling from the building, many people saw Lu Hongsheng escaping from Lu Zhenliu's hands. The blood on Lu Zhenliu's hands and her fingerprints on the knife handle couldn't be faked. Lu Zhanglu couldn't escape for a while, especially since Lu Hongsheng's wife openly stated that she wanted Lu Zhanglu in prison. This matter had escalated too much, especially being below the entertainment company. In just a few days, it had already started trending online. Without a manager, no one was looking after her, and her only source of income had been snatched by a resource celebrity. The two dumbest people in the company, one was dead, and the other was being interrogated. In her past life, these two had collaborated to dig up her dirt. The other executives wanted to help her, but it was easier to deal with their own artists. Money wasn't something to be wasted, but her contract still had 6 months left. Lu Zhenglu said she wanted to terminate the contract and move to another company, so those people remained silent and let the two of them do as they pleased. Yuchen planned to slack off for 6 months and then terminate the contract to leave the industry. She had been very busy lately, and yesterday she had been thinking about something that could both gain Yushuanwan's trust and suppress him. The first thing to rule out was memory modification. Even if she altered Yushuanwan's or Yuqingshan's in each Yogwa's memories on the 22nd, surveillance couldn't be faked. Yu Xuanhuan was extremely suspicious and cautious to the core. As long as he became suspicious, he would definitely check the surveillance footage from that day. If the false memories contradicted the surveillance, she wouldn't gain Yu Xuanhuan's trust but would become the ironclad evidence of her deliberate manipulation of Yu Xuanhuan. In her past life, the Su, Han, and Liang families had all sent people to chase her. The most troublesome was not actually the Su family. As long as she avoided them, it was fine. The most troublesome were the people sent by the Liang family. Not only was Liang Yuchuan a ruthless person, but someone in the Liang family had an extremely disgusting talent. Now, whenever Yuchen thought of that person, her head would spin and cold sweat would pour out, as if she had spent a whole day studying advanced mathematics. Fate Gear, B tier, Skill 1 feeling lucky, select a target, use the skill to spin their Fate Gear, altering the target's luck for the day, with a duration of 6 hours and a cooldown of 6 hours. You can choose whether to hide the modified fate value from the target. Skill 2 mismatched pair, select a target, use the skill to spin their Fate Gear, swapping the target's highest and lowest attribute values, with a duration of 1 hour and a cooldown of 6 hours. Despite being only B tier, it's truly sickening to mess with someone's fate like this. Or rather, it's not unreasonable to be rated B tier without any attack skills. Whenever she was seen by this person those days, she would have bad luck for a full 6 hours. What's more important is that the change in luck values doesn't show on the person's data panel. She could only see her own luck value as 8. Then suddenly, she started experiencing a streak of bad luck. Running would lead to dead ends, disguises would be uncovered, sipping a health potion would choke her halfway, spells would misfire, guns would misfire, even magic missiles that automatically track targets would fail to land a critical hit, despite her critical hit rate being stacked at 77%. After firing 60 magic missiles, not a single critical hit landed. Is this a divine gift? No, it's a curse bestowed upon you by the gods. She managed to evade capture for a whole year, but within 7 days of this person's arrival, she was apprehended, all because of this divine curse. But here's the question, was that person a beta tester? In the 3 beta tests, the first one reportedly had only a few hundred players logging in. By the second test, word spread like wildfire, even though the testing period was abrupt. Once it was discovered, the news spread like wildfire, drawing in tens of thousands of players, and the third beta test saw several 100,000 new character creations. Regardless, Yuchen planned to find that person in the next few days and eliminate him if he participated in the beta test. Then she would test if this skill could affect non-players, and if so, she would use it on Yuxunhuan later. If Yuxunhuan could draw an SS-tier talent from the previous life even in the worst luck scenario, she would steal it on the spot and kill the male lead. Even if she had to live in regret in the next life, she would give Yuxunhuan a satisfying end. If the male lead received a trash divine talent, even better. That person was easy to find. He was a driver for the Liang family, and Yuchen knew where the old Liang mansion was located, in one of the best villa areas. After all, lacking power and wealth, she had no qualifications to be the female lead in a male-oriented novel. She didn't rush to the Liang family but instead brewed potions at home. Besides 20 bottles of basic invisibility potions, she also had over 50 bottles of intermediate invisibility potions. Compared to the basic ones that lasted only 5 minutes, these intermediate potions could keep her invisible for 15 minutes, but with an increased cooldown time of 20 minutes after use. She found a recipe for beef skewers in the cooking basic skill and made 297 skewers to store in her backpack. Each skewer could be nibbled on for a minute, equivalent to slowly regaining 5 health points, serving both as a meat reserve and a way to practice her cooking skill. Currently, her 24-slot inventory was filled with various items, clothing, and weapons, while the 6 worn-out pouches contained food and potions she might need at any time. Basic healing potions X99, basic mana potions X99, intermediate invisibility potions X57, beef skewers X99, beef skewers X99, beef skewers X99. How could a woman who could be the male lead not be a beta tester? The world doesn't revolve around Yu Chen, but it certainly revolves around the male and female leads. Not only were the male and female leads beta testers, but the male lead's brothers were as well. How else could they be so close to the male lead? Fantastic, she was the only one who wasn't a sister to the male lead. Isolate her. Yu Chen's purpose in visiting the Liang family this time was not only for the fate gear but also for the male lead's second girlfriend, Liang Yuchuan. Each of the male lead's 3 beauties possesses an S-level talent. It is said that the God-given talent of his legal wife, Sue-Liang, is related to healing and treatment. Later, she collected and learned various enhancement skills, making her the strongest support. Liang Yuchuan, the second girlfriend, also has an S-level God-given talent and is one of the only 2 S-level talents publicly revealed in the top 100 list. Water God, S-level, Skill 1, where there is water, there is me. Can transform into a water droplet and merge into water. Skill 2, Hello Water. Enhances all water-related items and skills by 50%. Skill 3, Vampire. Has a 20% chance of absorbing 1% of the opponent's health after use. Skill 4, the Water God, Heal. Passive: when you transform into a water droplet or are in water, your injuries will slowly heal. Yu Chen coveted this talent, but she didn't plan to steal it. If Yu Xuanhuan could still draw an SS-level talent with only 1 luck value, she would decisively use this skill to steal his SS talent and then kill him. If Yu Xuanhuan obtained an extremely ordinary talent, she would keep it as well. The thief of the thief god can also be the thief of the robber, to prevent him from turning the tables. Moreover, death in the game world could refresh. The thief of the thief god can also be the thief of the robber's cooldown. As long as this skill was not used, she could use it twice in the game, which naturally would not be wasted in reality. She wanted to try to steal the items on Liang Yuchuan's body. She didn't believe the female lead wouldn't have anything good. Her 50 million mansion was located in the same area as the Liang family's mansion, not far away. In her past life, Yu Xuanhuan had gotten involved with the Liang family through the instance in that mansion. That night, Yu Chen used her disguise skill to go to the mansion area. Yu Chen didn't return to her own mansion. There were too many strange skills, and she had no intention of leaving any traces on her way out. She hid in the woods of the mansion area before her disguise failed, sleeping against a tree until 2 in the morning. When she woke up and saw that it was only the 27th, she was stunned for a moment. She felt like a long time had passed, but it turned out only a week had gone by. After drinking a cup of iced coffee, Yu Chen put on a mask, covered all her hair with a swim cap to ensure not a single strand fell out, then put on gloves before drinking the invisibility potion and running towards the Liang family 10 kilometers away, considering it as a workout. She had tried sitting in a car and drinking the invisibility potion to see if it could make the vehicle invisible too, but perhaps the energy of the invisibility potion was limited and couldn't envelop large objects. She even tried it on an electric bike, but failed. A skateboard worked, but what was the difference between that and a bell? After running 10 kilometers, she hid in the bushes halfway through to wait for the potion cooldown to end. She had no qualms about using it. She learned alchemy to make potions for herself. When playing games, she was reluctant to use anything good. The better the item, the more reluctant she was to touch it. She could store it in her backpack until she quit the game. But in reality, as long as it could reduce the risk of being discovered, she would use all available resources. The Liang family's mansion could be called an estate. Compared to the Liang family, her 50 million small mansion could only be considered a corner of this mansion area, like a security booth at the entrance of an ordinary residential area. Outside the towering iron gate were various surveillance and sensing devices. After drinking a primary invisibility potion that could make the body intangible for 15 seconds, Yu Chen walked through the iron gate and into the Liang family estate. It took another 10 minutes to reach the main building of the Liang family. Yu Chen was truly impressed. To what extent did they have to go to such lengths to pursue me for an A-level talent like mine? She first went to the 2 small buildings next door to find her fate gear. The driver and the nanny were both regular residents of the Liang family. After all, the master's family could have needs at any time, so they had to come when called. But their living conditions were really good. She first hid in the utility room waiting for the invisible potion's cooldown to pass, then refilled a bottle before continuing her actions. By using the blurring potion without regard for cost, Yu Chen quickly found her fate gear in the second-floor bedroom of the annex. She stood by the bed, looking at the young man on the bed, and used "I want this, and this." After a successful use but failed theft, she didn't waste time continuing to use skills to steal items or attributes. Instead, without hesitation, she took out a knife from her backpack and cut the young man's throat. The young man's eyes widened in horror, looking at the 2 white fingers stained with blood that appeared out of nowhere, but he couldn't make a sound. He now had a bottle of basic healing potion in his hand, which Yuchen picked up with the tip of her knife. Soon, the person on the bed lay still with wide-open eyes. She felt around the body and found a 4-slot small bag, a common old cloth bag that almost all 2-slot and 4-slot bags had the same style. Inside were just 2 pitiful bottles of potion and a money pouch containing 2 silver coins. Yuchen used the skilled death mimicry show on the body, designate a target that died by your hand, mimic their God-given talent. At the same time, you can only designate one target, and the mimic talent disappears when switching targets. Soon, she could feel that she had gained a new God-given skill, Fate Gear, B grade. While waiting for the cooldown, she used the Soros mask to modify her character panel information, changing her God-given talent to Fate Gear, B grade. After finishing, she took off the gloves that had become visible due to bloodstains, washed her hands with alcohol hand sanitizer to remove the bloody smell, changed into a new pair of gloves, then drank the invisible potion again and headed to the main building. Using the same method, she found Liang Yuchuan's room, crawling under the little princess's bed skillfully, which was quite heart-wrenching. It was only 4 o'clock now, and young people from prestigious families were still young people. She didn't believe Liang Yuchuan would get up before 7 o'clock, so she probably had about 3 hours to steal. She first used another happiness from Fate Gear on Liang Yuchuan to reduce her luck to 1, then started the cycle of I want this, and this eating, drinking potions, and healing. Fate Gear was so disgusting. It was indeed a God-given talent that had tormented her for so long. After reducing luck to 1, in just 1 hour, Yuchen stole 2 items, a money pouch, and 3 attribute points. Soros set glasses, 2/3, A grade. Wearing it allows you to inspect the target's data panel. Specific information about God-given talents cannot be inspected. With each additional Soros set item collected, the information that can be inspected increases. Currently, you can inspect the target's equipment name and quantity. It was the gold-framed glasses that Liang Yuchuan often wore in her past life, and it turned out to be an inspection item. Although she had drunk soup with the male and female lead team a few times in her past life, she was always excluded and probably positioned as the male lead's poor relative, so she had no qualifications to know about the male and female leads. Yuchen cherished the glasses and put them in her backpack. They were a treasure, with no discernible markings, just a very ordinary style. Moreover, when the glasses were worn with the mask, the concealment function of the mask was also enhanced. Soros set mask, 2/3, A grade. After use, you can disguise your character panel information. When the item is used, it takes effect when placed in the package, and the disguise is lost if the mask is dropped. Currently unable to be successfully inspected by items below S grade. Note, with each additional Soros set item collected, the concealment level +1. She even suspected that the last Soros item was on the 3rd girlfriend of the male lead. Was this a set? This is the symbol of the female protagonists. Endless coffee, grade D. It contains endless coffee, 500 milliliters per cup. Consuming it can restore a total of 500 mana points, and can be refilled once every 24 hours. This is almost equivalent to an infinite mana potion. It's only rated as grade D mostly because of its long cooldown. But this cooldown doesn't overlap with mana potions, making it extremely valuable in practicality. When her mana potion is on cooldown, she can completely replenish her mana by drinking coffee. There's not much money in her purse, only 3 gold coins, but it's better than nothing. As for the 3 attributes, they are all agility. In her past life, Liang Yuchuan followed the assassin path due to her skill of blending into water. On rainy days, she was like a killing god, moving step by step, making it impossible for anyone to predict where she would appear in the raindrops, earning her the title of the God of Assassins. She holds great influence within the team of Yu Xuanhuan. Liang Yuchuan's mind is also abnormal. She actually believed Yu Xuanhuan's words, thinking she had a twisted love for her younger brother, and even attempted to replace him or Sue-Liang with her own talents just to be with Yu Xuanhuan. She actually believed such nonsense. The bounty on her was issued by Liang Yuchuan herself. Not only did she demand to stay alive, but she also offered rewards for her own limbs, almost implying that as long as someone cut off Yu Chen's limbs and ensured he was alive, they could make some money by selling him. Yu Chen endured the hatred and continued stealing until 7 points. She stopped after acquiring 3 points of agility and 2 points of strength. Now her agility has reached 18, and her strength is at 7. In total, she stole 8 attribute points from Liang Yuchuan, almost equivalent to the benefits of leveling up twice. After restoring her blood to full value, Yu Chen used her disguise skill to transform into the appearance of Sue-Liang. She didn't expect such a low-level trap to work, but it was better than using her own face. She put on a duckbill cap to cover her swim cap, took out a sharp axe, and then drank a basic invisibility potion. Carefully crawling out from under the bed, she walked to the bedside. She originally intended to chop off Liang Yuchuan's head, but upon seeing a black metal collar around Liang Yuchuan's neck, she stopped. Liang Yuchuan had been wearing this collar in her past life, and there was an equipment slot on her neck. With Liang Yuchuan's abilities, it was impossible for her not to have obtained a necklace-type equipment. So, there was only one explanation: this collar was an equipment, and its level was not low. How did she miss stealing it? Even if it wasn't a collar, she didn't have the confidence with her 7 points of strength to chop off this high-quality metal collar around Liang Yuchuan's neck. Without much hesitation, Yu Chen aimed at Liang Yuchuan's right arm, jumped high, and exerted all her strength to chop it off. The god of assassins, huh? The axe instantly severed Liang Yuchuan's right forearm, all in less than a second. Blood splattered on Yu Chen's face, revealing her eyes disguised as Sui-Tong's, meeting Liang Yuchuan's eyes filled with shock, fear, and resentment. In an instant, Liang Yuchuan skillfully merged into the blood on the bed, leaving only a severed forearm. This was why Yu Chen gave up killing Liang Yuchuan directly after realizing she couldn't be sure of chopping off her head. She was too difficult to kill. Whether turning into water or being in water, she could slowly regenerate health. It was simply a bug. Would fear make one lose focus? No, for those with combat talents, fear and pain only drive them to escape faster. Moreover, Liang Yuchuan's room had several water cups, and even under the bed, there were water bowls. Even if she hit Liang Yuchuan's heart or stunned her first, she would have a few seconds to escape. It can be said that once divine talents reach the S level, there are no weak ones. But leaving behind an arm, even just the right forearm, she didn't lose out. After character datization, no matter how severe the injury, it could be healed by replenishing health points. However, missing body parts couldn't be created out of thin air. If an arm or leg was lost, the only way to restore them was to find the missing parts, reattach them, and then heal. Liang Yuchuan had lost a forearm, just a small loss. Yu Chen stored the severed limb in her game inventory, put on the Eye of Soros. The basic invisibility potion was still cooling down. She exploited a bug to drink the intermediate invisibility potion. Each potion had its own cooldown time, and the parts of her body that were visible due to bloodstains became invisible again. After drinking a bottle of ethereal potion, she confidently walked through the wall and out of the room. Through the Eye of Soros, she could see the information of everyone coming and going in the villa. There were no players, not even Liang Yuchuan's brothers who were not players at the moment. It was estimated that they only entered the game with Liang Yuchuan's help during the second closed beta at the earliest. Yu Chen ran out of the manor before the invisibility potion wore off. With an agility of 18, she could now run faster than the fastest sprinter. She sprinted all the way, still with some invisibility potion left. She ran out of the villa area. Instead of returning to her villa, she ran all the way to the nearest lake, maintaining the appearance of Sui-Tong, washed off the bloodstains in the lake, took off her clothes, burned them to ashes by the lake, and then shoveled the ashes along with the topsoil into the lake. She turned invisible again and ran towards the city center. She had once been stained with Liang Yuchuan's blood, unsure if he could sense anything through her blood. The divine talent was too extraordinary. Some things were not just on the skill panel. Just like herself, her initial agility in her past life was 5, but after obtaining the talent of the god of thieves in this life, her initial agility was 11. Not only that, even without using skills, she could ensure to pickpocket someone's phone without being noticed when passing by them. Her hands had become extremely agile and flexible, all thanks to the skills. As she stole more and more, the feeling of using the skills became smoother. Since she could control water as the water god, she didn't dare to gamble on whether Liang Yuchuan could sense her blood. Yu Chen didn't return home all day. After disguising herself, she wandered around with a hat, mask, and the Eye of Soros, once again becoming a street urchin, going wherever there were crowds. After the cooldown of her disguise ended, she changed into men's clothing and took a bath in a cheap hotel where no ID was required for check-in. Finally, she took a black car to the neighboring city. She even received a call from her new agent halfway, wanting to discuss future work arrangements. Yu Chen directly told him she was on a trip and asked him to wait for 3 days. She wasn't sure if she was playing mind games with thin air, but she didn't dare to gamble. She would rather appear foolish than return to her old nest after doing something wrong. This was her experience and intuition from years of being on the run. More importantly, she was now at the peak of her luck. Sometimes intuition was just luck guiding her. As it turned out, Yu Chen had made the right bet. After Yu Chen left, Liang Yuchuan changed form, drank a basic healing potion, and was sent to the hospital by helicopter. This kind of injury couldn't be treated by a family doctor. On the plane, she kept sensing her own blood. She could feel the scent of her blood leaving the manor and lingering at the lake, but her sensing range was too small. After her forearm was treated with painkillers and hemostatic agents, she boarded the helicopter to follow the scent of her blood. Just as Yu Chen left City S, the Liang family had already traced her to the city center. The helicopter flew blatantly in the sky above the city. The Liang family's power didn't need to apply for flight routes. But the scent was too chaotic. Liang Yuchuan had only obtained the talent for less than a week, and reaching the city center was already the limit. She tightly pinched the wound. The pain in her heart couldn't be suppressed even as blood oozed from the wound. Her right arm was only half there. She had become disabled. Liang Yuchuan's eyes were filled with hatred. She remembered those eyes. She would definitely find her, definitely. Yu Chen in H City was also not idle. If her body hadn't been digitized, she was afraid she would have died suddenly. She came to H City for a very famous prop. After the game invaded, some things on Earth had a chance of mutating. She even heard that a machine in a starch factory mutated into an S-level prop, capable of mass-producing starch sausages that increase strength by +2 within 5 minutes of consumption. Yu Chen didn't think about such things. Although she was selfish and wouldn't inform everyone in advance about the game invasion, she wouldn't touch such obviously useful props left in the hands of the authorities for the battlefield. What she wanted was a cat's nest from a pet hospital. This cat's nest had been there since the pet hospital opened, providing a resting place for all stray cats passing by the hospital. The doctors would clean it regularly. It was such a background cat's nest that, after the game invasion, triggered a mutation chance and became an S-level prop. Meow Meow, an S-level placed at the doorstep, it had a chance to attract stray animals to visit. After the animals stayed overnight, if you sincerely treated them, they would leave behind a favorite recent collection item as a thank you gift. Although it was vaguely described as a favorite recent collection item, just by being S-level, it was clear that the collection here was not ordinary trash like old mouse stones. In the previous life, this pet hospital rose rapidly thanks to this cat's nest. However, with many people in the pet hospital, the cat's nest was not a secret for many years and was soon discovered. Overnight, the pet hospital, from humans to cats and dogs, was wiped out. Even the hamsters were gone. That was why she came early to take away the cat's nest. She still had a conscience. Yu Chen patted herself. Although you steal and rob and like to hide under the bed, you are indeed a good girl. Alright, she admitted, even if the pet hospital hadn't been wiped out because of this cat's nest, she would still claim it. She wanted it, she would get it. She didn't come back to be a moral model. The cat's nest was placed outside the pet hospital. Except for wind and rain, even when the pet hospital closed at night, this old gray cat's nest remained outside. At night, Yu Chen, disguised with her skills, carried 2 luxurious cat tents and placed them on either side of the pet hospital's entrance. Then she tucked the cat's nest under her arm and returned to her rented car, casually throwing the nest into the passenger seat. She then moved all 10 boxes of premium cat food to the pet hospital's entrance, with an A4 paper attached, "Please feed all nearby stray animals." She even opened 10 cans on the spot, lined up at the hospital entrance. The next day, disguised as someone else, she walked into the hospital and donated 2 million, emphasizing a strong buy and sell strategy. As she left the hospital, she could hear the staff lamenting about the increase in good people recently, but unfortunately, the cat's nest was gone, and they were emotional about it. Yu Chen feared this. Although she could wait until after the game invasion to take the cat's nest, once something was emotionally invested in, it was very likely to be bound after mutating into a prop. Once bound, only that person could use it. Even if you killed the other person, it couldn't be unbound. After obtaining the cat's nest, she bought materials needed for homemade bandages and ingredients for cooking recipes, then returned to her $30 million villa, ready to max out First Aid, Basic, and Cooking, Basic, in the next week, so she could directly learn intermediate skills in the second closed beta. On the morning she returned from H City to S City, Sue-Liang went to the Yu family again. It was said that she had been visiting the Yu family almost every day these days. Earlier, when she was in H City, Yi Qiuhua urged her to come back, saying that Sue-Liang had asked about her. Yu Chen felt busier than when she was escaping in her past life. Back then, she could still manage to sleep for 6 hours every day while on the run. Early in the morning, she received a call from Yi Qiuhua asking her to come home today. Yu Chen turned the steering wheel, bypassing her own home and heading straight to the Yu family's residence. When she entered, her appearance clearly indicated that she had rushed over without even going home first. Sue-Liang's expression revealed nothing, and as an experienced actress, Yu Chen was even better at concealing her emotions. During the meal, Sue-Liang accidentally knocked over a glass of red wine, spilling it all over Yu Chen. Yu Chen quickly stepped back, but it was too late. Sue-Liang hurriedly apologized, and Yu Chen waved it off with a smile, then went upstairs to freshen up and change her clothes. Being agile at 18, she naturally couldn't avoid it. Sue-Liang deliberately tested her reaction, and Yu Chen deliberately responded as an ordinary person would. It was a minor incident, but it stirred up many unpleasant memories for Yu Chen. So, Yu Xuanhuan and Sui-Tong are engaged on Children's Day, June 1st. She insisted on neutering Yu Xuanhuan before June so that little Yu Xuanhuan could spend Children's Day away from his father. After dealing with Sui-Tong, Yu Chen went to the brokerage company and announced her intention to retire from the industry. Some executives were skeptical, but Yu Chen, following the principle of avoiding trouble, offered to issue a retirement statement immediately. Friends who have killed know that there's a psychological difference between those who have killed and those who haven't. The thought process of an ordinary person in resolving disputes is, maybe it's better to let it go. The thought process of someone who has killed is, maybe it's better to kill. She was truly busy lately. The second closed beta is on June 6th, and she not only aims to max out her proficiency in intermediate alchemy and engineering before then but also wants to level up cooking, fishing, and first aid to intermediate. Although most materials contain magic, which doesn't exist in the real world yet, there are still alternative materials that can be found for many experience-boosting recipes, such as the materials for making gunpowder in engineering, which she can find in reality. After leveling up all she could, she still had to deal with little Yu Xuanhuan. She was indeed busy and couldn't find time to kill. Killing someone is a hassle, and Laya Shengliu just got out yesterday, so she can't leave S-City for the time being. She even took time out of her busy schedule to find Laya Shengliu and gave her a slap because since she knew about Laya Shengliu and Lu Hongxing's plan, she couldn't act like nothing had happened. Laya Shengliu's life is still off limits for now. She wants to focus everyone's attention on Lu Hongxing. Seeing Yu Chen's resolute attitude, the negotiators sent by the company backed off, realizing there was no way to control her. She had been in the industry for so many years that she knew a lot of company gossip. In her past life, Yu Chen endured because she didn't plan to retire. She was afraid that if she retired, there would be no one to earn money for her family, so she still hoped to turn things around and often introduced friends to Yu Xuanhuan using her connections. Without desire, one is firm, meaning without worldly desires, one can stand up to anyone. After a few confrontations with the higher-ups, Yu Chen left the brokerage company. She had no more work lined up. She would hire a lawyer in 6 months to sign a contract and go through the formalities. Throughout March, Yu Chen never left her villa. She told Yu Qingshan, Ichogwa, and Yu Xuanhuan that the company had abandoned her, and she was in great pain recently, asking them not to disturb her as she needed peace and quiet. In reality, she was setting up her safe house. She could use invisibility potions, and others could too. She hired a renovation team from the neighboring city to build a glass room on the top floor of her villa, over 200 square meters, filled with plants and flowers, with a water spray machine above. In the innermost part of the glass room, there was a heavy wooden cabinet filled with potted plants. Then she found a solution and a blueprint herself, and made a hidden door on the wooden cabinet, inside of which was a rectangular compartment measuring 7 meters long and 4 meters wide. In the compartment, besides a bed for her to rest, she also installed 2 hidden humidifiers. The floor was specially made with an extremely sensitive gravity sensing device. Whenever an object weighing more than 2 kilograms fell on it, it would emit light. Just as there was invisible potion, there was a corresponding visible potion. She filled the humidifiers with the best intermediate visible potion she could refine. By activating the humidifiers, the potion could turn into a thin mist filling the entire room through the operation of the humidifiers. Although the effect was weakened and couldn't make people completely visible, it could outline their figures, which was sufficient. Otherwise, using the garden sprinkler would be too extravagant. A small bottle would be used up in a few minutes. She couldn't afford that. But with the humidifiers, a small bottle of visible potion could last for 8 hours. At the same time, she installed humidifiers in various corners of her home, filled with visible potion. As long as she was at home, the humidifiers in the house would remain activated. After setting up all these arrangements, she finally began to focus on brushing up her professional experience, not stopping until both her alchemy and engineering experience points were maximized. She placed the cat's nest in the yard in front of the villa, putting a portion of low-oil, low-salt meat next to it every day. From today onwards, she would cultivate a bond with this cat's nest. In early April, Sui-Tong and Yu Xuanhuan's engagement was settled. The two families had a meal together, with Yu Chen, as Yu Xuanhuan's sister, naturally in attendance, maintaining a polite smile throughout. The upbringing of the Su family was not particularly good, nor particularly bad. Basic courtesy was present, but respect was lacking. After all, he was just a son-in-law. To put it bluntly, what Sui-Tong wanted was the genetic makeup of Yu Xuanhuan's face. Her child could be foolish, but not ugly. The two of them had to sign various prenuptial agreements. The Su family was a very large family. Even if the elderly couple of the Su family and their 3 children all died, Yu Xuanhuan could not possibly control the Su family as a son-in-law. Yu Chen had also attended this meal in her past life. At that time, the Su family's attitude was cold, and she felt sorry for Yu Xuanhuan. Now, she focused on eating, maintaining a smile. After the Su family left, only Sui-Tong remained, and Yu Chen wanted to leave but was stopped by Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuanhuan looked at Yu Chen with concern and asked tentatively, "Sister, are you unhappy about my marriage?" Catching a glimpse of Sui-Tong's strange expression, Yu Chen wanted to ask Yu Xuanhuan if they had any grudges or if he thought that having a female competitor would make him more attractive, making Sui-Tong feel threatened. Why was he so petty? She looked at Yu Xuanhuan in surprise. "Why would I? Of course, I'm happy." Yu Xuanhuan had a look that said, "Stop pretending. Then why have you been acting strange lately?" Yu Chen forced a smile. "I am genuinely happy for you and Itong. It's just that my company has run into some trouble recently, and I'm afraid I might lose my job." Yu Xuanhuan was a bit skeptical, but Yu Chen directly opened her bank app, showing the 30 million in her account to them. "See, aren't you anxious when you see this number?" Yu Xuanhuan's smile was a bit strained. He wanted to say that he didn't believe her, but Yu Chen's expression was too sincere. However, Sui-Tong truly believed her. This amount of money was just her monthly pocket money, and now that there was only this much left, it was indeed a cause for anxiety. The suspicion that had just arisen in her heart completely dissipated. Yu Xuanhuan also noticed Sui-Tong's expression. He knew that today he couldn't evoke Sui-Tong's pity. Forget it, there would be other opportunities in the future. He smiled and was about to transfer money to Yu Chen when Sui-Tong held his hand. She took out her phone, asked for Yu Chen's bank account, and transferred 20 million to her. "This is the pocket money that Xuanhuan and I are giving to you." Yu Chen immediately withdrew her smile towards Yu Xuanhuan and smiled at Sui-Tong. "I have photos of Yu Xuanhuan from childhood to adulthood on my phone. I'll send them all to you later. Don't worry, I'll delete them after sending them to you. From now on, only you will have these photos in the world." Sui-Tong's smile became more sincere. "Possessiveness, right? Female competition, right? Treating me as a pawn in your game, right?" Yu Chen watched Yu Xuanhuan's smile stiffen more and more. After greeting Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa, she waved and left in high spirits. The most important profession had reached the maximum level, and Yu Chen began to stir up trouble. She hadn't heard any news from the Liang family. After all, she and the Liang family were not of the same class. Even if the Su family knew, they wouldn't tell the Yu family. She wasn't going to wait any longer. Yu Xuanhuan's thoughts today had truly disgusted her. Over the years, Yu Xuanhuan had been working. If he had no job at all, Sui-Tong wouldn't have been interested in him. He worked as a game anchor, with good skills and a large fan base, receiving tens of thousands in tips every month. He also had a special small apartment as his studio. She didn't plan to deal with Yu Xuanhuan personally. In her past life as a fugitive, she had met many fellow fugitives. She followed a method one of them had told her, using disguise skills to find the other side of the city, exchanging 50 pounds of gold for a gun to scare someone without harming them. This was an extremely profitable deal. The gold was from the batch she took from Yu Qingshan's study, using Yu Qingshan's money to eliminate Yu Qingshan's seed. Brilliant. Worried that the people she hired wouldn't be a match for the male lead's halo, Yu Chen even set a time to act when she paid, on the morning of April 5th, just after Yu Xuanhuan left. It would be best if not many people saw it. She was still hoping Yu Xuanhuan would marry into the Su family. On the evening of April 4th, Yu Chen got up at 6 in the morning, went back to the Yu family to get 3 luxury handbags she had bought before, drank a bottle of basic invisibility potion and basic phasing potion, walked through walls to Yu Xuanhuan's room, and used the gear of fate on the person in bed to change his luck to 1. Almost no one in the house knew she had come back, but if someone checked the surveillance cameras in the neighborhood or in the elevator, they would see her coming at 6 o'clock, leaving with 3 designer bags in less than half an hour. At 8 in the morning, just after selling the 3 bags to a second-hand store nearby, she heard 7 gunshots coming from the direction across the street. Yu Chen paused, thinking, can't even hit with luck at 1? After a while, she received a message of mission failure. Damn it, what the hell, 7 shots. Not even 1 hit, he can dodge blindly like that, too spooky. Is this a movie being filmed? I'm the Gun King, do you understand what that means? Was she too harsh, so even with luck at 1, the male lead's halo would still find ways to protect him? After all, the male lead could escape death, endure serious injuries, and go through hardships, but he couldn't become a eunuch. Yu Chen sent another message, try using a knife, not too harsh, just cut in half. Don't worry, the price remains the same even if you cut in half. How did he offend you? The Gun King asked respectfully. Hurry up, otherwise, I won't pay the final installment. Remember to take away and destroy what you cut off. Half an hour later, Yu Chen received a call from Ichiogwa, who hysterically asked her to come to the hospital because her brother had an accident. Under the mask, Yu Chen's face was expressionless, but her voice was worried and panicked. What happened? What happened? Hello? Mom? The phone was taken by Yu Qingshan, his voice filled with exhaustion as he gave an address. This time, Yu Chen was truly surprised. This was the black clinic opened by another fugitive friend of hers back in the day. When she arrived at the clinic, Yu Xuanhuan had already been in the operating room for a long time. In the dim and cramped ward, Yu Qingshan sat by the bed smoking, while Ichogwa was still crying. When Yu Chen entered, she wanted to blame him, but couldn't figure out how to blame him for their son being cut in half. After a moment of silence, she could only manage to say, "Why did you take so long to come?" Then she buried her face in the bed and cried. Yu Chen's expression was heavy with sorrow, mixed with disbelief and a hint of unwillingness to accept reality. She put on a performance of a lifetime. This can't be true. Did he offend someone? Yu Qingshan's mind was elsewhere, not even bothering to take a puff of his cigarette as it burned close to his fingers. Ichogwa choked back tears and shook her head. He's such a good boy. Who could he have offended? Yu Chen asked urgently, "Can he be saved?" Ichogwa replied, "The person had a gun. What kind of grudge was that?" After missing the first shot, he fired 7 more. Then he used a knife. "It's truly heartless. Beast!" Yu Chen exclaimed, "Unbelievable. 50 pounds of gold wasn't spent in vain." Little Yu Xuanhuan, poof, half gone, but it's okay, even half is still cute. Yu Chen raised her voice, "How could people like us possibly offend someone with a gun?" This statement woke them both up. Even the drowsy Yu Xuanhuan furrowed his brows as if trying to wake up from a dream. After a moment of shock, Ichogwa suddenly realized and whispered to Yu Qingshan, "Is it the Su family?" Yu Qingshan shook his head and finally took a puff of his cigarette. Hard to say. Seeing that Yu Xuanhuan was awake, Yu Chen suggested, "Let's talk outside so we don't wake him up." Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa followed Yu Chen out of the ward. As they closed the door, they saw Yu Xuanhuan's hand clenched into a fist. Once outside the ward, Yu Chen asked, "Do we have any enemies in the Yu family?" Yu Qingshan frowned. "Why do you ask?" Yu Chen said, "I just feel like this kind of harm. It's as if someone hates our entire Yu family, wanting to end our lineage. Of course, it's not over yet. There's still hope, right? What did the doctor say?" "There's still a chance." Yu Qingshan took a drag of his cigarette, sounding weary. "I will investigate this matter. You take care of yourself. It's best to stay at the Yu house for now." Although his words sounded like a caring father to his daughter, Yu Chen suspected he was counting on someone seeking revenge to have more shields, but she didn't agree. "My brother is still going to marry into the Su family, right?" The old fox immediately sent Yu Xuanhuan to a secret clinic, clearly trying to keep it hidden. "It's too unusual for me to go back now," to avoid arousing Sui-Tong's suspicion. The reason was good enough, and Yu Qingshan decisively stopped persuading his daughter to return home. After a while, Yu Chen made an excuse to go home and cook soup before leaving. She knew Yu Xuanhuan was awake, but she didn't want to act anymore, afraid she might burst into laughter while speaking, so she quickly left. Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan indeed resembled each other. After the incident, their first reaction was to keep it hidden rather than think about the terrifying consequences if discovered after marrying into the Su family. After Yu Xuanhuan woke up, Yu Qingshan sent Ichogwa away, and the father and son began to talk. Yu Chen, who had taken invisibility potion and returned, was not surprised by their behavior. In fact, she had never doubted her parentage because, well, she had done a paternity test after being reborn and confirmed she was indeed their biological child. Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan both did not consider women as trustworthy. Even if they appeared gentle, they still looked down on women. It was amusingly said in the book that the son-in-law was a burden, but in the extra chapters, after the 3 sons of the male lead became the heads of the Su, Han, and Liang families, they all changed their surname back to Yu at the same time. It was a bold move, full of satisfaction. Ichogwa may have a slightly higher status than herself, but just a bit. Her main role is being used as a tool by Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan looked at Yu Xuanhuan. "Do you have any ideas?" Yu Xuanhuan stared blankly at the ceiling. Could it be one of Yu Chen's enemies? Maybe she caused trouble outside. Yu Qingshan sighed. "How many times have I told you, stay calm when facing problems, don't lose your temper. Losing temper is something only women do. If she causes trouble, why not deal with her directly?" Yu Xuanhuan then suspected the other woman in the house. Could it be mom's temper causing trouble? Yu Qingshan shook his head. "I know everything about her." Yu Xuanhuan closed his eyes, his chest heaving heavily. After a while, he continued in a hoarse voice, "The Su family doesn't agree to my marriage?" It's hard to say, but they didn't need to resort to such tactics. They directly rejected us at the time, and we didn't dare to insist. Pausing, Yu Qingshan said softly, "Have you offended any women? Don't you know many messy people through work?" Yu Xuanhuan began to carefully recall, confirming that he hadn't offended anyone. He maintained a friendly yet distant relationship with everyone, only getting closer to Sue-Liang after confirming her background. He shook his head. Yu Qingshan comfortingly patted Yu Xuanhuan's hand. The vase has been sold, and your father has arranged the villa before the engagement. Yu Xuanhuan asked again, is Yu Chen really out of money? Yu Qingshan replied, it seems so. I found out that there was a murder case in her company, and her agent got involved. You know she trusts that person with the surname Lu a lot. She's probably not in the mood lately. Once she feels better, I'll figure out a way for her to earn money. You focus on recovering, don't worry about these things. Yu Xuanhuan despondently said, in my current situation. Yu Qingshan reassured him, the doctor said it won't affect your ability to have children. Being a bit shorter is not a problem. What matters is the technique. Yu Chen almost burst out laughing. Seeing that she couldn't gather any useful information, Yu Chen regretfully left the ward. Knowing that Yu Xuanhuan was missing a piece, she felt like all her thoughts were connected. Yes, this is the path to revenge. She wanted Yu Xuanhuan to live in pain and fear every minute. Marry into the Su family? He's not even a complete man and dares to marry Sue-Liang. She wanted to see what else Yu Xuanhuan could do. She wasn't worried at all about making enemies with the Su family. She had reduced the male lead's luck to 1, and he was just an ordinary person now. Yet, he managed to withstand 7 shots from a top 10 assassin in the underground city, only getting cut in half in the end. If the Su family dared to harm the male lead, they could await bankruptcy. Wasn't she even more impressive in her past life? Chased by so many people for 7 days with a luck value of 1 before being caught. Could she be the main character? Yu Chen hummed a tune as she returned to the villa. There was no spell in the game to heal severed limbs. This high-level spell was introduced in the 3rd year of the game's invasion. By then, the highest human level had reached 25, and Sue-Liang became famous because of this spell. Throughout Blue Star, she was the only one who knew it. It didn't matter, Yu Chen had ways to ensure she never encountered it in this life. As for Yu Xuanhuan, he had been through a lot in these 2 years. Would he buy a fake to deceive Sue-Liang? After dealing with Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Chen began a major purchase for the game's 2nd closed beta. Now that she had a backpack, she wanted to see if real-world items could be brought into the game and sold for gold coins. Even if a 10,000 renminbi item could only be sold for 1 gold coin in the game, she would profit. In less than half a year of the game's invasion, this money had become worthless. Even if she exchanged it for gold, it was better than worthless paper. Although there was a fundamental difference between gold and gold coins, the latter contained a trace of magic that couldn't be faked. Some merchants from other races who cared only about making money without any racial honor accepted gold. Especially the goblins, their hearts are only filled with money. They don't care about anything else, engaging in all kinds of businesses. They even exchange gold for coins. It takes 300 G of gold to get 1 coin from a goblin merchant, and a coin weighs less than 100 G. According to them, doing business on the Blue Star is costly, citing various additional fees like battlefield subsidies, travel expenses to the Blue Star, possible funeral costs, and the cost of making coins for goblins. Currently, the price of gold is around 500 per gram, slightly fluctuating, equivalent to 150,000 renminbi for 1 coin, but that's when the currency hasn't collapsed. When goblin merchants appear, the currency has already collapsed, and everyone trades using in-game currency. Since goblins started accepting gold in exchange for coins, gold has basically become valuable but not marketable. However, this is all after the game invasion. Now Yu Chen naturally prepares by converting all her money into gold. She picked out 3 antiques, jewelry, calligraphy, and paintings from the family that she had seen in Yu Xunhuan's hands in her past life. These 3 items are highly likely to have transformed into equipment or props. The rest she packed directly into her backpack and headed to Gangcheng. It's a place where all sorts of people gather, and no one knows her there. The influence of the Su, Han, and Liang families is of no use there. After arriving in Gangcheng, she threw everything into the underground auction house. The commission was a bit high, but since the items auctioned were not meant to be displayed openly, buyers knew to keep them hidden rather than flaunt them. With so many items to appraise, auction, and exchange for gold, it was extremely troublesome for her to personally exchange a large amount of gold. She had to be cautious of traps and sometimes had to be vigilant against being targeted and had to cover her tracks. Several times, she had to rely on firearms and explosives made by engineering to resolve crises. This stuff really comes in handy. Yu Chen left City S in mid-April and was busy until late May. She only returned to City S after selling all the antiques and jewelry, carrying over 3,200 pounds of gold in her game backpack and 800 million Hong Kong dollars in her Gangcheng account. During this time, she always wore her scouting props, but no player ever saw her. With over 3,200 pounds of gold, even at the black-hearted price set by the goblins after the game invasion, she could exchange it for over 5,000 gold. If all went well, she wouldn't have to worry about studying professional formulas and could even buy some skill books at the game auction house. In this game, there are no professional divisions. Whether it's a different race or a blue star person, there are no specific skills. Players are generally categorized into healing, agility, magic, melee, ranged, etc., with everyone's core being their innate talents, and all skills are based on these talents. Of course, there are also those who follow a freeform style, learning whatever they want, and surprisingly doing well in the end. Yu-Chen still hadn't touched her 50 million. She planned to see how much gold she could exchange it for before deciding how to use the remaining money. During this period, Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua searched for her all over the world, but Yu-Chen told them she was traveling in Italy, worried that if she didn't spend all her money, she might lose it all, leaving them speechless. She couldn't understand why these two were looking for her. Did the engagement matter really involve the groom's family? In the days leading up to June 1st, Yu-Chen bought all sorts of odds and ends, from appliances to food and drinks. When she dragged the trailer full of parcels back to the villa, the security guard asked her if the end of the world was coming. Yu-Chen could only say she had just moved in, and the house was empty, sending the guard away. After the game invasion, there was no shortage of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. In fact, it had become more abundant, eliminating the need to hoard goods. On the day of Sue-Liang and Yak Sunhuan's official engagement, her game package was only half full. Yu-Chen put on a simple makeup, dressed in a tasteful and understated blue casual suit. When she arrived at the hotel, she clearly saw the satisfaction in Sue-Liang's eyes. Female competition warning. How stupid must one be to think that your boyfriend's own sister would like your boyfriend? Yu-Chen smiled and shook hands with her younger siblings, then set aside the gift money and exchanged some pleasantries before going to find Yu Qingshan and the others. She felt like she almost didn't recognize Yu Xuanhuan anymore. In just a short time, she had transformed from a shy and timid little puppy into a gloomy one. But just half of it was missing. Is it necessary? Truly unsatisfactory. However, the Yu family genes were strong, and the gloominess only made her more beautiful. But she was also not bad in the role of a son-in-law. Sue-Liang's eyes were shining as she looked at Yu Xuanhuan. Although Yu-Chen had been a star for many years, the people present were either wealthy heiresses or noble ladies. Even if someone recognized Yu-Chen, they didn't come up to greet her, which suited Yu-Chen just fine. She was truly tired of killing in the city. She really didn't want to kill again in the short term. Perhaps after killing so many people, Yu-Chen's temperament had changed. She used to have a gentle and ethereal aura, but now, walking and wearing a suit, she exuded an aura that clearly said she was not a good person. Yu Qingshan squinted at her for a while, then approached her and asked gently, "Why have you changed so much recently? Did something happen? Tell Dad." Yu-Chen blurted out, "I met an Italian mafia boyfriend, followed him for half a month. Isn't it cool?" Yu Qingshan. Such an obvious joke should be ignored. Yu-Chen put her hand to her mouth and whispered, "I got a gun, a real one." She had picked it up after killing someone, 17 of them in various styles, along with bullets. It was a pity she hadn't raided the gang's hideout. Her firepower was insufficient, and she didn't dare to risk her flesh and blood. She would wait until she had the skills to do so. This should be true. Yu Qingshan pursed his lips and said, "Give it to Dad when you get back. Dad will help you keep it safe. This thing is illegal." "Oh, you want it, but it's illegal. If you get caught, will you help me go to jail?" Yu-Chen obediently replied, "Okay, I'll listen to Dad." The engagement banquet was the Su family's territory. The Yu family members were as well behaved as quails, not even taking the opportunity to speak on stage. Yu-Chen glanced at Yu Qingshan's expression and thought, yes, he still had the appearance of a refined and handsome professor. As for Yi Qiuhua, although she occasionally had a temper at home, being able to give birth to the beautiful Yu-Chen and the eunuch like Yu Xuanhuan meant she was also quite good-looking. When Yu-Chen lowered her head to eat, she pondered how to make Yu Xuanhuan miss the second closed beta test. She planned to participate in the second closed beta test, then reveal the existence of the game to Yu Xuanhuan and wait with him for the elusive third closed beta test. Give him hope, then make him despair. The first closed beta test was rushed, and she didn't have the ability to handle it properly. The second closed beta test needed to be smoother to match her abilities. She didn't want Yu Xuanhuan to have any trouble in the Yu family again. Otherwise, with his current situation, he would probably still be practicing his skills and not yet qualify to enter the Su family. With a son-in-law who had lost half his manhood, they wouldn't even know who was calling whom a wife when they hugged each other. It wasn't until Yu-Chen left the manor that she came up with a plan. Thanks to her years of fugitive life, she knew quite a few fugitive friends. she still had connections to some underground businesses that operated on a cash basis. She had some young girls and boys hired to go to the Yu family, pretending to be Yu Xuanwan's secret fans, asking why he got married without informing everyone, and causing a scene in a hysterical and unreasonable manner. She killed another small sparrow, using the skill only the dead will obey to control it to fly outside the Yu family's window to keep watch. Number 2 didn't last until Yu Chen's plan B, and on the 4th, Yu Xuanhuan moved to a nearby hotel. It was also on that night that she called someone she met when buying gold in Gangcheng using an anonymous phone card, giving that person Yu Xuanhuan's phone number, WeChat, and even email, instructing him to send explicit messages to him 24/7 for the next month, asking him if he was interested in H, and then posting his number on a gay forum. From that day on, Yu Xuanhuan's phone became a hotbed of activity. The second round of internal testing started at 6:06 a.m. on June 6. At 3 a.m. on the 6th, Yu Chen, disguised, arrived outside the hotel. She turned into a narrow alley nearby, drank a potion of intermediate invisibility in a blind spot of the surveillance, then climbed up to the 27th floor where Yu Xuanhuan was staying. She never asked the Yu family where Yu Xuanhuan lived. All this information was tracked by her little sparrow. Before Yu Xuanhuan entered the hotel, the sparrow had sneaked into his hoodie and followed him into the room, hiding in a potted plant. Worried about the decaying smell from the sparrow, Yu Chen replaced it with a new one every day. Yu Chen, under the effect of a potion, smoothly entered Yu Xuanhuan's hotel room. Even with her multitasking, she had to see Yu Xuanhuan not entering the game herself to feel at ease. In the hotel room, Yu Xuanhuan lay frowning on the bed, occasionally shifting his body, unable to tell if he was asleep. In the corner of the room lay a phone, probably thrown against the wall judging by the dents on the wallpaper. Yu Chen walked over, unable to identify the brand, probably a gift from Sue-Liang, a high-end phone with an intact screen. Once Yu Xuanhuan married into the Su family, not only would he have a high-end phone, but also enjoy special services, never receiving junk messages again. She stared at Yu Xuanhuan, and when he turned his back towards her, she used her toe to pick up the phone, stashed it in her backpack, then used a potion to enter the adjacent room, a room booked in advance by a Gangcheng boy using his identity. Yu Chen took out the phone, still in stealth mode, unconcerned about any high-tech features recording her appearance. She examined the phone and noticed a shallow dent in the top left corner, probably from hitting the wall. She aimed the dent at the wall and forcefully smashed it. The phone made a cracking sound, half the screen shattered, displaying the date, but half of it turned into a glitchy green and purple screen. Yu Chen put the phone back in her backpack and returned to Yu Xuanhuan's room. He was still facing away from the door. Yu Chen went to where the phone had fallen, placed the broken phone back exactly as it was. Then, she quietly left. She had envisioned dozens, even hundreds of scenarios before coming, never expecting it to be the simplest one. She even considered what to do if Yu Xuanhuan didn't lose control due to those messages but instead got excited and started practicing his skills, or even had the worst-case scenario of knocking him out. At 6 o'clock, Yu Chen returned to Yu Xuanhuan's room. The broken phone was still on the floor, Yu Xuanhuan was still covered, unsure if he was asleep. Yu Chen threw a fate gear at the person in bed, reducing his luck to 1, then went back to the adjacent room to prepare for the second round of internal testing. At 6:06, she promptly found Warcraft, Fisher of Fear and clicked to download. After entering the character selection interface, she saw the familiar undead, but next to the ID Go Wen, there was an additional message, wanted. Yu Chen felt the hidden pockets in her clothes, the 2 backpacks inside were gone, but the undead avatar on the screen was wearing 2 backpacks she recognized. She tried to use the thief god's transform, disguise skill, attempting to turn herself into a short goblin. Soon, Yu Chen's reality changed, her body shrank, her skin turned green, her ears grew larger, and at the same time, the undead avatar on the screen also changed accordingly. Yu Chen immediately entered the game. No matter where she ended up after entering the game, she only had 1 hour of disguise time, during which she had to figure out her situation. The screen lit up, and the little goblin was standing in a graveyard, adjusting the game perspective. The undead city was not far away. She immediately controlled her character to run towards the undead city, speeding past some low-level monsters along the way. In less than 5 minutes, she stood at the city gate, where her original undead character's portrait hung. Fortunately, she always felt uncomfortable creating characters that looked too much like herself, so she always clicked randomly when creating characters. Although the thief god's disguise skill had a short duration, it could not be seen through by any item or skill. Yu Chen easily entered the city and headed straight to the goblin area, where she found the goblin boss in the goblin shop and asked if he accepted gold. Goblin, time is money. If you have gold, why don't you turn it into coins yourself? Didn't your mentor teach you that? Yu Chen's breathing quickened slightly, and she typed in the dialogue box, "Could you teach me relevant skills, sir?" I am willing to pay for your valuable time. The other party sent a trade window directly, asking for 100 gold. Such a precious opportunity made Yu-Chen not dare to haggle, so she took out the 100 gold given to her by the undead city lord and handed it over. Goblin Robert L teaches you alchemy, basic. She clicked to view the skill details. Alchemy, A level, Goblin exclusive, inject magic into gold coins to create a unique coin, proficiency, 0/10,000. Feature 1, for each coin crafted, automatically deduct 20 G of gold and send it to the Goblin Merchant Guild as tax through void transmission. Feature 2, money can buy everything, but to maintain market stability, each goblin can only produce a maximum of 3 coins per day for personal use. Yu-Chen immediately took out a 500 G gold bar from her package, clicked to start crafting, and after selecting to craft all, a golden light radiated between her hands, the progress bar completed in a second, and soon, 3 coins appeared in the package. The 500 G gold bar now only had 140 G left. Her proficiency also increased by 3 points. This meant that Yu-Chen could now make her own coins? And after crafting 10,000 coins, as long as she obtained the blueprint or found a goblin willing to teach her the skill, she could learn intermediate alchemy. Although she could only craft 3 coins a day, this number was already formidable. Even though she could easily steal a dozen coins here and fleece 100 gold from the undead city lord, in the real world, when she used to raid dungeons, even by the end of the second year, the dungeons were very high level, and after risking her life all day, her pure monetary income was less than 1 gold coin. Yu-Chen didn't delay any longer. She suppressed her chaotic thoughts, took out several large storage boxes from her package, and asked the goblin if he would buy them. After inspecting the electronic devices and various toys in the boxes, the goblin dismissed them as junk, offering at most 2 silver coins per box. However, he valued the white and red wines in the 2 large storage boxes at 12 gold coins. Yu-Chen sold all 55 boxes of wine for 330 gold, but only got less than 1 gold for selling the trash. Then she took out 10 pounds of gold and asked how many gold coins she could get in exchange. She only had a few gold coins she got from Sue-Liang, which was far from enough for learning skills. The goblins offered a ratio of 200 G of gold for 1 gold coin. After bargaining for 5 minutes, Yu-Chen could only negotiate the ratio to 180 G for 1 gold. She knew there was room for further reduction, but she only had half an hour left for her disguise. She decisively took out all the gold she had on her, the 3,216 pounds of gold exchanged in Gangcheng, and the gold obtained from the Yu family, totaling 3,240 pounds of gold, and exchanged it for 6,000 gold coins from the goblins. This was almost all the gold reserves of a small to medium-sized guild in her past life. Then Yu-Chen headed straight to the nearby Goblin engineering master, upgraded her engineering skills to advanced, clicked to learn all the new formulas that appeared, and then went to the alchemy shop, did the same operation, upgraded alchemy to advanced, and learned all the new formulas. When choosing courses, she was obedient, but when playing games, her thirst for knowledge exploded. After memorizing the materials for the advanced invisibility potion, Yu-Chen went directly to the neighboring herb shop and bought 6 slots of herbs. She didn't want to buy more, but the game's operations were rigid, and she couldn't save backpack space by stacking different things in storage boxes. She had to leave a few slots in her backpack to browse the auction house. Yu-Chen was racing against time. She had only 23 minutes left for her disguise. She hurried to the auction house, and on the way, she went into a restaurant to upgrade her cooking skills to intermediate and learned over 100 new recipes. At this point, she had 4,286 gold left. Standing in front of the auction house, she entered the keyword Soros. Nothing. Yu-Chen didn't even have time to complain and immediately changed the word to bag. She then spent 800 gold to buy 2 36 slot bags, which were the largest bags she could find. At the moment of payment, a notification popped up in her game mailbox, informing her of new packages. She clicked to receive them, and the bags contained 2 36 slot bags. She quickly transferred the items from her original game bag to the new one and continued shopping. The talent of the thief destined her to choose any professional direction, be it strength, agility, or magic, but she didn't have time to choose now, so she could only buy a few skills she was familiar with. However, she soon saw a skill that caught all her attention: Phantom Shift. Phantom Shift, SS level. After use, you can reach any place you have been to before. The distance of the shift is influenced by the caster's intelligence value. No cooldown time, casting time of 0.1 seconds, and each use consumes 1% of mana. 10,000 gold. And there was only one copy of this skill book in the entire auction house. This skill book struck a chord in Yu-Chen's heart. No cooldown time and extremely short casting time. This meant that this skill was almost equivalent to being uninterrupted, and as long as she had mana, she could use this skill an unlimited number of times. The obsession with "no one in the world can catch me" was almost engraved in Yu Chen's bones. She almost immediately abandoned all her previous hoarding plans. She must get this skill. In her past life, she had never heard of this skill. Those people like Yu Xuanhuan were always in the limelight, obediently taking transportation to dungeons. However, Yu Chen only had 16 minutes left for her disguise. Yu Chen spent 200 gold to buy a blue necklace, which had only one function: to reduce cooldown time by 15%. This effect could apply to all items, potions, and equipment. In her past life, with 200 gold, she could have bought a level 10 superb blue item with 3 attributes, and Yu Chen felt like she was floating. She then searched for the skill Illusion Spell. Illusion Spell, C rank. After use, you can hide your tracks and become invisible to the naked eye. No cooldown time, consumes 10 mana points per minute after use. Being invisible to the naked eye means that you can still be detected by skills or tools, but for now, it's sufficient. Invisibility potions are useful, but their cooldown time is too long. Relying solely on basic and intermediate invisibility potions is no longer enough. Illusion Spell is only C rank because it's a somewhat mediocre skill. Once you surpass level 10, there are various detection methods. However, it has its uses in the current real world. She acquired this skill book for just 120 gold. Lastly, she spent another 50 gold to buy a Faint and Collapse, C rank, book, which can briefly induce sleep in a person, and a potion that can make someone sleep for 6 hours. After purchasing these 4 items, Yu Chen immediately ran towards the city outskirts. She barely made it out before her disguise wore off, reaching the graveyard where she logged in. Yu Chen collected the items from the mail, studied the skill book, wore the necklace, and then logged out of the game. This time, her phone didn't turn into black smoke, but as she logged out, 2 bags appeared on the ground, one black and one white, her new 36-slot bags. A cold necklace slowly materialized around her neck, and 2 new spell usage methods appeared in her mind. Yu Chen cast the illusion spell on herself and felt a chilling sensation, as if a layer of ice-cold water was sliding over her body, and then she couldn't see her own body anymore. Time was precious, so after drinking the etherealization potion, she returned to Yak Sunhuan's room. Surprisingly, Yak Sunhuan was awake, squatting on the floor trying to turn on his broken phone. Seeing his annoyed expression, Yu Chen felt a bit scared. Was this the male lead? Even with half a broken phone, he could still play around with it? Just as she was thinking this, she noticed Yak Sunhuan walking to his luggage to search for something. Yu Chen keenly spotted the tablet and laptop in his suitcase. Damn! I overlooked that. There's a tablet too. Oh, you want to play like this? Without hesitation, Yu Chen cast the Faint and Collapse spell on Yak Sunhuan, a skill she had prepared specifically for him. She would be away from the hotel for a long time and couldn't keep an eye on him. After Yak Sunhuan collapsed, Yu Chen poured the sleeping potion into his mouth, ensuring he swallowed it all before leaving the hotel. The illusion spell consumed 10 mana points per minute, but by continuously chewing on jerky, she managed to offset it, only using 5 mana points per minute. It would take 20 minutes to deplete all her mana, but at times like this, drinking a bottle of basic mana potion would restore 60 points. Coupled with the invisibility potion, she could remain invisible for a long time without needing to hide during its cooldown. Yu Chen sprinted directly towards the Su family's manor. Where else could there be a large amount of gold? Besides the bank, it was the Su family's treasure room. All the secrets that couldn't be known and the assets that needed protection were there. Yu Chen knew this because the evil formation that could strip others of their divine talents was in that treasure room. It was now 7:13. After wearing the necklace that reduced cooldown time, the cooldown time for armor coming was shortened to 5 hours and 6 minutes. She could use the disguise skill to enter the game again at 12:12. The second closed beta ends at 13:06. She only had 4 hours. Regardless of whether she could obtain gold from the Su family by 12:12, she would find a safe place to re-enter the game using the disguise skill. Although she was willing to change her original plan for shapeshifting, she wouldn't stubbornly stick to it. She had initially planned to stock up on goods before going to the wilderness to level up, but now she would spend that time raiding the Su family's dungeon instead. It was impossible to run to the Su family's estate. The manor was a 2-hour drive from the city center. Last time, she almost lost her life running all the way from the Liang family to the city. She called the Gun King, who she had shot 7 times without hitting, and asked him to find someone who could drive fast and was willing to earn extra money. She promised 5,000 for delivering a double-door refrigerator placed in an alley next to the XX Hotel to the outskirts villa area within an hour and a half, with an additional 1,000 for every minute earlier. Despite the Gun King's reputation for handling 50 pounds of gold in one go, he knew many brothers with principles and boundaries, willing to bend the law but not spill blood. After Yu Chen assured him that there were no body parts in the refrigerator, he immediately accepted the job. 10 minutes later, a black pickup truck stopped at the alley entrance. Two people got out of the car, glanced around, quickly found the refrigerator the employer mentioned, loaded it into the car, and sped off. At 8:45, the refrigerator was placed in the woods outside the villa area. Yu Chen, who hitched a ride with the refrigerator, put it back in her backpack. Following her routine, she put on a swim cap to prevent hair from falling out, wore a mask and gloves, and cast a concealment spell before running towards the Sue family. Smoothly entering the Sue family, aided by a blur potion, she followed memories from a past life to find the entrance to the treasure room in the main building study of the Sue family estate. Descending further, she encountered various sophisticated technological devices along the way. She was prepared to break in and grab the treasure if the heat sensors detected her. Fortunately, magic was the only solution to defeating magic. Feeling she had descended several meters and passed through 3 doors, an alarm suddenly sounded as she approached the final door. Glancing at the tiles under her feet, she realized there might be pressure-sensitive devices inside. Without hesitation, she drank a vial of blur potion, passed through the ancient and exquisite door, and entered the treasure room. The treasure room was not smaller than the estate above ground, divided into sections for books, jewelry, antiques, and gold. Yu Chen ran towards a room where golden glints caught her eye. Inside a small glass enclosure, neatly arranged gold bricks gleamed. Each brick was smaller than a phone but about half a finger thick. Having handled so much gold recently, she estimated each brick to weigh around 10 pounds. Who said that wealthy families lacked liquid assets? Yes, they might not have much liquid cash, but they stored gold. She quickly entered the room and began wrapping the gold bricks in her spatial pouch. Luckily, she had bought a new bag with 72 compartments, 44 of which were empty. In other words, if she filled them all, she could fit 4,356 gold bricks. If she slowed down and placed the bricks in storage boxes before packing, she could fit even more, but time was running out. Soon, she heard commotion outside, the sound of doors opening, guns being loaded, and footsteps approaching. Yu Chen almost lay on the pile of gold bricks, stuffing them into her backpack as the guards burst into the room. Even though 20 compartments remained empty, she decisively stopped and left the room filled with gold, drinking a blur potion and sprinting outside. Greedy as she was, Yu Chen understood restraint and sacrifice. Just as she reached the main gate, the guards, under the Sue family head's orders, began shooting at the room storing the gold, not caring if they damaged the gold or decorations inside. Faint electric currents flowed on the ground outside, causing Yu Chen to abruptly halt. She took out 10 packets of homemade explosives from her bag, lit a few and threw them down the corridor ahead before hiding behind the door. 5 seconds later, several loud explosions rang out. When she peeked out, everything was charred and gone. She continued running outside. Although the illusion potion could only create illusions for 15 seconds each time, its cooldown time was short, only 30 seconds. Fortunately, the Sue family seemed to trust technology more than bodyguards. The group that had rushed into the basement earlier was probably the Sue family's trusted aides, and there weren't many people coming in afterward. Yu Chen didn't run out of the manor but went to Sue-Tong's room. As soon as she entered, she saw Su Beige, Su Jinshen, and Sue-Tong playing games in the bedroom. Despite the commotion downstairs, the three of them remained unfazed, whether it was due to their trust in the Sue family head's abilities or their reluctance to give up this life-changing game. Yu Chen didn't hesitate and swiftly knocked the three of them unconscious with 3 shots. Bang, bang, bang. The three of them fell one after another. At the same time they collapsed, Yu Chen tried to check their phones, but the screens went black as well. It seemed that the game connected to people's minds, which made sense. Otherwise, how could the skills she learned in the game synchronize with reality? Shortly after, 2 packages appeared in front of Sue-Tong. Ah, what a pleasant surprise, she said as she walked up and stuffed the 2 packages into her arms. Although she only had 2 package slots around her waist, just like equipment, she could carry more than 2, but only 2 could be effective. It was similar to how she could wear over a dozen vests if she wanted, but because she only had 1 equipment slot on her upper body, she could only choose one to be effective. Sue-Tong could carry the packages now, but she couldn't sense them. She had intended to hide here for a while, but with Sue-Tong's packages in hand, Yu Chen didn't dare to risk it. She had never thought that packages could drop in this way. Even with her talent as a thief god, she could only steal 1 piece of equipment or item from a package. She could even steal the backpack the opponent had in their package but couldn't steal the package the person was currently wearing. To forcibly strip someone of their equipment, she could knock them out, but to obtain a package someone was wearing, she had to kill them. Otherwise, she would grab nothing but air. Yu Chen pulled out an axe from the package, walked up to the 3 individuals, and said, "Li Yuchuan gave me an arm as interest. What will you 3 give me? An ear, perhaps?" Since Yak Sunhoon said, believe what you want, isn't it fair to take an ear from you? Yuchen took out the pig-killing knife she had bought and squatted next to Sue-Liang. As she lifted her hair, she saw the blue diamond earring on her right ear. Yuchen's eyes lit up, and she quickly cut off the ear, causing intense pain that woke Sue-Liang from her daze. She woke up, clutching her ear and screaming in agony. She looked around but couldn't see anyone. Yuchen, who had taken invisibility and illusion potions, had already left with the ear and earring, hiding them in her bag after removing her bloodied gloves on the way. She ran all the way to the nearby Han family, sneaking into the maid's room in the auxiliary building of the Han family manor. The room was empty, which was expected. It was 11:35, the busiest time for the maids. Unsure if there were any surveillance cameras in the maid's room, Yuchen expertly slipped under the bed and lay down. It was still a comforting place. It was a sunny room, even more comfortable. At 12:12, Yuchen, lying under the bed, opened her game as a goblin and went to find her goblin teacher. 22 slots were filled with gold bricks, and one slot contained 15 gold bricks, totaling 2,193 gold bricks, equivalent to 21,930 pounds. When she asked the goblin teacher to exchange all of them for gold bricks, the goblin remained silent for a few seconds. A dialogue box popped up with the goblin's response, "I don't have that much gold, my friend." Yuchen was genuinely angry. "I've worked so hard to earn money, and you're telling me you can't even produce 60,000 gold coins?" Gu Wuan asked. "You don't even have 60,000 gold?" The goblin replied. "Do you have it?" Yuchen retorted, "You're being sarcastic, aren't you?" Song Hao Sen, "So, how much do you have, my friend?" Goblin, 20,000. Song Hao Sen, "Don't you have any friends?" The goblin fell silent again. "Say something, dear." After a while, the goblin said, "I'm not exchanging." Song Hao Sen, "I am your most loyal friend." Goblin, "It's disgusting." Song Hao Sen, "Let's start with exchanging 20,000 gold." Goblin, "Fine, my disgusting friend." Yuchen endured. She approached the goblin engineer again to exchange coins, but he ignored her. Song Hao Sen, "Teacher?" The goblin was focused on hammering a copper pipe. Song Hao Sen controlled the character to get closer. "Teacher?" On her third attempt to address him as teacher in the chat box, she finally received a response. The tiny goblin on the screen exploded in anger. "No money. I have no money. Didn't you see I ignored you? All my money is used for research. If you really consider me a teacher, pay me more tuition. If not, go bother Bill." Yuchen, disturbed. 10 minutes into the game, Yuchen grumbled as she ran to the auction house with 20,000 gold. Her first purchase was a pair of SS-grade Phantom Shift for 10,000 gold. Then she went on a shopping spree. Animagus, a plus grade, can transform into any animal you have touched within 7 days, immune to skills or items below A grade. Transformation interrupts upon taking damage, unable to use skills other than innate talents during transformation, no cooldown, costs 50 mana per use. It has some limitations but very practical, especially the last one about not using skills other than innate talents, perfect for her. Bought for 3,000 gold. Shadow Control, a plus grade 2,500 gold. Can control shadows to act independently. Shadows can use all main body skills, but attributes are only 20% of the main body, a perfect stealth technique. Bought. Spring of Light, a plus grade, creates a well that lasts for 3 minutes, water restores health, 1 HP per ml, 30-minute cooldown, costs 1% mana per use. A life-saving skill, not only for herself but also ensures she won't be easily abandoned in team fights, even the main characters won't easily harm her, bought for 3,000 gold. Ice Flower Seal, C grade, creates a snowflake that freezes the target upon contact for 3 seconds. The freezing effect is influenced by the caster's intelligence. 2-second chant, 30-second cooldown, costs 50 mana per use. An ice control skill, vulnerable to fire spells, but it's a necessary trade-off. Most skills counter each other, and it's only 103 gold, bought. Magic Missile, C grade, guides a magic missile towards the target. No chant time, no cooldown, consumes 10 mana per second. An instant spell without chant, 97 gold, bought. Food God's Drool Pouch, B grade, doubles all food buffs when worn during meals. An old item that can be useful, 700 gold, bought. Percy's Cat Toy, F grade, nothing special, but cats love it, attracts cats. Perfect for her cat in, sheep at 17 gold, bought. Compass, E grade, helps locate unclaimed treasures within 1 kilometer and guides you to them. A bit short range at 1 kilometer, 80 gold, purchased. The Magician's False Teeth, B level, contains a 1 cubic meter space, occupies the position of one of your tooth sockets, can hide everything you don't want others to know. Items or props placed inside cannot be detected by any skill or item, but also cannot be used. A must-have for the wealthy. Yu-Chen thought she had too many good things. 999 gold, acceptable. Alchemy set, E-level increases your alchemy success rate, with a 1% chance of upgrading your potion by 1 level. Alchemy notes, reading may occasionally comprehend alchemy recipes you have not learned. Recipe level can be up to 1 level higher than your alchemy level, effective only once every 30 natural days. Engineering notes, reading may occasionally comprehend engineering recipes you have not learned. Recipe level can be up to 1 level higher than your engineering level, effective only once every 30 natural days. The alchemy set is not expensive, only 50 gold. The other 2 notes together cost 2,000 gold. But 2,000 gold is not expensive. Now that she is advanced in alchemy and engineering, reading these notes may lead to mastering master-level alchemy recipes, making it almost like a personal treasure trove. Even if she can only comprehend once a month, it's worth it. She also found the cooking notes, which is much cheaper, only 350 gold. Got them all. Money only makes sense when exchanged for resources, otherwise, it's just waste paper. With the 20,000 gold exchanged from the goblins, plus the 3116 gold left over from this morning, a total of 23,116 gold. After buying these, she only has 220 gold left. Most of the skills obtained in the game invasion dungeons are C-level, so since she can buy, she naturally buys those she cannot obtain herself, so she only bought 2 C-level spells, 1 control and 1 attack, which is enough. The focus is on those top-level skills she never touched in her past life and useful items. Shopping time really flies by. After learning all the skills from the package, Yu-Chen left the auction house with a sense of unfulfilled satisfaction. 12:42, there are 18 minutes left until the end of the closed beta. She ran to the herb shop, filled more than 30 backpack slots with herbs before leaving. 12:47, Yu-Chen stood not far from the undead palace, looking at it. Since she stole the divine gift from the undead lord last time, the guards outside the palace have increased hundreds of times. The undead soldiers almost surrounded the palace hand in hand. But it didn't matter. Yu-Chen, with her goblin skin, walked to the teleportation array of the undead city, used her last 5 gold coins to choose teleportation, and arrived at one of the elven main cities, Blood Moon City. 12:57, Yu-Chen stood in front of the elven main city, facing the elven guard captain with a magnificent bow and arrow, pointing out that there was a problem with the anchor point. When she wanted to see the city lord, the guard took out her bow and arrow and aimed at her. At that moment, Yu-Chen's mind was almost blank, almost at the moment when the name of that little person turned red. Without hesitation, she immediately used Thief of the Gods, or it can also be the Thief of the Robbers. Stake the name of the thief god. You attempt to steal the divine gift of Elphra. The guard captain of Blood Moon City steals successfully. You are dead. The screen went black. Soon it lit up again. Now there was only a ghostly goblin standing in the graveyard on the screen. In the top right corner, there were 2 options, either go find your body to weekly resurrect, or wait for automatic resurrection, with a countdown of 47 hours 57 minutes and 36 seconds. Yu-Chen held her phone without moving, quietly waiting until the time reached 13:06. The phone turned into black smoke, leaving only 2 packages on the ground. She looked at her hands, all good, she didn't turn into a ghost. Even though she knew she wouldn't die in the closed beta, seeing her character turn into a ghost still startled her for a moment. After calming down, Yu-Chen's first action was to modify her profile information, hiding the newly acquired divine gift. She then tucked her bag into the inner pocket of her clothes, drank an invisibility potion, and the skill she had learned appeared in her mind, incantations, gestures, techniques on how to manipulate her magic, all etched in her brain. She could sense a small area centered around herself, but most of it seemed shrouded in a thin mist, with only a small portion crystal clear, resembling a route displayed on a running app. With a mere thought, she could instantly teleport to these locations within the area, clearly places she had visited before. Concentrating, she estimated the distance she could travel to be up to 10 kilometers. Currently, her intelligence value was exactly 10, affecting all magic skills. She speculated that as her intelligence increased, so would her teleportation range. No matter, she could just use more spells, right? Opening her eyes and raising her hand, phantom shift. Yu-Chen appeared in Yu Xuanwan's hotel room, the latter still in the position of having his head buried in his suitcase. As a precaution, Yu-Chen attempted to use her theft skill on Yu Xuanwan. Skill cannot be used. Yu-Chen relaxed and used phantom shift to leave once more. She needed to do something unethical, otherwise, she would be disappointed in herself for being so nervous about this thing. Maintaining her phantom form, she appeared outside the A.Z. Control Center, waiting for people to arrive for work while checking her character panel. Seeing that God of Thieves was still usable, she breathed a sigh of relief, even though she couldn't continuously steal in the game using this skill. Beneath the divine gift Immortality, a new divine gift had appeared. Divine Gift, Divine Archer. A. You were born for archery. All ranged weapons are an extension of your arms. The moment you wield them, you can slay gods. A true Divine Archer needs no effort. She is naturally powerful. Skill 1. You're too weak. Passive during combat. You can keenly detect an enemy's weakness. Skill 2. Must explode. Passive 7 is a magical number. Any shooting action related to 7 will result in a critical hit. Skill 3. I'm getting serious now. Passive if you aim at an enemy for more than 3 seconds, your shot will hit. Even if blocked, it will strive to complete its mission until the weapon you fired is destroyed. Skill 4. I'm terrifyingly strong now. Upon activation, every arrow/bolt/bullet you shoot will randomly carry magical energy of ice, fire, or lightning attributes, consuming 10 mana points per second. After each activation and deactivation, there is a cooldown period of 5 minutes. Yu Chen gasped. Indeed, she was naturally powerful without doing anything, with 4 skills, 3 of which were passive. Not one was useless. Skill 1 would help her in combat regardless of whether she used a bow and arrow. Skill 2 meant that every 7th, 14th, 21st, 28th shot would be a critical hit, essentially guaranteeing a critical hit every 7 attacks. Skill 3 was like a missile. Skill 4 was an explosive ultimate move. Yu Chen currently had no career plans, but this gift was undeniably strong. She would be doing it a disservice if she didn't practice. Considering that firearms were too loud, she immediately decided to get a bow or crossbow to practice with. Planning her skills and equipment in her mind, she familiarized herself with the new skills she had learned, observing passers-by with glasses to try and spot new players. She stood at the door until past 3 o'clock, only managing to get a few vials of blood. Before leaving, she poured a bottle of basic healing potion into his mouth. It could only replenish his blood. Curing the illness was beyond the potion's capabilities. After the invasion of the game in the previous life, when the bodies of the sick were digitized, the diseases directly affected their data. People with physical disabilities had less blood, and those with severe illnesses would keep losing blood at a rate determined by the seriousness of the disease, as if under a continuous blood loss spell. It was easy to stay alive by constantly drinking healing potions or being cured by top-tier healing techniques for terminal illnesses. She was looking forward to seeing Yuk Sunhoon's state after being gamified. When she returned to Yuk Sunhoon's room using Phantom Shift, he was no longer there. Undeterred, she went back to her own villa, placed the cat toy in the Meow Meowin, took a good bath, and slept. She slept until 2 a.m. Waking up, she used the disguise skill, cast the phantom body spell, and shifted to Yuk Sunhoon's room with a syringe. Well, it turned out that before the game's closed beta, the male lead used to go to bed and wake up early. She first used Fate Gear to set his luck to 1, then approached to insert the syringe into the male lead's vein. However, every time she aimed the syringe at the vein to inject, Yuk Sunhoon would either scratch here or there, making it impossible to hit the vein even after a dozen attempts. Yuk Sunhoon kept scratching his ears, head, and even his buttocks and toes. He scratched everywhere he could. Yu Chen was speechless. Are you pretending to sleep, kid? Seeing Yuk Sunhoon's eyelids twitch, Yu Chen immediately knocked him unconscious. Yuk Sunhoon tilted his head, finally quiet. She managed to inject 3 times. She tried to steal again, but the skill was still unusable, and Yuk Sunhoon was still not a player. Satisfied, she returned to her villa, destroyed the syringe, and then contemplated how to deal with the limbs in the package. She had initially planned to throw them into the game for monsters to eat, but she had been too busy in the game to do so. Whether it was the funeral parlor or the pig farm, it was not appropriate. She didn't want to involve ordinary people, no matter how unethical she was. Finally, she decided to burn them somewhere. Strike while the iron is hot. She was still under the disguise effect and couldn't waste time. Yu Chen used Phantom Shift to arrive at the seaside where she had filmed before. There were few people at this time, and it wasn't a popular spot for battles. She took out the small parts of Sue-Liang and buried them with 10 packs of explosives, then lit the explosives and shifted 100 meters away. After the explosion subsided, Yu Chen returned to the scene, piled up the remaining fragments and bones, and blew them up again. Finally, she picked up an iron bucket, used a shovel to collect all the ashes and black pieces on the ground, and poured them into the sea. Refreshing. Killing directly, a minute of satisfaction. Revenge every day, satisfaction every day. Standing at the seaside playing with an earring, Yu Chen felt extremely relaxed. This item was a token that could trigger a chain quest. After completing the quest, she could learn a top-tier healing technique that could cure all diseases and restore 70% of health in one go. She had searched for this technique at the auction house but couldn't find it. Yu Chen, who had crushed some enemies to dust, went home to sleep. She lay in bed with her eyes closed before realizing, damn, why didn't she use magic missile? She had forgotten she was a mage. Yu Chen had a big performance to prepare for in a few days. But before that, she went to the hospital to have a tooth pulled, making room for the magician's false teeth. The false teeth firmly rooted themselves in the numb tooth socket before the anesthesia wore off. The second thing on her agenda was to figure out how to solve the mystery of the secret room in Yuji's study. She couldn't believe Yushan was so clueless after all this time. In this situation, if she were to claim she was a second-time beta player, even a pig would know who leaked the treasures. On June 8th, Yu Chen had to make another trip to Gang City. According to the photos of the jewelry and antiques she had previously sold, she urgently arranged a batch of fake items that looked 80% similar, along with 300 pounds of fake gold bars. Relying on the game backpack and phantom shift, she managed to bring everything back to Yu Qingshan's study. Since there was no urgent need for money at home recently, in her past life, her parents were still moving these treasures when she escaped back. In her past life, Yu Xuanhuan kept asking her for money because he became a beta player and needed a lot of gold. But in this life, he was just an ordinary 9 centimeters warrior. What money did he need? By the time everything was settled, it was already the 10th. On this day, Yu Chen not only called Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua to the hotel where Yu Xuanhuan was staying, she even thought about calling Sui-Tong to the hotel, but the latter had lost an ear and was not in the mood to deal with her. Well, it didn't matter if the female lead didn't come. It was fine if she didn't gain the female lead's trust value. It was even good to create some discord between the male and female leads. Yu Xuanhuan sat on the edge of the bed with his eyes lowered, wearing a look of although I'm not in a good mood, I'll cooperate with whatever my sister wants. After everyone was ready, Yu Chen made sure the hotel room door was securely closed, then returned to the group and said in a mysterious tone, I may have found a way to cure my brother. With that sentence, the two seemingly patient but already impatient people in the room and one person who was impatient inside and out all widened their eyes and looked at her. Yu Chen explained that a few days ago, she was bored waiting for people in the morning, so she played a game. After only 2 hours of playing, the game disappeared, taking her phone with it. Most importantly, the items and skills from the game were brought out by her. She even searched for the game in front of everyone, but found nothing. Not only Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan, but even Ichog was breathing slowed down. She had a bad temper and was impulsive, but she knew Yu Chen's character and that she wouldn't joke about serious matters. Yu Chen lowered her voice even more and took out a tattered gray pouch from her pocket, a 4-grid pouch she obtained from the previous owner of the Fate Gear. Then, in front of everyone, she took out 3 lunchboxes much larger than the gray pouch, and then pulled out a glass test tube the size of a pinky finger, containing a liquid resembling a red gem. She handed the bottle of medicine to Yu Xuanhuan. This is a healing potion from the game. Hurry, try it and see if it works. Yu Xuanhuan tremblingly took the bottle of medicine, looking at Yu Chen with extremely complex emotions in his eyes, disbelief, touched, grateful, and jealous. Yu Chen urged, try it quickly. Yi Qiugua was even more anxious than her, constantly urging Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Qingshan clenched his fists, looking like he wanted to rush up and force the medicine down Yu Xuanhuan's throat. Yu Xuanhuan tilted his head back and drank the potion, then, nothing happened. He stared at his pants with a gloomy expression. He was still a 9 centimeters little boy. This was torturous. Have you ever seen a male lead in a male-oriented novel who was a single-digit figure? 9 centimeters, what's the difference between rounding up and 0? At this moment, Yu Xuanhuan was grateful that he was an actor. She forced a smile and said, even if this doesn't work, now that we know about this miraculous thing, I caught up this time, and you can catch up next time too. Without waiting for the others to speak, she continued, I was going to invite Itong today too, just to let her investigate. This game is so miraculous, I'm definitely not the only one. The Su family is powerful, they must have more information than us ordinary people. After Yu Xuanhuan calmed down, he asked, so what skills did you acquire? It's not really a skill, it's a talent drawn by luck. It can make people lucky or unlucky, modifying a person's luck value, can only be used once a day. She said, smiling, do you want to try? I can make your luck become 10, which is the highest. She had already decided to disguise her divine gift as the Wheel of Fate in the future. This talent was too practical, modifying others' luck was one thing, but being able to choose whether to hide it from the target, this was simply a skill for mischief, hiding when things go wrong, showing when doing good deeds, perfect. Yu Xuanhuan's emotions were complex for a moment. This talent sounded very useful, but it wasn't excessively strong or creating a clear distinction between people, yet he regretted why it wasn't a healing type. However, all these emotions passed in an instant, jealousy dissipated, leaving only touched, truly touched. Such a big secret, Yu Chen actually was willing to tell them. Even though Yu Chen always kept something in reserve, not willing to give them everything even after making money, but at this moment, these grievances began to dissipate. He thought, forget it, in the future, he wouldn't let Sue-Tong suppress her, he would find another way to increase Sue-Tong's sense of crisis. Yu Qingshan's mood was also complicated. Why didn't his son encounter such an adventure? But then he felt warm in his heart. He knew the son he raised. If Yu Xuanhuan had this kind of adventure, he might give himself a sip of soup, but he would never tell everything without reservation. Ichogwa was the same, lamenting why it wasn't her son, yet feeling so touched that her heart was warming, muttering that she was a silly girl, telling everything to her family. Yuchen opened several packets of food, letting everyone eat together, chatting while eating. Then she smiled awkwardly, packed up the bags, indicating that she wouldn't share this. Unlike the discomfort in the past, Yuchen used to give money to the family often, but in the eyes of Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan, who knew the family background, that little money didn't prove anything at all. Yuchen's reservation only made them feel that Yuchen was being calculating. They always felt that Yuchen was keeping something from the family, guarding against them. But now, Yuchen shared such an adventure with them, showing a hint of reservation again. Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan wouldn't think she didn't do enough, just feeling helpless in their hearts. Their daughter/sister was still so stingy. Yuchen didn't have mind-reading skills, couldn't figure out the thoughts of the old and the young, but she followed her plan, staying vigilant. In their past lives, Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa only became players after the game officially invaded. Their talents were ordinary, but she was determined that if either of them hit the talent jackpot, she would immediately eliminate them. During the meal, without Yuchen having to say anything, Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa asked Yu Xuanhuan to go find Sue-Tong to inquire about the news. Yuchen advised, but don't startle the snake. If she's already a player, if you ask like this, she might think you're suspecting her or testing her, then it will hurt the relationship. Yu Xuanhuan nodded repeatedly. Yu Qingshan asked some more detailed questions about the game. Yuchen said everything she could, saying that it was hard to earn money in the game. She played for 2 hours and only earned 2 silver coins and a broken bag. She had bought that bottle of healing potion when she was preparing to leave the city to fight monsters, but just after buying it, without even buying weapons, the game ended. Yu Xuanhuan said in a deep voice, this game should still have a presence, just don't know what the rules are. Yuchen shook her head, you can't find anything online. That day I was curious and wanted to search for the World of Warcraft we played in high school, but I found a similar name and decided to play it. But this game doesn't even have ads, and there's no discussion online. Yu Qingshan commented, that's normal, who wouldn't keep things under wraps, at most telling family members. Ichogwa said, should our family stock up on something? I always feel like things are going to get chaotic. The whole family discussed for a long time before dispersing. Yuchen couldn't help but feel that Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan were treating her better. They used to be affectionate, but now she felt a hint of deliberateness in their interactions, a sense of being part of the family. A few days later, the family gathered again at a hotel, this time with news brought by Yu Xuanhuan that Sue-Tong's ears had been cut off. Without Yuchen needing to speak, Ichogwa said, is this related to your matter? They couldn't get to her before, so they took it out on you. Yu Xuanhuan's expression indicated that he also thought along those lines, but he kept his lips tightly sealed, refraining from making baseless assumptions about others. Yuchen advised, regardless of the situation, since we are about to become family, it's safer for you to go to the Su family than to stay outside. Regardless of the situation, it's probably true, but what if you pretend she's not involved? What do you think? Deep down, Yu Xuanhuan felt uncomfortable. He was sure that the trouble with the Su family had affected him, but he also worried. If it was the enemies of the Su family who did this, would Sue-Tong know about being? He suddenly remembered the inexplicable fainting spell he had on the morning of the 6th. At that time, he thought it was due to unstable routines and low blood sugar, but what if the enemies of the Su family didn't want him to play that game? No, that's not right either. He didn't even know about the game at that time, he just wanted to watch some short videos on a whim. Yu Xuanhuan slumped on the sofa, feeling deflated, just as Yu Chen had said, regardless of the situation. What else could he do? Although everything was going smoothly, Yu Chen was not without worries. The golden casting technique was exclusive to goblins. Even though she had learned it, once she left the game, it turned gray. She had to use her disguise skill to transform into a goblin for the skill to light up. The disguise skill was extremely useful, but it had a long cooldown time. She could only use it a maximum of 4 times a day, so to avoid affecting her daily life, Yu Chen had been transforming into a shiny green goblin for 10 minutes before bed, sitting on the edge of the bed rubbing 3 gold coins before sleeping, so that by the time she woke up in the morning, the cooldown time would be over. After transforming into a goblin, she not only did her daily gold coin rubbing but also invisibly sneaked into Sue-Tong and Liang Yuchuan's bedroom, stealing a bit, not much, just once from each person, then returning home with 60% of her health left. But after only 2 days of stealing, she discovered that Sue-Tong's bedroom, no, almost the entire Su family, was equipped with mist-spraying devices. not only in the garden and the villa but also in all the rooms. She almost immediately left the Sue family upon discovering mist in her room. Then just as she returned home, she found that her invisibility potion had worn off, and she could see her own body. What a lavish display! How many invisibility potions did they use every day? No, weren't they afraid of their furniture getting moldy? No matter how fine and thin the mist was, no matter how high-end the furniture was, could it withstand 24 hours of spraying? But it didn't matter. She drank another invisibility potion and returned to the Sue family. This time, she landed directly under Sue-Tong's bed, where even if she became visible, it wouldn't matter, she would just steal and leave. Looking out from under the bed, she felt relieved to see that the Sue family hadn't noticed her. It seemed she hadn't been discovered. She just didn't know if there were surveillance cameras in Sue-Tong's bedroom, but even if she was caught on camera, it didn't matter. She was so cautious that she would first disguise herself and then drink the invisibility potion. She even wore a swim cap and a mask before disguising herself, and since she needed to transform into a goblin to rub gold coins, she went to the Sue and Liang families every day in goblin form. Due to the Sue family's situation, when she went to Liang Yuchuan's house, she also directly teleported under Liang Yuchuan's bed, only to find herself appearing next to Liang Yuchuan's bed. Looking down, the person had changed beds, and the bottom of the bed was sealed. Fortunately, Liang Jia had not used the visibility potion spray yet. After stealing from Liang Yuchuan, she walked around the wardrobe in Liang Yuchuan's bedroom, mapping out the area for future reference. Yu Chen insisted on checking in at the Sue and Liang families every day. After a month, she had successfully stolen 1 point of intelligence from Sue-Tong and 1 point of strength from Liang Yuchuan. Yu Chen's current attributes were Strength 7+1, Constitution 7, Intelligence 10+1, Agility 18, Luck 10, Max Value, Charisma 10, Max Value. The most worrying thing for her was her professional skills. She knew a lot about the equipment or items that mutated after invading the game, but priorities mattered. Those things wouldn't disappear, and her top priority now was practicing alchemy and engineering. These days, Yu Chen stayed in the villa, maintaining an extremely regular routine. She would practice alchemy in the morning, engineering in the afternoon, and cooking skills during meals. She would then deliberately prepare a meat dish and place it near the cat's nest. Ever since she started using cat toys, there were cats staying overnight at her villa almost every night. In the evenings, she would practice archery on the second floor of the villa and read alchemy or engineering notes before bed. On weekends, she would go to the lake in the villa area to practice fishing. After the game invasion, many fish in the waters had mutated, and only with a sufficient fishing level could she catch higher quality fish. Unfortunately, her alchemy skill soon got stuck at the advanced level, 77/100000. After reaching the advanced level in alchemy, the required herbs could no longer be found in reality, and she could only use those bought from the game, which were now all used up. In the game, the progress bar would indicate successful potion brewing, but in reality, she had to follow instructional videos step by step. Sometimes, brewing a bottle of high-level potion would take over an hour. Despite following each step meticulously, the brewing would still fail, although occasionally, a failure would yield 1 to 2 extra experience points. She had never been this serious even before her college entrance exam. The situation was the same for engineering. The advanced and intermediate levels were completely different worlds. The basic and intermediate levels were straightforward like Western medicine, where once you learned the corresponding knowledge, the correct answer was always correct. However, the advanced level was like traditional Chinese medicine, where each doctor had different answers and treatment plans, sometimes contradicting each other but still effective. Initially, Yu Chen was frustrated by the lack of professionalism, but later, she even forgot about gaining experience points. Sometimes, she would spend the whole day watching alchemy videos in her mind, forgetting to practice engineering. She felt that the female undead instructor in the video was like a conductor of an orchestra, harmonizing all the properties of the medicines without sticking to rigid formulas. Sometimes, minor mistakes in her hands would turn into pleasant surprises. By July, Yu Chen had completely stopped making advanced potions and decided to relearn and brew all the basic and intermediate formulas again. She couldn't help but recall the interview she had seen years ago, where the player solemnly said, "The professional skills learned during the beta test are the real treasure of the beta test. I can craft blue and even purple equipment not because of talent but because of the sewing knowledge I learned from a foreign teacher. Yes, he will always be my teacher. Even if we meet on the battlefield in the future, we will fight to the death. Even if you call me a traitor, I must say, that foreign teacher is my teacher." However, on July 1st, Sue-Tong suddenly said she wanted to treat all the members of the Yu family to a meal. When the young lady invites, it's not an invitation but a notice. Yu Chen tidied up and went to the restaurant. When she entered the private room, she wasn't the last to arrive. Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa were already seated inside. Before coming, Yu Chen not only checked her character panel and packed all her equipment into her bag but also stuffed 236 slot bags into the magician's false teeth. Now she only had one 4-slot bag on her. After waiting for another half an hour, the door to the private room was opened by a bodyguard, and Sue-Liang, wearing a single lens glasses, walked in first. Yu Chen, Yu Qingshan, and Ichogwa stood up with smiles to greet her. Sue-Liang had changed her hairstyle from the exposed ears with long black hair to a side-parted wavy style, perhaps to cover the empty right side of her head. Her expression, however, was no longer as elegant and composed as before. It seemed rather dull, echoing the gloom on Yu Xuanhuan's face beside her. It was hilarious. The male lead became a 9 cm warrior, and the female lead became an ear. Who dares to say they are not a perfect match? Yu Chen didn't bother to look closely at Sue-Liang's new glasses. She could guess that it was probably a prop. People without ears would psychologically reject glasses that need to hang on the ears. Putting them on and taking them off would be a kind of psychological torture, even if it was a single lens glasses. Sue-Liang's glasses were indeed a reconnaissance-type prop. Although not as good as the Soros face mask she had previously obtained, it was still a B-grade prop. Reconnaissance equipment was rare, and finding a B-grade one was a significant gain for the dozen or so people secretly gathered by the Su family's third branch to participate in the beta test. In fact, getting an A-grade prop in the first beta test was a real surprise. Her two brothers. Forget it, the last beta test, let's not mention it. Mentioning beta tests reminds her of ears. As soon as she entered, Sue-Liang immediately used reconnaissance on Yu Chen, but she only saw what Yu Chen wanted her to see. Character, Yu Chen, level 0.001%. Divine gift, unable to probe. Race, human. Race talent, unable to probe. Health, 100 out of 100. Mana, 100 out of 100. Strength, 5. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 7. Luck. Charisma? Yu Chen had no idea that Sue-Liang's glasses were so rubbish. Her smooth and handsome series of operations were like showing off to a blind person. Sue-Liang believed most of what Yu Xuanhuan said upon seeing the 0.001% experience. Yu Chen watched as Sue-Liang's expression softened, and Yu Xuanhuan blinked at her. Yu Chen, stinky. Recently, Yu Xuanhuan couldn't get any information from Sue-Liang even with indirect inquiries. Yesterday, he directly admitted that he knew about the game, thanks to Yu Chen. He originally intended to stop there and not explain why Yu Chen didn't tell Sue-Liang, but to his surprise, Sue-Liang asked when Yu Chen had told him, and Yu Xuanhuan said it was on the 9th or 10th. Sue-Liang immediately eased her expression and said that day Yu Chen had sent her a message to meet at the hotel, saying there was something important to tell her and Yu Xuanhuan, but she had something else to do at the time. She had lost an ear, and half of the family's gold was gone. How could she have the mood to meet a son-in-law? Yu Xuanhuan immediately said, yes, she did mention inviting you. She only trusts a few of us, Itong, we are family, right? Because of this matter, Sue-Liang now had no objections towards Yu Xuanhuan. Although deep down she still thought she was a bit silly for telling someone who hadn't even married her brother yet, putting herself in their shoes, she had only confided in her own family and trusted aides. Thinking about it this way, she found Yu Chen's innocence quite endearing, as if he saw her as family. Today, she came to confirm the truth of his words, even though she had probed a few months ago, back then without any useful investigation tools. Although the divine gift couldn't be detected, with an experience value of only 0.001%, it seemed indeed as she had said, she didn't spend much time playing. However, Sue-Liang didn't tell Yu Xuanhuan about her participation in the closed beta. Some things were better left unsaid, as hearing it from someone else first could hurt feelings to some extent. Although she didn't hold Yu Xuanhuan in high regard, there was no need to make things unpleasant. As for whether Yu Xuanhuan would eventually discover her concealment, in Miss Yu's eyes, it didn't matter. She genuinely liked Yu Xuanhuan's face, but that was as far as it went. As dinner came to an end, Sue-Liang didn't mention that she was already a player. Instead, she agreed to inform them as soon as there was any news. If Yu Chen entered the game again, she wanted to be notified. She still had to go back to set up the Su family's defense system. Recently, her attribute value had decreased by another point. Her brother said it might be temporary, due to the game's instability, but she didn't think so. Otherwise, why hadn't her two brothers lost any attribute points? After seeing Sue-Liang off in the car, Yu Xuanhuan returned to the private room, his expression slightly cold. Yu Chen asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Xuanhuan shook his head and whispered, "She's definitely a player, she's hiding it from us." Yu Qingshan asked, "What do you mean? Do you have evidence?" Yu Xuanhuan pursed his lips, her ear was injured, yes, her entire right ear is gone. On the 6th, it was there, but on the 14th, she changed her hairstyle. She didn't have a bandage or any medication. She most likely used something from the game. Can the healing potion in the game heal wounds? Yu-chin shrugged. I only had that one bottle. I gave it to you. I never used it. Yu Xuanhuan sighed helplessly. Why didn't you buy a few more bottles? After saying that, he couldn't help but feel that he truly regarded Yu-chen as his own. Are you deaf? Did you hear me? I'll cut you in half again, leaving you with only 4.5 centimeters. Yu-chen maintained his smile and angrily drank a glass of cola. After dealing with Sue-Tong and Yu Xuanhuan, Yu-chen didn't rush back to the villa to study. Today, Sue-Tong's glasses had given her a great sense of crisis. The Soros mask no longer provided her with a sense of security, even though currently, items below S rank couldn't see through the modified information of the mask. But what if? What if someone was that lucky to get an S rank reconnaissance tool on their first closed beta? Rationally, she knew it was impossible. In her past life, the best reconnaissance tool she had seen was only A rank, on par with the Soros glasses. But she didn't dare to gamble. The thought of someone using an S-rank reconnaissance tool on her, and the next moment her personal panel hologram above her head lighting up with the number of divine gifts almost catching up to her attribute count, made her restless. She couldn't sleep until midnight, simply couldn't fall asleep. She got up and started packing her bags. She decided to go find the third woman of the male lead tomorrow to try her luck. The Soros mask was with the main wife, the glasses were with the second wife, and the last component might just be with the smallest one. She naturally knew the male lead's little wife. This little wife only lost because she appeared late, but her power was no less than that of the Su and Liang families. The Han family's influence was in City B. In the second year of the game's invasion, the Han family was driven out of City B by several other families, only retreating to City S where they had long laid their plans. She couldn't help but wonder, is City S a place for collecting junk? They retreat as soon as they decide to. But it was still early in the morning, and after Yu-chen returned, she hadn't even collected today's gold coins. She simply transformed into a goblin, conjured up 3 gold coins for the day, then stealthily went under Sue-Tong's bed. Well, no one was there. She searched around and thought, well, the Su family's 2 brothers would do no harm in stealing from them. Lately, she had become quite bold, discovering that after the Su family's visibility potion wore off, they occasionally drank high-level invisibility potions and roamed around the Su family's residence. She sneaked into the floor where the 2 brothers were. She had considered stealing from these 2 before, but one was a tyrant and the other an athlete, hardly ever at home. Today, the second brother, Su Jinxian, was home, the first time she had seen him at home since the second closed beta. Su Jinxian had followed the path of an archer in his past life, a top archer athlete before the game invasion, and within a month of the game's release, he became the Su family's top combat force. How could the son-in-law not be bullied? Su Jinxian was the one the Su family loved to bully the male lead, often stepping on him. Just as there are top-tier sister-in-laws in female-oriented novels, there are top-tier elder brothers-in-law in son-in-law novels. Before marriage, they could maintain basic etiquette, but after marriage, everything seemed unpleasant. However, with the female lead protecting him, Su Jinxian couldn't go too far, or she would stand up for herself. Yu-chen, Shinjin, what's it got to do with you? Yak Sunhoon occasionally took Yu-chen to participate in the Su family's team activities, claiming it was to repay his sister. But Yu-chen always felt like he was being pushed out to attract attention. During battles, Su Jinxian would ask her to lure monsters ahead, sometimes shooting arrows off target at a slow pace, seemingly easy to dodge by anyone, but she would get hurt trying to avoid those arrows. She had a temper too. In her past life, after every team battle, she would tell Yak Sunhoon not to call her next time, even though the Su family would allocate materials or equipment to her based on contributions. Although many items were precious, she could spend more time to get them. At times like these, Yak Sunhoon would give her his share of the spoils, apologizing, saying he just wanted to help his sister and that he longed for family by his side, and so on. Then he would complain about Su Jinxian to her, even discussing his skills and personality, suggesting she avoid him and so on. At that time, Yu-chen felt touched and helpless, but mostly angry. You're the one being wronged, and now you want me to suffer too? Am I the one marrying into the family or are you? But now that she saw through Yak Sunhoon's true nature and thought about these strange behaviors, she couldn't help but suspect that Yak Sunhoon was trying to incite her hatred towards Su Jinxian, guiding her to play as Su Jinxian and replace him. Later, when she found out she didn't follow his guidance, he stopped letting her participate in the Su family's activities. Could it be that the conflicts between her and the Liang family and the Han family were also incited by Yak Sunhoon? Damn it, if that's the case, why didn't you just tell me directly? She didn't actively harm others, but she had no moral bottom line. If you kept insisting, she would agree, right? Yu Chen looked at Su Jinxian on the bed, getting angrier the more she thought about it. Anyway, the Olympics had passed, the next one was in 80 years, long gone. Yu Chen didn't need to carry any heavy ideological burdens when taking action. She first used the Gear of Fate on Su Jinxian to change his luck to 1, then began using I want this, and this repeatedly. Tonight, she wasn't planning on sleeping. After dealing with Su Jinxian, she would go see Liang Yuchuan, then head straight home to drive to the airport. After stealing for over an hour, Yu Chen managed to steal 3 points of agility and 1 point of intelligence from Su Jinxian, and she was satisfied with her gains. Intelligence, 11 plus 1 agility, 18 plus 3 just with the agility attribute alone, she was already comparable to a level 2 player with full agility. Yet, she was still at level 0. Yu Chen had no intention of going all out against Su Jinxian, as she knew Su Jinxian would later meet her end at the hands of the male lead. He favored Liang Yuchuan, so wouldn't she have to die anyway? Not only that, before his death, he caused a lot of trouble for the male lead, with schemes, exploitation, sarcasm, stealing from the male lead, and more, akin to a female protagonist in a genderbender novel. After stealing 4 attribute points, Yu Chen immediately began searching Su Jinxian for any equipment. And indeed, she found one, a plain cloth belt that, when worn, increased constitution by 1. She wasn't impressed by the slight boost, but the belt was just too dirty. It seemed like it had been soaked in pig lard for 10 years by a butcher before being air-dried. This was a cloth belt, more like a piece of rag than a belt. Oh well, she couldn't be picky. She tossed the belt into her backpack. It could fetch her a few dozen silver coins at least. After leaving the Su family, Yu Chen hurried to Liang Yuchuan's dressing room. Recently, the Liang family had also installed a visibility potion spray device, but like the Su family, they only had basic visibility potions. Liang Yuchuan had been going through a rough time lately because she knew modern technology couldn't fix her hand, and she refused to use prosthetics. So, she had been desperately searching for players. Not only that, many of the Liang family's trusted aides had also joined the game. At the same time, she suspected that Liang Hui might be involved. Why else would Liang Hui have died on the same day she lost her hand? With her Soros glasses, she knew he was a player too, but she hadn't exposed him yet. Despite investigating everyone Liang Hui had recently met, they found nothing. With no progress in the investigation, during the second closed beta, she discovered her in-game character was missing an arm. Liang Yuchuan's recent mental state was extremely alarming. Besides her family, hardly anyone dared to approach her. After stealing for over an hour, Liang Yuchuan also gained +1 constitution. She immediately returned to her villa, poured herself a large cup of coffee, cooked 3 large bowls of meat dishes, placed them in front of the cat's nest, patted the heads of the 3 cats inside, and then came out of the villa to drive to the airport herself. Although she could have teleported directly to the airport, as long as she wasn't up to no good, she pretended not to have that skill, allowing anyone tracking her movements to find something. At the airport, she informed Yu Qingshan and the others that she was heading to Beijing. She had found information on potential players on a forum and wanted to investigate. Yu Qingshan and the others believed her without a doubt. While waiting for her flight, she closed her eyes and visualized a video of the undead female mentor brewing basic potions in her mind. A cautious voice interrupted her thoughts, a young girl asking if she was Yu Chen. Yu Chen was momentarily stunned, recalling various enemies and fugitives from her past life but failing to recognize the girl. The prolonged silence made the girl anxious, thinking she had upset Yu Chen, and quickly apologized, saying she couldn't resist reaching out after not hearing from her for so long. Ah, was she a fan? Such a distant memory. Such pure and awkward admiration. Yu Chen lowered her mask, chatted with the girl for a while, and even bought her a coffee, but having experienced all sorts of extraordinary talents bestowed by the gods, she declined giving an autograph. Even after boarding the plane, Yu Chen couldn't shake off the incident. The troubles of the entertainment industry seemed like a thing of the past, and even being manipulated into bed by Lu Zhanglu felt like child's play now. She had almost fallen into a trap set by Han Qianshan and Han Qianhai to end up in bed with an alien race. Sui Tong, although mischievous, mostly uses her influence to overpower others, avoiding dirty tricks. She lets others snatch her resources, anticipates her urgent material needs and buys up everything available in the market, forcefully takes her high-level mission items, and so on. Liang Yuchuan is ruthless. She dislikes those who resort to physical violence instead of verbal confrontation, preferring direct harm to psychological torment. Her motto is, physical abuse is more effective than emotional torture. The Han siblings are both sinister and venomous, appearing affectionate on the surface but employing underhanded tactics, even attempting to contract others as their slaves. Each of them is deeply troubled. Yu Xuanhuan is a trifling character, being from a trifling family, right? She can't understand why these three women waste time targeting her instead of each other, even the male friends of the male lead. She suspects Yu Xuanhuan is involved somehow, but lacks evidence. As she nears the end, the details of the book she saw are fading from memory. Even if she remembers, the contents are likely embellished. The book is insignificant, her feelings are paramount. The Han sisters must be taken care of properly. Yu Qin stood in City B, calling the Gun King to inquire about the underground passage in B City. Gun King, first, go to XX Bank, then head north for XX kilometers. There's a McKing there. When you enter, ask for the Crazy Wednesday combo. If they say they don't have it, ask for a $2 ice cream cone. Refuse the cone and have them put the ice cream in a cup. They'll guide you from there. Yu Chen, why is it that finding the back door of a bar is enough to access the underground passage in City S? Gun King, oh, because what you entered back then wasn't a real underground market. Yu Chen, incredulous, holding her head, impossible. Absolutely impossible. I was buying weapons in there. And you say it's not an underground market? Gun King, well, it was fortunate you ran into me. I was just going up to buy coffee. If you want to find the underground passage in City S, you need to go to XX Cafe, ask for a 2L cup of black coffee. If they say they don't have that size, tell them you brought your own beans. Show them a 1G gold bean, and they'll lead you in. Yu Qin fell silent for a long time, sighing. People in the capital are truly sincere. Gun King, I'll wait for your call. With that, he hung up. Why all this ambiguity? Yu Qin smirked, not planning to call him back. A few minutes later, Yu Qin sat on the curb across the street, calling the Gun King. She felt like having a drink to ease her worries. Gun King, what's wrong? Couldn't get in? Yu Qin looked at McKing across the street. Well, he took me to a door, then just stared at me. I understood, of course I did. I took out a wad of cash to give him, but he refused and kicked me out. Gun King, they only accept gold, not cash. They want 2G. Yu Chen, why didn't you mention that earlier? Gun King, just letting you experience the sincerity of the capital. Yu Chen. After receiving information about the Han family, Yu Chen went out and found a massage parlor, opting for a 3-hour package. While getting a massage, she planned to stay awake tonight. She needed to finish quickly and return to continue her alchemy class. It was already July 3rd, and the third closed beta test was on October 10th. She aimed to master alchemy as much as possible. Being the 88th masseuse, only true experts received such prestigious numbers. Yu Qin slept for 3 hours during the massage, feeling as though she had rested a whole night. She glanced at the masseuse, thinking that his massage skills might become a digitalized skill in the game once it launched. Yu Qin didn't go to find a hotel again. She could pay to stay at the massage parlor. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras in the room, she booked this massage room and asked the attendant to wake her up at 8 in the morning. After the attendant left, Yu Qin carefully checked again to make sure there were no cameras. She locked the room, casually placed her bag on the massage bed, walked to the bathroom, used the illusion spell, and then shifted her illusion to a SF Express station not far from the dark market entrance. It wasn't good to have someone deliver goods to the scene every time. She didn't like her habits being figured out. She directly obtained the transport schedule of the express delivery. At this time every day, a transport vehicle would stop at this station, unload the goods at this station, and continue driving. The 7th station was closest to the Han family, only 5 kilometers away. Although it was a bit troublesome, she had never been to the Han family before, couldn't use illusion shift, and didn't have a clear image in her mind. She was afraid of bumping into Han Xinshan. By riding a Real SF Express vehicle, Yu Qin arrived at the Han family before dark, outside the estate. Nowadays, not living in the estate disqualified one from being a burden to the husband, right? Yu Qin took a deep breath and, relying on her rich experience in home invasion, quickly found Han Xinshan. As for Han Xianhai, like herself, they were both relatives of the male and female leads, but she couldn't compare her treatment with Han Xianhai's. Han Xianshan and Han Xianhai were truly like siblings. Even though Han Xianshan fell in love with Yu Xuanhuan later, she wouldn't hurt Han Xianhai for Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Chen was envious of her past life. Today's main task was Soros, not revenge. Yu Chen walked straight into Han Xianshan's room with the potion and skillfully slipped in. Damn, Han Xianshan's bed was solid, made of wood underneath. Yu Chen sat cross-legged at the foot of the bed, thankful that she had learned the illusion spell. She didn't look at Han Xianshan with lowered eyes. People were sometimes magical, even in their sleep, they could sense others' gaze. As usual, she used Gear of Fate to reduce Han Xianshan's luck to 1, then knocked him unconscious on the floor for safety, and began drinking the basic healing potion without regard for cost, using I want this and this on Han Xianshan. Intelligence +1, intelligence +1, Soros hat +1, stop. She had seen this hat in her past life. So, this thing was really a standard for the female lead. She couldn't wait to check Soros' hat. Soros said hat, 3/3, A level. Even if a diviner could cross the river of fate, well, I mean if their skills and props were at A level or below, they still couldn't trace you without wearing it. When she took off the Soros set glasses and Soros set mask and placed them together with the hat, the black hat, gold-framed glasses, and silver mask emitted a faint light, slowly transforming into a delicate silver pocket watch. Soros time, you don't need to know who I am, where I am, or what I'm doing. I'm in a hurry. Skill 1, Disguise. You can disguise everything you want, and the disguise takes effect immediately. Skill 2, Investigation. You can investigate anything you want to know. When investigating detailed information, it consumes 10 mana points per second, and you can activate energy saving mode to display only basic information about characters/items, consuming 1 mana point per minute. Skill 3, Concealment. You cannot be divined by anyone or anything, and when someone tries to divine your whereabouts, you will sense their presence. Soros is the strongest. Even if an SS level comes, they can only see a fog. I'm telling you, Soros, set skill, I'm in a hurry. After use, you will teleport to where you were looking, up to 5 meters, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Jackpot. Yu Chen took a deep breath and immediately activated the energy saving mode for exploration. Now, she found that the players in her field of vision were just like when playing games, with a line of blue microlight forming fonts above their heads, displaying their names, levels, and percentages of health and mana. For example, Han Xianshan's display showed, Han Xianshan, level 0, 100% 100%. Yu Chen suppressed her excitement and used several skills on Han Xianshan. Constitution +1, walk away. Then she went to Han Xianhai's room downstairs. The Fate gear was still cooling down, so she could only give him the Feint and Rob God combo. She was busy until dawn and only gained 2 points in Constitution. When she left the Han family estate, her main data was as follows: Health, 150-150, Mana, 200-200, Strength, 8, Constitution, 8+3, Intelligence, 12+2, Agility, 21, Luck, 10, maxed out, Charm, 10, maxed out. Her health was finally increasing. Constitution was a comprehensive attribute related to her vitality, defense, magic resistance, mental resistance, and health recovery speed. Her initial constitution was only 6, and when her constitution increased before, her health did not change. However, once her constitution exceeded 10, every additional point would increase her health by 50 points. With each level up, there would be growth, but the growth value during leveling up was not fixed. People with higher constitution would have a higher bonus during level up. The same applied to mana, which had now reached 300 due to the increase in intelligence. Yu Chen hung her pocket watch around her neck, hiding it in her underwear. She wished she could have a pocket with a password lock on her underwear to secure the watch inside. Although the disguised information still worked by just putting it in her bag, to prevent divination, she had to wear it. Moreover, to use item skills, she had to wear it, especially since Soros' set skills were too practical not to use. Since she had hitchhiked all the way to the Han family, she had seen the map along the way. Even though the Han family was over 30 kilometers away from the massage parlor, she could use Phantom Shift now. With an intelligence of 14, she could move 14 kilometers each time. After 3 Phantom Shifts, Yu Chen returned to the restroom of the massage parlor. She took a bath, changed clothes, unlocked the door, went to bed, and avoided sudden death. When the waiter came in at 8 o'clock to wake her up, she simply set 3 more alarms and went out for lunch at noon. She needed to think about what gifts to leave for Han Xianshan and Han Xianhai. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the slave formation she had once engraved on her back. Back then, it was Yu Xuanhuan who rushed to save her, but now, with her upgraded pig brain 2.0, she felt something was wrong. Why didn't you come earlier or later? You arrived only after I finished the formation and recited the spell? Reluctant, she couldn't bear to kill Han Xianshan in one stroke. She had to torture him before killing him to clear her mind. Otherwise, she would always feel a sense of emptiness, like walking into a buffet after 10 days of hunger and ending up overeating chicken and vegetable salad for health reasons. If she killed her enemy in one stroke, she would slap herself awake in the middle of the night for the rest of her life, asking, "Did you just kill him like that? Like she did to Yu Xuanhuan? Or should she do something illegal to the Han siblings?" Unexpectedly, the tomato mechanism did not allow it. Since she was already here, Yu Chen couldn't just sit idle. Whenever she had free time now, she felt restless, wondering if she was sick. She even went to the dark market to ask a doctor, but the doctor there lacked ethics and told her it wasn't an illness but rather a character flaw. Yu Chen. Damn, what a poisonous tongue. No wonder he couldn't become a proper doctor. But since this was the only hospital around with a wide range of services, she left 2 strands of hair for the doctor to test, one after using her disguise skill and the other her own, to check her DNA. While waiting for the results, she planned to look for the mutated props in City B that she had heard about in her past life. She didn't consider anything too big, nor items suitable for mass production on the battlefield, or personal items highly cherished by individuals. It would be best if the owner had a grudge against themselves. But even after finishing a cup of coffee at the cafe, she couldn't recall anything, because any mutated prop that became famous either drastically changed the owner's life or brought disaster upon them. She didn't want to get involved in the former, and the latter was indeed quite rare. The national order had not collapsed, although there was darkness everywhere. Overall, people were united in resisting the foreign races. Moreover, in times of chaos, using heavy-handed measures, the force that destroyed the pet hospital also paid a hefty price later on. After much contemplation, she could only think of a brother of the male lead, a man named Yi Dong. He and Yu Xuanhuan had known each other before the game Invasion. Both were game streamers and friends. After the 3rd closed beta, he ran to City S to seek refuge with the male lead. During that time, he even pursued her. At that time, she didn't understand why a man who had nothing to offer would act so superior in front of her. He showed no care or affection, just sweet talk, and even after she rejected him, he thought she didn't know any better. Constantly saying, "I like you, be my girlfriend," in such circumstances wasn't pursuit but harassment. Although Yu Xuanhuan didn't speak up for him, she didn't stop him either. Looking back now, it was probably because both of them were gamers at that time, so they looked down on ordinary people? Yi Dong's innate talent wasn't strong, just a mere rank. In the male and female lead teams all over City S, he wasn't impressive enough, even her rank talent was better than his. However, Yi Dong possessed a mutated prop after the game Invasion, allowing him to stay by the male lead side. It was a small figurine he had been playing with for years, which turned into his contracted pet after mutating. It could grow in size to be a puppet or a soldier, activate skills, with attributes at 80% of the owners, and even resurrect if killed. The most remarkable thing was that the contracted item, like bound equipment, couldn't be stolen, even if the owner died. She had no intention of taking Yi Dong's possession. Although Yi Dong was foolish, all he did was talk big, have a bad attitude, look at her in a lewd manner, and occasionally comment on how lenient the male lead was towards his sister. He would also go with a few others and the puppet to lure monsters, with the puppet protecting everyone but itself. It wasn't a crime punishable by death. Yu Chen considered herself a very tolerant person. She believed in tit for tat, an eye for an eye, but she wouldn't go as far as wiping out someone's entire family at the drop of a hat. So, she found Yi Dong's home, located the familiar small figurine dressed flamboyantly and holding a sword, took out a dagger, chopped off the figurine's 2 small arms, shaved its head, and then left Yi Dong's house with these scattered pieces. Passing by an alley, she casually crushed the 2 cute little arms, a small sword, and the scalp layer, sprinkling the ashes into a trash can. Sighing as she stood by the roadside, Yu Chen thought to herself, perhaps she was what they called a living bodhisattva. It was late at night, and Yu Chen, who had completely lost her daily routine, appeared once again in Han Xinshan's room. It was already 2 a.m., and this person was still awake? Although Yu Chen had used a disguise spell, she felt it wasn't safe and quickly drank a bottle of invisibility potion. Then she watched as Han Xinshan smashed things around, and soon Han Xianhai also entered, both looking very upset. Did you find out who did it? No, only our attributes have dropped. #Yuan%. Yuan at my top hat is also missing. It must be a skill for stealing things. If I find out who this scoundrel is, I'll skin him alive. What if he comes back to steal again? We still don't know if attribute points can be increased again. Both the Yuan Li families have inquired, and nothing like this has happened. Yu Chen felt relieved watching their agitation. The more irritable they became, the more she knew she was doing the right thing. When she heard about the Yu family, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be related to Yu Qingshan's family? But it was none of her business. After being reborn, she had taken the time to verify her DNA, and it turned out that she, Yu Qingshan, Ichiogwa, and Yu Xuanhuan were indeed related. Her dream of being a true young lady was completely shattered. Yu Chen simply stood in the corner with her eyes closed, resting until Han Xianhai left. She waited a while longer, making sure Han Xianfan had fallen asleep before giving her a feint. After all, fainting in your sleep was different from fainting while awake. The former only made you suspect you slept like a log, while the latter would be remembered the next day. Due to the tomato mechanism, she could only steal some attributes and equipment. Yu Chen stayed in City B for a week until she received the DNA results. The similarity between her disguised hair DNA and her actual hair DNA was only 99.5%, which was basically the similarity between two strangers' DNA. It seemed that in the future, she wouldn't need to wear a swim cap when using the disguise skill. During this time, Yuchen kept busy, visiting the Han family every night without fail. She vowed to be a good person from now on. No more causing trouble or messing with people, she was going to study seriously. As soon as she arrived at the airport, she saw Yu Xuanhuan waiting outside to pick her up. Yu Chen. Sometimes she truly admired Yu Xuanhuan's level of service. No wonder he could attract 3 women. She had said she would return yesterday at noon, but what about Yu Xuanhuan? With a bit of stubble on his face, a tired look in his eyes, and a cold breakfast in his hand. It was all in the details, signaling, although I don't know your flight time, I came to the airport early to wait for you. Why the hell didn't you just ask me what time I'd arrive? Yu Chen was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes, holding back yawns. She was really exhausted. Let's go, back home. I found someone who seems to be a player, but I haven't contacted them yet. You might even know that person. On the way, she shared the information she had gathered. It's not good to openly inquire about this matter. Everyone is keeping it a secret. We didn't actually meet the person we saw this time. We were both on guard against each other. Later, I changed my approach to inquire if anything strange had happened, and that's when I found out something. Do you know a game streamer named Yixuez Haidong? Has his gaming skills suddenly become very powerful? Yu Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Yes, we are good friends. We've known each other for a long time. Not long ago, we even mentioned him in our game group, saying it was as if he suddenly had an epiphany. Yu Chen, well, when I chatted with that player, we also talked about Yedong. He suspects that Yedong has a skill related to his voice. I watched his live broadcasts, and every time he shouted something like stand up and hold on, I believe in you, their team suddenly became very powerful. Yu Xuanhuan, what the heck? Yu Chen explained, I've told you about divine talents, right? Divine talents are all sorts of strange abilities. If I can control people's luck for a short period, then other players might be able to influence others with their voices. On the way back home, after handing over the matter of Yedong to Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Chen didn't bother with it anymore. Now that Yu Xuanhuan was just an ordinary person, this time, the ordinary person in front of Yedong had changed from herself to him. Whether he could go from being friends with Yedong to becoming good brothers depended on his own abilities. Yu Chen didn't let Yu Xuanhuan accompany her back to that small villa. She didn't like outsiders stepping into her territory. She planned to sell the villa in a while and buy a small apartment with a dungeon entrance. Whether exchanging resources with the authorities or brushing instances on her own, it was a good choice. After having a meal at the Yu family's place, she declined Yu Sun's offer to send her back to the villa and went home by herself. Then she started to seclude herself for studying. It could only be said that she wasn't a top student before because she hadn't found the right major. In the following period, Yu Chen earnestly and almost devoutly went through all the basic and intermediate alchemy formulas. Each formula came with an alchemy video, and she made an effort to remember every move of the undead instructor in the videos. After watching a total of 400 basic and intermediate formulas, she started watching them all over again and noticed that the undead female instructor in the videos would occasionally provide some explanations. Yu Chen, teacher, you're too powerful. Perhaps to a true scholar, races other than the Blue Star people and the undead were no different. Just like how goblins didn't care about war and glory, only about money and business. Once their professional skills reached legendary level, all they cared about was the inheritance of their craft. She didn't dwell on it too much but cherished it all. Occasionally getting stuck in a dead end, she would cook a meal for the cats outside. The Meow Meowin was indeed true to its name, with cats coming and going, but none stayed for long. A cat would stay for a maximum of 3 days, and while there were some stray cats in the villa area, they only came occasionally for food but never stayed. Although Yu Chen liked cats, she had no intention of keeping one. She was too busy, often going out for various matters. Where would she find the time to care for a pet that needed constant attention? This kind of relationship suited her just fine. She only needed to make some low-salt, lightly seasoned meat dishes when practicing her cooking skills, and leave them outside for the cats. She could pet and cuddle different cats, but without the responsibility. An open relationship with the cats. The food she made for the cats, although made from the most common meats in the real world, had beneficial effects when consumed. Some dishes would temporarily increase strength, while others would boost speed. The taste was excellent, enjoyed by both the cats and Yu Chen. Although the skills learned from the other world were taught through videos playing in her mind bit by bit, it was still different from following along while watching a video. After all, the former was directly projected into her mind, eliminating a reaction time but continuously reinforcing memory. In just half a year, Yu Chen transformed from someone not skilled in cooking to a master chef with knowledge of hundreds of recipes. Once you know one, you know them all. Now, even if she didn't follow a recipe, the dishes she randomly cooked tasted good, just without the added benefits. She hadn't ordered takeout in a long time because the food she made was much tastier than what she could buy outside. Some dishes had the effect of becoming more focused no matter what you do after eating, even if the effect only lasted a few minutes. She found that her learning efficiency during those minutes was higher, easily noticing details in the alchemy videos that she had previously overlooked. Yu-Chin spent half a day baking over 1,000 cookies that could enhance focus when consumed, eating them while studying. In August, Yu-Chin found time to return to the company to officially terminate her contract and then issued a statement of withdrawal from the circle. It was better for her current situation to stay away from the public eye. What she said to Yu-Sun about Yi-Dong being discovered behaving strangely wasn't a lie. Look, even in Yu-Sun's gaming group, they were discussing Yi-Dong's changes, right? To ordinary people, such changes might only spark a bit of gossip, but for gamers, they could quickly relate it to the game. She suspected that in her past life, Yi-Dong might have suddenly moved to City S to find Yu-Sun because she was discovered. So, she came to seek refuge with a friend she could trust. The news of Yu-Chen's withdrawal from the circle caused a stir online for a few days. People dug up the recent incident of a death in her talent agency and her manager being involved, speculating if she had been harmed in some way. Yu-Chen answered all the questions she could, not caring much about these empty titles. However, that didn't mean she was willing to bear a bad reputation for no reason, or have people speculate about sordid things. I'm fine, not hurt, just tired. I want to rest for a while and live the life I truly want. I didn't become rich overnight or marry into wealth. I just checked my savings, and it's enough for me. Yes, I was the one selling handbags in those photos. I never liked them, but it was part of being a celebrity. Now that I've left the industry, I can sell all these things I don't need. If I were really struggling to make ends meet, I wouldn't have left the industry. Thank you for your concern. The company is good, we part on good terms. I don't have a rich boyfriend, I'm not interested in dating or getting married. I don't want to spend other people's money, mine is enough for me. Yu-Chen was confident, as if she wasn't the one who recently raided the Su family for gold. Yu-Chen was moved to tears, stifling a yawn. She was really exhausted. Let's go home. I found someone who might be a player, but I haven't contacted them. You might know them. On the way, she shared the information she had gathered. It's not good to openly inquire about this matter. Everyone is keeping it secret. We didn't actually meet the person we saw this time, we were both cautious. I changed my approach to find out if anything strange happened, and I discovered something. Do you know a game streamer named Izues Hedong? Has his gaming skills suddenly improved? Yu Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. Yes, we're good friends. We've known each other for a long time. We even talked about him in our gaming group recently, saying it's like he suddenly had an epiphany. Yu-Chen continued, later, when I talked to that player, we discussed Yi-Dong. He suspects Yi-Dong has a skill related to his voice. I watched his live streams, and every time he shouted motivational phrases like, stand up and hold on, I believe in you, their team suddenly became very powerful. Yu Xuanhuan asked, what kind of skill is that? Yu-Chen explained, I've told you about bestowed talents, right? They can be quite peculiar. I can temporarily control people's luck. So, other players might be able to influence others with their voices. On the way home, Yu-Chen handed off the matter of Yi-Dong to Yu Xuanhuan and didn't dwell on it. Yu Xuanhuan was still an ordinary person, and whether he could transition from being a regular person in front of Yi-Dong to becoming his good friend depended on his own abilities. Yu-Chen didn't let Yu Xuanhuan accompany her back to the small villa. She didn't like outsiders stepping into her territory. She planned to sell the villa soon and buy a small apartment with a dungeon entrance. Whether exchanging resources with the official or soloing dungeons, both were good choices. After having a meal at the Yu family's house, she declined Yu Xuanhuan's offer to drive her back to the villa and went home by herself. Then she began to focus on her studies. She realized she wasn't a top student before because she hadn't found the right field. Over the next period, Yu-Chen diligently and almost devoutly went through all the basic and intermediate alchemy formulas. Each formula came with an alchemy video, and she made an effort to memorize every move of the undead instructor in the videos. After going through a total of 400 basic and intermediate formulas, she started watching them all over again and noticed that the undead female instructor in the videos occasionally provided explanations. Yu-Chen said, Teacher, you're too fierce. Perhaps to true scholars, races other than the Blue Star people and the undead were no different. Just like goblins didn't care about war and glory but only about money and business, once their professional skills reached legendary levels, they focused solely on passing on their expertise. She didn't dwell on it but cherished it all. Occasionally getting lost in thought, she would cook a meal for the cats outside. Meow Meowan was indeed a place where cats came and went, but none of them stayed for long. At most, a cat would not linger for more than 3 days. There were some stray cats in the villa area, but they only came occasionally for a meal and never stayed. Although Yu Chen liked cats, she had no intention of keeping one. She was too busy, always out and about, with no time to care for a pet that required constant attention. This kind of relationship suited her just fine. She only needed to cook a little extra meat with less salt and seasoning while practicing her cooking skills, and leave it outside for the cats. She could pet and cuddle different cats without any responsibility. An open relationship with the cats. The food she made for the cats, although made from the most common meats in the real world, had beneficial effects when consumed. Some cats would temporarily increase their strength after eating, while others would boost their speed. The taste was excellent, and both the cats and Yu Chen loved it. Although the skills learned from another world were taught through videos playing in her mind, following along was still different from watching a video and doing it yourself. After all, the former was directly projected into the person's mind, eliminating a reaction time but continuously reinforcing memory. In just half a year, Yu Chen went from someone not skilled in cooking to a master chef proficient in hundreds of recipes. Once you know one, you know them all. Now, even if she didn't follow a recipe, the dishes she randomly cooked tasted good, just without the added benefits. She hadn't ordered takeout in a long time because the food she made was much tastier than what she could buy outside. Plus, there were a few dishes that, when consumed, had the effect of becoming more focused no matter what you do. Even if the effect only lasted a few minutes, she found her learning efficiency to be higher during those minutes. She could easily notice details in alchemy videos that she had previously overlooked. Yu Chen spent half a day baking over 1,000 cookies that could enhance focus when consumed, eating them while learning. In August, Yu Chen took the time to officially terminate her contract with the company and posted her withdrawal statement. She preferred to stay out of the public eye now. What she had told Yu Xuanhuan about Yi Dong's unusual discovery wasn't a lie. After all, weren't people in Yu Xuanhuan's gaming group discussing Yi Dong's changes? To ordinary people, such changes might only spark a bit of gossip, but for gamers, it quickly brought thoughts of the game. She suspected that in her past life, Yi Dong might have suddenly moved to City S to find Yu Xuanhuan because he had been discovered. So, he came to seek refuge with a friend he could trust. The news of Yu Chen's withdrawal caused a stir online for a few days. People dug up the recent incident where someone from her management company had died, and her manager was involved, speculating if she had been harmed in some way. Yu Chen answered what she could. She didn't care about these false rumors, but that didn't mean she was willing to inexplicably bear a bad reputation or have people speculate about unsavory things. I'm fine, I haven't been harmed. I just feel tired and want to rest for a while, to live the life I truly want. I haven't struck it rich, nor have I married into wealth. I just calculated my savings, and it's enough for me. Yes, the person selling bags in the picture is me. I don't actually like these things, but it was necessary for my career as a celebrity. Now that I've withdrawn, I can sell off all these unnecessary items. If I were really in dire need of money to survive, I wouldn't have withdrawn. Thank you for your concern. The company is good, we part on good terms. I don't have a rich boyfriend, I'm not looking to date or get married. I'm not interested in spending other people's money, my money is enough for me alone. Yu Chen stood her ground confidently, as if she hadn't been the one to recently raid the Su family for gold. At the end of August, Yu Chen had already watched the beginner and intermediate alchemy videos for the 7th time. On this day, she realized she hadn't done anything but watched alchemy videos for hours. Her alchemy experience was stirred, even though it only increased by 1 point after several hours. Yu Chen began to remake beginner magic potions. Then she noticed that things felt different. Unlike before when she strictly followed the videos step by step, now she felt much more freedom while making potions. Yes, freedom. Sometimes she could even deviate from the steps in the videos. Although the potions she made were not much different from the original versions, she had a feeling that at that moment, she truly stepped into the doorway of alchemy. In the early morning, after making 3 gold coins as a goblin, Yu Chen went to sleep. She hadn't been going to Sue-Liang Yuchuan's house to fleece wool lately. Maybe it was because her attributes were getting lower, as she hadn't sold anything in a month. She couldn't spend every night under someone's bed, drinking potions, and stealing. She wasn't short of potions and it wasn't worth it. The early game beginner healing potions were valuable. Yu Chen simply stopped fleecing wool, slept well, regained her energy, and continued studying efficiently the next day. But Yu Chen's good mood came to a sudden halt at the beginning of September. Because Yu Xuanhuan moved to the same villa area, just 2 kilometers away from her villa. Yu Qinshan Ichogwa even invited her to the new villa for a meal. The security booth was much larger than her own. The house was bare, without any appliances, and the food was still ordered and delivered from the restaurant. Yu Chen looked genuinely happy for her good little brother. Before Ichogwa and Yu Qingshan could speak, she said, "I'll take care of the appliances. Just a little favor, right?" She wouldn't even consider giving anything from Yu Xuanhuan's game, not even Su Jinchuan's plain white cloth belt, in advance. But a few million? By next year, that price might not even buy a piece of blue equipment. She would eventually get it back double from Yu Xuanhuan. Assessing Yu Xuanhuan's condition, she found nothing unusual. She couldn't figure out if Yu Xuanhuan had been affected. But Yu Chen didn't avoid the dishes Yu Xuanhuan had touched. Although she could avoid it, when sharing a dish, she wouldn't let herself slip up on such a small matter. Many things are lost in the details. In less than a week, Yu Chen had a professional team come to Yu Xuanhuan's villa to measure and install appliances. She didn't show up in person, fearing that the two would collude and make her buy the best and most expensive ones. Who said they deserved the best and most expensive for their villa? Yu Chen upgraded her own villa with the best appliances and then sent the old ones that were still usable to the small apartment. The ones that couldn't fit were sold off. She had spent almost all her RMB, leaving a little over 100,000, enough for her until the game officially invaded. She still had 800 million in her Hong Kong account. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Yu Qingshan was so rich, and she had been deceived with 5 million. Realizing that she couldn't max out her advanced alchemy experience before the third closed beta, Yu Chen decided not to push herself so hard. She planned to spend as much of the 8 billion Hong Kong dollars as possible in the near future. Basic necessities weren't necessary, and she didn't need to think about a house with a dungeon entrance for now. 2 entrances were already her limit to protect. Dungeons could refresh at any time, but due to their different sizes, the rules faced by the different races inside were also different. In smaller, lower-level dungeons, lower-level races could leave the dungeon and come to the Blue Star as long as they survived for more than 24 hours. In more complex dungeons, the requirements for the survival time of the races were longer, ranging from 3 days, 7 days, 30 days, to even several years before they could enter reality. The more powerful the race, the more stringent the requirements for entering the Blue Star. Many dungeon entrances were only exposed because the races had entered the Blue Star after a long time without being discovered. Gold? She looked at the remaining 1473 gold bricks, over 10,000 pounds. She could only wait for the next internal test to find the goblins in Blood Moon City again, or resort to dealing with goblin merchants. It turned out that having too much money could also be troublesome. Hoarding various potions or special raw materials didn't yield much profit. She wasn't planning to profit from the country's crisis. After all, this was a war for the entire Blue Star. She couldn't achieve selfless dedication, but she also couldn't do anything unethical. Since she couldn't hoard goods to sell at a higher price, there was no need to earn this little money. It was better to visit more cities and sell gold bricks to goblins. After much thought, Yu Chen decided to visit the port city again. She wanted to buy weapons, ancient and well-maintained bows and crossbows, or the best firearms available on the market. Once the game was invaded, any mutation would bring her profit. 800 million Hong Kong dollars, converted to gold, was less than 3,000 pounds. Even at the exchange rate of 180 grams for 1 gold coin, it was just over 8,000 gold coins, enough to buy famous bows and guns, maybe dozens of them. In her past life, a legendary weapon came from a weapon collector. After the game invasion, a knife he wiped every day mutated into a top-tier weapon with 3 attributes. The equipment only required attributes, no level restrictions. Even when a guild offered 3,000 gold coins, he refused to sell, even for a level 20 legendary weapon, which was already a sky-high price. The Su family also wanted to buy it but was rejected. However, not long after, Yu Chen saw that knife in Su Bei's hands. After telling her family that she was going to the port city to find players, Yu Chen flew to the city that night. She found a broker and asked him to keep an eye out for famous knives, bows, crossbows, and top-tier firearms. She even used a pocket watch to investigate him, confirming that he was just an ordinary broker, not one with divine talents. If she spent 800 million buying raw materials like herbs, cloth, and fur, she would need to buy a warehouse to store them. But exchanging it for weapons and top-tier firearms with historical or story value linked to antiques was different. Spending 800 million felt like spending 8,000. She spent 1 billion Hong Kong dollars on 3 famous bows and 5 crossbows. When news spread that a big customer collecting bows and crossbows had arrived in the port city, Yu Chen stayed for another week and gradually acquired 15 bows and 21 crossbows. In the end, she spent 500 million Hong Kong dollars on 21 bows and 27 crossbows. Perhaps due to her luck, she also bought 2 meteorite pistols, the weapon she anticipated the most. Although she hadn't heard of pistols mutating into top-tier weapons in her past life, She couldn't possibly know everything, and smart people always kept something up their sleeves. Many weapons had level requirements after mutating, and since leveling up in the game was slow, it might not be possible to use them immediately after mutation, and they could go unnoticed. The real meteorite pistol was crafted by a firearms factory in the United States using a meteorite estimated to be 4.5 billion years old. There were only 2 in the world, priced at $4 million each. Many wealthy people couldn't buy them because they were donated to American museums as soon as they were made. But where there's demand, someone will supply. Through the broker's connections, Yuchen bought a meteorite pistol that a wealthy businessman had custom-made at a high price in the past. It cost $60 million for just one, and there was no bargaining because he had spent a lot of effort on buying meteorites back then, which were much more expensive than gold. Not only that, he had to find professional craftsmen for customization because he didn't want a model, he wanted a real usable gun just like the original meteorite pistol, customized to his favorite Desert Eagle, with the most impressive ballistic performance and killing power of 0.50 caliber AE bullets. The magazine capacity was slightly smaller, with only 7 bullets per magazine. When the rich sell something, they always seem a bit reluctant, as if they might change their minds at any moment. They can't understand why they suddenly want to sell it. He demanded that Yuchen buy both items together because they were a pair. Priceless treasures are hard to come by, even if the price is far higher than their actual value. But Yuchen didn't hesitate to pay. The eagle of the meteorite desert was a silvery gray color all over, with the unique texture of a meteorite complementing the rugged appearance of the desert eagle, and Yuchen fell in love with it at first sight. Most importantly, this bullet was part of her engineering formula. After carrying the box back to the hotel, she immediately stashed it in the magician's false teeth. Although the man emphasized that the radiation from the meteorite was weak, Yuchen couldn't get the bald head of that rich merchant out of her mind. She studied engineering, and even though she estimated that she wouldn't reach the advanced level before the 3rd internal test, she had no problem repairing firearms. Yuchen spent $6.2 billion just on crossbows. Introduced by someone, she then spent nearly $2 million to customize 10,000 different types of arrows, 50,000 different types of crossbow bolts, and 7,000 bullets compatible with the Desert Eagle. They wouldn't take any more orders after that. Finally, she spent over $1 billion to buy some swords and shields. Apart from the eagle of the meteorite desert, she customized 60 weapons in total, each with its own matching weapon case, stacking them into her backpack. If even a few of these 60 weapons turned out to be rare, she wouldn't lose out. Even purple weapons might not fetch a high price of 3,000 gold, as these items were also graded. A level 10 legendary weapon could differ in price from a level 20 legendary weapon by several times. However, such items were valuable but not readily available. Even though Yuchen spent most of September in Gang City, she didn't neglect her alchemy. She delegated trivial matters to brokers, only reviewing the summaries they provided and then inspecting the weapons. If she liked them, she paid and completed the transaction. Every time she acquired a weapon, she would take a drive to relax, and by the time she returned, the weapon would be gone, as the brokers were discreet and didn't interfere with unnecessary matters. Stockpiling weapons became a way for her to relax her mind, and surprisingly, her alchemy skills improved even faster, from 5 hours a day to 7 hours a day. But she still couldn't catch up to the 3rd internal test. Speaking of the internal test, on October 10th, during the 3rd internal test, Sue-Liang and Yuan held their wedding on October 18th. She admired them, as the main characters. They got engaged a few days before the 2nd internal test and married after the 3rd internal test. The game was a witness to their happiness, wasn't it? Yuchen was determined to make Yuan miss even the 3rd internal test. On October 1st, Yuchen rushed back to City S. The first thing she did was to add extra meals for the cats at the Meow Meow Inn. During her absence, she couldn't cook, so she placed self-feeding bowls near the cat's nest. Although the food wasn't as delicious as what she cooked, it was still high-quality cat food. After placing the meat soup she made for the cats on the ground, she sat on the steps in the backyard and watched a Calico and a Tabby fight over the food. Even though she hadn't seen the cats bring anything back for her after all this time, she gradually began to treat taking care of the cats as a way to relieve stress. Many times, when she needed to think, she liked to watch unfamiliar cats while contemplating. Yuan had already moved into the villa area, where strangers couldn't enter. Yuan's phone had been encrypted by Sue-Liang, rendering the method used during the 2nd internal test ineffective. Not many people knew about Yuan's move. Even when her good friend Yidong arrived in City S, Yuan only lent him the small apartment she used for work, unlike in her past life when she would bring Yidong back to the Yu family and easily shift blame onto others. After much deliberation, Yuchen decided to first get an alibi for herself in those days. Since she could use Phantom Shift and the basic magic potion could restore 60 mana, unfinished coffee could restore 500 mana points. In addition, with her mana increasing to 200 as her intelligence grew, as a base, as long as she could hold on, she could go anywhere. Of course, this was only theoretical, she wasn't sure if her body and mind could handle it. On the evening of the 4th, she went to the Yu family villa, which was supposed to be Yu Xuanwan's villa, but Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua had also moved in. She mentioned that she wanted to visit Jiangcheng recently, and the others had gotten used to her recent travels all over the world. However, Yu Chen's main purpose was not about that. She spoke seriously. I found out that the first closed beta test was on February 2nd, and the second closed beta test was on June 6th. Several players, including me, suspect that if there is a third closed beta, the timing would be similarly special. There was no closed beta on September 9th, but following that, October 10th, November 11th, and so on. These special dates could potentially host a closed beta at any time. You must keep your phone with you 24/7 on these special days, understand? Yu Xuanwan was touched, and for the first time, he felt a bit of sibling affection towards Yu Chen. Not to mention Yu Xuanwan, even Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua were impressed. When it came to important matters, she was truly remarkable. Yu Xuanwan nodded solemnly. I understand. He held Yu Chen's hand and sincerely said, thank you. Sui-Tong hadn't told him anything, but he couldn't believe that the Su family, with such influence, couldn't gather this information. Yet Yu Chen had come to specifically remind him after receiving the news. Yu Chen patted Yu Xuanwan's hand. We are all players now, and you have more confidence in the Su family. Remember, don't have any lucky thoughts. There's only one day like this in a month, don't be lazy, and don't be cheesy with me. I'm leaving. Yu Xuanwan escorted Yu Chen back to her villa before leaving. As soon as he left, Yu Chen turned on all the visibility potions and humidifiers in her room. Not only did she add advanced visibility potions, but she also made sure there was enough potion in the humidifier to last for a week. Then she drove away from S City towards Jiangcheng, a distance of 4,000 kilometers. She avoided highways whenever possible and took smaller roads instead, mainly because if she traveled on the highway and landed using Phantom Shift, she might get hit by a car. She treated it as if she were mapping out the area. By going through it now, she would have more places to use Phantom Shift in the future. Fortunately, due to her acting career over the years, she had been to most cities. Halfway through, Yu Chen really couldn't hold on anymore. She not only put on the white belt she got from Su Jinxian, which increased her constitution by +1, but she also had to stop from time to cook a meal to restore her energy. Finally, she arrived in Jiangcheng on the morning of the 9th. Without caring about anything else, she found a hotel, took a good bath, and slept. At 7 a.m. on the 10th, Yu Chen video called Yi Qiuhua, showing him and Yu Qingshan the scenery of Jiangcheng, asking if they wanted any local specialties, and reminding them to make sure their younger brother kept his phone with him today. They had to keep theirs too. After chatting for about 10 minutes, she hung up. After the call, Yu Chen began to Phantom Shift back towards S City. Over 4,000 kilometers, with her current intelligence of 14, she could only move 14 kilometers at a time. Since it wasn't a highway and not the shortest distance, she conservatively estimated that she would have to move about 300 times, all the while maintaining the Phantom spell. After 50 Phantom Shifts, Yu Chen felt a bit dizzy. After 100 Phantom Shifts, Yu Chen felt a bit nauseous. She stopped, drank some coffee to replenish her mana, and ate some food to boost her mental strength. 120 times. 150 times. After 200 times, Yu Chen collapsed on the ground and vomited for a long time. It was not even 8 o'clock yet, but Yu Chen felt a chill in her heart instead of feeling fortunate. She had left so early, even factoring in her rest time, but still encountered an accident. It was as if an invisible force was preventing her from returning smoothly to City S. Especially after halfway through the journey, her Phantom Shift would always deviate slightly. Even though a single Phantom Shift could cover a straight line distance of 14 kilometers, she would veer left, then left again, as if hitting a wall. Gritting her teeth, Yu Chen persisted. Yu Xuanwan's luck was not low, but now she was also at the peak of luck. She had to climb back to City S today. If she couldn't stop Yu Xuanwan from entering the game in time, she would kill him directly. After 300 Phantom Shifts, she was still over 500 kilometers away from City S. Yu Chen spat out blood with a groan. A status of weakness appeared beside her character. For the next 24 hours, her attributes would be reduced by 20%. Alright. Yu Chen scooped the blood on the ground into a bag and put it in her backpack. She swallowed the fresh blood in her mouth with a coffee that replenished her magic power. 9 o'clock. Just in time. 10:07. Yu Chen entered the range of City S, restored her magic power, and prepared to make Yu Xuanhuan faint as soon as she entered his villa. 10:10. With a mouthful of blood, Yu Chen moved into Yu Xuanhuan's room. The room was empty. Yu Chen's eyes blazed with anger. The angrier and more urgent she was, the calmer she became in critical moments. Even if her whole body and mind were filled with fear, regret, and horror, her mind and heart remained calm. She took out her phone and used data to download Warcraft, Fisher of Fear. Yes, Yu Xuanhuan wouldn't want anyone, not even his parents, to know about his divine gift. So where could it be? Yu's house? At 10:11, the invisible Yu Chen appeared in Yu Xuanhuan's room at Yu's house. No one? Yu Xuanhuan's apartment? No, there was Yi Dong, even less likely. Then, Yu Chen left the room, went to Yu's study, drank a potion of etherealization, and passed through the wall. In the secret room of Yu's house, Yu Xuanhuan was sitting on a wooden box, looking at his phone with ecstatic joy. Yu Chen walked over, and at that moment, she saw the moon rushing towards the screen. At that moment, Yu Chen's soul was screaming frantically. She had to kill him now, or he would soar to the sky. But the next second, she was surprised by her own calm greed and madness. She thought, maybe all those words of advice she had given herself were just excuses. Not letting him have it too easy, an eye for an eye? None of that. Perhaps from the moment she drew the thief god, no, even in her past life, she had been coveting Yu Xuanhuan's divine gift. Even if he hadn't told anyone about all his divine skills, it was a divine gift that could make the three major families fight over it, a divine gift that could make the three top beauties willing to set aside their pride and live in peace for him. She didn't believe Yu Xuanhuan was so charming that the three top beauties would forget their dignity and pride to share him. Almost instantly, she used the Wheel of Fate on Yu Xuanhuan, changed his luck, then left her shadow, merging it with Yu Xuanhuan's shadow, and then she walked out of the secret room and back to her bedroom. Just a wall away, she opened her game, and at the same time, through the perspective of her shadow, she saw Yu Xuanhuan's game interface and his divine gift, Food God, SS level. She felt her mind split in two, one side as cold as ice, the other filled with fear, madness, and greed clamoring. Yu Xuanhuan's character appeared in the Blood Elf's main city, Silver Moon City. Yu Chen logged into her game, using a disguise to transform herself into a Blood Elf. She passed through the city gate plastered with wanted posters, depicting an undead and a goblin, both looking familiar. Using teleportation, she transferred her in-game character to Silver Moon City. It was the third round of closed beta testing, and the number of players had increased exponentially. The city was bustling with activity, almost bursting at the seams. Yu Xuanhuan's avatar stood in the vast city, curiously looking around. He passed by an inn, an herb shop, a weapon store, and the statue of the Elven King. Following his footsteps, Yu Chen walked past identical shops and the Elven King's statue. She brushed past Yu Xuanhuan and used her detection skill on the silver-haired blood elf. Character, Xuanhuan. Divine gift? Without hesitation, she activated her skill. She aimed to steal Xuanhuan's divine gift. Risking the name of the god of thieves, you attempt to steal the divine gift of the elven player Xuanhuan. Successful theft targets divine gift level 2 high. Theft interrupted. Yu Chen headed towards the city gate as she opened her quest panel. The skilled God of Thieves theft, also a thief's theft in the God of Thieves section had turned unusable. Below the immortality skill, a new divine gift God of Feasting, SS rank, incomplete, appeared, with 5 skills listed, only 2 of which were illuminated. She had stolen 3 skills from the undead city lord before, while Xuanhuan, with a luck level of 1, had only lost 2 skills. Without reading the skill descriptions, she left the city, found the nearest graveyard, and detonated the explosives from her inventory at her character's feet. A few seconds later, the screen went dark. You have died. The screen lit up again, showing the ghostly blood elf in the graveyard, with her mangled body lying nearby. She approached, and the screen displayed weak resurrection, which she confirmed. Her character transitioned from virtual to real, marked as severely weak with a countdown timer of 47 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. All her attributes were reduced to 40% of their original values. Yu Chen re-entered Silver Moon City. Through a shadow, she saw Xuanhuan taking on quests, the first of which was a series of high-level tasks. Minutes later, she found Xuanhuan again amidst the buildings on her screen. Risking the name of the god of thieves, you attempt to steal the divine gift of the elven player Xuanhuan. Successful theft targets divine gift level 2 high. Theft interrupted. Yu Chen glanced at the time, 10:57. It was too late, and she was severely weakened. Uncertain of the consequences of another death, she chose not to risk it. Despite the game character's status not reflecting on her physical body yet, after hundreds of phantom shifts, both her body and mind were on the brink of collapse. Yu Chen controlled her avatar to the goblin area. Wealthy goblins were hard to come by. She approached over a dozen goblins, exchanging bits here and there, accumulating until she had 10,000 gold. With only 5 minutes left in her disguise, Yu-Chen hurried to the nearest city gate and stopped by the city wall, considering her weakened state and refraining from going too far. She then chose to log out. Closing her eyes, the sensation of severe weakness almost engulfed her, but she paid no attention, not even to the items on the ground. Instead, she immediately opened her character panel. Character, Yu-Chen, level 0. 001% severely weak 47 of 45:39 Divine Gift God of Thieves, S rank, Divine Gift Immortality, SS rank, Incomplete, Divine Gift God of Food, SS rank, Incomplete, Divine Gift Divine Archer, A rank, Race Human Race Talent Undead Wolf Feasting Health Points, 60/150 Mana Points, 80/200 Strength, A3, 2 Constitution, 114, for Intelligence, 145, 6 Agility, 218, for Luck, 10, Max, Charisma, 10, Max. She trembled as she opened the God of Food. God of Food, SS rank. Even if you are a god, you are just an ingredient in your hands. Skill 1 what, called, God of Food? Whenever all the dishes you make score above 80 points, there is a 20% chance of a critical hit. For each point the score increases, the chance of others triggering a critical hit when eating increases by 1%. After triggering a critical hit, the eating effect doubles. For your original recipes, as long as the score exceeds 80, the eating effect will double for others. As the food maker, when you eat all the food you cook, the eating effect will be tripled. Skill 2 Who is Hannibal? Turn any target into 38 different delicacies, each dish scoring over 90 points. By eating all 38 delicacies alone, you will randomly learn one of his skills from his lifetime. Each target can only trigger once. Skill 3 Yes, I am a top chef. The food you cook is a delicacy, completely from your hands, and with a score of 95 or above, there is a 20% chance of randomly increasing one attribute point after eating. Each target can only trigger once a day. Skill 4 Huh? Friend, look, there's a pot here. The God of Food will not receive negative reviews. Mark someone who trusts you, transferring all negative emotions from diners to the marked target. Skill 5 You want a free ride? Passive No one can enjoy the God of Food's dishes for free. If a diner does not pay for the dish before or after eating your cooking, their luck will be at your disposal for a period until they pay for that damn meal. 5 skills, like the undying of the undead city lord, a total of 5 skills. Skills 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all lit up, only skill 5 is dark gray. Finally, Yu-Chen felt alive, as if being held underwater, unable to breathe or move, and at this moment, she finally broke free and emerged from the water. And she finally understood why Yak Sunhoon treated her that way in her previous life, why he worked hard to earn her trust, and why his woman and brothers were so hostile towards her. So that's it. That's it. Yak Sunhoon is really good. But she did not forgive or let go because of this. Yes, those people's insults, trampling, and scheming against her were because Yak Sunhoon transferred their negative emotions towards him, but wasn't it their own actions that turned malice into reality? She will not forgive those who hurt her in her previous life for any reason. Everyone can betray her, but she cannot betray herself, cannot betray the suffering she has endured. Yu-Chen trembled as she drank the blood vial, but her health remained at 40, and it was estimated that her maximum health would only be 40% of the original before the countdown ended. But now she felt refreshed, feeling better than ever before. She put on a necklace that reduced cooldown time and crawled under the bed to rest. She was too tired, but she dared not fall asleep, instead closed her eyes to rest, and kept observing Yak Sunhoon's actions through the shadows. She had just seen Yak Sunhoon's original luck value, which was also 10, just like her current self. Although he had temporarily neglected his own divine gift due to the talent of stealing from the gods, he remembered his skill level 5. Do you want a freeload? With the remaining money, he bought a large amount of ingredients to start cooking, focusing on low-level recipes. Just starting to learn cooking, he wasn't worried about becoming a culinary god right away, and most of the food he made didn't even pass the grade. He placed the cooked food directly on the ground, allowing passers-by and players to eat if they wished. At first, his luck was average, but as more people ate his food, it was as if he had activated a cheat code. After completing a task in less than 2 hours, he received 3 gold coins and a small green item. He learned cooking, and shortly after, he found a money bag in the city sewer with over 300 gold coins inside. With this gold, he went on to learn jewelry crafting and alchemy. Yu-Chen watched Yu Xuanhuan rely on absorbing the luck of others to offset the luck value he had altered. 1616 cooldown ended. Yu-Chen immediately opened his game. There were only 54 minutes left until the end of the third closed beta test. After logging in, Yu-Chen first disguised himself as a goblin, then returned to the city. In the Silver Moon City restaurant, he learned all the specialty dishes before teleporting to Blood Moon City where he had been before. There, he managed to persuade a wealthy goblin to exchange 10,000 gold coins. Checking the time, it was still enough, so he spent some time gradually accumulating another 800 gold coins from a few other poor goblins. At this point, he had accumulated 20,800 gold coins from the two main cities of the elves, plus 378 gold coins from crafting 3 gold coins daily from June 7th to October 10th. After deducting the expenses for teleportation and recipe learning, he still had 21,108 gold coins, along with 1,084 gold bricks obtained from the Sue family. After spending money to learn the specialty recipes of the Blood Moon City restaurant, he returned to the undead city where he initially learned alchemy. Walking into the alchemy shop, he approached the busy figure working with crucibles and test tubes and typed teacher in the input box. The undead female instructor, busy but suddenly issued a task to him. Alchemy master Hejpa asks you to make 10 basic potions and 10 intermediate potions. She didn't specify if they had to be the same, but Yu-Chen understood it was a test. However, in this game, it was all about progress bars. It was hard to tell. After some thought, she submitted the 20 best different potions she had recently made. Teacher, these are my recent achievements. On the screen, the undead female instructor stopped shaking the test tubes and took Yu-Chen's potions. A few minutes later, the task showed as completed. The reward for the task was a book, Hejpa's Alchemy Notes. Hejpa's Alchemy Notes, Grade A Alchemy Master Hejpa's Notes, recording her insights and experiences during her promotion from Advanced Alchemist to Master Alchemist. You cannot learn formulas from it, but perhaps you can gain something more valuable. Their alchemical innovations are for glory, but I am different. I just want to earn more money to buy wine. That's why my potions are special. Potions with my name always sell the best. After all this time, they still don't understand that there's no future in generating electricity for love. Hejpa, after silently reading the introduction of this item, Yu-Chen took out 2,000 gold coins and handed them to Hejpa. I might not be able to come back again. Before she could send the message, Hejpa had already taken the 2,000 gold coins. Yu-Chen. The next moment, Hejpa tossed a dark green cloth bag over. Hejpa's potion bag, 0/8. Great S. Hejpa always has so many orders, and this bag is used to store the potions for orders. It can stack up to 999. The biggest surprise is not just that it can stack up to 999, but that it is an item that does not take up inventory space. Next, there was a pop-up window asking, "Do you want to bind?" Yu-Chen was ecstatic and immediately clicked yes. This time, she was smart, typing, "Teacher, this is just to buy you a drink, you don't need to give me anything else. I really like alchemy." After sending the message, she generously took out 1,000 gold coins and gave them to Hagrid. Seeing that Hagrid didn't seem to give her anything, Yu-Chen smiled, turned around, and left. She had to hurry to the auction house. In a few days, it would be Sue-Liang and Yushuanawan's wedding. Family members were different from guests after all. During the engagement, they could give cash gifts, but it was better to give gifts at the wedding. Besides, last time Sue-Liang gave her 20 million, she couldn't appear stingy. She didn't feel any resentment about this. She had gained so many attribute points from Sue-Liang, an A-grade item, and an ear. Sue-Liang didn't even know who her enemies were, yet she gave her money. Moreover, thinking about Yushuanawan's 80% wasted divine gift, she had no reason to feel resentful. It was difficult to impress Sue-Liang with real-world items, but she was unwilling to give up on giving something good in the game. She thought of a good item. Bed of Joyful Witch, increases the intimacy between couples, allowing lovers sleeping on this bed to enjoy extreme pleasure. No one is allowed to say no. It was a good item, useless, but a C-grade item. And it was super cheap, only 20 gold coins. She bought it. Let the world have a little more joy. Binding Stone, A-grade after use, it can bind an equipment/item with your soul, making it unable to be lost or stolen by anyone, not even by the god of thieves. When your soul disperses, it will turn to ashes and return to the embrace of the void. Yu-Chen, is this aimed at me? But others need it, and so do I. 100 gold coins each, Yu-Chen bought 50 directly. She spent 5,000 gold coins without blinking an eye. Then Yu-Chen started buying cooking recipes. If the auction house had any she hadn't learned, she bought them all. Worried about buying duplicates, she learned one for each she bought. These preparations were all centered around the divine chef talent. Even though low-level recipes were not very effective, learning more would help her create her own recipes in the future. After the divine chef, it was the divine marksman talent. Explosive arrow, B-grade fires explosive arrows that explode upon hitting the target, causing damage to the target and enemies within a 2-meter radius. Each use consumes 100 mana points, with no cooldown time. Forceful shot, C-grade. The weapons you fire can generate energy waves to push back enemies. Each use consumes 30 mana points, with a cooldown time of 3 minutes. Soul resistance, passive, S provides permanent defense on a soul level, immune to mental control skills, and reduces mental attack damage by 30%. 1 group attack, 1 pushback, and 1 mental control immunity. Initially, after buying the group attack, pushback, and control, she wanted to buy an attack method but unexpectedly saw the soul resistance. Even though it was priced at a whopping 12,000 gold coins, even more expensive than Phantom Shift, Yuchen didn't hesitate to buy it. She wanted high-end skills. Explosive arrow for 450 gold coins, forceful shot for 130 gold coins, plus the 3,000 gold coins she gave to Hagrid, the 5,000 gold coins for the binding stone, 20 gold coins for the bed, and 485 gold coins spent on purchasing and learning recipes. She now only had 23 gold coins left. Yuchen was content. This was how money should be spent. Yuchen passed by the herb shop, bought all the herbs needed for the advanced visibility potion with her last 23 gold coins, and then left the undead city. She then logged out, and also cancelled the shadow in the treasure room. It was only 1703. Yuchen packed up all her equipment, then ate a chocolate puff pastry she cooked herself, a simple F-grade dish. She found that ever since she acquired the talent of Food God, there would be a rating after the food rating, probably a unique evaluation system of the Food God. Chocolate puff pastry, F-grade 6 4 points restore a total of 30 health points within 5 seconds. If you spend 10 seconds savoring it, you will eat fully, increase your physique by 3 points, lasting 5 minutes. A simple low-level dessert. But under the talent of the Food God, the consumption effect is directly multiplied by 3. After eating this puff pastry, her physique increased by 9. Physique originally was 114. 4. Now that column has become physique, 208. Although her health points did not increase, she instantly felt less weak. She then drank a glass of milk that could increase mental power. It was a bit regretful that it only tripled. It seemed that after triggering the Food God's buff, the effect of the Food God's saliva pouch could not be triggered again, but it was still a good cover. 2 minutes later, Yuchen disappeared from the Yu family, used Phantom Shift several times, returned to her villa, and didn't rush to contact Yu Xuanhuan and the others. Anyway, after the closed beta, everyone's phones and SIM cards would turn into smoke and be out of reach for a while. Yuchen locked the door, had a good sleep. After the cooldown of her disguise skill ended again, she disguised herself as an old person, then used Phantom Shift to move to the airport restroom, found the flight to Xinjiang, took a stroll in the restroom. After using the invisibility spell to hide, she entered the pet oxygen cabin of the plane, walked to the innermost part, transformed into a small kitten using animagus, found a gap to hide, finally relaxed, and first bound Soros' pocket watch with a binding stone. Then she lay down at ease. The plane made a stopover midway. Departed at 1745, arrived in Zhengcheng at 9 a.m. the next day. Upon landing, she returned to her hotel, came out from the main entrance, went to a nearby store to buy a new SIM card. After buying a new phone, she went online and immediately asked in the group if Yu Xuanhuan succeeded yesterday. Yu Xuanhuan was not online yet. Only Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa were in the group. After a few words, Yuchen directly made a video call to them, asking if they had fun yesterday. Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa blushed, nodded repeatedly, and in the call, they kept caring for Yuchen, praising her thoughtfulness, praising her for thinking of her parents. Yuchen felt a sourness in her heart. How good had she been to them in her past life? Did she receive any kind words? None. She admitted that she couldn't give her all to others, not even to her biological parents and siblings, but whatever good things she got, she always thought of them. She gave everything she could. Equipment that could be sold for resources, she gave because they said they needed it. Pets that could increase combat power, they said they were afraid to go out to battle without protection, so she gave them. High-level mission items that were priceless, because Sue-Liang wanted them, they helped her knock herself out. Knowing that Liang Yuchuan's uncle's God-given talent was the attribute of sucking bedmates, they still advised her to marry him. Yuchen wiped her reddened eyes, smiled at the people on the screen. Okay, as long as you're happy. Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa, seeing their daughter moved by their sweet words, hung up the call satisfied. As long as you're happy, Yuchen sniffed and smiled, then started eating the lamb in front of her heartily, feeling that it was the most delicious meal she had eaten since her rebirth. Where was Yu Xuanhuan? He fell asleep exhausted after throwing a tantrum and breaking things last night. Even if the thief god's passive was powerful, it couldn't compare to the fact that its owner was always thinking about it. Almost at the moment the closed beta ended, Yu Xuanhuan began constantly trying to call forth his God-given talent. And then it was exhaled. Mother, out of the 5 shiny skills, only one is left, the first 4 most important ones are all gone. What is most painful? It's getting something and losing it immediately without even enjoying it. SS level. Now there's nothing left. Yu Xuanhuan immediately lost control and smashed everything that could be smashed in the secret room. Jewelry. Smashed. Antiques. Smashed. Calligraphy and paintings. Torn. Gold bars. Thrown on the ground and stepped on. He had never been so devastated in his life. He knew he was acting like a madman at this moment, but he didn't care. He just felt he was not far from madness. Even if he had drawn an A level at the beginning, or even just a B level, he wouldn't have gone into a frenzy. After smashing everything in the treasure room was not enough, he came out and smashed everything in the study and living room. Finally, exhausted from smashing, Yu Xuanhuan lay down in despair, and then fell asleep in despair. Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiaogua, after finishing the call with Yu Chen, searched the world for their son. After circling around, they found the Yu family, and upon pushing the door open, they saw such a scene, a mess on the floor, and their son sleeping on the ground. Yi Qiaogua woke up her son and asked him, but he didn't say anything no matter what she asked. Where was Yu Qingshan? Following the crime scene all the way up, he walked into the study and saw the antiques and calligraphy scattered all over the floor in his own treasure room. He roared and stormed over. When Yu Chen received a call from Yi Qiaogua, she was changing hotels. Before the end of the week period, she had to stay in the hotel across from the police station. Upon hearing that both her father and brother were hospitalized, Yu Chen anxiously asked, "Is it serious? They must be okay." "Yi Qiaogua, your father just fainted. Do you still have that medicine over there?" To be honest, she felt like fainting when she saw those antique fragments on the ground. Did she think they were ginseng? Yu Chen said, "Yes, I learned how to make it. Ask Xuanhuan if he still has it there, let him use it first. We won't run out of this medicine at home in the future." Since Yu Xuanhuan also learned alchemy, she took the initiative to earn some goodwill. Since snatching Yu Xuanhuan's divine gift, half of the overwhelming hatred in her heart had dissipated. She now saw revenge as a game. Of course, her real-life role as the thief god would always be reserved for Yu Xuanhuan, to prevent him from turning the tables until his death. After chatting for a few more moments, Yu Chen hung up the phone. And then she stayed holed up in the hotel. She even opened the curtains and windows, ensuring that if she shouted, the police officers across the street could hear her. She sat by the hotel window reading Hogwarts alchemy notes, ordering takeout for all 3 meals, but when the food arrived, she didn't eat it, only consuming the food she had in her bag. Sometimes she felt like she had returned to the period of escape in her past life. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 12th, when the severe weakness ended completely, with her life force and all data returning to normal, that Yu Chen left the hotel. She didn't need to drive back, instead paying someone to drive her car back to S-City, while she took a plane back home. She arrived in S-City on the 13th morning, heading straight to the hospital after leaving the airport. The old man was still lying there, but Yu Xuanhuan was no longer lying down. He was going to get married in a few days and was taken by Sue-Liang for rehearsal. Yu Chen also heard for the first time that there were rehearsals for weddings. She handed 2 bottles of basic healing potion to her father at the hospital. Yu Qingshan still stared blankly at the ceiling, and Yi Qiaogua pried his mouth open and poured the medicine in. Yu Qingshan had no reaction, and Yu Chen coldly watched, thinking the old man had turned into a vegetable. She pulled Yi Qiaogua aside and asked quietly what was going on. Yi Qiaogua hesitated and didn't know how to explain. Keeping this from her daughter for so many years, suddenly revealing it was really hurtful, so she just said she didn't know either. Yu Chen wasn't really concerned. She made this trip mainly to investigate the divine gifts of the two. In her past life, she didn't have any investigative tools. All the information she knew was either observed by herself or told by others. Yi Qiaogua said in her past life that her divine gift was related to cooking. The food she made had a chance to increase people's attributes, but the chance was only 5%. At that time, she also said that Yi Qiaogua and Yu Xuanhuan were truly mother and son, both gifted in cooking. But now, looking back, Yi Qiaogua's divine gift was related to fire. As she spoke more, the damage of fire-related skills could gain a bonus, resetting daily. She almost instantly realized why Yi Qiaogua always asked her to come home for meals in her past life. Every time she went back, the food was already prepared. The dishes were average in taste, but the ingredients were top-notch. She felt indebted to Yi Qiaogua and Yu Qingshan for their kindness, so she would always leave something behind after each meal. No wonder. All of this was probably to complement Yu Xuanhuan's food god gift, right? High-quality ingredients destined the dish to be rated highly. However, if the taste was only average, it meant the rating was just average. As long as the rating didn't exceed 80, the critical eating effect wouldn't trigger, and she wouldn't associate these dishes with Yu Xuanhuan, making discussing attribute points even more impossible. This way, she could feel moved to give back to her family without truly benefiting herself. Moreover, unknowingly, she was paying invisible luck to Yu Xuanhuan as payment for the meals. Looking back now, she always had a streak of bad luck after eating at home. She even thought she was clashing with her hometown's luck. On the other hand, Yu Xuanhuan didn't completely lie to her. He said his gift doubled the beneficial effects of the food he made, and indeed, her effects were doubled after eating. Sometimes, Yu Xuanhuan would intentionally create unique dishes just for her, ensuring her effects were maximized. However, after 2 years of eating them, she never gained any attribute points. It was brilliant, pushing the limits of various skills, gaining her trust while scheming against her, yet never truly benefiting herself. Yu Chen felt like she wasted her studies. It wasn't surprising that Yu Xuanhuan coveted her luck. She had always been lucky from childhood to adulthood, starting the game with a luck value of 8, surpassing most people. Although she didn't know why, despite her good luck, she missed the game's beta testing. Missing the first beta test was because she was manipulated by Lu Zhanglu. But why did she miss the second and third times too? What was she doing on June 6th and October 10th in her past life? It was too long ago, Yu Chen probably couldn't remember. But those 2 dates were special, not only for the beta testing but also because they were close to Yu Xuanhuan's engagement and wedding days. She quickly recalled some things. Although she couldn't remember the exact details of what she did on those days, she could remember events from that period. She remembered that a few days after Yu Xuanhuan's engagement, he suddenly called her in the morning to inform her that he had arranged a project through the Su family's connections for her to meet someone. She remembered being picked up by the Su family's driver that day, looking out through the car window just as dawn broke. Before Yu Xuanhuan's wedding, he would occasionally ask her to accompany him to rehearsals. Later, he even asked her to watch over the wedding venue every day, even though it was all the Su family's people working there, and she had no role to play. She remembered being quite annoyed during that time because she had nothing to do at the venue. Every time she tried to play with her phone to pass the time, the Su family members would drag her to look at the decorations. Yu Chen stood in the hospital room's bathroom, clenching her fists tightly. Had they been scheming against her since so early on? Yu Chen stared at the water flowing into the sink, the resentment that had somewhat dissipated after discovering Yu Xuanhuan's food god gift now surging back. Why? Not only did she not tell her these things, but she also made her miss them time and time again? She turned off the tap and calmly looked at herself in the mirror. Why did she spend time thinking about the reasons why her enemies harmed her? It's unnecessary, meaningless. She just needed to return them one by one. Yu Chen greeted Yu Qingshan, who was lying on the bed, and then left. Yu Qingshan's talent was called the liar. Every lie he told increased his attack power by 0.1%, resetting daily. Not only that, he could also detect lies. Just like what he told himself in his past life, he surprisingly didn't lie. But sometimes, the most advanced lie is the truth. He didn't need to fight. How many lies did he tell Yu Chen for her to verify? This family. Yu Chen left the hospital, standing in the sunlight, still feeling the cold seeping out from between her bones. Why was she born into this family? Forget it, focus on her own actions. She wasn't any better off. They were all cunning and deceitful. Yu Qingshan the old silver coin, Ichiogwa the foolish silver coin, Yu Xuanhuan the small silver coin, and herself, the beautiful silver coin. And then there's Ichiogwa, the fool. Let's just get along as best we can. On the 15th, Yu Chen followed Yu Xuanhuan to the place where he and Sue-Liang were rehearsing their wedding. She watched Yu Xuanhuan from afar. He was clearly smiling, showing no signs of pain, despair, anger, or sorrow. But the more Yu Chen watched, the happier she felt. The more successfully he suppressed his emotions, the better. Just like her, every time she smiled at Yu Xuanhuan and the others, she would retaliate even more fiercely. She was waiting for the day he would explode. After enjoying Yu Xuanhuan's performance and mask, she pulled Sue-Liang aside, looking mysterious, and said, "I have a wedding gift for you, something from the game. Where can I give it to you?" Sue-Liang was curious. At this point, things from the game were still rare. She took Yu Chen to the dressing room, where Yu Chen gestured for Yu Xuanhuan to come over. Once in the dressing room, Yu Chen took out a bed that made one's face look yellow. Unclaimed game items could reveal their information with a touch. Sue-Liang thanked her without showing any emotion on her face, but her eyes were shining. Yu Xuanhuan also breathed a sigh of relief. It was a bit awkward, but this thing, yes, it touched his heart. He needed it urgently. After several days of gloom, Yu Chen brought him the only good news in these days. Yu Xuanhuan gratefully looked at Yu Chen. After wishing the newlyweds happiness, Yu Chen said she had to leave. Sue-Liang not only escorted her to the door but also had a driver from the Su family take her home. Clearly, she was very satisfied with this wedding gift and impressed by Yu Chen's thoughtfulness. The next day, Yu Chen was unexpectedly invited by Sue-Liang to a new villa in the Su family estate, which was her and Yu Xuanwan's new home. She had thought this villa was for other members of the Su family, but it turned out to be prepared for Sue-Liang and Yu Xuanwan. As soon as she entered, she noticed a faint blue light under her feet. Not only that, she also smelled the potion of visibility, but couldn't find any mist. It seemed like a comprehensive technological upgrade. Sue-Liang explained, "Oh, don't worry, it's pressure sensitive and harmless." Yu Chen understood. She had been collecting weapons in Gangcheng in September and hadn't been to the Su family in a long time. Most likely, the main Su family building was also covered with this stuff, and the Liang family had probably found various ways to deal with it. She immediately decided not to go to the Su family or the Liang family in the short term. After all, if there were sensors, there would naturally be corresponding capture devices. After visiting the bridal chamber, Yu Chen stayed for a meal before leaving. She knew how much Sue-Liang liked that gift. Before leaving, Yu Chen said to Sue-Liang, "On the day you come to be married, I will use my talent to modify your fate to its fullest. You can rest assured." This remark made Sue-Liang's expression stiff for a moment. Her former luck value was a full 10. But it inexplicably turned into 8 later on. She had doubted everyone at that time, even went to the Yu family to test whether Yu Chen was a player, and if there was any divine gift that could curse people. However, she quickly adjusted her emotions. With a wave of her hand, she had the Su family driver take her home, followed by another car filled with gifts for Yu Chen. When Yu Chen went to the Yu family villa for dinner that night, he praised Sue-Liang greatly. In the past, Yu Xuanwan would have asked her to use her skills on himself. As for whether Yu Chen, who had already promised Sue-Liang, would find it difficult, it was not his concern. But now, Yu Xuanwan had not yet recovered from the fact that his divine gift had dropped from SS level to SB level. Just being able to muster the strength to participate in the wedding rehearsal was already a sign of his resilience. Yu Qingshan ate his food in small bites, lost in thought, giving off a sense that his soul had already died. Although Yi Qiu knew there were treasures at home, Yu Qingshan had only taken her to see them once. She didn't know the exact value of those treasures, so although she felt heartache, the impact on her was not that significant. She was a very understanding woman, content with her husband, son, and daughter, feeling that her life was happy. At one point, there were only 2 women talking at the table, while the 2 men mechanically stuffed food into their mouths. On the day of the 18th wedding, Yu Xuanwan sat in the master bedroom of his villa, waiting for Sue-Liang to come for the wedding. Yu Chen and Yu Qingshan deliberately invited other branches of the Yu family to block the Su family members, causing a scene before finally letting them in. After using the Gear of Fate, one could choose whether to hide their luck value from the target. It was fine to do bad things usually, but if one were to increase someone's luck value, it should be shown to the other party. Besides, Yu Chen had no intention of causing trouble on such a day. Sue-Liang and Yu Xuanwan, as the male and female leads, wouldn't be too unlucky even if their luck value dropped to 1. For example, Yu Xuanwan's luck value was only 1, and even the Gun King couldn't hit him with 7 shots in a row, ending up cutting him in half. That's just how unreasonable it was. This time, there were many more people at the wedding banquet than last time. She even saw Liang Yuchuan, wearing a black long glove on his right hand that reached the middle of his upper arm, which should be a prosthetic limb, otherwise it wouldn't be necessary. She looked at Sue-Liang with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. The game tactics were endless. Although she was almost blinded by hatred at the time and quickly locked eyes with the third daughter of the Su family, the large family didn't act impulsively. After Liang Yuchuan and the Liang family discussed and felt that something was amiss, they decided not to act. Setting aside the fact that there was no enmity between the Su family and the Liang family, only a slight friction in business, it was not worth forming such a blood feud. Even if Liang Yuchuan had somehow offended Sue-Liang, why would she personally come to deal with him? From another perspective, if Sue-Liang wanted to make a big move, why would she only cut off Liang Yuchuan's arm and then show mercy by sparing his life? And then have a staring contest with Liang Yuchuan? If she had drunk a little less before going out, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. But no matter how rational he tried to be, Liang Yuchuan couldn't forget those eyes even when he closed them. The Liang family still came today, not just to maintain surface peace. The head of the Liang family, Liang Yuchuan's uncle, was prepared to investigate for a while longer. If they still couldn't find the culprit, they would find an opportunity to have a good talk with the person in charge of the Su family about this matter. Yu Chen's gaze casually swept over Liang Yuchuan, as if he was just curious about today's guests. She focused on eating, smiling when necessary and applauding when appropriate, just an ordinary son-in-law relative. Even if some people occasionally stole glances at her due to her full charm value, she remained quiet and unassuming. And then, this unremarkable son-in-law, relying on his pocket watch's investigative skills, managed to steal from all 37 players at the banquet. They were all her acquaintances from her past life. The more she stole, the more frustrated she became. Almost every one of them had some conflict with her, making her doubt if she was naturally likable. But now she understood that Yu Xuanhuan was using her as a tank, a position that attracts enemy aggression and stands at the forefront during battles. After the meal, Yu Chen gained 2 points in constitution, 2 points in strength, and 1 point in intelligence. After the event, Yu Chen tactfully took Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuguo back home, without causing any trouble. The Su family members were close-knit, so it was acceptable for them to make a fuss, but if the Yu family did, it would be considered rude. It was better for them not to get involved. However, as relatives, the Su family sent a driver to take them home. On the way, Yu Qingshan, who had been forcing a smile all day, finally relaxed in the back seat, looking out the window with a touch of emotion. Yu Chen asked a few questions, but Yu Qingshan remained silent, so she tactfully stopped probing. Back at her villa, Yu Chen added some dishes to the backyard's Meow Meow Inn. Since obtaining the talent of the food god, she had developed a form of perfectionism when cooking. If the dishes were not cut well, she would feel annoyed. If the heat was not right, she would become restless. If the dish received a low rating, she would doubt her abilities. However, Yu Chen did not resent the perfectionism brought by the talent of the food god. This talent required serious cooking to unleash its full potential. She was not in a hurry. Since the first closed beta test, she had been in a state of extreme anxiety, never daring to relax, as if a fierce beast were chasing her from behind. Now that the biggest threat was under control, she could slow down a bit, at least. She should get a full 6 hours of sleep every day. Lying in bed, the humidifier at the head of the bed sprayed a mist of advanced visibility potion. Yu Chen looked at her current attributes: strength, 8+2, constitution, 11+2, intelligence, 14+1, agility, 21. Most healthy and active individuals typically start with a value of 7 in attributes. Of course, intelligence is influenced by IQ, and physically fit men may have initial values of up to 10 in strength and constitution. Sprinters or parkour enthusiasts may have agility values far exceeding 7. Even by considering those highest values, Yu Chen's current attributes could rival those of a level 6 player, although she was actually at level 0, with minimal experience from the few tasks she completed during the first closed beta test and the task from Hedgehog. The game would officially launch in February next year. Yu Chen had no intention of giving any hints. Although her plan was already complete, whether she acted as a good person or not did not matter. However, it was unnecessary. During the third closed beta test, hundreds of thousands of people would log into the game. While most would try to play it safe when encountering opportunities, there would always be some who were different. Some would want to show off their abilities, while others would seek to accomplish things they had not done before. It was impossible to keep it a secret, absolutely impossible. These people would soon be exposed. Just like in her past life, strange news often occurred at the end of 2078, even a month or two before the game invasion. Rumors would start to spread. Moreover, Yu Chen believed that the authorities had already received the necessary information. Among the hundreds of thousands of players, some were undoubtedly affiliated with the authorities, otherwise, the response would not have been so prompt in her past life. She had made the necessary preparations, seized the opportunities, and spent the money. Yu Chen was ready to systematically study combat and shooting in the following days, while also focusing on her profession in cooking. Whether in close combat or long-range shooting, she was proficient. During the last year of escape, her close combat skills were honed through numerous life and death struggles. It's all about killing techniques. Each move is aimed at vital points without seeking to be stylish. Elbows strike throats, eyes are gouged, punches hit kidneys, elbows stab the heart, and so on. She doesn't disdain these skills as useless or unattractive. She wants to learn more. Otherwise, no matter how high the stats are, she won't use them, nor can she truly unleash her power. A martial art that can form its own faction must have its advantages, and she wants to study it systematically. As for long-range shooting, in her past life, shooting was all about magic, casting arcane missiles and fireballs and ice orbs. She relied solely on instinct, probably due to a natural talent, coupled with the mimicry talent that allows her to store 3 talents of others. With various skills combined, she can evade capture for a whole year. But now she has the divine marksman innate talent, so she must practice shooting well to honor this talent and her impressive agility of 21. Yu Chen still has the money for classes. In the morning, she learns combat, how to maximize force, which body parts can be used as weapons, how to break free when restrained, and so on. In the afternoon, she practices shooting, learning how to control range, calculate wind direction, and more. Unlike her past unconventional methods, Yu Chen now feels new changes every day. The body data is no longer just numbers. She is more agile and sharp, able to unleash greater power. The shooting coach is amazed by her talent. On her first day, her archery stance was not standard, clearly self-taught. In less than a week, she could hit the target within 30 meters every time. If they didn't know she was already 26, they would recommend her for the national team. It's a bit strange though, after shooting a few arrows, she always misses once, perhaps due to lack of strength. Yu-chin isn't lacking in strength, she just doesn't want to reveal that her 7th shot is always a critical hit. So, when she reaches the 7th arrow, she intentionally loosens the bowstring slightly, causing the arrow to fly weakly. Yu-chin knows her own abilities, she can aim well given time, but in rapid fire, she can only guarantee a 60% hit rate. Moving target shooting is even lower, not to mention shooting while running. But she doesn't lose heart, everything is just beginning. Yu-chen is busy here, while Yu-Qingshan finally relaxes. He stores the fragments and remains optimistic. His son is resilient despite losing half his life, and his daughter is still searching for a cure. Maybe there's a skill to repair items? Believe in miracles. So, from that day on, Yu-Qingshan also starts inquiring about players' information. Ichogwa, on the other hand, is the happiest person in the family besides Yu-chen. Her son married into a wealthy family, and the whole family had adventures. She can't think of a reason not to be happy. As for the surname of her future grandchildren, she doesn't care, it won't be E anyway, so what's the difference? She considers herself quite clear-headed, like those super smart women online. The only regret is that her daughter doesn't give her money to spend. Yu-chen also admires this, her son married into a wealthy family, yet he comes to her, an unemployed wanderer, for money. Happy Chogwa, at Yu-chen daughter, mom has her eye on a handbag, shy, Yu-chen directly quotes this message, mentions Yu Xuanhuan, and replies. Yu-chen, at Yu Xuanhuan brother, sister has her eye on a gun, shy, click on the wealthy son-in-law to make him spend some gold coins. Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuanhuan indeed doesn't lack money, it's said that the Su family is wealthy. Since he married into the Su family and became a part of it, he receives 5 million directly into his account every month as pocket money, living and eating at home, with clothes bought or tailored for him. This 5 million is pure pocket money. Living off someone else is indeed enjoyable. And his wedding night went smoothly, the bed Yu-chen gave him was indeed something, as they fought until dawn with the lights off. I had almost forgotten about the near expiration of that matter. Sui-tong seemed quite satisfied as well. Although she couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off, she didn't dwell on it. With that in mind, Yu Xuanhuan generously transferred 500,000 to each of the 2 women at home. He then asked them to inquire more about the news regarding divinely gifted talents, especially if there were any restrictions after receiving such a gift. The 2 women readily agreed, assuring him that they would take care of it. Their service attitude was as impeccable as that of a top-notch restaurant. Yu Qingshan also joined in, sending money to the 2 women to gather information about skills or items for repairing objects. The women responded with enthusiastic assurances, promising to handle the task diligently. However, they soon forgot about it. A week later, Yu Xuanhuan and Yu Qingshan asked in the group chat if there were any updates, but no one responded, with the mother and daughter pretending to be unaware. Yu-chen, pointing at his phone, scolded himself in the chat group. Yu-chen, oh Yu-chen, if you're not your own flesh and blood, then who are you? After some contemplation, he decided not to provoke anyone and eventually made a comment. Yu-chen, can you tell me if that bed is comfortable to use? Yu Xuanhuan, it's alright. Yu-chen, exactly. Good things and good news are never easy to come by. Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa both asked about the bed. Yu-chen shared the information in the group, claiming it was a wedding gift he had given. Happy Chogwa, is there more? Mom wants one, and your dad needs it. Depressed Qingshan? Yu-chen thought it was cheap, but it's actually super expensive. It costs several tens of gold coins. Just look at how much money it takes to exchange for 1 gold coin now, and you'll know the value of this bed. Recently, Yu Qingshan had learned that silver coins were now worth 10,000 each, and gold coins had skyrocketed in value. Depressed Qingshan heard it takes 1 million to exchange for 1 gold coin, but I haven't heard of anyone actually doing it. Happy Chogwa, a bed worth tens of millions? Unbelievable. That could buy a house. You're not generous when you should be, but you're so willing in places where you shouldn't be. Yu Xuanhuan, at Yu-chen thanks, sis if there's anything similar, buy it for me first, and I'll pay you back later. Yu-chen, at Happy Chogwa for rich women, isn't this more important than a house? Those who understand, understand. Ichogwa fell silent, and even if she spoke up, Yu-chen had no way to get her the same bed. If only she had stocked up on more of those beds back then. After turning off her phone, Yu-chen was lost in thought for a moment. For a few seconds, she actually felt happy, sometimes even doubting if her past life was a dream. If it weren't for enduring the pain of being nailed to the ground and bled out until Yushuan arrived, if it weren't for that book that appeared in her mind at the last moment, even if she were reborn, she would still believe them. What an ordinary and happy family they were. The mother was impatient but easily contented, sometimes appearing innocently cute. The father was gentle and easygoing, treating his children equally. They gave all their savings to their daughter, who later repaid her family with money, giving her parents and brother money, and her brother saved his share to buy her a villa. After the world changed drastically, her brother occasionally took her, his sister, to join the elite team to fight monsters in dungeons. Even when the enemy clan pursued her, her brother risked his safety to keep her informed. In her past life, she was deceived by this false sense of happiness, which led her to constantly suppress herself. Yu-Chen stared at the chat interface, taking a long time to come back to reality. She then realized that she had been chatting with these people calmly for so long. Revenge truly softened people, as she found that even when she tried to advise herself to endure at the beginning of her rebirth, she couldn't truly improve her attitude. After stashing her phone in her game backpack, Yu-Chen went out to continue practicing shooting. Now she was wearing a sports bra and a tight tank top on her upper body, with pants on the lower half and a small worn-out bag with 4 compartments in her pocket, containing 2 tubes of basic healing potions, a roll of first aid bandage that replenishes health when used, and her phone. The 236 compartment bags, potion pouch, and other props were all stored in the magician's false teeth. The most important item, the bound Soros pocket watch, was openly displayed around her neck, securely tucked into her tight clothing. Being bound meant it couldn't be lost or stolen, so anyone touching the pocket watch would only feel empty air, except for its owner. From the outside, others would just assume she was wearing a silver necklace, and even if they accidentally touched her chest, they wouldn't feel anything. She was about to move when she suddenly paused, the coach curiously watching her. Yu-Chen smiled and said she had just remembered something. For a brief moment earlier, she had sensed someone trying to divine her information, but it was blocked by the Soros pocket watch. Through the thin mist in her mind, she seemed to traverse the galaxy of time and space, catching a glimpse of the person attempting to divine her, a young man with a crew cut. After class, Yu-Chen went to a nearby restaurant to eat. Whether it was due to her full charm or the many experiences she had been through, her aura was now more enchanting than ever. The mysterious unpredictability of the thief god, the icy immortality of the undead, the boldness and sharpness of the marksman, the fiery and affable nature of the food god, and her own restraint and madness. After blending these various auras together, coupled with her naturally exquisite, outstanding, gentle, and intelligent face, Yu-Chen now attracted the unconscious gazes of passers-by whenever she showed her face outside. In fact, she had been feeling this way for a long time. Even at Sui-Tong's wedding banquet, despite her deliberate low profile, people would occasionally sneak glances at her. However, everyone present that day was either wealthy or noble, feeling their status was superior to hers, so they refrained from approaching her at the wedding. But after the wedding, Yu-Chen disappeared, either going to class or returning home to cook, not answering unknown calls or accepting friend requests from strangers. Sometimes she could even feel someone secretly taking photos of her while eating. It was an unavoidable occurrence in this era. And because she had withdrawn from the circle, lacking a backing, when news about her surfaced online, it was truly the opinions of strangers. Most of the comments were positive, occasionally sparking some attention, but Yu-Chen paid no mind, avoiding any publicity. Her life consisted of training in combat and marksmanship, and eating, gradually fading into silence. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhanglu came looking for her, wanting to collaborate again and return to the entertainment industry. Yu-Chen had almost forgotten about this person. She first confirmed that the individual was not a player, then unhesitatingly kicked her out, also giving her a gear of fate to reduce her luck to 1. Currently, the case of Lu Hongshang was still investigating those who had conflicts with him. Even after the gaming incident came to light and completely ruled out Lu Zhenliu's suspicion, no one turned their attention to Yu-Chen. This was because at the time, Lu Hongsheng had not yet targeted Yu-Chen, there were no conflicts between them, and Lu Zhenlu was still alive and well. Although she had been used as a pawn, everyone thought she was just a scapegoat randomly chosen by the culprit. But if Lu Zhanglu were to die, things would become uncertain. Yu-Chen did not seek out a teacher to teach her cooking. She had never been fond of cooking before, as she could just cook in the game if needed. The cooking skills in the game were different from real-life cooking techniques, so there was no need to find a teacher. Recently, more and more cats were staying in the backyard of her villa to eat. Fortunately, it was autumn and winter, so the cats were not causing trouble, and Yu-Chen's villa was quite secluded, with no one noticing. The weather was nice today, and Yu-Chen rarely stayed home to do proper work. Instead, she had the maid come over for a thorough cleaning of the house. She even took the initiative to wash the cat's nest herself. During this time, she not only investigated whether the maid was a player but also hid her own shadow among the maid's shadow as a spy. After all, with so many secrets now, if she were sent by someone else and found any surveillance devices in her own home, she would be exposed. Yu-chin felt that the persecution delusion she developed when escaping for her life would never go away. She would always be suspicious of anyone who got close to her. However, she loved her persecution delusion and only regretted not buying cleaning skills so she wouldn't have to invite strangers to her home. Although she didn't know what benefits this cat's nest would bring her, in her past life, she managed to turn a pet hospital into a small force, and it was an S-level item. Yu-chin had already decided that as soon as this cat's nest mutated after the game invaded, she would immediately bind it with a binding stone. It was only 100 gold. While airing the cat's nest, there were 7 or 8 cats lying in the backyard sunbathing. She used to be busy all day. Even when she was daydreaming in the backyard, she was mostly organizing her thoughts and never paid attention to these cats. She just had a rough idea that the cats in the backyard always came and went. None of them stayed permanently. But today, she discovered 2 cats she seemed to have seen before, either in August, or maybe when she was still in the $30 million villa. In any case, she definitely saw them. One was a chubby snow-white cat with 4 paws, and the other was a chubby black and white cat. She silently noted the appearance of the 2 cats. The maid spent the whole day cleaning the house, and Yu-chin didn't want too many people in her home, so she only invited her. She paid her handsomely, cleaning the entire villa thoroughly and neatly, giving her 10,000, a big deal that many maids were eager to take on. Yu-chin checked and found it indeed clean, so she paid the money straightforwardly and sent the maid off. She refused the maid's request to add her on WeChat and didn't mention hiring her again next time. She would definitely have someone else come next time to avoid being easily bought off by using the same person repeatedly. Her experiences from her past life were her most precious wealth. Just as she sent off the maid, she received a message from Sue-Liang on WeChat. Miss Sue got straight to the point without any pleasantries, asking if she was willing to make money using the divinely bestowed skill. For every task she used her divine talent for in the Sue family, they would pay her 1 million. Yu-chin wasn't surprised that Sue-Liang approached her. She had proposed using this skill to make money on Sue-Liang's wedding day because she had plans to profit from it. She wouldn't miss out on this money, especially since the market wouldn't crash for another half a year. However, she was unwilling to make enemies with the Sue family or become a thorn in someone's side. Yu-chin only accept tasks to change a person's luck value to a full value of 10, not tasks to change luck to 1. She didn't mention the values between 2 and 9. The main purpose of this skill was to harm or help people who needed those in-between numbers anyway. Sue-Liang understood her meaning, and she thought 1 million was too cheap for a shield. She readily agreed on a time and said someone would come to pick her up that day. Yu-chin wasn't worried that Sue-Liang's offer was just talk. The Sue family had guarantees in this regard. The more they trusted you, the more generously they paid. Even if they later wanted to suppress something privately, that would be a matter for later. As long as she helped the Sue family, they would definitely reward her. They wouldn't act petty and make others think that after joining the Sue family, they couldn't earn anything. Yu-chin deliberately took half a day off to meet up. When the agreed time came, the Sue family's car stopped outside Yu-chin's villa area. Upon getting into the car, Yu-chin found Sue-Liang also present. During their conversation, she subtly gave a preemptive warning: although I can alter luck, luck is not fate. Many things cannot be changed by luck alone. Sue-Liang nodded. Don't worry. She herself had gone from luck 10 to luck 8, naturally understanding the subtle differences. Her life hadn't changed significantly, still smooth sailing, but not as effortlessly as before. If quantified, previously when she aimed for 1, she would end up with 1. 5 or even 2, now aiming for 1 would only yield 1. She tried to convince herself it was all psychological, but once luck was quantified, some things couldn't be denied. The destination was a private room in a restaurant. Upon entering, Yu-chin remained indifferent, as if she didn't know or care about the people in the room, even though this woman had humiliated her countless times in the past. Sue-Liang pointed to a young man sitting next to Liang Yuchuan, instructing Yu-chin to use the Wheel of Fate on him. Yu-chin didn't ask or care about anything, simply extended 5 fingers towards the young man, closed her eyes, and after a few seconds said, "Done." The young man looked at his luck changing to 10 on his data panel and nodded slightly at Liang Yuchuan. After smiling and nodding at everyone, Yu-chin prepared to leave, and Sue-Liang didn't stop her, standing at the door to see Yu-chin off. As soon as Yu-chin got into the car, a transfer notification arrived. While in the car, Yu-chin once again felt someone probing her information. It was still the same young man. She smirked inwardly. It seemed the Liang and Sue families were indeed collaborating. The Liang and Sue families did collaborate. Shortly after Sue-Liang's marriage, the two families had a secret discussion. The Su family was shocked that someone had infiltrated the Liang family and cut off half of Liang Yuchuan's arm. The Liang family was even more surprised because not only had the Su family's youngest daughter lost an ear, but the Su family vault had also been robbed of a large amount of gold bricks. It was awkward. When the Liang family members arrived, even if they tried to remain rational, there was still some lingering resentment deep down. Maybe it was someone provoked by the Su family, using the Liang family to retaliate against the Su family, hence sneaking into the Liang family to harm Liang Yuchuan. The Su family members were also in a delicate situation. Although Sue-Liang was injured, it was just an ear, and while her hearing was affected, it wasn't as severe as losing half an arm. She could easily conceal the missing ear, and as for the gold bricks, although it was a significant loss, the Su family was wealthy enough to withstand it. Family matters were not to be disclosed, but despite the Liang family's seemingly cooperative tone, if the Su family didn't provide a reason, based on Liang Yuchuan's claim of seeing the culprit as Sue-Liang, the Liang family could come after the Su family. Both families fell silent, exchanging glances, lost in thought. Liang Yuchuan and Sue-Liang wore solemn expressions, feeling extreme shame, not just because of their physical injuries but also because the perpetrator had played them like puppets, using crude tactics to pit the two victims against each other, forcing both families to recount their ordeals face to face. The perpetrator must have been quite pleased with themselves. Recently, the Liang family had been focusing on the development of a game. All family members had joined the game, and after the closed beta ended, they were searching for players with special talents and divination abilities. The evidence had vanished, so they had to seek help from mysterious forces. To their surprise, they had finally found someone, only to discover that this person couldn't predict anything. Now when the two families sat down to talk, they concluded that the person must be someone who had grievances with both the Su and Liang families. As for the driver from the Liang family who died, he was most likely a small character who collaborated with the murderer and was silenced afterward. The elders began investigating people who had grievances with both the Su and Liang families, while the younger generation cooperated to use their gifted powers to search for clues. This led to Sue-Liang seeking out Yuchen to bestow a lucky buff on a player gifted in divination, just to see if it could be of any help. However, the results were clear, they returned empty-handed. Although the young man with the buzz cut didn't divine anything, his luck, which was usually average, was exceptionally good that day. He passed by a lottery shop on his way home and won a prize with the ticket he bought. This information was immediately reported to Liang Yuchuan, who, upon learning about it, would naturally inform Sue-Liang during their conversations, as she wanted to gather information about Yuchen. This gifted power could come in handy at some point. Liang Yuchuan had actually known about this power for a long time. Back when she had the Eye of Soros, she had examined everyone in the Liang family after the first closed beta, and naturally discovered the gifted power of the driver, Liang Hui. However, she didn't reveal this information at the time, only informing the head of the family about the game. At the same time, she observed whether Liang Hui would develop any inappropriate thoughts due to his stroke of luck, but before she could find out anything, he died. Even though she heard about a gifted power with the same name and ability from Yuchen now, Liang Yuchuan didn't suspect anything. After all, it was just a B-grade power, and the person who acquired it during the second closed beta was just an ordinary player in Liang Yuchuan's eyes. Like some game settings, in Liang Yuchuan's view, once the owner of a gifted power died, the wheel of fate would return to the pool to be drawn by someone else, or perhaps these low-grade powers were not unique at all. Not everyone could be like her, a prodigy of the heavens, who could draw an S-grade gifted power. Out of nearly 1,000 players in the Liang family, she was the only one who had obtained an S-grade power so far. Most importantly, the Liang family had already confirmed one thing: gifted powers couldn't be seized by killing their owners. Therefore, she didn't connect a nobody like Yuchen to her family affairs. That night, Yuchen received a message from Sue-Liang. Let's cooperate more in the future. Yuchen wasn't surprised by Sue-Liang's response. 1 million for 6 hours of luck was indeed a good deal. The next day, she left with the money, rented a small yacht, and went out to sea. The sea was a great place for escaping with its illusions, offering safety and concealment comparable to a safe house. She didn't have to worry about being seen by anyone and could easily dispose of any evidence after committing a crime. Later on, Sue-Liang would occasionally come to her to use her skills for others. She didn't hide the fact that she was using her skills on these people. She wanted to shout through a loudspeaker that she had raised their luck to 10. Over time, her reputation spread in wealthy circles, but so did her principles. She only brought good luck to people and never brought them misfortune. She could have said that her skill only raised people's luck, but that would have been too flawless and harmless, raising suspicions and making it difficult for her to modify monster luck values when raiding in the future. So, from the beginning, she had no intention of hiding it. Yuchen's principles indeed extinguished the malice of many people. Even when someone privately offered her a huge sum of 20 million, she didn't make an exception. Over time, everyone came to believe that she was truly clever, considerate, and cautious. Moreover, being somewhat related to the Su family made her untouchable. Yu Chen never expected that the skill that killed her in her past life would be the one to earn her money in this life. As the third closed beta ended, Yu Chen was no longer worried about being discovered as a player. The Su family and those who needed her divine talent would protect her. Her divine talent was not very threatening but unique enough, like divination, it might come in handy one day. Moreover, she was open about her business, and anyone could find her when needed. Even if she had to be a cannon fodder, no one would push her out. More importantly, there were many players without backgrounds, not worth the effort to catch someone trading with major families. Yu Chen was making money much faster than when she was a star. When trading with people, she only wanted money. Even though these people could easily get weapons, she preferred the trouble and bought them herself after getting the money. What if they mutated later? It was like buying a lottery ticket. If someone owed her $2, she would ask them to buy a lottery ticket for her, and if she won a big prize later, people wouldn't think she had foresight but that she stole their luck. If the weapons traded to her mutated after a game invasion, even if they were ordinary, she might have to return them if they had better attributes. Yu Chen felt that if she were in their shoes, she would probably be furious. She now spent 2 to 3 hours a day using this skill to earn extra money, saving it all up to make another trip to Savatica country at the end of November. There were many strange things there, and she wanted to stock up on items for mutation gambling. But before that, she planned to buy back her old set of costumes. When she first debuted, she played a love-struck female guard in a drama, wearing black clothes and boots for 35 out of 36 episodes. It was a low-budget period drama that unexpectedly gained popularity, propelling her from a newcomer to a third-tier star. Dramas often sold the main character's costumes to recover costs. This costume was bought by a fan back then. After the game invasion, the costume mutated into a rare blue item. Yu Chen knew this because the costume ended up in her hands in a dramatic way 2 years later. When she was on the run and killed a pursuer, she found the costume on him, with her name sewn inside the collar. It was from her first acting job, and even though the costume was unremarkable, she had embroidered her name on it with black thread, hoping for a bright future. She had never thought of finding that costume in this life since she had left the industry gracefully. The fan wouldn't have sold it out of heartbreak, right? She had already distanced herself enough by leaving the industry. She wouldn't stoop to taking opportunities from her own fans. However, one day when she was playing on her phone, she received a video of the fan selling the costume through big data. The fan mentioned running out of money and wanting to sell the costume worn by Yu Chen in a past role for 20,000. Yu Chen immediately messaged her, expressing nostalgia, and offered 50,000 for the costume. The fan hesitated, feeling guilty or exposed for unfollowing, and said she wouldn't sell it. Yu Chen played another card, 100,000. I'm sorry, sister. I'm just really short on money, that's why I thought of selling it. It's not that I don't like you anymore. 15,000, darling, sister really misses it. Whether it was the power of the God of Wealth card or that endearing darling, the other party accepted the offer. Early this morning, Yu Chen personally drove to pick up that piece of clothing and brought it back home. After washing and disinfecting it, she hung it in the cloakroom, a modified version of a black hanfu, not too elaborate, just a black outer robe with a wide belt. Actors could still wear their own clothes underneath, and with this long robe on and the belt fastened, she could easily transform for work. Little blue outfit. The little blue outfit she had been on the run with for a whole year. Round and round, it's still you. She had intended to find a good tailor to embroider some dark patterns on this garment. Maybe it could level up during a mutation? But after some thought, she gave up. It's better to play it safe. What if just because of her small alteration, the clothing couldn't mutate anymore? Since Yu Chen started making money again, earning 1 million per order, her family members became envious again. The happy Chogwa asked her for some money to spend, and the depressed Qingshan also asked her for some money to spend. Yu Chen tagged Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Chen, at Yu Xuanhuan, my money is all earned from your wife. Can't your God-given skill make money? In just one sentence, she almost made Yu Xuanhuan feel depressed again. His God-given talent. Forget it, better not mention it. Yu Chen, I still have a lot of money, planning to buy some weapons. At Happy Chogwa at depressed Qingshan, interested? Happy Chogwa, that bed. Still can't buy it? Depressed Qingshan, what do you mean by that? Happy Chogwa, just asking. Depressed Qingshan, at Yu Chen, do you have game weapons? Yu Chen, no, never seen any. Who sells these things? At Yu Xuanhuan, have you seen them at the Su family? Yu Xuanhuan, seen them, but it's not my turn. The topic instantly shifted to the game. A few days later, Yu Xuanhuan mentioned in the group that Sui-tong was on a business trip and he would be staying at his mother's house for a few days. Yu Xuanhuan, at Yu Chen, come to my house for dinner tonight. Hee, did the silver coins arrive? Is this even considered a meal? Yu Chen immediately booked a flight to Sabatica country using a chat app. Shortly after Yu Xuanhuan sent this message, Yu Chen shared her location at the airport. Yu Chen, location information. Yu Chen, you're too late. I've already planned to go to Sabatica country to see if there's anything interesting there. I'll bring you gifts when I come back. And then she turned off her phone. Yu Xuanhuan stood in the kitchen with a serious face. He didn't want this, but he really couldn't think of a way to resolve the situation. After the third closed beta, Sui-tong asked him if he had become a player. How could he say he wasn't a player? The difference between being a player or not seemed too significant. He was worried that Sui-tong would look down on him even more. And just after he admitted to participating in the game's closed beta, Sui-tong's next question was about what God-given talent he had drawn. In fact, since everyone knew that each person had a God-given talent, they generally wouldn't ask what the other person's talent was unless it was necessary for cooperation or job seeking, or if the person voluntarily disclosed it. This was a rule that even people with low emotional intelligence automatically understood and followed. Even when Yu Chen voluntarily confessed her God-given talent to Yu Xuanhuan and the others, Yu Xuanhuan felt embarrassed to ask further if Yu Chen's talent had any other skills besides changing others' luck values. Asking once could be endearing, but asking again would seem like probing into someone's privacy and hidden cards. But Sui-tong had no such concerns. She wouldn't ask her friends about their God-given talents, but Yu Xuanhuan was her husband, her possession, so she naturally had the right to know. Just like how the Su family would ask their employees about their God-given talents after participating in the closed beta, it was only natural and justified. Yu Xuanhuan naturally understood the implications behind all this. He dared to bet that even if Sui-tong looked down on the Yu family, she would not ask about Yu Chen's divine gift, but she could ask herself directly because in Sui-tong's eyes, she had the right to control everything about herself. Yu Xuanhuan showed no displeasure on his face at that moment, but instead gave a bitter smile, saying he drew a very good talent but it was sealed. Then, under Sui-tong's questioning, Yu Xuanhuan said he drew an SS-level divine gift, but after coming out of the game, some of the skills turned gray. He lightly mentioned a few skills that could no longer be used, and although Sui-tong did not say whether she believed it or not, her expression clearly became more serious. Yu Xuanhuan, under the pressure that might cause Sui-tong's displeasure, did not mention what effect the only talent skill he could currently use had, but quickly changed the subject, mentioning the professional skills he had learned and saying that he would make jewelry and potions for Sui-tong in the future. Finally, he brought up Yu Chen's talent skills again. If it weren't for him, how could Yu Chen have the opportunity to earn so much money? It's a pity he ran so fast. Yu Xuanhuan sighed, thinking about how Yu Chen had told them about the game as soon as he discovered it, and couldn't help but relax. It was good that he ran, he was just too anxious. He had so many choices, there was no need to lay a hand on Yu Chen. Thinking about how lucky he had become in the game by making food for passers-by, Yu Xuanhuan decided to come back a few more times. It was nearing the end of the year, with so many events at the Su family banquet, if he could bring something to the banquet. Aren't those born with a silver spoon in their mouths luckier than Yu Chen? But it was best to keep this from the Su family. Even though he was confident that if he told Sui-tong about the effect of this skill, she would definitely help him, he still wanted to keep it hidden. But since he had already bought the ingredients today, he couldn't waste them. The figures of Yu Qingshan and Yi Chobwa quickly flashed through his mind, and the next moment, Yu Xuanhuan thought of Yi Dong, who was still living in his apartment. He smiled and started cooking. Yi Dong had been living with him for so long and hadn't paid rent yet. Yu Chen still didn't know that her good little brother not only wasn't angry but was glad she had run away. Even if she knew, she wouldn't be touched. What good heart did a villain have? It was just using her as a backup. After arriving in the country of Sabatica, she first used her disguise skill to become a bald man, then found a guide to take her to buy some weird things. Money was not an issue, but it had to be weird. The more vintage, the better. The guide's smile became a bit more sincere, thinking another sucker had arrived. Then, the next moment, Yu Chen took out a pocket-sized pistol with her right hand, pressed it against her temple, and took out a thick stack of US dollars with her left hand. Do you want this, or this? The guide's smile was even uglier than crying, and truthfully said, but these things aren't real. Yu Chen put away the gun, calmly and seriously stating her request. It can be related to a murder case, have a long history, or have many stories, as long as you seriously help me find them. For each item found, I will give you a bonus, starting at a minimum of $500. If I am satisfied, I will increase it, with no upper limit. Seeing Yu Chen's gentle attitude, the guide realized she wasn't a crazy killer who would lose her mind at any moment, and she calmed down as well, confirming, "I can only guarantee that I will tell you everything I find out, but I can't guarantee that the information will be useful." Yu-Chen smiled and handed her a few US dollars. "Okay, I will stay here for a week. How much you can earn depends on you." She used to not believe in these things, but after the game invaded, many props were related to this kind of metaphysics. There were also such things in the country, like the accumulated incense ashes in those ancient temples, the meditation cushions used by real high monks for many years, and so on, all showing anomalies. However, those later became official items, mostly used to protect ordinary people or by the official raiding teams. She spent time and effort searching in the folk areas. This kind of metaphysical stuff has a long history in the country, with rich experiences of scammers and forgers. She admitted she couldn't outsmart them, and collecting them herself would be too conspicuous. She enjoyed the protection of the Su family for almost half of her time, which had its pros and cons. No one would easily mess with her, but her every move would be noticed by those with intentions. Other small families and forces wanted to know how the Su and Liang families, these big clans, would respond. Most of the attention would be on important figures in the Su family, but Yu-Chen, who had recently been doing business with the wealthy, could also be observed. Although they wouldn't send someone to track Yu-Chen 24/7, if she spent a long time collecting metaphysical-related items, it would definitely be noticed. In the future, if something with a long history or a story behind it showed anomalies, her behavior would be worth scrutinizing. After arriving in the country of Savatica, there was a possibility of continued investigation, but all the trivial matters were disguised and handed over to the tour guide to handle, while Yu-Chen herself would wander around tourist spots and shop like a regular visitor. Perhaps Yu-Chen was overthinking again, but she was used to being cautious, only regretting not thinking enough. Another thrilling and exhilarating battle of wits with the air. Is this a camera from a horror movie? Yu-Chen, disguised as a bald man, was playing with a very ordinary Polaroid camera at this moment. Which horror movie? The tour guide rubbed his hands and chuckled. It wasn't finished because those college students said that as they were filming, they encountered terrifying things and dared not continue, so they stopped. Yu-Chen put down the Polaroid camera without comment and looked at the other items on the table. An old Buddha amulet stained with blood, said to have been obtained by a woman seeking a good marriage who then married shortly after but found out the man was a scoundrel, leading her to kill him in a fit of rage. A wolf's tooth, said to have come from a wolf that had eaten many people. A veil worn by a Thai queen hundreds of years ago. And a small piece of durian shell. Yu-Chen controlled her expression, pointing at the durian shell and asked, "So, may I ask, does it have any touching or intriguing story and background?" She leaned in to smell it and could still detect the fresh durian scent. Did this tour guide think his gun had no bullets in it? The tour guide gestured animatedly, saying that this durian shell was extraordinary. When picking durians, one person usually cuts it from the tree while another catches it on the ground. However, this durian wasn't caught and hit the person on the head, killing them instantly. The durian didn't even pierce the skull because it shattered on impact. Everyone was busy crying, shouting, and praying at that time. No one paid attention to the durian. Later, a nearby child picked up the bloody durian and ate the flesh, but this small piece of durian shell was kept. Yu-Chen, the child you mentioned, isn't it you? Tour guide, it's not me. It's my child. Yu-Chen. She was wrong. How could she think that she could outsmart scammers in her own country and then outsmart scammers abroad? There were many scammers in her country, but at least they respected your intelligence. Abroad, not only were there more scammers, but they also treated you like a fool. Even the gun didn't work. Yu-Chen wearily waved her hand, took out $2,500 and placed it on the table, then swept the pile of junk on the table into her black backpack. She decided to interrupt her plan, buy a few latex mattresses, and return home. She was tired. Instead of wasting time, she might as well train well after the game invasion. Yu-Chen, who had been abroad for less than a week, returned to her homeland. She still had nearly 30 million in hand, but nowhere to spend it, which was truly distressing. She decided to simply use all this money to buy gold. When asked, she could easily find a good reason. She believed that in the future, it would be a player's world, and money would depreciate, so converting it to gold was safer. Yu-Chen also took the time to visit the Yu family villa, placed the latex mattress she brought for Ichio in the living room, then declined Ichio's invitation to dinner and headed straight to the gold shop. In the past, when Yu Xuanhuan was not a player, she could of course have dinner at the Yu family, but now that Yu Xuanhuan had a 1/5 food god talent, she didn't want to eat a single grain of rice from the Yu family. From that day on, whenever someone came to Yu-Chen to use the gear of fate, she only accepted gold. 100 million converted into gold at the current gold price was about 3.8 taels. She rounded it up and asked for 4 taels of gold. Sue-Liang. It was the first time she had heard of such rounding up, and now she felt a bit nauseous at the mention of gold. But wealthy people didn't care about this amount of money. After modifying their luck, many people were initially a bit worried. Was this borrowing luck from the future? They were lucky now, but would they be unlucky later? In fact, many people were also watching, but as time passed, they found that it had no impact. Even if luck improved, it only made things go smoothly within a certain range, not allowing you to achieve your goals without effort. The effect was like when a person was striving to reach the sky, the headwind turned into a tailwind. For example, the crew-cut young man who won the lottery. After winning $1 million for the first time that day, he immediately bought 10 more tickets, but never won again. Yu Chen's divine gift skill not only did not go unsold, but more people came to buy it. People didn't need it every day, just when they encountered major events and wanted to buy peace of mind, to feel the smoothness of everything going well as if blessed by a god. Wasn't this much more useful than a money tree or feng shui ornament? During this time, Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Qingshan, and Ichio also wanted to take the back door, asking her to give them a taste of happiness again, to experience the happiness of Lucky 10. Yu Chen readily agreed to such small requests. There were only 24 hours in a day, and this skill had a cooldown of 6 hours after each use. The dignitaries, except for those who needed it in the middle of the night, mostly wanted luck during the day. Even though the Chinese liked to discuss matters at the dinner table, at the latest, they needed her blessing before dinner. She usually only took 2 orders a day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, which allowed her to earn gold without affecting her classes. After using the Gear of Fate, the driver could take her directly to her class. The late night time could be left to the Yu family. Yu Xuanhuan couldn't come over at night. As a brother who adored his sister, he couldn't bring himself to ask her to come over at night to use a skill and then leave. But Yu Qingshan and Ichio, who lived in the same villa area, could. In the first half of December, these two would walk to Yu Chen's villa every day without hesitation, asking her to use the skill for one of them. It was a simple wave of her hand, and Yu Chen wasn't worried that in just a few hours, they would change their fate. Ichio even mentioned that Yu Chen was no longer close to them, as she didn't even record their fingerprints at the villa. Yu Chen explained that she had now retired and could date, and might even bring a boy home in the future, so it might be inconvenient. Ichio chuckled, understanding her unspoken words, and then playfully suggested to Yu Qingshan, "Shall we go back to Zijing Road for a while? You always say you're afraid the child will be disturbed, right?" Yu Chen, is this an excuse I can listen to? Yu Chen frowned and escorted them outside the villa courtyard, pretending not to see Yu Qingshan's bitter expression. Young men were not suitable, and neither were old men. TSK. In the day-to-day training, Yu Chen has not only learned how to exert force more efficiently, but also corrected many bad close combat habits with the help of her coach. Her current strength attribute is 10. Previously, even when she exerted all her strength, she could only unleash 6 to 7 units of strength. But now that she has learned the skill of exerting force, she can at least utilize 90% of her strength. Although she focuses on long-range attacks, close combat ability is also crucial. She has learned many techniques like horizontal elbow strikes, jumping elbow strikes, knee strikes, heart strikes, turning butterfly elbows. Yu Chen only feels how terrifyingly strong she is now. She has acquired the knowledge, and the rest requires long-term practice. So, she changed teachers to learn how to use a dagger. Similarly, she has learned all the knowledge related to archery. Now, it's all about daily practice and comprehension. Yu Chen has started learning crossbow and firearm shooting skills. The situation in the Savatica country has brought her floating heart back to the ground. She has stocked up on many weapons. Instead of gambling on improbable and elusive changes, she decides to focus on studying diligently. But, as they say, everyone has a gambling streak. After classes, Yu Chen often stops by the antique street to browse around. She buys whatever catches her eye, bringing home a bunch of odds and ends. Once, when Ichiyogwa helped her tidy up the house and saw the pile of junk that Yu Chen was too lazy to even put in her game backpack, she remarked that she would definitely be tricked into buying health products when she gets older. The male lead is in a dilemma, the third female lead is in trouble, and she is gambling. Everyone has a bright future, but there is one person who seems on the verge of breaking. One day, Yu Chen received a call from Yu Xuanhuan, asking if she had time in the evening to help him adjust the luck value for a friend in exchange for money, 5 caddies of gold each time. What's wrong with that? It's a win-win situation, and she is getting paid by Yu Xuanhuan, so she agrees. However, she took precautions, fearing that Yu Xuanhuan might invite her for dinner. She preemptively said, "Each to their own, it's impossible not to charge for using this skill for your friend, but tonight, Big Sister will treat you to a bottle of fine wine." With an average cost of over 10,000 per person at the restaurant, plus a bottle of wine worth around 20,000, it adds up to just 1 catty of gold. Yu Chen smoothed her hair in the rearview mirror, nodded at her reflection in the mirror. You are quite generous. Then she turned the steering wheel, drove to the Yu family villa, and brought Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua along. Although she didn't know who Yu Xuanwan's friend was, she could easily guess that it was probably one of his brothers. She didn't want to dine alone with them. This silly brother acts as if he's introducing his girlfriend to his parents. Every time he makes a new friend, he likes to bring them home for dinner and then points to her, Yu Qingshan, and Yi Qiuhua, saying, I want you to meet my family. In reality, Yu Xuanwan can bring home at least 2 different brothers every semester for dinner, and they are all handsome and wealthy. Yu Chen always thought he was either stupid or pretending. Later, she realized it was wisdom, because those brothers were all deeply moved and provided Yu Xuanwan with a lot of help. Yu Chen finds it hard to define Yu Xuanwan. Perhaps his many benefactors are not solely due to luck. Not to mention Yu Chen, even Yi Qiuhua and Yu Qingshan have gotten used to it. Every time, Yu Qingshan can take out the recently purchased wine and say, this is the good wine that uncle has never been willing to drink. Since you are Xuanwan's friend, uncle will treat you like a son. Come, let's have a drink, the 3 of us. The cups and lines never change. Upon entering the private room, she saw, as expected, Yi Dong, whom Yu Chen had met unilaterally in City B not long ago. However, this person looked haggard, as if on the verge of breaking. Although her eyes lit up when she saw Yu Chen, they quickly dimmed again. He had been really unlucky lately, never winning in games, even losing in favorable matches due to various unexpected events. The scandal with his fans had escalated, and people he had offended in City B were coming after him. Even if he stayed home doing nothing, he would end up choking on his food. After everyone had taken their seats, Yu Xuanwan seemed more anxious than Yi Dong, the person involved. She directly took out a 5-pound gold ingot and handed it to Yu Chen, saying, Sis, help my friend out, he's been having a rough time lately. Yu Chen didn't refuse, worried that Yu Xuanwan might take advantage of the situation. Without any hesitation, she accepted the gold ingot back when Yu Xuanwan said she didn't need it. Yu Chen dodged Yi Qiuhua's frequent elbow strikes and discreetly kept the gold ingot, then used a skill on Yi Dong. How could someone lucky enough to be with the male lead be unlucky? Yu Chen understood it in a flash. Most likely, Yi Dong had eaten Yu Xuanwan's cooking without paying. Other people's free meals meant not paying, but Yu Xuanwan's free meals meant she cooked for you secretly, fearing you might pay. Paying to modify Yi Dong's luck value was his sweet deal, a timely help that made Yi Dong trust and appreciate him more. She had seen through this tactic in her past life. Witnessing Yu Xuanwan calculating for his brother, whom she had a close bond with in their past life, Yu Chen felt she had come to the right place today. She might even get to eat 2 extra bowls of rice. Yu Chen decisively raised Yi Dong's luck modification to 10, letting him experience the charm of feeling happy again. Seeing Yu Xuanwan's attitude, Yi Dong might become a frequent customer in her business. Even if games invaded their lives in the future, she would rely on this skill to make money. Do you need to feel happy again when opening the boss's treasure chest? Despite Yu Xuanwan, Yu Chen, and Sui-Tong having full luck values, the latter 2 were the main characters, while the third had improved from 8 to 10 through postnatal development. Most ordinary people had a luck value of 5. Yu Chen had recently modified the luck values of many people, and through Soros's pocket watch, she had seen information on many individuals. Even those who had achieved great success in the past, the so-called big shots seen only on TV, had luck values of only 7. Of course, this was understandable. After all, those who reached the pinnacle of success relied on intelligence, family background, emotional intelligence, and hard work. Luck was just a bonus. However, when it came to opening game treasure chests, it was purely about luck, unrelated to intelligence, family background, or appearance. In her past life, the Liang family had always kept Liang Hui's God-given talent a secret, possibly even preparing special items to conceal his talent, preventing others from discovering it. Even she had heard that the Liang family often obtained good items after completing dungeons, unlike other families, such as the Su family, where only Sui-Tong could find good items when opening chests. Once the dungeon started, outsiders couldn't enter, let alone have the young lady come to open the chest after completion. Relying on their high treasure drop rate, the Liang family had developed slightly better than the Su family, for reasons unknown. It was only after being intensively targeted by Liang Hui's fate gear skill that Yu Chen deduced the effect of his God-given talent and confirmed it with him when he caught her. Seeing that she had almost figured out his God-given talent, Liang Hui admitted it, knowing she would soon be dead. Thinking about it, Miss Liang had spared no expense to catch her, only to be intercepted by the Su family in the end. Yu Chen had already decided to use this God-given skill to benefit the players in City S. If she managed this skill well, she could earn 4 times a day. Successful people didn't stay up late working, but gamers stayed up late playing. She just needed to reconsider the pricing. It couldn't be as cheap as it was now, but it also couldn't be too expensive, as attracting envy could lead to being targeted and eliminated. Yu Chen was refining his Fate Gear money-making plan in his mind while having his meals in a trance. At the dining table, Yu Chen's attitude towards Yi Dong was very indifferent, but Yi Dong didn't dare to say much. After all, although he had not yet experienced the charm of Lucky 10, Yu Chen was also a player, and in the future, he might need to use her divine gift. Even if he was dissatisfied, he would endure it. At most, he would mutter in his heart that this woman was not sensible enough. Yu Chen also didn't care about Yi Dong's thoughts. She wanted to develop Yi Dong as a client, but this business was sought by Yi Dong, not her seeking Yi Dong. She didn't lack clients. Yu Xuanwan didn't think there was anything wrong with Yu Chen's attitude. It was better this way. Yu Chen's attitude would highlight how good he, as a brother, was to Yi Dong. It was already late when they arrived home, but Yu Chen still spent an hour preparing food for the cats in the backyard. As the weather turned colder, more and more cats appeared in the backyard. She custom-made a pet villa and placed cat beds inside, with heated mats covering the wooden floor. With so many cats, she couldn't just watch the strong ones sleep inside while the weak ones froze outside. She even changed the backyard faucet to a sensor-based one that would release water whenever a cat passed by. Besides that, she really couldn't do more. Yu Chen squatted in front of the French window between the backyard and the villa, gesturing to a calico cat outside that was trying to come in by pawing at the window. Don't even think about it. Meow, not happening. She coldly got up and left. These days, Yu Chen had been renovating the backyard for the cats, buying cat toys and climbing frames, and installing a retractable canopy above to shield them from rain and allow them to bask in the sun. She attributed her actions to her concern that the cat beds might not suit the cats, not because she was conquered by the cats. While busy, she pondered the pricing issue of the Fate Gear skill after the game invasion. The more she thought about it, the more she felt like she was suffering from paranoid delusions. The danger level of this skill, Fate Gear, seemed no less than that of role-playing. For a divine gift skill that could only alter luck values and swap opponent attributes to be rated as a B, there was a reason behind it. Although everyone tacitly left her alone for now, not even Sue-Liang had thought of declaring her as belonging to the Su family. That was because the current utility of this skill was limited, like a feng shui master going around helping people get rich, valued but not taken seriously, just a little trinket. But things would change after the game invasion. If a faction consistently gained items worth 30% more than others after each dungeon run, even if it was just 10% more, over time, they would leave the others far behind. Currently, players weren't earning much money, so she wasn't charging high prices. But as players became more powerful and earned more money in the future, the price of her skill would inevitably increase. She either had to refrain from using it or maintain a balance, allowing the major factions to balance each other out and reach a tacit agreement not to interfere with her. If she wanted balance, she couldn't be too greedy. If she dared to demand a share of the final profits from the other team's dungeon runs, she wouldn't survive for 3 days. But being too cheap would also be unsatisfactory. She admitted that no matter how restrained and cautious she was, fundamentally, she was a greedy person. However, this problem could be easily solved by whether her divine gift had been leaked or not. Just as she was thinking about it, she received a call from the security guard, saying that 2 people were looking for her, claiming to have played a game with her on October 10th. The security guard's tone was strange, probably not expecting someone living in a mansion to be involved in the gaming scene. Yu Chen understood, they were players. She wasn't afraid. Since they came to visit in broad daylight, no matter what their purpose was, at least they were releasing goodwill. She instructed someone to bring them in. 2 people arrived, a man and a woman, dressed casually, but judging from their posture and demeanor, they were most likely from the team. She led them into the room and offered them seats. After serving them 2 glasses of water, she got straight to the point and asked about their purpose. The woman with a ponytail said, "Hello, I'm Zhao Shuang, we are from the government." Upon hearing that the visitors were official representatives, Yu Chen thought to herself, finally, the wait is over. She already had an answer to her own troubles. How to balance it? Just find someone stronger to restrain it, right? Yu Chen nodded. What a coincidence, so am I. Zhao Shuang was amused by Yu Chen's dry humor for a moment, but she also relaxed a bit. She had been worried that the other party might be the type to become arrogant after a stroke of luck, but at least on the surface, there wasn't much hostility towards the authorities. You must understand what I mean, she said. Yu Chen took the initiative in the conversation. Do you need my divine gift and want to cooperate with me? The man with a crew cut felt a sinking feeling in his heart at the mention of cooperation. Of course, what they wanted was not cooperation, they wanted to recruit people. Cooperation meant equality, profit sharing, and paying for each use. But he also knew that moral coercion was the dumbest way, and the speculation that the game might be the beginning of an alien civilization invasion was just that, speculation without evidence. Wu Qingbai couldn't help but blurt out, "Miss Yu, have you ever thought about serving the country?" Yu Chen replied, "I pay my taxes." Wu Qingbai fell silent. Zhao Shuang chuckled again. She cleared her throat and calmed down. She had talked to quite a few players recently, and while Yu Chen wasn't the most friendly or unfriendly, she was definitely the calmest. Upon learning their identities, Yu Chen showed no excitement, no resistance, no sense of superiority, but also no fear or anxiety. She was a resolute person. Zhao Shuang immediately dropped all the prepared speeches and asked directly, "Miss Yu, how do you want to cooperate?" Yu Chen replied, "I can use the fate gear 4 times a day to modify a person's luck value. I am willing to sell 3 of those opportunities to you. I don't care how you use them, who you cooperate with, or negotiate with. However, I can't stay here every day. I believe you can track my whereabouts. Besides training in classes, I enjoy traveling." Zhao Shuang didn't address how to solve this problem but asked, "What about the price?" Yu Chen casually quoted, 3 gold coins per use. And as players' levels and incomes increased, she would raise the price. Wu Qingbai interjected, "This falls under high income. You have to pay 45% tax, each time." Yu Chen hesitated. Zhao Shuang remained composed. Yu Chen raised her coffee cup, "It's getting late. Now get out. Get out far away." Zhao Shuang handed Wu Qingbai the glass of water in front of him, signaling him to be quiet. Zhao Shuang began to negotiate. "This price is too high. Although we have many people, you've played this game and know how hard it is to earn money in it." Yu Chen replied, "Divine gifts are diverse. There might be ways to make money." She wasn't just saying it casually. Although she hadn't seen it, with gods of food, theft, and water, why couldn't there be a god of wealth? Zhao Shuang remained composed, even though Yu Chen had guessed correctly. The government had a total of 520,000 players, naturally with divine gifts related to making money, but it was just an A-level gift, not a money printing machine. The price of 3 gold coins per use was too expensive, and they weren't players with a luck level of 10, even though there were only 2 of them. Next, Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai took turns persuading Yu Chen to lower the price, with a mix of firm and gentle attitudes. Wu Qingbai even deliberately acted foolish to lighten the mood, clearly showing they were old partners and actors. Yu Chen originally didn't care about this matter, but the other party's determined attitude made her curious. "Can you please tell me why you need my talents so much? Is it for scientific research? International affairs?" Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai shook their heads, indicating they couldn't say. Yu Chen couldn't read any information from their faces. Even though in her past life, she occasionally followed powerful families like the Sue-Liang families to raid dungeons, she didn't know much more than an average person. Many things she knew were from the news, like the testing time, number of participants, or ordinary items that had undergone mutations. She had no way of knowing the real insider information. So what exactly was it that made this group of people need her gifted talents so much? Scientific research might require some luck, but it relied on genius minds and lengthy research processes, not long-term cooperation. International affairs? Well, that was even more far-fetched. So it must be related to the game. Crafting equipment? Dungeons? She even dared to guess more boldly. Did someone have a way to enter the game? Yes, who said there were only 3 rounds of testing? Who said you couldn't enter the game after testing ended? In her past life, the official powers always dominated over the major families or conglomerates. Could it really be solely based on righteousness and numbers? She didn't believe it. Not to mention others, just Su Beige and Liang Yuchuan's uncles probably dreamed of becoming kings. Yu Chen's heart beat faster, her eyes shining brighter as she sat up straight, staring at the 2 opposite her. Wu Qingbai and Zhao Shuang. "Don't look at us like that. It's scary." Yu Chen's attitude made a 180-degree turn. She took away the water in front of the 2 and asked, "Coffee, juice, or tea?" Zhao Shuang. "Oh no, a bad feeling is creeping in." Wu Qingbai coughed and clenched his fists. "Don't do this, we're scared." Yu Chen made them 2 cups of the best coffee and took out some of her highest rated but not exceeding 80 points snacks from her game backpack and placed them on the table, saying, "I apologize for the poor hospitality earlier." Zhao Shuang, "Just say it." Yu Chen, "Then I'll be direct. Do you have a way to enter the game?" Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai's expressions looked like they had been punched. The situation they least wanted to happen had occurred. Yu Chen's talent was too special, their attitude was too obvious, so she could guess it wasn't surprising. Soon, their expressions turned serious and solemn. Wu Qingbai said, "If you want to know more, you must join us." Rest assured, we offer good treatment, and you will have the most freedom within the rules and regulations. The treatment meant her efforts would definitely outweigh the rewards, and the freedom within the rules and regulations meant no real freedom. She had seen through the tricks of these two actors. Yu Chen shook her head regretfully. It seems we won't be able to cooperate. It was a non-negotiable attitude. Zhao Shuaying took out her phone. Can I make a call? Yu Chen raised her hand. Feel free. After Zhao Shuaying left, Wu Qingbai asked seriously, can I ask why you don't want to join us? Is it because you don't believe or you don't want to? Yu Chen replied, I don't believe, and I don't want to. She honestly said, I know this game is unusual, and I know you are great, but where there are many people, there will be factional struggles, involving profit distribution. Do you dare say there won't be any? Even my old company was divided into 3 factions, and I can't handle that kind of environment. Wu Qingbai, what about the Su family? Yu Chen, I never thought about joining the Su family, or any faction for that matter. I am a lone ranger, even though there are many risks, the real good stuff never reaches me through internal information. But it's still better than wasting time scheming and plotting. Wu Qingbai fell silent, unable to refute Yu Chen. Where there are many people, there are bound to be conflicts and factions, even if everyone's goals are the same, or even if some people have no ulterior motives. Differences in approaches naturally lead to the formation of factions, hardliners, moderates, radicals, each with its own distinctions. Not to mention, people are never without selfish motives. Crisis signifies change, and there are always those who seek to reshuffle the deck. Even he and Zhao Shuaying were not from the same faction. Besides cooperation, their partnership also involved mutual supervision and restraint. To be honest, he was tired of it all. He no longer wanted to be involved, but going solo would lead to Yu Chen's current predicament, knowing nothing and unable to access truly valuable resources. As the two fell into silence, Zhao Shuaying returned. She said to Yu Chen, regardless of whether we eventually cooperate or not, you need to pay a price in Fate's currency for this information before we tell you. Yu Chen never hesitated to make necessary expenditures. Fine, he replied. Zhao Shuaying handed him a transparent crystal the size of a blueberry. Skill storage stone, disposable. Using a skill on this crystal allows you to store it for someone else to use. Simply crush it when using. Creator, Ichan. Yu Chen had seen skill stones in his past life, but he didn't know much about them. They were something he wouldn't spend on, considering the extravagance of buying a skill that could only be used once for several silver or even gold coins. This was the first time he had seen a blank one. He used the skill happiness again on the crystal. A red mist spread inside the crystal, turning it entirely red. From a distance, it looked like a small red cloud. Checking his skills, he found that happiness again was now on cooldown. It seemed that it couldn't bypass the cooldown, but it could ensure that skills with limited uses wouldn't go to waste. He immediately asked, how much for this crystal? Zhao Shuaying smiled, pocketed the red mist crystal, and gave a smile only a successful salesperson could manage. 3 gold coins each. Yu Chen. Karma struck swiftly. 3 gold coins each was obviously a joke. Zhao Shuaying continued, if you're buying, I'll give you a friendly price, 1 skill crystal for 5 blank crystals. Yu Chen remained silent, contemplating whether to find a way to produce these himself rather than buying from others. Unconcerned with Yu Chen's silence, Zhao Shuaying began to lay out the terms. We do have a way to enter the game. It's different from playing during the closed beta. Once you die inside, it's real death. We can take you in and even provide protection, but you'll need to pay in Fate's currency for all of this. The balance of power between the two parties shifted instantly. Yu Chen, however, remained calm. She felt only excitement, realizing there was a way to get there. Where do we land? Zhao Shuaying replied, we have a person who bought a small house in the undead city Dark City. His talent is opening portals and can transport us into the Dark City. The enemy's lair. Zhao Shuaying watched as Yu Chen's expression shifted from excitement to calm. What? Don't you like it? I do. Game characters didn't resemble their real selves, and she had a disguise skill. Yu Chen asked, how do we get out? Zhao Shuaying explained, that involves another fee. We can transform everyone into cute little animals, and another player who can disguise themselves as an undead can take us out of the city. Yu Chen could transform into animals by herself, she could also disguise herself, but if she didn't want to expose these skills, she had to spend money. She covered her forehead, feeling a headache, as if she had joined a zero-yuan tour group and was happily traveling, only to be forced to spend money upon arrival. Zhao Shuaying's smile on her face was getting brighter and brighter, even Wu Qingbai beside her smiled happily. Yu Qing, is there a time limit? After I go, can I stay as long as I want? Zhao Shuaying, yes, but whether going or returning, each use of our teleportation portal requires 50 Fate Gears skill crystals. Of course, we will provide the crystals. This price was not cheap. But this was a monopoly industry. If she didn't join, she naturally had to pay a higher price, which was reasonable. However, as long as she could enter that world, it meant huge wealth, so the expensive ticket was worth it. Feeling happy again, the cooldown time for one use was 6 hours, but she had a necklace that reduced cooldown time by 15%, so in theory, she could use it every 306 minutes. If she timed each cooldown precisely, she only needed less than 11 days of skill quota to exchange for a chance to go to another world, a price Yuching could totally accept. If she had this portal, she would probably offer the same price, fair for the preciousness of the opportunity, not asking too much, and also building a good relationship with the other party. Yuching asked, "How much does it cost for you to turn me into an animal and take me out of the city?" Zhao Shuang replied, 5 skill crystals. Yuching was stunned, and asked one last question, "If that person dies, can we still come back?" Zhao Shuang said, "Well, that involves another fee." Yuching said, "Maybe you should just leave, I'll pretend you never came today." Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai stood up together, "Okay." Yuching raised her hand, "Speak nicely." Wu Qingbai said, "You don't like to hear what I have to say. Yu Chung. I am the main character of a revenge novel who has returned from a grand rebirth. How dare you treat me like this? Believe me, I'm really angry." Zhao Shuang said, "We have skill crystals for the teleportation portal here, crush them and you can come back by yourself, safe and worry-free, only 52 crystals each." Yuching, "Do you accept gold coins?" Zhao Shuang, "No, we only accept your skill crystals." Yuching, "Can I take out a loan? I mean, I go first, and then I pay back a few crystals from time to time." Zhao Shuang, "Of course. If you take out a loan, given your special circumstances, you must pay every 3 days, a minimum of 10 crystals each time. And you also need to pay an additional 5 crystals as interest." Yuching, "Are you really from the government?" Wu Qingbai, "Absolutely authentic." Yuching, "She always felt like she had encountered a scam group. Smuggling. No, teleportation fee of 50 crystals, transforming into an animal and leaving the city costs 5 crystals, teleporting back costs 52 crystals, and a loan fee of 5 crystals. After the person left, Yuching sat alone on the sofa, holding 112 blank skill crystals, the loan contract, and the confidentiality agreement. The confidentiality agreement was very detailed, not only requiring her not to tell anyone about entering the game, but also not to disclose player-related information if caught in the other world, and any act of betrayal would result in being muted for a few days. Zhao Shuang said this was a gift from the gods, something Yuching had seen in her past life, and after checking that there were no traps and the terms were not too harsh, she signed it. How did it suddenly come to this? She seemed to still be a lone wolf, but now she was a lone wolf burdened with a huge loan. She even planned to sell this skill for 3 gold coins each time. 108 times, rounded up. Wasn't that 500 gold coins? Yuching wiped her face, thinking that this time she had to make a profit before coming back. She first spent a few days investigating Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai, making sure they were indeed official personnel before feeling completely at ease. She posted a vague message on her social media, a message only understood by a few. Lucky 10 has been taken by the authorities, and will no longer be sold to the public. She then went to feed the baking cat cookies in the backyard, tastier and more nutritious than cat food. She filled all 5 feeders before stopping, ensuring a month's worth of food for the cats. Finally, she mentioned it in the family group chat. Only the most idle Ichogwa responded instantly, the other 2 probably had their do not disturb mode on. Yu Chen, my skills can only be used by the government recently. I will be on a business trip for over a month, can't disclose the itinerary. Happy Chogwa, are they paying you? Yu Chen, what do you think? Happy Chogwa, I think they should. Yu Chen, they don't pay and even ask me to pay taxes. Happy Chogwa, how can they do that? Is there no justice left? Yu Chen, exactly. After speaking some truths, Yu Chen changed into more practical clothes, long-sleeved shirt, pants, and boots, light and soft, not for wind or water protection but to move silently. She checked her weapons, potions, and food once more before driving to the address Zhao Shuang had given her. A portal would open there tonight. Yu Chen, wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a cap, entered the top floor of the library. It was crowded with people, most hiding their faces like her. In a corner, there was a table full of food and drinks, but Yu Chen avoided it, having a shadow about never eating anything for free in her life. At 7 p.m., a person in military uniform entered and briefed the hundreds present on the rules. Those following orders must obey without question. Disobey 3 times, and we have the right to eliminate you. Cooperative players not following orders can move freely outside the city and seek our protection in times of crisis, but remember, we only favor our own. To those with loans, repay on time. Otherwise, future cooperation will be difficult. Adhere to the confidentiality clauses in the contract. It's a divine gift, and I trust you understand the consequences of violating it. Everyone clear? Yuchen shouted along with the crowd, feeling like she was in military training. Sue-Liang only learned about Yuchen's situation after the meeting. She furrowed her brows, feeling displeased that her skill was being taken by the authorities. But she quickly controlled her emotions and pondered why the authorities needed the divine gift of the fate gear. During dinner that night, she asked Yu Xuanhuan if he knew about it. Yu Xuanhuan showed her the group chat directly. Sue-Liang's gaze lingered on the line. Will be on a business trip for over a month. Can't disclose the itinerary for a moment. She asked, really not paid? Yu Xuanhuan shrugged, should be true. She may be stingy, but not a liar in this regard. Sue-Liang nodded thoughtfully and remained silent. Soon, she pushed it out of her mind. She chose to believe that the authorities needed Lucky 10 for some special tasks, similar to how she and Liang Yuchuan had used it for smoother divination in the past. The skill was indeed practical. She had actually been considering bringing Yu Chen into the Su family, but was still contemplating which branch should marry Yu Chen. She was too outstanding for some, yet not good enough for others. After all, Yu Chen was her husband's sister. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. Well, Yu Chen was just a B-level talent anyway. Yu Chen was still unaware that Sue-Liang had the idea of wanting her to marry into the Su family and work for them. But even if she knew, it wouldn't matter much. She had let go of the grudges from her past life long ago. The Su family was sometimes quite amusing. If you worked for them, the closer you were to the core, the better the treatment, motivating everyone to climb higher. However, if you married into the Su family, as a daughter-in-law or son-in-law, that was it, no more working, you were already part of the family, why bother with this and that for yourself? Could it be that you married into the Su family just for their wealth? In her previous life, after gaining some fame through her God-given talents, Sue-Liang was eager to have her marry into the Su family with all its flaws. But just by observing how Yak Sunhuan lived, Yu Chen didn't have a good impression of the Su family. If it weren't for Liang Yuchuan and Han Xianshan entering the scene later on, the influence and status of the Liang and Han families were not much inferior to the Su family, making it uncertain about Yak Sunhuan's position and treatment. And what kind of people were those introduced by Sue-Liang? Yu Chen could never agree. The consequences of her repeated refusals, in Sue-Liang's eyes, meant that she still had feelings for Yak Sunhuan. What a dirty imagination. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the teleportation gate lit up on time, and everyone lined up to pass through. Each person had to wait for 2 minutes after crossing before the next person was allowed to pass. After stepping through the blue light gate, Yu Chen found herself in a dimly lit room with only a candle lit. In the room stood two people, a short-haired woman and a military-clad man who had entered earlier to announce. By now, the military-clad man had changed into a gray robe. The short-haired woman waved at Yu Chen to come over, saying, "Come here. Let me turn you into a small animal." Yu Chen looked at her warily. What about the others from before? Even if she were to be turned into a small animal and sent out of the city, it shouldn't happen so quickly. The short-haired woman smiled and turned to reveal a small glass box behind her, filled with cockroaches crawling over each other, trying hard to climb on top of one another, none willing to be at the bottom. Is this what you call small animals? Wait, what were Zhao Shuaying's exact words? We can turn everyone into cute little animals. Yu Chen was stunned. The main female lead of a revenge novel who had come back to life. The short-haired woman said gently, "Come." Yu Chen took a step back. Wait, I summon. No, I mean, I have the ability to turn into a small animal myself, a truly cute little animal. It didn't matter, she had many tricks up her sleeve, and no one knew how many animals she could transform into. Tricks were meant to make her life better. Yu Chen raised her hand to stop the short-haired woman from approaching. Can I transform myself? The short-haired woman stood regretfully in place. Of course you can. Yu Chen was about to transform when she suddenly asked, do I still need to repay the 5 crystal stones I paid for this transformation service in the loan contract? The short-haired woman chuckled, knowing that she was most likely a player who had exchanged skills for entry qualifications. The 5 crystal stones are mainly for escorting you out of the city. Turning into an animal is just a bonus. Yu Chen gritted her teeth. All right, you are quite the schemers. Just you wait for me. She transformed into a chubby milk cow cat she had recently petted, walking to a corner where she noticed a black dog already squatting there, looking at her with pity and understanding. Yu Chen. In the following period, Yu Chen understood why the queue to enter the gate was so slow. Almost all the people, upon learning that they would be turned into cockroaches, had to go through a process of shock, questioning, struggling, resisting, and compromising. Only a few people seemed calm and composed, probably those who had been here before. But when they saw the black dog and milk cow cat in the corner, they all looked at them with sour eyes, one glance after another. Yu Chen waited patiently, during which she constantly felt the aura of the other world, as if the air here was imbued with magic. Ever since she became a player, she could feel the energy within her body, even sensing the magic flowing through her when using skills, but those feelings had never been so clear until now. It was like a foggy lens suddenly being wiped clean, and the world became sharp. She even had the illusion that she could cast Ice Flower Seal instantly without chanting a spell. Players passed by in front of Yu Chen, but she didn't use the skill of the thief god. When she first respawned, she would have stolen from a passing dog, but ever since acquiring Yushuanawan's food god talent, her hostility had greatly diminished. There were so many alien powerhouses, she didn't need to steal from her own kind. Besides, there were the Sue-Liang and Hansan families. She had plenty of enemies and no need to target those who hadn't wronged her. After waiting patiently for a while, everyone finally arrived. There was even an orange cat by Yu Chen's side, the short-haired woman. The military-clad man had already collected the cockroach box. After transforming himself into an undead with an item, he led the two cats and a dog out. The dark city was full of strange people, trolls, blood elves, dwarves, goblins. No one paid attention to a few ordinary pets. The group quickly left the city, with Yu Chen closely following the captain. Skillfully avoiding the territories of wolves, goblins, and other low-level creatures, they walked for an unknown duration until they reached a large tree not far from the dark city. Looking back, they could vaguely see the spire of the undead palace. Soros's pocket watch had a powerful scanning function. In Yu Chen's eyes, a line of words appeared outside the big tree, a modified magical residence. The captain knocked on the door, whispered a password, and a beam of light passed under Yu Chen and the others' feet. After a few seconds, a door appeared on the large tree that several people could embrace. A man with glasses opened the door and let them in. Inside, it seemed to have been transformed by some skill, looking almost as big as a football field, with 2 rows of tents. The orange cat turned back into the short-haired woman. She said to the cat and dog on the ground, "This is our base, you can come here to repay your debts." Such a cold statement. Yu Chen nodded at the cat but then felt a bit silly. She returned to her human form, put on a mask and a hat, and asked, "Are there any other services here?" The short-haired woman took out the box of cockroaches, turning them back into human forms one by one, and said to everyone, "If you find it difficult to survive here, you can come here to continue working with us. Of course, you will have to follow orders then. As for the rest, there are bills here, you can take a look." Yu Chen took the paper handed to her by the man with glasses, filled with various charges from treatment to accommodation, potions to help with disguises, and even a service to contact them and pay for someone to pick you up if you get lost and can't find the camp. What was most frightening was that at least half of the items had negotiable prices listed. Yu Chen asked, "How much does it cost to stay here?" "Only 2 silver coins, but it's more cost-effective if you pay with skill crystals." The man with glasses took out a ledger and asked, "What's your name?" "You can tell me quietly." This was a targeted way to fleece people, a unique form of big data. Yu Chen understood. She had to come up with a plan, she couldn't be so passive. Damn it! The clever rabbit had turned this into an industry so quickly. And they did it so openly and reasonably, without causing any resentment. Considering the late hour, Yu Chen decided to stay overnight. As for those who joined the official army, they all went out with the military-clad man, probably to another place to stay. Having spent 2 silver coins, Yu Chen moved into the tent. Inside, there was nothing but a sleeping bag. Yu Chen dragged the sleeping bag, unsure if it had been used by someone else, to the side. She took out her toiletries and sleeping bag, freshened up quickly, and spent her first night in this parallel world. She was awakened in the middle of the night by a timed alarm clock and proceeded to craft a skill crystal for fate gear. The next day, relying on her loan contract, she obtained a teleportation stone from the man with glasses, which, when crushed, would instantly transport her back to Blue Star. The teleportation stone, single use when crushed, it will teleport you to Teleportation Array City S, District XX, Road 51. Array activation time, 1 second, creator, Ming Chang. Such a high-end item with a fancy teleportation array name. Yu Chen inquired, after activation, will I be directly transported back, or will the portal open after 1 second, requiring me to step through? The man with glasses replied, after a 1-second activation time, the array will transport you directly. He then pulled out a water balloon-shaped object, saying, if you can't find a contact point, crush this water balloon, and our people will come to escort you to the nearest contact point, but there will be a certain fee each time. For you. Let me see, escorting once will cost you 3 skill crystals. She felt like she had fallen into a maze. Yu Chen accepted the water balloon, politely and somewhat awkwardly smiled, thanked him, put on her hood, covered her mouth and nose with a mask, and left the treehouse with her crossbow and arrows. She didn't rely on the teleportation stone for escape because she had the phantom shift ability, which only required 0.1 seconds to cast. As long as she swiftly shifted to a safe place, she could evade danger. However, if spellcasting was prohibited or magic use was restricted, she would need to use the teleportation stone. She needed to make a trip back to the Dark City, which was crucial for her future plans, whether focusing on hunting in the wilderness or returning to the city area to practice various professions and engage in trading. After killing several unavoidable wild wolves, Yu-Chin arrived near the cemetery close to the Dark City. She then transformed into a cowcat and ran towards the Dark City. Not sure if any players were tracking her, transforming into a cowcat was a relatively safe choice. In the game, characters always seem to reach the city gates after a short run, but now, in this parallel world, Yu-Chin took over half an hour to reach the gate of the Dark City. Looking up, she saw her in-game character's wanted poster still hanging on the city wall. The guards didn't stop a harmless little cat, so Yu-Chin smoothly entered the Dark City. The small cat seemed insignificant in the vast foreign city. She wandered around the walls, realizing she hadn't explored properly since the closed beta. Last time, she had spent all her gold coins, and now she only had the ones she had crafted herself. From October 11th to yesterday, December 16th, she occasionally skipped classes but diligently transformed into a goblin to earn coins every day. After deducting the silver coins spent on accommodation yesterday, she currently had 200 gold and 70 silver coins. Enough to get by, but not wealthy. The official stronghold was intimidating, feeling like entering a tourist attraction. Then she thought, isn't this place a tourist attraction? Ordinary players without wealth or power wouldn't spend money to come here. Passing by the alchemy shop, Yu-Chin glanced at the undead female tutor, Hecuba, still brewing potions in her usual spot. She then went to the Goblin district and suddenly realized she couldn't understand what the foreigners were saying. In the game, translated text would automatically appear at the bottom, but in the past, everyone used a translator device made of engineering technology to argue with foreigners. It wasn't expensive and could be attached to clothing, but over time, she had forgotten about language barriers and even the existence of the translator. She crawled into the sewer, sprinkled some visibility potion nearby, waited a minute, then disguised herself as a goblin, donning a robe that matched the alien aesthetic. She first conjured up 3 gold coins for the day before pulling out the official price list. Flipping to the end, she found translators being sold for 2 gold each. What a ripoff! How much can a player earn in a day to dare sell them for 2 gold? She grumbled as she emerged from the sewer and headed towards the Goblin district. She realized she could now understand the strange languages around her. However, when she tried to speak softly, she found herself still speaking Chinese. Unperturbed, she walked into the Goblin engineer's shop, took out the materials, and crafted a translator. It was an intermediate engineering formula, with materials totaling only 27 silver coins. With the device ready, she could now communicate with the goblins. Unfortunately, they had all been squeezed dry, unwilling to exchange gold bricks with her. Although she could profit from the price difference, she had no money left to spend. Even the once wealthiest old Bill was now too broke to afford a drink. Yu-Chen's herbs were still unused. Thinking she could no longer learn skills in the game, she had focused on combat training. Finally, she went to the auction house, spending 5 gold on the skill book Clean Sweep, E-level, and 18 gold on water creation, D-level. After acquiring the cleaning and water creation skills she regretted not buying earlier, Yu-Chen immediately transformed back into a cowcat and left the city through the sewer. She was ready to level up. She believed the developers were ahead of her. While she might not lose in terms of attribute points, she needed to meet certain requirements to participate in major official events. Back at the graveyard, she reverted to human form. Her 3 years of experience from her past life meant she didn't need any psychological preparation to kill monsters. However, it had been a while since she engaged in high-intensity combat, so she needed to warm up today. Yu-Chen walked for over 10 minutes in the direction away from the treehouse base and the Dark City before encountering a monster. Skeleton Wolf, Level 2, HP, 200/200. This creature was the result of wild wolves being drained of blood and flesh by low-level undead, resembling a wolf's skeleton. Fast-moving but lacking magic and with moderate attack power, it was easy to deal with and perfect for her warm-up. Yu-Chin aimed her crossbow and shot, easily dealing 50 points of damage with a normal attack and 100 with a critical hit. Using the explosive arrow skill not only instantly killed the targeted monster but also dealt 50 to 60 damage to nearby ones. Despite using a basic crossbow, her high efficiency in monster killing was enhanced by her attribute bonuses and the skill that guaranteed a critical hit every 7 shots. Before the battle, she consumed food that increased her movement speed by 15%. Triggering a triple critical hit, her speed nearly doubled, allowing her to swiftly evade even if she attracted multiple monsters. After warming up, Yu-Chin began luring monsters, focusing on killing them after attracting over a dozen skeleton wolves. She fought from 10 a.m. until noon, replenishing her mana with coffee when needed, continuously for 2 hours. Her experience increased from 0.001% to 0.268%. Yu-Chin paused, prepared the skill crystal for Deer of Fate, and took out a rice dish that boosted her attack speed as a meal. She didn't feel her experience gain was low. On the contrary, it was the normal pace of leveling up in the game, even considered fast, given her ample weapons and supplies of food and potions. If she were to engage in dungeon raids, the progress would be quicker since the monsters were more concentrated, and there were bosses with experience rewards upon defeat. Typically, dedicated and lucky advanced players could level up in a little over a month, provided they had access to dungeons and resources, while regular players progressed slower. In the early stages, although less experience is needed, there are also fewer attack methods available. As the game progresses, more attack methods become available, but the experience required for leveling up also increases. In her previous life, when she died at the end of the 3rd year of the game Invasion, the first place on the level ranking was only level 27, while Sue-Liang and Yushuan, who were not lacking in luck or power, were only at level 25. It makes sense for the Alien Association to link with Blue Star in the form of a game because the world here is like a vast game field. After monsters die, they drop items on the ground. The drop rate of skeleton wolves is extremely low. It takes about 10 kills to get something to drop, mostly just a few copper coins. After 2 hours, she obtained a bone wrist guard with +1 constitution, all thanks to her luck stat of 10 for such a high drop rate. Yu-Chen didn't mind the small drops either. She picked up every copper coin that dropped and put on the wrist guard. In the real world, she would have found Su Jinchuan's belt dirty, but once the battle started, she stopped being fussy. Occasionally, she would pick up arrows that dropped alongside copper coins. However, she wouldn't go out of her way to pick up arrows stuck in monster corpses or those that fell far away since these could be bought at stores for a silver coin, getting a quiver of 99 arrows. Moreover, they could be custom made in the real world, and for less than 10 yuan, one could buy a good quality arrow. She wholeheartedly agreed with the phrase often on the lips of gnomes, time is money. There was a creak under her foot, and looking down, she saw a copper coin. Yu-Chen honestly bent down to pick it up. Time is money. Well, might as well not waste time. Actual combat is the best way to hone skills. Yu-Chen had practiced moving target shooting in the archery range for a long time before making some progress, and she improved rapidly that afternoon. After becoming completely familiar with the rhythm of battle, Yu-Chen started walking towards the forest where the monsters were slightly tougher, at level 3. At 9 p.m., Minglang, responsible for the shift from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m., had just changed shifts with his colleague when the signal outside the treehouse base sounded. He casually pressed the bell on the table, and the props outside started up. After confirming that the other party was human, Minglang stepped forward to open the wooden house's door, only to find the cowcat, a player with a very special skill. He invited the person in and greeted, "Had a good day today?" Yu-Chen used her skill Freshen Up to clean the bloodstains off her body, casually replied, "Not bad," and then asked, "Do you accept translators here?" Minglang asked, "You've reached intermediate engineering?" Yu-Chen nodded. Minglang praised, "Impressive, we don't accept them." Yu-Chen was speechless. She understood that this place was all about output without input. She silently took out 2 silver coins to prepare for accommodation tonight. This price was firmly stuck at the bottom line of the lone wolf's psychology. Her income from hunting monsters all day today was 2 silver and 67 copper coins. Unexpectedly, Minglang was still not satisfied. "You can opt for a monthly package. As long as you pay a skill crystal, you can stay for free for a month. We not only provide 3 meals a day but also offer free healing once a day. 1 crystal equals 3 gold. Staying for a month, including 3 meals and a daily healing session, didn't sound expensive. However, Yu-Chen decided to pay because in her eyes, the skill crystal of fate was worth much more than gold coins. She had hunted monsters from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., excluding meal and rest times, totaling 10 hours of hunting, resulting in 3 pieces of equipment. That's the charm of Luck 10. In her previous life, when she had Luck 8, she often hunted monsters alone all day. Most of the time, she would only get 1 piece of equipment in a day, and on rare occasions, she might get 2 if she was lucky. But those days were few and far between. Luck 2 seemed like a world of difference. However, Yu-Chen didn't feel like she was losing out by selling over 100 Fate Gear skill crystals to the authorities. Equipment is divided into 5 grades: inferior, common, fine, rare, legendary, and epic. Equipment of inferior and ordinary grades do not emit any light, but starting from the fine grade, equipment will emit a faint glow. Fine grade equipment emits a green light, rare grade emits blue, legendary grade emits purple, and epic grade emits orange. There are also sets of equipment that stand apart from these grades, with set bonuses that may be even stronger than epic grade. However, if they are just individual pieces, they might not be as good as legendary grade, just like Yuchen Soros, which is S when complete but A when separated. Grades only represent the quality of the equipment, not necessarily the level of the equipment. For example, there are legendary grade level 5 items in the auction house. Equipment below level 5 is not worth much, even a level 5 purple item can only be sold for a few dozen gold. But with more equipment, overall strength increases, naturally leading to more efficient monster grinding and leveling up. Yuchen and the official both take what they need, cooperating equally without taking advantage of each other. She doesn't believe the official will save such skills for level 10 or beyond, as although the items produced would be better, being slow at the start means being slow all the way, and good things shouldn't be saved for later, as such habits often lead to nothing in the end. Placing 2 silver coins on the table, Yuchen decided to set up her own tent to rest. With her extensive experience in camping outdoors, her bag was filled with a variety of fully functional camping equipment. She lit a fire, set up a small pot, and cooked a pot of meat and noodle soup to replenish her energy and banish fatigue. Different aromas wafted from nearby tents, as players who knew how to cook would not only solve their own endurance issues while fighting monsters outside but also gain an additional skill to make money. Not all beta players had the money to learn cooking, but the food they made could be sold to those who couldn't cook. Yuchen divided the meat and noodle soup into portions, carried 2 servings to the counter, and saw a crowd gathered around the bespectacled man, who had a table full of food in front of him. Seeing someone approaching with food, a person enthusiastically waved at her. Come, we're all sharing information here, join us. Yuchen smiled, walked over, sat down, and placed the food in the middle of the pile of dishes, asking, do you charge for this? A girl beside her looked at Yuchen in amazement, recognizing her and having seen her performances before. She was the one who had invited Yuchen to join them earlier and explained, he wants to charge, but we're just chatting here. Xing Minglang helplessly said, I can't say anything, we have rules, and most of the money we earn is for ordinary people. A young man sitting next to him stuffed a chicken nugget into his mouth, silencing him. I know. Weren't they all keeping quiet? Maybe everyone was a bit selfish, but not completely devoid of conscience. Even Yuchen wasn't being overly greedy. Otherwise, to be blunt, if she had no principles, she could easily follow Zhao Shuang invisibly, always finding a player to cooperate with, and then finding a way to enter the teleportation gate with that player, whether by invisibility, shapeshifting, or slipping into pockets. As the players continued to interact, the conversation lasted until midnight, and Yuchen learned about several places with high-level monsters that were best avoided. In the middle of it all, a box of cockroaches arrived, led by the short-haired woman and the military-clad man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. While everyone present appeared warm and friendly, Yuchen only ate the food she had brought herself from start to finish. To avoid running into other players, Yuchen set out to fight monsters early the next morning at 6 a.m. She had gained 473% experience the previous day, but her efficiency was still lacking. Today, she planned to venture deep into the woods to find monsters of levels 4 to 6. She switched to a bow and arrow. Although it took longer to draw the bow compared to the crossbow, the arrow had greater killing power. Besides a necklace that reduced cooldown time, her current equipment included a wrist guard with +1 constitution, a belt with +1 constitution, boots with +1 intelligence, and a cloth armor vest with +1 agility. Character Yuchen, level 0, 473%. Health, 350 mana, 400 strength, 10 constitution, 13, +2, intelligence, 15, +1, agility, 21, +1. During dinner yesterday, she checked the data of all the players present. They were all at level 0, with individual attributes mostly ranging from 5 to 10 points, totaling between 25 and 31. In contrast, her 4 attributes added up to a high 59, a difference of about 30 points, equivalent to a 6-level gap. What was the point of bullying low-level monsters? Yesterday was barely considered training for moving target shooting and warming up. Today, she aimed to train her ability to hit monsters' vital points. In the talent tree of the marksman, there was a passive skill called You're Too Weak, passive, that allowed her to keenly detect the enemy's weak points during battle. She noticed that every time she entered combat, she could see 1 to 4 red dots on the monster's body, indicating the vital spots. However, in the heat of battle, it was challenging for her to hit them. Soon, she found traces of spider silk and followed it to see a poisonous spider weaving its web among the branches. Yuchen aimed and shot, the arrow piercing the spider's abdomen fiercely, and the next moment, the spider's name and health points appeared above its head. Poisonous spider, level 4, health, 270/334. As the spider's fangs spat out green venom and its abdomen slightly contracted, Yu-Chin had already dodged, fingers spread open, launching magic missiles that automatically locked onto the target. Once she steadied herself, she immediately stopped the magic, drew her bow, and aimed to shoot. Yu-Chin hardly had any idle moments. This was a skill she had honed in her past life. Unlike elite players who favored powerful skills, Yu-Chin preferred spells with short casting and cooldown times that allowed movement. Damage was meaningless if it couldn't hit the target. Most powerful skills had long casting times, making them easy to interrupt. Once dodged, it was no different from wasting mana on fireworks. Each magic missile only dealt 5 points of damage to the spider, far less than the 60+ damage from her arrows. However, the magic missile's rapid firing rate could unleash 2 to 3 magic projectiles almost every second without the need for incantation, making it ideal for shooting while evading. In her past life, many pursuers didn't die from her powerful skills but from her magic missiles. 2 more arrows, and the spider lunged towards Yu-Chen. She used push shot to push the spider away, then fired 2 more arrows and a few magic missiles, bringing the level 4 spider's health to 0. Yu-Chen maintained her bow stance as she approached, using her foot to flip the spider over, revealing a pair of green glowing boots underneath. Indeed, it was her. She had already dropped loot so quickly. She picked up the boots. Spider silk boots, fine, bonus attributes, intelligence +3 magic attribute, +6% movement speed not bad, 2 bonuses. She immediately found a safe place to put on the boots. Looking at her experience points, with the experience bonus from killing higher level monsters, her experience had increased by 0.1%. This meant that killing 100 spiders would increase her experience by 1%, much faster than killing skeleton wolves. But it wasn't enough. She wanted to go after higher level monsters. Although the rules of the thief gods I want this, and this prevent her from targeting weaker lives, meaning she cannot steal props and attributes from those of lower levels, she never considered lowering her level for this matter. She constantly stirs things up to make her life better, to make Yu-Shuan always look up to her. She wants to firmly suppress him, waiting until the day she has had enough before killing him. Even though she has been holding back from turning against the male and female leads, it is to better manipulate and betray them with minimal effort to overthrow Sue-Liang, Han, and the other 3 giants. There are many ways to hide in the background, whether as a rat in the gutter or as the powerful figure they admire. In her past life, her attributes and levels were not outstanding. She relied entirely on combat talent to rise. Yu-Shuan only occasionally took her to join battles, allowing her to vent on those who held negative feelings towards him. This approach is clearly not viable in this life. She can give Yu-Shuan some sweetness to make him trust her more, but she cannot stand the slightest grievance. She plans to become a powerful external aid, so that when the Su, Han, and Liang families encounter tough bosses, they will think of her as someone with a good relationship and she can sneak in to cause trouble. When it's time to be cunning, but when it's time to be strong, be strong. Besides, she can't hide her strength at all. Yu-Chen sighed and shook her head. She can disguise her attribute points and level, but she can't disguise her damage. With 1 arrow, her damage is significantly higher than others, and anyone observant can easily notice. Using the exploration function of the Soros pocket watch, Yu-Chen avoided all the trees marked as a modified magical residence. She was surprised to find quite a few of them. Passing through the spider's territory, the territory of level 5 monsters, and finally reaching the territory of level 7 monsters, Yu-Chen could no longer see any treehouses. It seems that with modern technology and teamwork, the officials can only go this far for now. She wondered when they had come and what level they were now. After walking deeper into the woods for a while, Yu-Chen found today's target, the living dead. Living dead, level 8, HP, 890/890. They somewhat resemble zombies from movies and TV shows. Yu-Chen had dealt with these creatures for a long time in her past life. They were not living beings, nor dead, nor undead, giving a feeling similar to real-world vegetative states. However, only places where undead creatures are active would have such monsters. They are failed resurrections of undead beings from various races. Strictly speaking, the undead themselves are a group present in all races: blood elves, undead trolls, undead goblins, undead tauran, and so on. As long as you die and are willing to abandon your original beliefs to be resurrected by true undead using dark powers, you become part of the undead. The living dead in front of Yu-Chen no longer showed their original features, with twisted limbs and remnants of flesh at the corners of their mouths. Yu-Chen immediately drew her bow. Despite the level suppression, even though Yu-Chen's attributes now rival level 6, her normal attacks only caused 10 points of damage each time, akin to giving the monster a massage. However, the living dead's attacks were high, but their movement speed was slow. She used the ice flower seal to shoot out a snowflake, a skill that activated instantly but took 3 seconds to take effect. The snowflake landed on the living dead, freezing it in place after 3 seconds. Yu Chen released her shadow and had it continuously output using her shadow bow. When the ice patterns on the monster shattered and broke free from the restraint, she let her shadow attract the monster's attention while she shot at its vital points from behind. Under the bombardment of various skills, Yu Chen took nearly 50 arrows to bring down this monster. Her experience points increased by 0.1%, 10 times that of the spiders. Of course, the time to kill monsters is also 10 times that of spiders. But this is not simply adding up. Killing spiders is actually not challenging or difficult for her, it doesn't serve the purpose of training herself. Although dealing with the undead relies on skill control and pulling aggro with shadows, what if there are 1 or 2 more? In her past life, she spent most of her time fleeing and rarely allowed herself to be surrounded. Her highest record was only taking on 3 opponents at once, killing 3 relentless Liang family members who were ordered to bring back Yu Chen's arm to fulfill their mission. It was during that encounter that she was critically injured and lay in the sewer for several days. Stepping back, aside from the training purpose, the undead are at level 6 after all, dropping more items than spiders. She picked up the 4 copper coins on the ground, deciding that they would be her leveling points for the next period of time. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Chen finished her work, holding the fried pork ribs she made that could continuously restore mana after use. She headed towards the forest while eating, already confident in facing 3 undead at once without getting hurt, but that wasn't enough. She was ready to upgrade to better equipment, buy more arrows, and train to ensure her survival. When Yu Chen reached the edge of the forest, she transformed into a cowcat, then into a goblin upon entering the dark sewer under the city. After exchanging 3 gold coins and changing into new clothes, she headed straight to the auction house. Placing the translator in her ear, a blue magical screen extended in front of Yu Chen's eyes, allowing her to understand the information on the auction house's goods. She didn't buy anything too good, as it would be hard to resell after being phased out. Players in the early stages don't have much money on hand. Even if an item is worth its price, others may not be able to afford it. Green equipment below level 5 is good, cost-effective, easy to resell, and not expensive. You can buy a piece for less than 1 gold. Helmet, shoulder armor, chest armor, gloves, belt, pants, boots, excluding necklaces and rings, there are a total of 7 equipment slots. Yu Chen spent 7 gold and 21 silver to buy a set of decent green equipment, each piece with attributes above 5, all adding to vitality. In the early stages, hunting monsters alone for a day, without considering equipment and other item drops, only yields about 3 silver in pure coin income, 1 gold a month. In her past life, with good luck and diligence, it took her 3 months to gather a full set of green equipment, only to have Yu Xuanhuan find various excuses to exchange her excellent leather boots for a piece of junk green equipment. However, in reality, those boots were unique, containing a letter that was related to a mission in the Liang family instance. The Liang family had been searching for those boots, but hesitated to search openly to avoid attracting attention from other families. After learning about it, Yu Xuanhuan took the boots from her to win the favor of Liang Yuchuan. If things had ended there, Yu Chen wouldn't have been so resentful. It was her lack of knowledge about the true value of items, similar to buying antiques. If others know the true value of your item and have the ability to exchange it, that's their capability. Honestly, if she had known that there was a seemingly ordinary treasure at Yu Xuanhuan's place that could bring her huge benefits, she might have tried to get it too, the only difference being that she would have thought of compensating Yu Xuanhuan afterwards. But Yu Xuanhuan was different. Not only did he not compensate her, but he also shifted blame. By selling those boots, the Liang family's strength increased significantly in that instance, while the Su and Han families held a grudge against her. Yu Xuanhuan stood in her way, offering various benefits to the Su and Han families to protect himself. When Yu Chen heard Yu Xuanhuan's reason for the Su and Han families blaming her was because the original owner of the Liang family boots was her, she was speechless. Although she wanted to say that she had given those damn boots to Yu Xuanhuan, the troubles from the Han and Su families were real. Yu Xuanhuan had truly sacrificed a lot for herself. Yu Xuanhuan mentioned that she had already explained, but Sui-Tong couldn't bear to move him. The Han family wouldn't touch him out of respect for the Su family, so they all came after her. However, he would do his best to protect her, which deeply moved Yu Chen at the time. Now looking back, she just wanted to curse. Why didn't she tell them that the boots belonged to her? Would they still come after her? Thinking about Yu Xuanhuan and those people, her good mood turned sour again. Yu Chen walked expressionlessly to the weapon shop and bought a custom-made quiver. It didn't have any extra bonuses, but it could hold 999 arrows. After replenishing her arrows, she immediately left the city. When she returned to the territory of the undead, Yu Chen was already dressed in all black, with a faint green light emanating from the darkness. A +5 Constitution headband, +7 Constitution exquisite leather armor, +7 Constitution leather riding pants, +5 Constitution bone shoulder pads, +3 Constitution fallen knight waistband, +6 Constitution wolfskin gloves, and +5 Constitution wolfskin boots. This time, Yu Chen was truly terrifyingly strong. Character, Yu Chen, level 0, 1. 583%. Health, 2150/2150. Mana, 350/350. Strength, 10. Constitution, 13, +38. Intelligence, 15. Agility, 21. Luck, 10. Charisma, 10. She could do whatever she wanted. As long as it wasn't a boss over level 10, they couldn't take her down, and as long as she couldn't be taken down, she could escape. Yu Chen didn't summon shadows but provocatively taunted 5 undead with a crossbow in hand, dodging their attacks while aiming for their vital points. In less than 5 minutes, Yu Chen was drenched in sweat. The undead's attack speed was slow individually, but combined, they posed a real threat. 3 of them simultaneously attacked her head, throat, and chest, while the other 2 targeted her lower body. Dodging was easy, but Yu Chen had to shoot at the same time. The crossbow arrows whistled through the air, breaking the silence. The monsters struck downward, and Yu Chen blocked with one hand while supporting herself with the other in turning. At that moment, Yu Chen couldn't help but wonder if someone passing by would shout, "Stop fighting! Go practice in the dance studio!" Everyone on the battlefield was busy, but no one knew exactly what they were busy with. Yu Chen could see the red dots on the monsters' bodies, on their foreheads, throats, and chests. Sometimes the red dots moved due to the monsters' arm movements. She could see them and react, but she couldn't attack in time. Every time she aimed with her crossbow, another attack came, and she had to dodge again. In less than half an hour, Yu Chen had been hit more than 20 times. If she focused solely on dodging, she was confident she wouldn't get hurt. However, she forced herself to recall the days when she was hunted like a dog and the deception of her previous life. She compelled herself to remain vigilant forever, to maintain the sense of urgency and crisis she had when she first returned from rebirth. Would obtaining the food god end her revenge? No, it was just the beginning. 1 week later, a nimble figure maneuvered among 7 monsters, dodging their pursuit and encirclement. Suddenly, she rushed towards a tree trunk, stepping on its surface to run a few steps upward. With a strong push, she leaped over the monsters' heads, swiftly drawing her bow midair and shooting 3 arrows that hit the monsters' throats, chests, or eyes, triggering critical hits. Upon landing, she swiftly knelt and shot 3 more arrows before the monsters could react. Back against the tree trunk, she switched her bow and shot several more arrows at vital points. The monsters, already hit by countless critical strikes, almost simultaneously fell. Yu Chen glanced at her experience points, confirmed the 0.7% increase, and then proceeded to search for bodies. The scattered copper coins on the ground piled up, with most of them swiftly transforming into a silver coin. She picked up the silver coin along with a dozen copper coins. It had been her 10th day in this otherworldly realm, her experience now at 47.21%. Initially defenseless, she had progressed to occasionally counterattacking with rapid-fire crossbow bolts, and now, she could wield a bow. Struggling to transition from crossbow to bow, she had met a short-haired woman at the treehouse base who offered advice upon seeing her scratched bow. Despite her 4 divine gifts, Yu Chen didn't consider herself superior. The woman's insight on archery made her rethink her approach. From that day on, she focused on agility and efficiency rather than sheer power, applying this philosophy not only to archery but also to her evasive maneuvers. She no longer aimed for maximum damage or extravagant dodges, realizing the importance of conserving energy. Yu Chen's training pace and environment satisfied her, and she planned to increase her targets to 8 the next day. Recently, she had returned to a busy routine, training during the day, rushing back to the treehouse before nightfall, and watching alchemy videos in her tent after dinner. In the corner of the treehouse base, a small trading market among players existed. Yu Chen bartered with a player skilled in jewelry crafting for a pair of agile +3 earrings using an intermediate translator she had engineered. Although these earrings were basic in terms of craftsmanship, the materials were costly, and the expenses during jewelry crafting upgrades far exceeded those of alchemy. The player she traded with might feel the earrings were undervalued, yet pricing them higher would deter buyers. Most players didn't fill all 7 equipment slots, unlike Yu Chen. She didn't conceal her gear, even though removing it would leave her vulnerable due to her low health pool without the stat boosts. She lacked a sense of security, relying on basic healing potions or food for recovery. Returning to the nearest base, she handed over her fate gear crystal to an unfamiliar staff member, who recorded her repayment in a ledger. In 2 days, she would have repaid her debt. Satisfied, Yu-Chen entered the base's rest area, treating herself to a dish triggering her food god talent, which restored 600 health per minute. After eating, she headed to the flea market in the base's corner. She had never thought about selling equipment. These days she hadn't been getting good drops, like today when she found a rare hand crossbow, Weary Sai, rare, bonus attributes, Constitution +7, Intelligence +5, magic attributes, +1% damage, a +2% attack speed, equipment requirements, level greater than or equal to 3, Constitution greater than or equal to 17. Unfortunately, she needed to be level 3 to use it. Rare or higher level equipment always had requirements. The good drops she had been getting these days were all like this, either with higher attribute requirements or higher level requirements. However, she had no intention of selling these good items. There were different strokes for different folks. She didn't believe these players couldn't make it to the auction house. She even knew there were players who could disguise themselves doing proxy purchases, helping others who couldn't enter the city to buy various materials or equipment. Of course, the officials wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. They could guarantee transactions for players but would take a 1% cut, which was quite a hefty fee. Yu-Chen planned to keep the rare equipment for her own use, but anything below that level she sold off. She laid out a piece of cloth and placed the items she had obtained today on it. Exquisite leather armor, fine, bonus attributes, intelligence +6, magic attributes, +2% magic damage. She didn't need any attribute bonuses other than constitution in the short term. These days, she had only found a pair of gloves with Constitution +7, so she swapped out her previous gloves with Constitution +6 for these. The rest of the equipment had been sold by her. Yu-Chen didn't deliberately keep a low profile. Her wheel of fortune would sooner or later turn, so she openly displayed her good luck. The people near the outpost had gotten used to it. This person would come every day to sell equipment, sometimes one piece, sometimes two. Even the officials had bought quite a few items from her. Soon, the equipment was sold for 90 silver. Yu-Chen was not dissatisfied. She had emptied the goblins of their goods. Her daily income was only the 3 gold she made herself, plus she could earn around 50 silver a day by killing monsters above her level. She had plenty of things she wanted to buy. She had already planned to go to another main city the next day to exchange her gold bricks for money. After Yu-Chen put away the cloth, several figures appeared before her. 3 men and 2 women squatted down, chatted for a while, and then friendly invited her to join their team. Yu-Chen was not surprised. Almost every day for the past few days, someone had invited her to join their team, envious of her luck but also valuing her strength. As usual, Yu-Chen declined. However, this time the people were persistent. They followed her all the way back to her tent and even wanted to talk inside. Yu-Chen stopped in her tracks, turned around to look at them, and asked directly, "I can earn an equipment piece on my own, why should I share with you?" The man in the lead maintained his smile. "If we team up, we can go after higher level monsters." Yu-Chen was not in the mood for a lengthy discussion, but seeing a few other teams nearby also glancing over, she explained a bit more. "How do we split the higher level equipment we find? Based on contributions? How do we calculate this invisible thing called luck? If I say I got the equipment because of my good luck, why should I share more with you for you to be satisfied?" The man spoke gently. "Teamwork is all about fairness. Without fairness, a team won't go far." Yu-Chen replied, "So, you mean equal distribution based on your fairness standards, each person gets a share. If I can get a piece of equipment on my own, why should I only get 1/6 by teaming up with you? What am I gaining?" The man's eyes darkened slightly, but his smile remained gentle. "But luck is indeed difficult to calculate." Yu-Chen laughed. "If luck is hard to calculate, why did you come to invite me?" After sending the group away, Yu-Chen thought about their expressions and estimated that things might not be smooth sailing ahead. At first, when her luck was good, even if others were tempted, they could still restrain themselves. But over these days, her daily gains equaled what others would get in 3 days. How could they possibly endure it? At 6 o'clock the next morning, Yu-Chen had just left the base when she felt someone following her. Turning around, she saw the same 5 people from yesterday. They didn't seem embarrassed to be caught following her. Instead, they smiled and continued trailing behind her. After passing through the spider territory, the 5 individuals stopped. They hesitated to go further as level 0 players could barely handle level 4 spiders, let alone level 5 ones. The tall, thin man furrowed his brow and asked the leader, "What should we do?" The leader replied, "Let's go and talk to them." The group turned away, unaware of a small spider perched on a nearby tree. Yu-Chen immediately transformed into a bird and followed the group. It had been 7 days since she last petted a cow cat, but due to her animagus ability, she had developed a habit of touching small animals whenever she saw them. In the real world, she made sure to pet animals every few days to maintain her ability to transform into 3 different animal forms. Yu Chen cautiously followed the group and soon arrived at a cave. The group entered, and Yu Chen transformed into a spider, scurrying on 8 legs to keep up with them. Soon, voices could be heard ahead. Yu Chen climbed the rock wall to get a better view and saw a small wild base with about a dozen players waking up. Counting the 5-person team she was tracking, there were a total of 21 people. A burly man asked, "How's it going?" The tall man from the group shook his head, "Not good." The burly man chuckled, "Of course, she won't agree. Su-Ji insists on talking first. Isn't that interesting?" Su-Ji, the leader of the group, added, "We have to give her a chance." The burly man scoffed, "You're so hypocritical. You're the most ruthless, yet you always want to talk first, as if that makes you a good person." The other players were used to their arguments and carried on with their tasks. Su-Ji said, "Alright, let's do it. She'll be back before nightfall. Is everything prepared?" The burly man assured, "Yes, don't worry. She won't die, but what if the authorities find out?" Su-Ji smiled politely, "So what if they find out? Would they risk the lives of a dozen players for one useless person?" The burly man smirked, "Can we keep her legs intact for me to play with first? I've never played with a female celebrity before." Su-Ji agreed, "Sure. Boss, I want to play too." "Me too." Su-Ji kindly said, "Alright, you all can play. Have fun before we finish her off." Yu Chen calmly perched on the wall, having figured out their intentions. They planned to cut off her legs, heal her, and keep her as a pet mascot. Perhaps they wouldn't even spare her hands, as having hands meant she could use skills. Yu Chen remained composed and swiftly climbed out of the cave, removing her equipment to lower her health to 250. She then consumed a high-level dish that tripled her critical hits and restored 600 health per minute. Transforming back into a spider, she quickly returned and positioned herself above the group's heads on the rock wall. Luckily, the cave was not too high, allowing her to be within range of her skill when they stood up. "I want this and this and this." Yu Chen felt like a coffee addict finally getting her fix. This skill was the most comfortable to use. Even though each theft cost her 20% of her health, which was only 50 points, with a recovery rate of 10 health per second, Yu Chen could fully heal in 25 seconds. The group chatted while preparing something to deal with Yu Chen, a large iron cage. "She's so lucky. How high do you think her luck stat is? Could it be a 10? Maybe it's a divine gift? Can't anyone find out? Those people are too tight-lipped." "It's fine, it's good that her divine gift is hard to uncover. Just because we can't figure out hers doesn't mean they'll spill about ours, right?" "True, but if she's caught, won't they punish us severely? Then let's just keep her locked up here in the future. Such a pity, it would be nice to have more fun. Haha, even without legs, we can still have fun. Ha ha ha, that's true. Not everyone is as diligent as Yu Chen. Although the game is fun, when it becomes reality and getting hurt means feeling pain and getting killed means dying, even if one is no longer an ordinary person, fear still creeps in. Moreover, the players currently have limited attack methods, relying only on their own divine gifts. Yu Chen had been stealing for a whole hour, and this group of people still hadn't left. This hour was highly efficient. Although she didn't stop when stealing from Sue-Liang and Liang Yuchuan before, constantly drinking healing potions to replenish her health, the potions had cooldowns. Even if she spared no expense, drinking potions while eating meat to replenish health, in reality, her skill usage frequency wasn't that high. But today, she had the food god gift, and her cooking skills had improved. She could increase her health by 10 points per second, but using a skill once required 50 health points. So, how long would it take for a faucet to fill a pool when one faucet is pouring water and the other is draining it? Yu Chen started to lose focus as she continued to steal. She only stopped when these people split into several teams and left the cave. By the end, her backpack had gained 5 items, and her attribute points had increased by 17. Although the probability of stealing items was twice that of stealing attribute points, the players nowadays didn't have much on them. Yu Chen's current attributes: health, 350 mana, 650 strength, 10 plus 7 constitution, 13 plus 2 intelligence, 15 plus 6 agility, 21 plus 4 luck, 10 charm, 10 with an additional 17 attribute points. Her attributes were now comparable to a level 9 player. She wasn't a villain, she was among a group of fat sheep. But this wasn't the end for Yu Chen. She didn't consider her revenge complete just by stealing attribute points. Although those people's words didn't stir any emotions in her, it didn't mean she wasn't angry. She had no doubt that these people would act on their words. Yu Chen transformed into a bird and flew in the direction the last group had left. Soon, she found them engaged in a battle with poisonous spiders using silenced firearms. After transforming into an imagus, she couldn't use any skills other than her divine gifts. Yu Chen wasn't in a hurry to change back, she could experiment a bit. She used Soros's pocket watch to check the data of the man holding the shield at the front. Strength, 7 Constitution, 4 Intelligence, 5 Agility, 5 Luck, 5 Charm, 3 Seizing the opportunity. Just as the spider was about to charge at the shield, she used a skill she hadn't used before after obtaining the Gear of Fate. Skill 2, your combination is wrong, I don't like it. Rotate the target's fate gear, swapping the highest and lowest attribute values, lasting for 1 hour with a cooldown of 6 hours. Yu Chen felt a flicker in her vision as strength and agility seemed to have a bad connection, and the next moment, strength became 4, and agility became 7. She was a bit disappointed. It seemed that the charm, an attribute that couldn't be increased, couldn't be swapped. But on second thought, if it could be swapped, the Gear of Fate wouldn't be just a B great skill, it would at least be worth an A. In the later stages, everyone's attributes will be increased, even those players who like to focus on extreme attributes, because many equipment requirements will necessitate adding some other attributes to some extent. As levels increase, most attributes will break through 2 digits, with only luck and charm capped at 10. With a sudden drop in strength, the shield-bearing man failed to defend against the impact and was sent flying. He cursed in shock, not understanding what was happening today. He had felt a bit unable to defend from the beginning, and now he was directly knocked away. The formation was disrupted, and the others also became chaotic. Yu Chen cancelled the Animagus transformation and quickly used Armor Up to transform into a goblin appearance, then cast an illusion spell on herself. In an instant, only one person on the ground caught a glimpse, feeling as if a figure had appeared on the tree and disappeared the next second. She first sent a frost seal towards the person standing at the back, then shot an arrow using forceful shot, a wave of energy pushing 5 people towards the direction of the spider, stunning them for 3 seconds. 3 seconds were enough for the spider's legs to pierce 2 people. She then split her shadow, the shadow flying towards the center and embracing the 2 people there. Even though the 2 had already awakened from the stun, it was too late. With the perfect coordination between Yu Chen and the spider, the team was quickly wiped out. After killing the players, the venomous spider began to enjoy its meal. Yu Chen remained still, as the nearest treehouse base was only 5 minutes away. She retracted her shadow, transformed into a bird, flew to another tree, and turned into a small spider hiding in a tree crevice, a perfect blind spot. She wasn't sure if the other party had detection skills, but even if Animagus could shield most skills and items from detection, if discovered, she still had a goblin armor under her spider disguise. After waiting patiently for a while, she saw a group of people approaching from a certain direction, skillfully killing the spider while it was eating. Yu Chen glanced at her pocket watch. It had only been 7 minutes from the team wipe to their arrival. The group stopped by the 5 bodies. One person looked in all 4 directions and said, "No one." A woman with long hair squatted down, examined the scene, and said, "Looks like a mistake." She then touched the blood with her fingers and closed her eyes, clearly using a skill. Yu Chen narrowed her eyes from the tree, her mind flashing through many scenarios at that moment. She pondered how she would react if her skill could directly show the killer's information, or if she could see the last moments of the deceased, or even view the memories of the dead. Yu Chen didn't think she was wrong, but she couldn't grasp the official thoughts and actions at the moment. The chaos had not yet erupted to the point of using heavy-handed measures, and it was uncertain how the officials viewed the fighting and killing among players. The woman used her skills on the blood of the 5 people and shook her head. There was an energy impact from behind them, causing them to be stunned for a few seconds. She was frozen by a skill just before her death, and these 2 were embraced by a dark shadow. The bald man turned to the person who initially said "no one" and asked, "Was there really no one when we arrived here?" The person replied, "Yes, I used my skill before the spider was killed, but I didn't see any player information." After chatting for a while and noting down the information on the skills, they left. Yu Chen didn't rush but waited quietly for another half an hour. During this time, the official team returned twice, but Yu Chen was too lazy to watch and transformed into a bird, flying away. She was certain that there were no traces left by the officials on her. After all, she had been on the run for many years, well-versed in various tracking methods, surpassing most people, not to mention her habit of daily checks. How did the officials know about the deaths of these players? Divine gift? She suddenly remembered the water ball they were given at the base, said to lead them back if crushed when lost. She found it occupying space and tossed it the next day. It seemed troublesome. However, Yu Chen wasn't planning to give up. Using a disguise spell, she searched the woods for a long time before finding another small team. This time, she didn't use her bow but instead took out grenades she had bought while collecting weapons before, and threw 3 directly. Yu Chen felt happy, relieved, and her thoughts were clear. Those voices saying, "I want one too, boss, I want one too, even without legs, I can still play," were all here. With 2 teams gone, Yu-Chen needed lunch. After cleaning up and changing clothes, she made some gold coins and, with her longbow on her back, headed to the nearest base. Just after finishing her meal, she saw the official team of 5 she had encountered not long ago entering. She curiously glanced at them a few more times and continued eating. After finishing, she squatted next to them and asked, "Need any gear?" The 5 weren't surprised. They had heard of Yu-Chen, the lucky female star. As official insiders, they knew even more, having used the skill crystal happiness again. The woman with long hair asked curiously, "What gear?" Yu-Chen took out a rare pair of boots she had obtained when fighting the undead. Shadow, rare, attributes, intelligence +8, constitution +4, magic attributes, +2% magic damage, +1% critical damage. Gear requirements: intelligence greater than or equal to 19, agility greater than 12. Rare or higher gear usually has 2 requirements, a level requirement and an attribute requirement. Sometimes both requirements are attributes, indirectly implying a level requirement since an average person's initial attributes are around 10 to 12. Intelligence greater than 19 and agility greater than 12 would require at least level 3. If other gear boosts attributes enough to meet the requirements, it means wearing better gear sooner. Gear usually requires meeting attribute standards rather than level, making it costlier. These boots were meant for sale. Even though she needed constitution for training, she planned to become an archer, prioritizing agility over intelligence. Despite seeing the gear requirements, the group remained interested. They were early, already level 2, with level 3 a month or 2 away. Yu-Chen knew she couldn't sell for more than the auction house, and she didn't want gold coins. "I want to exchange for skill crystals," the woman with long hair suggested. "Blank ones? You can exchange them directly." Yu-Chen explained, "They only accept my talent skill crystals for blank ones, but I want to trade with you, maybe get more." The group agreed. There was no rule against using purchased blank skill crystals to trade with players. The crew cut man asked, "How many do you want to sell?" Yu-Chen replied, 50 blank skill crystals. The 5 stood up immediately. Yu-Chen lowered, 40. They didn't turn back. Yu-Chen tried, 30. The group started chatting loudly. "What's for lunch? Didn't we just eat?" "Oh, what did we eat? I forgot." "How could you forget? The price scared me." Yu-Chen said, "Come back. Let's talk sincerely. Whoever isn't sincere is a dog." The 5 turned back. Yu-Chen hesitated, holding the boots, thinking she should find someone less sharp to trade with. These boots, no matter how high quality they are still low-grade goods, not worth much. They would only fetch around 3 gold at the auction house. What Yu-Chen wanted more than anything was information. The few exchange meetings she had attended before were all with freelancers and lone wolves. The insiders had their own circles, exchanging with the official base for discounts, so they rarely traded with lone wolf players. She asked a few people, "Do you get discounts when exchanging for blank skill crystals internally?" She had asked at the exchange point before, where she could only exchange with her own skill crystals and not with coins. The others didn't hide it either. The official benefits were meant to attract more players to join the official side. They explained, "Yes, we give out one for free every 3 days. If you want to buy from us with in-game currency, it's 60 silver per crystal. That's a fixed price." At that time, Sue-Liang had offered her an exchange rate of 1 skill crystal for 5 blank crystals, which would amount to exactly 3 gold. And a friendly price? After silently cursing, Yu-Chen put away the boots. The 5 people opposite her were all stunned, with one of them almost saying something before Yu-Chen took out the feeling happy against skill crystal she had made that day. "Want to trade? One with a skill for 7 blanks from you." The 5 quickly shut their mouths, and the woman with long hair tried to negotiate. "That's too expensive. You can only exchange for 5 at the official exchange point. Why should we give you 7? Yu-Chen replied, "Then how much would you pay for this kind of skill crystal at the official exchange point?" The others fell silent, and Yu-Chen realized that even the insiders were shady. Yu-Chen said, "Want to trade? I have 2 here. If you both exchange, I'll sell you the boots for 3 gold. The woman with long hair said, "Friend, that's not how business is done." Yu-Chen stood up immediately. The woman said, "Didn't you say whoever isn't sincere is a dog?" Yu-Chen replied, "Woof, yes or no?" The 5 remained silent. A few minutes later, Yu-Chen left with 3 gold and 14 blank skill crystals. Yu-Chen still had one more thing to confirm. She found the staff at the exchange point and asked directly, "Do you have a channel to exchange gold coins from NPCs?" The staff member at this base was a cute girl with a bob haircut. She smiled and said, "This involves one of our paid services." Yu-Chen raised her hand, "Who is Sue-Liang to you?" The girl's smile became more genuine, "She's my sister. I'm Xiaoxianin." Yu Chen's face fell. Case closed. Continue. Zhao Xianyin said, there are 3 ways, but all require signing a contract. The first way, you give us 10% of all the gold coins you exchange. The second way, you give us 30%. The third way, no profit sharing is needed, but you have to join our team for a year and can enjoy all the benefits that internal personnel do. Yu Chen didn't excitedly call them out for being unscrupulous. Instead, she frowned and pondered. She knew what being able to exchange for gold coins meant. She felt that the higher she climbed in life, the more she understood. Many things that were unclear in the past were gradually being answered in this life. For example, why Sunhuan and Sue-Liang were so lucky and smooth sailing but still not the most powerful in the country, why the Su, Han, and Liang families were thriving but still didn't dare to openly break the law, even listing charges against themselves before pursuing others, why in the 3rd year of her escape, she heard that the Blue Star people were organizing a counterattack, dropping anchor points towards the Zealand Star for a counterattack. She suddenly found many of her previous thoughts somewhat ridiculous, like not speculating on herbs or competing with the official side for profit, not being able to selflessly contribute but not hindering the Blue Star, and so on. She remained silent for a long time, sighed deeply, and realized she was drifting away. She said, what if the methods I know for exchanging gold coins coincide with what you've told me? Will I have to share the gold I exchange with my own methods with you in the future? Zhao Xianyin's eyes lit up, and she said, it will be clearly stated in the contract. If you have already exchanged gold using the methods we informed you of before the contract signing, then the contract will be void, and you won't have to share with us when exchanging gold in the future. You can also sell us the methods you know. After much contemplation, Yu Chenshire felt she needed to acquire another channel to exchange gold. How could she, alone, dare to compete with the national machinery? So she chose the first option. Zhao Xianyin arranged for someone to stand in for her and then took Yu Chenshire to the meeting room on the 2nd floor of the base. Inside, there was a wooden table and 4 tree stumps, with one person already waiting for them. Shortly after they sat down, Yu Chenshire received the contract. She read it word for word and found the provisions to be indeed fair. If she had used the method she knew before, the contract would immediately become invalid. She wrote her full name, and then Zhao Xianyin told her how to efficiently earn gold from the Zealand Star. In the basement of a small tavern southeast of the city, there is a drunkard who buys all kinds of alcohol. You can buy some alcohol in the real world and sell it to him. A vat of liquor can be sold for 50 silver, and better quality liquor can fetch more. The highest record is selling a vat of liquor for 1 gold. But if you want to sell, you better be quick, as he only buys up to 100 gold worth of liquor per day. Yu Chenshir's face remained impassive, feeling herself slowly drifting again. Is this it? Just this? What did I say about trading tens of thousands of gold coins each time? Leaning her elbows on the table, with both thumbs against her forehead, she feared that if she didn't hold on, she would drift away again. Zhao Xianyin and her partner exchanged a glance, curious. Are you too happy? Yu Chenshire raised her head, adjusted her collar, feeling like the business elite she used to portray. Do you accept gold coins? I can help you purchase gold coins, 200 G of gold for 1 coin. Zhao Xianyin and partner. Zhao Xianyin, do you sell this method? Yu Chenshire smiled. I don't sell it, and with this method, I can only help you exchange up to 100,000 gold coins. Subtracting the 360 G gold required to produce 3 gold coins daily, she still had 10,778 G of gold on her. She needed 21 G of gold each month to produce gold coins, so she couldn't exchange all the over 10,000 G of gold she had. At most, she could exchange 10,000 G of gold, which is about 27,777 gold coins. Recently, she learned many things she didn't know in her past life, such as Zealand Star having 12 races, each with 3 main cities, totaling 36 main cities. She believed she could exchange all of it. But if she helped the authorities with gold coin purchases, it would be different. For each coin, she would take 20 G of gold. For 100,000 coins, she could take 4,000 G. Isn't that a lot? Not only that, this is just the exchange ratio. I haven't mentioned my reward yet. I can waive the commission, but in the future, my Fate Gear skill stones will be placed with you for sale on my behalf. You provide blank crystal stones, and no fees will be charged. However, externally, you must claim to only give me a 20% profit share. You won't lose out on this, right? Zhao Xianyin and the other person fell silent. Indeed, they wouldn't lose out. The impact of 100,000 gold coins on them was self-evident. For example, if all were used to buy C-grade spells, they could create a strong army. The sale channel of the Happily Ever After skill stone itself was a resource. Yu Chenshire only required them to provide her with a protective umbrella while not participating in the profit sharing. If her belongings were confiscated by the authorities and only 20% of the profit was shared with her, other forces wouldn't dare to touch her share of the profit. However, from another perspective, any force wanting this skill crystal stone would negotiate with the authorities. Moreover, with the official sales, they would have the priority to purchase. Zhao Xianyin said she needed to consult her superiors. Yuchen calmly took out a cup of coffee from her bag and said, "No rush, go ahead." Just as she had drunk half a cup, she saw Zhao Xianyin returning with Zhao Shuang. Yuchen. Sitting up straight, Yuchen said, "I have some urgent matters to attend to. If you agree, let's quickly sign the contract. I don't have time for a detailed discussion." Zhao Xianyin, "But didn't you just say it's not urgent?" Zhao Shuang found it amusing. She had seen this person leisurely sipping coffee as she went upstairs. Zhao Shuang took out the contract and said, "I want a 40% share of the profits. This is our bottom line. After all, we publicly claim to only take 20% of the profits, which would damage our reputation. The loss in this regard is priceless." Yu Chen replied, "They will believe it. This item cannot remain at a fixed price forever. Selling it for 3 gold now might be equivalent to the income of a small team for 3 days. But what about later? When the income of a small team reaches 10 gold, will this item still be sold for 3 gold? This skill crystal is useless in combat, but its value in equipment enhancement is immeasurable. I can't protect it myself, so I can only rely on you." Zhao Shuang nodded, repeating with a sigh, "You can't protect it yourself, so you can only rely on us." Yuchen pursed her lips, realizing she had shown a flaw. After all, she was still not as skilled in negotiation as these people. She said, "I could also join other factions." Zhao Shuang replied, "But you don't like factional struggles, right? Joining a faction will lead to internal conflicts. Once the true value of your skill is discovered, other factions will also fight for you in the faction you are attached to." After a long silence, Yuchen stood up and said, "Forget it." Zhao Shuang, holding the coffee cup, was taken aback. She looked at Yuchen, surprised by her unexpected response. Yuchen clicked her tongue in annoyance. "I'm tired of this discussion. Let's end it here. I'm leaving." It felt like playing mahjong halfway and almost winning, only for the opponent to flip the table. As Yuchen turned to leave, Zhao Shuang grabbed her hand. The negotiation expert who had just been leaning on the table moments ago grabbed her hand and said, "Sis." Yuchen replied, "I'm only 26. Zhao Shuang quickly walked up to her, affectionately hugging her shoulder. "Sis." Zhao Xianyin, standing behind them, said, "Hey, I'm here." Zhao Shuang didn't even turn around, just said, "Get lost." Zhao Xianyin suppressed a smile and said, "Okay." Zhao Shuang then said, "Sis, let's talk properly." Yu Chen replied, "You never like to listen anyway." Zhao Shuang thought the words sounded familiar. Yu Chen said, 40% is impossible, at most 10%. Zhao Shuang responded, 10% is truly impossible. Yu Chen shrugged off Zhao Shuang's hand and tried to leave. Zhao Shuang held on tightly. She had never put in so much effort, not even when trying to keep her ex-boyfriend from leaving. 20%. That's the bottom line, I swear, this is it. Coincidentally, this was also Yu Chen's bottom line. She couldn't waive the fee, but she maintained a cold demeanor, saying, "Then I'll take a 1% cut if we exchange it for gold." Fair, right? Zhao Shuang pushed her away, saying, "Just go. Once you leave, don't think about coming back." Yu Chen lifted her foot to leave, but Zhao Shuang hugged her again. Smiling at Yu Chen, Zhao Shuang said, "Because I will come after you." Yu Chen. Zhao Shuang led her back to the table, saying, "If you only exchange for 100,000 gold coins, you can only take 0.5%. But if you can exchange for 200,000 gold coins, then you can take 1%. Yu Chen reached out her hand and said, "Deal. I'll find a way to exchange for 200,000 gold coins." Zhao Shuang's smile froze. Zhao Xianyin leaned in and said, "Sis, your negotiation skills are amazing." Zhao Shuang replied, "Get lost." Yu Chen was not in a hurry to go out and kill Su Ji and the others. She waited for the contract to be delivered and confirmed it again, just as they had discussed before. 1. Player Yu Chen exchanged 1 gold coin for 200 G of gold at the exchange rate, exchanging gold coins for the Special Affairs Bureau from the Zealand Star. If the final exchange amount is below 100,000 gold coins, Yu Chen takes a 0.5% cut. If she can exchange for 200,000 gold coins or more, Yu Chen takes a 1% cut overall. During this period, no one is allowed to investigate how Yu Chen exchanges gold coins. 2. The skill crystal Happiness again created by player Yu Chen will be sold externally by the Special Affairs Bureau. The Bureau will provide Yu Chen with blank skill crystals, claiming that Yu Chen only profits 20% and will do everything to protect her. The Bureau can take 20% of the profits from Happiness again, settling every 15 natural days. The contract was very friendly to Yu Chen, only stipulating that the skill crystals she creates must be sold externally by the Bureau. However, using them herself or giving them to others does not constitute a breach of contract. But if the contract is violated, all members under the concept of the Bureau will randomly deduct 1 attribute point as punishment. Yu-Chen, on the other hand, will lose 10 attribute points and all her gold coins if she breaches the contract. Moreover, this cooperation has a time limit of only 2 years, after which they will renegotiate. Yu-Chen was not surprised. After all, the Fate Gear was only a B-grade talent, and A-grade and below divine talents were not unique. Who knows, she might find another one at some point. But if they don't, then the advantage will be back on Yu-Chen's side. There are many details, such as Yu-Chen not being able to exchange gold coins for other forces anymore, and after a year, she will inform the Bureau of the method of exchanging gold coins. The price the Bureau has to pay is to promise that if anything happens to Yu-Chen in these 2 years, and the Bureau uses divine talents related to causality to track down the culprit, they will avenge her. It's fair, even if it's just for the method of exchanging gold coins. The Bureau will do its best to protect Yu-Chen during these 2 years. And if something happens to Yu-Chen during this time, the Bureau will help her seek revenge. As for a year later, informing the Bureau of the method of exchanging gold coins will not affect Yu-Chen's own development. By then, she would have already taken everything from the goblins. Yu-Chen got what she wanted, but she also had to pay a price. She read through every word before signing her name. Zhao Shuang signed on behalf of the Bureau and stamped it. Yu-Chen curiously asked, "Do game contracts also recognize stamps?" Zhao Shuang smiled and said, "Of course." She regained her composure and elegance, making Yu-Chen suspect that her previous jokes were also part of her negotiation tactics. After signing the contract, Yu-Chen could check the relevant contract from her character interface. She double-checked before feeling relieved. Zhao Shuang said, "We will deliver the gold within 3 days. No matter which outpost you go to recently, just inform the staff there. We have already entered your information and level internally. You are currently the highest level among external personnel." Yu-Chen checked the time. It was already 3 o'clock. If she didn't hurry to go out and kill, revenge would have to wait until tomorrow. She said, "Okay, I won't go far these days. I'll leave now. I haven't done anything productive this afternoon." Zhao Shuang and Zhao Xianyin escorted her to the first-floor outpost door, attracting the attention of other players. After leaving the treehouse, Yu-Chen ran into the forest. She wrapped herself in a black robe, casting an illusion spell to arrive at the cave where she had tracked Su-Ji in the morning, standing in a corner and waiting. During this time, she watched alchemy videos in her mind and planned for the future. With 5 days left until New Year's Day, she planned to level up these days and start exchanging gold coins once the gold was in place, using the rest of the time to practice alchemy. After all, she needed to use the thief god's disguise skill to exchange for gold, deducting the reduced cooldown time, working 1 hour every 5 hours. During this cooldown period, it wasn't profitable to fight monsters. After all, the environment outside each main city was different. It might be hard to find monsters, and after fighting for a couple of hours, she would have to return. It was better to go to the sewer or somewhere else to practice professional skills. Anyway, she could transform into animals and use shadow shifting, so escaping was not a problem. As the sky darkened, Yu-Chen could already hear the grumbling voices approaching. It was Su-Ji and several burly men, a total of 8. Yu-Chen had calculated in the morning that there were a total of 21 of them. She had only killed 10 in the morning, so why were there only 8 now? Do you think she has noticed something? No, she has rejected team invitations before without being cautious. She probably went to another stronghold again. Didn't they say she doesn't have a fixed stronghold? Probably. We'll go to that area tomorrow to fight monsters and keep watch. How could she dare to go so deep alone? We only dare to fight level 4 monsters. And a few died today. Did you guys feel that the monsters today were stronger? I really couldn't defend myself at the time, or else Xiaoxi and the others wouldn't have died. Yu-Chen couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. She took out a grenade, pulled one out, and threw it, throwing 5 in a row before shadow shifting outside the cave. Just as Yu-Chen had shifted back to her physical form at the cave entrance, she heard explosions from inside. She patiently waited for 5 minutes, then maintained her phantom curse state and walked in. From a distance, she saw the 8 bodies on the ground covered in blood and flesh. Instead of approaching, she pulled out her gun and shot 3 bullets into Su-Ji's head, then the burly man, and one after another, 3 shots in each head. After waiting quietly for a while, she took out a long knife and went in, cutting off each person's head. Finally, she poured gasoline on them and set them on fire. She remained invisible throughout. Only after watching the bodies burn to ashes did Yu-Chen satisfactorily use shadow shifting again and arrive at Stronghold 0003, which was at least a 2-hour journey from the crime scene. Zhao Shuang had said 3 days, and it wasn't New Year's yet. Yu Chen not only paid off all her owed skill crystals but also received 100 blank skill crystals and 40,000 pounds of gold, enough to exchange for 100,000 gold coins. This amount of gold was astronomical for her, even for the Sue-Liang and Han families, it was a huge sum. However, for the country's reserves, it was not much. She could imagine the internal debates about this trade. After leaving the stronghold with the gold, she ran deep into the forest, reaching the territory of level 8 monsters. After making sure no one was following her, she transformed into a goblin and shadow shifted to the teleportation array of the Dark City. Next, she would go find her goblin friends in various main cities. With 40,000 pounds of gold, she could exchange for 111,111 gold coins. If she spent more time bargaining with the goblins, she might get an even better deal, but these were just her thoughts. 180G for 1 coin? Are you kidding me? Do you know Bill, the rich man in the Dark City? He exchanged at 170G with me. Then go find him, but I want to be friends with you. Let's stick to 180G. Yu Chen left the goblin area, feeling the need to learn some conversational skills from Zhao Shuang. 200G for 1 gold coin? Why don't you just rob someone? I didn't want to exchange in the first place. You were the one asking me. Do you know Bill, the rich man in the Dark City? Yes, what about him? I heard he used all his savings to buy gold and couldn't even afford to eat for a while. Well, I've heard about it too, but he earns 60G of gold for every coin he makes, which means he makes a coin for free every 2 days. That adds up to 182 coins in a year. Add 50 silver coins. Right, 182 gold and 50 silver, which makes 1825 gold in 10 years. So, are you exchanging? Fine, I only have 1,000 coins here. Some of the main city goblins are poor, some are rich, but their bottom line is set at 180G for 1 coin. Bargaining further easily angers them. She found out that Bill was the wealthiest. She had never encountered a goblin willing to exchange 20,000 coins at once, which significantly slowed down her efficiency. She could disguise herself twice a day, each time for an hour. She had planned for an hour to be enough to exchange coins and explore the exotic main city of Zealandstar. However, it turned out to be insufficient. Goblins like Bill, who could exchange 20,000 coins at once, were rare. She had to chat with each goblin, settling for 800 to 1,000 coins from each. With hundreds of goblins in each main city, she had to talk to them one by one. She could only visit one main city per day, splitting her time into 2, barely leaving enough time to explore the city's restaurants and learn about the local chefs and their specialties. Yu Chen rolled up her sleeves, sleeping during skill cooldowns. As soon as the 5-hour cooldown ended, she would disguise herself and chat with goblins to exchange coins. Luckily, the main cities were in different time zones, allowing her to find cities in daylight. Working for nearly 4 hours each day, Yu Chen managed to exchange for 30,000 to 40,000 coins daily. After a few days, Yu Chen felt she knew more goblins than colleagues in the entertainment industry. Yu Chen returned to the Dark City, transforming into a cowcat she had encountered in the dwarven main city of Ironforge on Zealandstar. She looked almost identical to the cowcat she had transformed into when she first arrived on Zealandstar. She then headed to Outpost 0003, jumped on the table, announced her name, and asked for Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang arrived promptly, as if she had been waiting for Yu Chen. Seeing the 100,000 coins traded over, Zhao Shuang finally relaxed, a part of her still doubting if Yu Chen would leave Zealandstar with the gold. Yu Chen was unaware of this or simply didn't care. After receiving 40,000 pounds of gold from Zhao Shuang, she resumed her role as a coin procurer. On January 11th, Yu Chen felt exhausted, having lost weight and talked more than ever before. She suspected she could now have simple daily conversations with goblins even without a translator. Despite feeling mentally fulfilled, she not only exchanged her 10,000 pounds of gold for 27,777 coins but also received 22,222 coins in kickbacks. Adding the 70-odd coins she had left after learning recipes, her total worth exceeded 50,000 coins for the first time. She felt like she could live a lifetime. After exchanging the 200,000 coins, she also received a 1% share, totaling 2,000 coins. Currently, she had 52,073 gold and 87 silver, along with 778 pounds of gold. Yu Chen felt embarrassed as she accepted the money pouch. Her dark eye circles had lightened considerably at that moment. A pleasant cooperation, she said. Zhao Shuang sighed, "You're the richest among us players." Yu Chen's mouth felt dry from all the talking these days. Perhaps. I finally have money to buy skills. Zhao Shuang pulled out a book. Interested in buying? This is our internal skill crystal. Yu Chen's eyes lit up as she reached out to take the book, but Zhao Shuang stopped her with a hand. Zhao Shuang smiled shyly. You know, this is a paid service. It's worth it to spend money to access so much information. Many people want to buy it but can't because it's confidential. Yu Chen asked, how much? Zhao Shuang replied, 1 gold. Yu Chen retorted, do I look like I owe you that much? Zhao Shuang patted her hand gently. Why do you say that? This is a special price for you. Yu Chen gave a fake smile. You told me last time that the special price was the same as the market price. Zhao Shuang didn't feel embarrassed at all. That's because we only met yesterday. Where's the real friendship in that? Yu Chen was speechless. 50 silver, take it or leave it. Zhao Shuang reached out for the money with one hand and immediately handed the manual to her with the other. Yu Chen was suspicious. Are you taking a kickback or something? Zhao Shuang looked puzzled. Who doesn't take kickbacks these days? Don't you? Yu Chen fell silent. She did. She even took it twice. Looking at it, Yu Chen was truly amazed. In her past life of 3 years, she thought she knew enough about the bestowed talents, but it was not even half of what was in this manual. However, it only contained skill descriptions, no additional information, and most were priced below 1 gold. Only a few were very special or had strong attack power, priced high, and some had no price listed, requiring further discussion. For example, she saw her own skill stone on the first page. Feeling lucky again, modifies the target's luck value when used, lasting for 6 hours. Price, to be discussed, it was a simple description with no cooldown time, no bestowed talent level, and no skill source. Yu Chen couldn't help but admire the Special Affairs Bureau for being so adept at this. She bought 2 divination-type skill stones. Spiritual Pen, tell me, when used, it can divine the answer to the question you seek, with the difficulty of the question directly affecting the depth of the answer. Price, 3 gold, oh, I hope I won't die. When used, it can predict the outcome of your next actions. Price, 1 gold, she didn't hold much hope because she had the ability to block divination herself, but she still bought them. They were a bit pricey, but for those in need, the price was worth it. Moreover, the price could roughly determine the usefulness of the skill. After bidding farewell to Zhao Shuang, she immediately used Spiritual Pen, tell me. Holding the skill stone in her hands, she thought, I want to know if Yu Xuanhuan still has a chance to turn things around. As she pondered this question, the skill stone in her hand slowly shattered, dispersing the mist and revealing an image. In the image, Yu Xuanhuan stood in the formation in the Su family's basement. Not far away lay a man covered in blood, wearing an eye mask, his messy hair covering half his face, the lower half smeared with blood, cursing silently. She couldn't hear his voice, but from his lip movements, she knew he was reciting Yu Xuanhuan's family history. The man seemed familiar to her, but she couldn't place him at that moment. However, this place, this formation, she knew it well. She had lain in it in her past life. Wasn't it the formation that stripped bestowed talents? Where did Yu Xuanhuan get such an evil formation and when? She couldn't determine the date in the divination image, not even from their clothing. The Su family's interior was constantly temperature controlled, like eternal spring, but she was certain that this time was not recent. Because the blood used in the formation was not ordinary blood. In her past life, she had witnessed the entire process of the Su family drawing formations, using the blood of a level 15 boss and several high-level gemstones that required advanced jewelry crafting. Even if the formation was discounted, it wouldn't change from using magical blood to ordinary blood, let alone the gemstones. After knowing what Yu Xuanhuan's next step was, Yu Chen's mood not only didn't worsen but actually improved. Being able to once again shatter Yu Xuanhuan's hopes and witness his collapse, what could be more satisfying than this? She found Zhao Shuang dining on the first floor with her sister, then picked up a booklet and bought 2 Pen Fairy Tells Me skill crystals. Yu Chen was getting ready to return to the real world, not only because she couldn't rest assured about Yu Xuanhuan but also because of the backyard cat and the recent unrest in the area. Zhao Shuang hinted at her to stay away from the base as much as possible. Yu Chen wasn't too concerned about what was happening, but she could sense it was related to her and others with special God-given talents. The people like Su Ji were not isolated cases. When she left the dark city of Man's launching, the number of people looking for her had not decreased but rather increased. Fortunately, the authorities intervened in time and announced that Yu Chen's God-given talent skill quotas would be sold by the authorities in the future, which finally calmed Yu Chen down. However, considering that the real world was about to be officially invaded by Man's launching, Yu Chen decided to go back early to guard those precious items that might mutate. Before leaving, Yu Chen made a trip to the Dark City auction house and bought 1,000 excellent quality belts. Since the styles were different and couldn't be stacked, she deliberately packed them all into a large box before fitting them into her in-game backpack. She also bought many materials needed for intermediate and advanced potions. Only a few basic herbs for advanced alchemy were sold in the herb shop, and most materials had to be bought at the auction house. Many materials needed for advanced alchemy were also the products of other professions reaching advanced levels. The materials Yu Chen had hoarded before had long been used up in practice. The path after advanced alchemy was basically repeating the process of watching alchemy videos for learning, spending money to buy materials for practice, and watching alchemy videos for learning again. It required patience and sincerity, and she was prepared to study for several years. Although she was currently failing in practicing advanced formulas and could only increase by 1 or 2 points, she couldn't just watch without taking action. She could afford the effort. In addition, she bought 3 skills. Portal, a level set an anchor point somewhere. Use the portal to reach the anchor point, with a maximum of 2 anchor points at a time. It cost 1526 gold, but wasn't it much more cost-effective than the official portal? Although the price was 10 times higher, it was permanent and could also be used as an escape method. Eye of the Hunter, a level after activating the skill, all living beings within 50 meters will be displayed in your perception, consuming 100 mana points per minute after activation. It cost 817 gold, more useful than invisibility potions. She could transform into an animal to evade the pursuit of the official team, but she couldn't guarantee others could do the same. Although the names of these living beings couldn't be displayed, restrictions on A-level skills were normal. Rain of Hatred, A-level scatter a large number of energy arrows towards the target area, causing damage to all enemies in the area within 5 seconds, consuming 250 mana points each time it was used, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. It cost 1279 gold, a group attack skill she would need later for monster farming. Beast language proficiency, B-level after use, you can learn 27 of the most common animal languages. It cost 388 gold. She had long wanted to know what the backyard cat was saying and could use it to gather intelligence in the future. Spider trap, F-level set a trap that can trap and paralyze the target, consuming 3 strands of spider silk each time it was used. She needed to add something to the villa. This kind of trap was easy to break free from, but it would be different if she added some poison to it. Moreover, it wasn't expensive, only 17 gold, and the spider silk was even cheaper, just a few dozen copper coins for a strand. She spent 3,000 gold on advanced alchemy materials, 3,639 gold on buying skills, 1,000 gold on belts, and 388 gold on entertainment, totaling 8,027 gold in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for making a big profit, she wouldn't be able to afford such extravagance. She became more certain that the players in Blue Star who had mastered their professions to an advanced level in their past lives were mostly cultivated by the official authorities. However, she wasn't envious. This kind of absolute contract had to be signed, otherwise, such a big matter couldn't be constrained by conscience. Unfortunately, she couldn't find any skill books on how to make skill crystals even after searching through the auction house. Perhaps that was a kind of divine gift, but she didn't need to buy them. The official contract would provide her with blank crystals for production, and the quantity she needed wasn't large. It was enough to exchange with internal personnel. Then she found the bed of the Joyful Witch, which was even discounted to 19 gold coins per piece, but she couldn't bear to buy it. She had already given Sue-Liang and Yu Xuanhuan a wedding gift, but she was willing to spend the money to bring more joy to the world. However, spending 19 gold coins on each Yogwa and Yu Qingshan? Not a chance. After searching for a while, she found a substitute. Handcuffs of the Joyful Demon, Grade D, with similar effects, but only cost 2 gold coins. That's it. After bringing some bait for Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Chen left the auction house. Passing by the grocery store, she dumped all the items she had stolen from Su Ji's group, sold them for over 90 silver coins, then she walked to the sewer, transformed into a cat, meandered around, and finally turned into a spider, arriving at the restaurant's underground storage room, ultimately anchoring herself in a corner of the ceiling. Even if she came head down, she felt it was safer on the ceiling than on the ground, as it was almost in the blind spot of most people. After completing all this, Yu Chen ran to the sewer, cancelled the disguise skill, changed into modern clothes, and the next second, she crushed the teleportation stone given to her by the authorities. The first thing she did after arriving at Blue Star was to sense this teleportation array. After confirming that the skill could be used at any time, she finally relaxed. She set up another anchor point in the safe house on the top floor of the villa. She had another way to escape. Yu Chen finally returned. Sue-Liang was stunned for a moment when she heard this name, then almost immediately ordered Yu Xuanhuan to find a reason to invite Yu Chen to dinner together. After a pause, she added, "You can bring your parents too." Yu Xuanhuan kindly agreed. "How about having a family feast? I'll cook." Sue-Liang shook her head. "You are the host, why would you cook?" She was quite satisfied with Yu Xuanhuan. He was good-looking, knew how to please her, and his family was considerate. Apart from the strange rule of turning off the lights for long-distance communication at night, there was nothing wrong. So she felt a bit more protective of him. Moreover, with the recent news that luck was a very special and important attribute, and Yu Xuanhuan's luck was at a rare full value, she naturally became more patient. Yu Xuanhuan remained composed and replied, "Sure." Only after returning to his room did he put away his smile, sat quietly for a while, spaced out for a moment, and then started messaging Yu Chen. "Yu Xuanhuan at Yu Chen sis, I miss you so much. Let's have a family dinner together." This was not a lie but a rare moment of sincerity from him. Although Sue-Liang had been treating him well recently, she never informed him about important matters in the Su family, especially those related to the game. Even after all this time, Yu Xuanhuan didn't know the specific function of Sue-Liang's divine gift, let alone what level it was. He knew less than Sue's driver or butler. Even though her attitude towards him had improved recently for some unknown reason, it was only a slight improvement. The more he compared, the more he realized how good Yu Chen, who had unhesitatingly told him about this game in the beginning, had been to him. "Yu Chen, sure, when do you want to do it? I've brought gifts for all of you. Happy Chogwa, hee, good girl, mom really likes your gift." Depressed Qingshan. "It's okay Yu Chen," blushing. "Yu Chen, there's no need to share everything with the child. Happy autumn fruit, a gift worth 30 gold. Mom, why not share your user experience? My daughter is so thoughtful." Depressed Qingshan. Alright. Yu Chen, causing chaos in society. JPG, watching the lively chat group, Yu Xuanhuan rarely smiled. Yu Chen was cooking for the backyard cats. She had left in mid-December, and now it was almost mid-January. She heard the continuous meowing. Every time she cooked late, the cats would meow like that. She couldn't understand before, always feeling like they were scolding her. Now, after learning the beast language proficiency, she could finally understand. They were indeed scolding her. Shouldn't have learned it. Yu Chen made roasted spider legs and a large pot of fresh meat and goat milk soup, as well as a bunch of dried fish and chicken, filling all the food bowls in the backyard. She even created a well with the spring of light. The spring water had a healing effect, not sure if it was beneficial for the cat's health, but the water was delicious. She had used it a few times before when fighting monsters. Sure enough, after a few cats tasted the spring water, they didn't want to go back to eat. Hearing the cats happily eating and drinking, Yu Chen lay down on the lawn, hands behind her head, enjoying the rare tranquility. Sue-Liang's dinner party was probably purposeful. Although the news that players could go to the Zhe Star couldn't spread under the constraints of the contract, there were always loopholes, and information about how practical the feeling happy again skill was could still leak out. She didn't believe that no one from the Su family had infiltrated the official ranks. But it was too late, she had already been forcibly conscripted by the authorities. As for whether there was a divine gift of lie detection, there definitely was. Yu Qingshan's second skill could detect lies. But she believed that the authorities must have a way to deal with it, otherwise, her 20% profit would be given away for nothing. Yu Chen closed her eyes contentedly. Why did she go out for so long? To hunt for food for us, maybe. Meow meow meow, so delicious. Such delicious food must be hard to get. Let's bring her some gifts next time. What should we bring? Mice. She cooks so well, she wouldn't eat mice. I don't know, I just feel like bringing her something. Meow, I have the same feeling. How strange. After listening, Yu Chen felt relieved. It seemed that the cat's nest was likely to mutate. After relaxing for half a day, Yu Chen started looking for small cockroaches, but couldn't find any in the entire villa. In the end, she went to the flower and bird market to buy 2 small spiders, killed them, and used the long and used only the dead will listen to control them, placing them in the safe house as her monitors. The next day, Yu Xuanhuan picked up Yu Chen to go to the Su family. For some reason, Yu Xuanhuan didn't pick up Yi Qiaogua and Yu Qingshan. At the Su family, not only was Sue-Liang there, but also Su Beige and Su Jinxian, and even a few of Sue-Liang's cousins. Yu Chen smiled, even though she had long known that these 2 cousins were not good people, even a little famous but exploded internet celebrities. She remained composed. However, facing the Su family's overt and covert inquiries about where she had been recently, Yu Chen chose to be straightforward. She had long discovered that dealing with these people, being straightforward was more effective than anything else. I can't say, I signed a contract, I will be directly silenced, and in the future, my first divine gift skill must be turned into a skill crystal and handed over to the Special Affairs Bureau. Sue-Liang and the others exchanged glances, all feeling that Yu Chen was ignorant, not informing the Su family about such a big matter. Yu Chen didn't see the expressions of the few people, but she could guess the thoughts of the Su family with her. But in her past life, once a player joined the Su family team, it was hard to leave. If you wanted to leave, you had to see if the Su family wanted to keep you. If the Su family wanted to keep you and you still left, they would be amicable on the surface but ruthless in private. Sue-Liang sighed, if I had known you had this connection, I wouldn't have bothered introducing you before. Yu-Chen knew this was directed at her, feeling that they had kindly introduced business opportunities to her before, but she turned around and cooperated with the Bureau of Special Affairs. Thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. However, Yu-Chen knew that if she didn't run faster, the Su family would truly treat her talent as their own. Just a few collaborations already showed signs of this. She didn't deny that she had taken advantage of the Su family before, making some gold while also letting this skill reach the official ears. Moreover, Sue-Liang's words didn't hold up to scrutiny. Looking from a different perspective, was the Su family really helping her with business introductions, or were they trying to befriend her as a resource? She pretended not to notice and smiled, I didn't want this either. I was hoping to make big money with this, but now that the authorities are involved, I can't go against them. A 70-30 split is already good enough. Sue-Liang felt that Yu-Chen was being unreasonable. She tried to persuade her, if you cooperate with our Su family, we can split the profits 50-50. The Bureau of Special Affairs indeed had people from the Su family. Although they were bound by contracts not to disclose important information, they already knew the significance of luck values in the data. Regarding Yu-Chen's talent, the importance rating given by those few insiders was a 7, equivalent to an A-level divine gift rating. Yu-Chen shook her head, looking content, I can't protect too much on my own. Sue-Liang asserted, our Su family can protect you. She looked into Yu-Chen's eyes and added, you can cooperate with our Su family. Was this meant to make her go back on her deal with the Bureau of Special Affairs? That was too domineering. But Yu-Chen had grown accustomed to Sue-Liang's dominance and irrationality. She helplessly said, when negotiating with the Bureau of Special Affairs, it was the same. If I didn't agree, they wouldn't let me go, just dragging me along. They even called me sister. They threatened me, saying if I left, I shouldn't think about coming back because Zhao Shuang would come after me. And I signed a contract, stamped with the official seal of the Bureau of Special Affairs. I can't bear the consequences of breaking the contract, it's no different from being killed. Deducting 10 attribute points and all the gold on me, how is that different from killing me? Yu-Chen's tone was serious and calm. Throughout this, the butler standing behind Sue-Liang didn't pour her any wine, confirming Yu-Chen's words. Her anger subsided a bit, but she still complained with lingering resentment, you should have cooperated with us earlier. This wasn't an attitude towards equal cooperation partners. Yu-Chen couldn't imagine herself complaining to a failed partner that they should have approached her earlier. Yu-Chen remained silent. She wasn't begging the Su family, nor was she willing to endure this injustice. Sitting here and explaining to Sue-Liang was already a great humiliation for her. Bai Gu of the Su family noticed Yu-Chen's displeasure and raised his cup. I'm sorry, Yitong didn't blame you. It's just regrettable that we saw you as part of the Su family but couldn't establish a cooperation with you promptly. Pointing fingers at me, huh? How did I become part of the Su family? Yu-Chen put on a smile from her past entertainment industry days, maybe so. I'm better off being a person of the country. Although they take a cut of the profits, they promised in the contract to protect me, and as long as I die, they will use the divine gift related to the law of causality to find the killer and avenge me. Much stronger than you guys. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. The three siblings of the Su family were displeased with Yu-Chen for not giving face, but more so, they were alarmed by this contract, which meant they couldn't deal with Yu-Chen in aggressive ways, like destroying if they couldn't have it. Moreover, this contract further proved the importance of Yu-Chen's talent, otherwise, the authorities wouldn't value Yu-Chen so much. They regretted more and more why they hadn't taken Yu-Chen into the Su family earlier. Yu Xuanhuan, on the other hand, felt relieved. The Su family never regarded the Yu family highly, and at this moment, he actually envied Yu-Chen. Although the talent was only B-level and not very lethal, it was practical. It gave authority. Yu-Chen's dominance made the Su family members more sober. They probably understood that she was not the kind of person who would lose her dignity principles for the sake of climbing the Su family's power, nor would she give up everything out of fear of the Su family's power. More importantly, Yu-Chen already had the backing of the authorities. The younger generation of the Su family were not useless, although they were strong and arrogant, they still had brains and were smooth in handling things. After sensing Yu-Chen's attitude, they quickly changed their stance. Even Sue-Liang did not show her inner anger anymore. What they thought deep down was one thing, but currently, there was only one fate gear, and until they figured out why this skill was so important, the Su family was willing to show Yu-Chen some favor. Yu-Chen looked at the three siblings of the Su family smiling and changing the subject, toasting herself, and sighed in her heart. Before coming, she had thought about bringing out the authorities so they could maintain a peaceful appearance, but she couldn't hold back. She had overestimated herself. However, watching the Sue family's 3 siblings clearly unhappy to the extreme but holding it back, she felt good. What felt even better was, Yu-chen glanced at Yu Xuanhuan sitting next to her, pouring wine for Sui-tong. In her past life, Sui-tong would vent her anger on herself whenever she was unhappy. For a while, she even suspected that she was Sui-tong's son-in-law. But thinking about the food god's talent skill, she suspected that Sui-tong's emotions had been transferred to her by Yu Xuanhuan. So, if Sui-tong was so unhappy today, Yu Xuanhuan was probably in luck. Everyone was in a state of tearing apart their faces but then covering it up with a small patch. There were some cracks, but they were not irreparable. Everyone started chatting and laughing again. Although this banquet-like dinner would not be cooked by Yu Xuanhuan, the half-host, Yu-chen still didn't dare to eat much. She only took a few bites throughout, exchanged polite words after the meal, and then left. Before leaving, Sui-tong, perhaps to make up for the slight unpleasantness at the table, not only sent someone to escort her back but also sent a whole carload of things. Although she hadn't suffered any losses today, Yu-chen was still unhappy. When unhappy, she had to find something for the Sue family. But this matter really required cooperation. She planned to make a big profit from the Sue family with the green equipment that would soon be eliminated in the early stages, consuming some of the Sue family's gold reserves. Although she believed that there were probably people in the Zaylan Star who could help the Sue family, the other party might not have as much startup capital to exchange for equipment as she did. She rushed back to reality for this matter. Even if the Sue family could inquire further, only a few specific people knew about the information that she could exchange 200 G for 1 gold coin. As long as she acted early, she was confident that she could exchange a pound of gold from the Sue family for a high-quality green equipment worth less than 1 gold. And these equipment were carefully selected belts by her. After the game officially invaded on February 22 this year, a machine in a factory near City S that made belts mutated, producing excellent small green equipment with +2 strength and +1 agility for 0 to 2 level players. It was extremely practical for players. The machine was directly requisitioned by the authorities in the form of profit sharing, producing a large number of green belt equipment to help domestic players through the most difficult early stages. In less than half a month, the prices of waste equipment had dropped significantly. Even if the production cannot keep up with the demand for a while, knowing that there is a fixed output, everyone will naturally prioritize buying equipment from other parts, especially players from City S. With the abundance of belts in City S, players there are not lacking in belts. During those months, green equipment of the same level could sell for up to 1 gold, but green belts could fetch a maximum of 40 silver. This was because the official belts were priced at 15 silver. Yu-chen bought 1,000 belts, aiming to acquire at least 1,000 caddies of gold from the Sue family. She couldn't help but sigh, realizing that direct robbery was faster. However, she had no intention of visiting the Sue family's underground treasure trove recently. She could think of countless ways to deal with these invisible players herself, and the Sue family would have even more. Perhaps the treasure trove was now filled with electric nets, making it a risky landing. In fact, she knew that waiting a day or two after the official invasion of the game to sell to the Sue family would yield more profit. However, news of real-world items mutating would reach the Sue family faster than ordinary people. Who knew if they would receive news that the machinery in the belt processing factory had also mutated? Selling 1,000 pieces of equipment, from contact to negotiation to trade, would take several days. Any delay would result in the belt slipping through her fingers, and she would miss the opportunity to set a trap for Yu Xuanhuan. She wasn't worried about creating enemies. By mid-March, most players addicted to dungeon runs would have a belt in hand. Everyone would be on the same starting line, not allowing the Sue family to take a significant lead. She could use this situation to push the Sue family a bit, prompting them to exchange for some gold. As long as the Sue family dared to make the exchange, she would dare to swoop in and seize the opportunity. Yu-chen directly used the invisibility in Phantom Shift Airport, found a flight to Hong Kong City, transformed into a small cat to hide, took a nap, and then shifted to a place she had visited when buying weapons. After disguising herself as a 2-meter-tall strong man, she found a Hong Kong player and proposed that he help her sell the equipment. Once the deal was done, she would give him 3 pieces of green equipment. The other party agreed immediately. Yu-chen then gave him Yu Xuanhuan's contact information. "This is the buyer I found. He is wealthy and a player. His wife's family can afford 1,000 pieces of green equipment. I want 1 pound of gold per piece, and anything above that is yours. Okay, leave it to me." After having dinner with Yu-chen that day, Yu Xuanhuan didn't feel too good. Sui-tong didn't throw tantrums or yell hysterically when she was angry. She didn't pick fights or scold people on purpose. She considered herself a cultured and sophisticated person who could make others suffer in silence. If Yu Chen annoyed her, she would make both Yu Chen and Yu Xuanhuan uncomfortable. So, in recent days, Yu Xuanhuan found that much of his information had been leaked. After marrying Sue-Liang, he didn't give up his career as a live streamer. It wasn't about ambition but rather one of the few ways he could be in a superior position. In his small live streaming room, people analyzed the luxurious decoration in his background, praised his looks and gaming skills. Even the water cup he casually picked up would be discussed in detail, analyzing its price. No one knew about his physical disability, and no one openly or secretly despised his God-given imperfection. However, the wind had changed strangely in recent days. He had always used a nickname when he was a game streamer, never revealing his real name. Even when Yu Chen became a celebrity, he didn't ride on that popularity wave. After all, Yu Chen giving them money couldn't withstand scrutiny. He didn't want Yu Chen to be criticized for being a parasite. But now his real name had been exposed. Not only that, the fact that he and Yu Chen were siblings and he had married into a wealthy family as a useless husband had also been revealed, but no one knew which wealthy family it was. This made him flare up for a moment. However, this was not the kind of attention he wanted. Although times had changed, and everyone was talking about the benefits of living off others, those who couldn't enjoy those benefits would only mock those who did. But in reality, these words meant little to Yu Xuanhuan. He knew what he was after. He had prepared himself mentally before becoming a son-in-law. What made him uncomfortable was the attitude of the Su family. They had been inexplicably kind to him before, but recently, they had grown distant. Sometimes he felt like a pet that Sue-Liang kept to amuse herself, with a status lower than the border collie she raised, which was indeed the case. Ignoring the barrage of comments in the livestream, Yu Xuanhuan finished the game and signed off with a smile. As he was about to close the software, he noticed a private message in the background. 428-935-9285, interested in buying green game equipment? Do you know what game it is? It was quite a coincidence. He received tens of thousands of private messages every day, if not thousands, but today he happened to see this one. Yu Xuanhuan didn't find it strange at all. His luck was just that good. Ever since he occasionally cooked and delivered meals to a few brothers in the studio, he seemed to have a touch of divine assistance in everything he did. He had secretly gathered a lot of things from the Su family to build his own power, yet the Su family had not noticed. According to his pre-marriage plan, he had intended to cooperate well with Sue-Liang, using his good fortune to help her develop her career and gain the trust of the Su family. However, Sue-Liang never thought to tell him about entering the game, which made him change his mind. He planned to first use the power of the Su family to strengthen himself, raise his own status, and then cooperate with Sue-Liang later. But recently, he found it increasingly difficult in the Su family, having no say, not even able to join in when they discussed games at the dinner table. If it weren't for Yu Chen taking care of him and talking to him several times, he would have felt like a complete outsider the whole time. Yu Xuanhuan paused his hand from closing the software. God, what game? 428-935-9285, Divine Bestowal, Warcraft, 10. God, what part of the green equipment? How much? 428-935-9285, 1,000 pieces, belt. Can you afford it? Only accepting gold transactions. Initially, Yu Xuanhuan didn't pay much attention, just thinking of getting to know another player. But his heart skipped a beat, and his attitude immediately became more serious. He quickly considered how much profit this matter could bring him. The first thought that flashed through his mind was to sell it to Yu Chen and connect with the official line through him. Besides Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua, Yu Chen was the person he trusted the most. But the next moment, he dismissed this idea. Connecting with the official line meant offending the Su family, which was not worth it. Yet, he couldn't let go of such a huge profit himself. He had less than 10 players under his wing. God, how much gold for each piece? What are the attributes? I want to see the actual item. 428-935-9285, each can add 3 to 4 attribute points. 2 pounds of gold per piece. 2 pounds of gold, around 500,000. This was clearly an exorbitant price. Although Yu Xuanhuan had only participated in one closed beta, he had visited the auction house. Despite his long-term vision and spending money on learning professional skills and buying materials and skills, he didn't remember the specific prices of these equipment, but he could make them himself. Take jewelry crafting, for example. Although he was only a novice jeweler, he could already make earrings that added 5 attribute points. The materials were particularly rare. Even if he could find substitutes in reality, it would cost over $1 million. But this was closely related to the raw materials of jewelry crafting. However, based on his own situation, he could infer that skills like leatherworking, tailoring, and engineering could also create equipment that added attribute points, and the cost would definitely not be high, at least not as expensive as buying gems for jewelry crafting. But here lies the problem, not everyone was like him, able to earn hundreds of gold coins in one game session. Most people only earned a few silver coins from tasks, let alone buying materials. They couldn't even afford to learn skills. I want to see the real thing. Yu-Chen stayed in her own villa every day to practice alchemy. She produced 1,000 bottles of basic healing potions, intending to sell them to the Su family in exchange for gold. This item is the quickest to be eliminated, but it is still valuable now. Everyone starts with 100 health points. A potion that can add 60 health points is basically a life-saving item. Ordinary people may hide and wait for automatic recovery, but for the wealthy, they can't stand having less than 90% of their health points. Although it's uncertain whether the Su family has cultivated their own alchemists now, it's worth a try to sell to them. Even though it seems like she provided assistance to the Su family in the early stages, even without her, the Su family could still acquire these items. It's not like the Su family couldn't continue without her, right? Who wouldn't she sell to? Taking advantage of the early importance of gold, reducing the Su family's gold reserves is crucial. Otherwise, the Su family would definitely be waving banknotes elsewhere. Yu-Chen had no intention of appearing in person. After disguising herself, she found the Gun King and handed this matter over to him, specifying that it could only be sold to the Su family. One bottle of potion for 100 G of gold, and any surplus would belong to him. Basic healing potions are sold for only 1 silver in the stores on the Ceylon Star, but being able to sell them for 100 G of gold is simply exorbitant, a 50-fold increase. But when it comes to cross-border purchasing, isn't there always a markup? She left the potions directly with the Gun King, took 200 pounds of gold from him, and wasn't worried that he wouldn't follow her instructions. Everyone was clever, and she could offer so many good things because she had her ways. Although she wasn't sure if there was enmity or favor between her and the Su family, if the Gun King didn't sell to the Su family, they wouldn't come to him again for such opportunities. However, Yu-Chen was not at ease with the situation in Hong Kong. Although the people there were smart too, the distance from the Gun King was far, and they didn't value their reputation on the streets like the Gun King did. Therefore, Yu-Chen only gave 3 samples to Hong Kong and asked him to finalize the deal before contacting her again. In the face of huge profit margins, the Gun King in Hong Kong were ruthless in raising prices. Yu-Chen used the teleportation array to go to the Ceylon Star every day because when she turned into a goblin last time to deliver wine to the undead female instructor, the latter accepted the wine and asked her to bring out the potion she had recently made, then gave her a 10-minute lesson. Since then, Yu-Chen brought wine to the alchemy shop and consulted the undead female instructor with questions every day. A bottle of fine red or white wine could buy her a 10-minute lesson. She brought 5 bottles each time, totaling 50 minutes of lessons. Excluding the time for walking and redrawing the teleportation array, she made the most of her 1-hour disguise time. Then she spent 5 hours leveling up in the wilderness, and in the afternoon, she used her disguise skill to bring wine to the undead female instructor for another 50-minute lesson. Although her experience points didn't increase, her understanding of magic potions grew every day. While she could only learn techniques from videos, she could learn about the properties and various pharmacological aspects from the undead female instructor. Yu-Chen's daily schedule was packed to the brim, so much so that when Hong Kong asked her to bring the remaining belts to the city for a trade in early February, she checked the date and was surprised at how quickly time had passed. She immediately took a free flight to the city using her old method, arrived at the agreed location after using her disguise skill. Hong Kong was waiting for her in a private room at the hotel. Yu-Chen had already used the hunter's eye to see how many people were around. She found that the adjacent rooms were full of people, but she wasn't concerned. The number of people was within the normal range, and there were no ambushes. She didn't touch the tea on the table and asked, "Is it settled? Is it the person I recommended?" Hong Kong didn't ask much about why he was asked to sell to that person. "Yes, you can go check. He and his wife are in the next room." Yu-Chen nodded. "What about the gold?" Hong Kong opened the box on the table, revealing it filled with gold bricks. Yu-Chen felt a sense of familiarity at a glance. How familiar the style was. She also neatly took out a box of belts, and the two pushed the boxes in front of each other, then began to inspect the gold/equipment they received. Gold was easy to check. Her Soros pocket watch's exploration skill could not only probe character information but also item information. As long as the purity of a piece of gold met the standard, she would put it in the game backpack to see if it could be stacked. Moreover, she could quickly calculate how many pounds it was. Dealing with over 900 pieces of equipment was a bit troublesome. Each one had to be checked individually, but Yu-Chen's attitude was good. She patiently waited for the other party to inspect, but she was secretly vigilant in case the other party caused trouble. Half an hour later, the Hong Kong boy breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that this was a scam. He packed up the equipment, happy trading. If there's another big order next time, we'll continue to cooperate. He had no intention of double-crossing. This was the city center, and everyone was a player. It was best to trade peacefully. Besides, they made quite a bit of money from this deal. Although the Su family was unwilling to offer more gold and only wanted to give 1 pound of gold per belt, they were willing to pay more money. In this transaction, they could earn an extra 10,000 yuan for each piece of equipment. With 1,000 pieces of equipment, that was 10 million yuan. Even if they kept a few for themselves, the remaining over 9 million would be enough for this group of brothers to live on for a year. Yu Chen got up decisively and left. She didn't have much time left to disguise herself. With the potions and belts, they managed to get 1,200 pounds of gold from the Su family. The next day, Yu Chen was getting ready to go out to buy wine. Their recent wine consumption had been too high, so she planned to stock up and then get some cocktail recipes to give to that mentor, hoping to get some good stuff in return. However, before she could even drive out of the villa area, she received a message from Yu Xuanhuan asking if she was at the villa and that he had something good to give her. Yu Chen returned and waited for Yu Xuanhuan to deliver the belt. It was the one she had sold just yesterday. It was a belt that added 4 attribute points. Out of the 1,000 belts, only over 50 had 4 additional points, while the rest only had 3. Yu Chen wasn't surprised. Yu Xuanhuan and the Su family were always like this. When they didn't act like humans, they were worse than animals, but when they did, they were more human than anyone else. After putting on a show of sibling affection, she gave Yu Xuanhuan 3 bottles of her homemade basic healing potions and sent him off. Yu Xuanhuan was used to Yu Chen's behavior. Whatever you gave her, she would always give something back. He left satisfied, feeling that not only did he improve his sister's opinion of him, but he also didn't lose out, he won. Since brokering the deal for the 1,000 pieces of green equipment, he had gained some influence in the Su family recently. At least he wouldn't be left out of many things anymore. He knew that the Su family had also bought quite a few of these potions recently, each bottle costing 250 grams of gold. Doing the math, he had made a profit. As for being blocked at the door and a few Su family members dying after completing the transaction yesterday, what did that have to do with him? After seeing off the person, Yu Chen immediately rearranged the spider traps and then hurried out. She was busy until the afternoon before returning home. However, Yu Chen didn't rush to go to the Ceylon Star. She had taken out all the weapons and antiques she had collected in the past 6 months from her backpack and placed them in the safe house on the top floor. She wasn't sure of the cause of the anomaly, but she was worried that the game backpack would isolate the substances that could cause items to mutate. Even the few Polaroids and durian shells she received in Savatica were placed here. She checked everything around the safe house every day. It was a half-step spider trap, and all the threads had been soaked in poison by her corrosive potion. Upon contact, it causes the target to lose 10 health points per second for 3 minutes. This was the most potent poison Yu Chen could concoct, a product of intermediate alchemy, capable of killing a player in 6 seconds. After checking the safe house, Yu Chen immediately used her disguise skills to take the wine she had just bought to Ceylon Star. She returned after a 50-minute class. She was planning to cause some trouble tonight and needed to prepare in advance. Although the belt she sold to the Su family, which was of no use, exchanged for a more valuable gold, and also deepened the conflict between Yu Xuanhuan and Sui Tong, the most important thing was that both transactions related to the game required gold exchange. She didn't believe the Su family would stay idle after the gold exchange. As long as the Su family exchanged gold, she would have a chance to take action. In summary, it was hitting 3 birds with 1 stone, but Yu Chen couldn't sleep at night thinking about the 1,000 pieces of green equipment in the Su family. She had to figure out a way to balance things out. The Su family was large, with properties in various fields, but the main focus was on real estate, medicine, catering, and new energy batteries. The stock prices of the first 2 sectors could reveal that the Su family's situation in recent years was not very good. However, after the game invasion, an old iron pot in the restaurant owned by Sui Tong underwent a transformation. The dishes cooked in it could be elevated by 1 level. Initially, the Su family didn't notice, as the restaurant's business was booming, serving home-cooked dishes that were not inferior in taste to those learned from players of different races. It was only when other players found out that the Su family's restaurant had a magical pot. Later, this pot fell into the hands of Yu Xuanhuan. Although she didn't know the exact level of the item, the fact that it ended up in the hands of the male lead as his kitchen utensil meant it was definitely a good item. Yu Chen hadn't gone to retrieve it because she was worried that taking it early might affect the pot. Unlike a cat's nest, a pot left unused could lose its luster easily. She was busier after her rebirth than the top stars in the entertainment industry and had no time to take care of a pot. But now it was already the 10th, and it was time to bring her pot home. It was only 4 o'clock now, but Yuchen had to scout the area, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to use Phantom Shift to get there at night. After picking up Yuqing-shan and Ichogwa, her 2 tools, she went to the Su family's restaurant, which needed to be booked several days in advance. After ordering their meal, Yuchen used the excuse of admiring the oil paintings on the restaurant's walls to slowly stroll along the corridor, observing where the kitchen staff came from. She had dined here in her past life but had never cared about where the kitchen was located. After observing for a while, Yuchen returned to the private room and noticed that Yuqing-shan's expression was not good. It wasn't that it wasn't good, he seemed completely off. He hadn't said much since they met, although the 2 men at home had been acting strange lately. But she hadn't done anything recently, so why was he feeling down again? She casually asked, "What's wrong?" Yuqing-shan pursed his lips and asked the waiter to serve the wine first. He didn't know where to start. He had recently found a player who could repair items. Although the price was high, he had received a lot of money from Yushuan, who had married into a wealthy family, so he could repair those items without touching his savings. But the problem was that after repairing them, he realized that these items were too fragile. Anyone at home could easily destroy them. Coincidentally, Yushuan had been advising him to exchange more gold since last week. He had taken a few items to sell yesterday, but the appraiser said they were fake, and his legs went weak at that moment. He left without eating, carrying all his belongings, and had 3 different people appraise them, all confirming they were fake. Yuqing-shan felt like the sky was falling. He drank his wine 1 sip at a time, feeling bitter inside. He couldn't tell Yuchen about this, after all, she had no idea about this batch of items at home. He suspected that he had been tricked by a player and wanted Yushuan to find someone to settle the score. Yushuan was 95% responsible for the incident, so he didn't shirk it. However, after using the Su family's connections to find out about the person involved, he decided to let it go. The person turned out to be from the Liang family, and seeking revenge would require the Su family's influence. But the Su and Liang families were currently cooperating, and their relationship was delicate, making it difficult to act. After a few questions that Yuqing-shan refused to answer, Yuchen stopped asking. Yuqing-shan drowned his sorrows in alcohol, while Yuchen watched him drink to pass the time. As for Ichogwa, she was busy taking photos to share her happy life on social media. She knew that billions worth of valuables were gone, but they were as irrelevant to her as the surname of her future grandchildren. Even if they were liquidated, she would only spend a few million, making no significant difference in her life. She wasn't actually sad about it. She considered herself the most clear-headed woman in the family. Bringing Yuqing-shan and Ichogwa along turned out to be a good decision. During dinner, Yushuan generously paid the bill after posting a photo in the group chat. Yuchen didn't spend a penny and left early, taking the depressed Qing-shan and happy Chogwa home to rest. At 2 a.m., Yuchen woke up as usual, activated her disguise skills and illusion spells, then teleported to the Su family's restaurant. Using a potion to phase through walls, she entered the kitchen and found 8 identical pots. Without bothering to check their age, she stored them in her game backpack. Yuchen left with the pots, feeling satisfied but regretful that the Su family wouldn't suffer for the theft. She then teleported to the outskirts of the Su family estate, transformed into a bird, and flew to Suitong's villa. Landing by the window, she turned into a spider and crawled inside. As expected, her lightweight form couldn't trigger the pressure sensors in the house. She quickly made her way to the master bedroom, where she felt a sense of happiness and security. It felt like coming home. Yuchen didn't steal from Suitong. Her target tonight was Yushuan. She used her skills to lower his luck to 1 and attempted to steal from him 3 times, but gained nothing. Undeterred, she transformed back into a human in the bathroom, ate a healing dish, and continued her thieving spree. Maintaining her illusion spell, she mused to herself while eating, "Yuchen, you can't be so sneaky next time." By the end of the night, she had stolen 3 pieces of equipment, 1 item, and 3 attribute points from Yushuan. As she flew away as a bird, she glanced at her brother lying in bed and decided to return the next night. Yushuan truly lived up to the reputation of the Yu family's clever one, with his highest attribute being intelligence. Yuchen's current attributes were as follows: Health, 350-350, Mana, 800-800, Strength, 17, Constitution, 15, Intelligence, 21 plus 3, Agility, 25. The equipment she stole was of little value, all low-level green gear that she planned to sell. But that item is very interesting. Magical soup ladle of the food god. B-grade, a ladle used by the food god to taste the soup's flavor after cooking. Prolonged use has imbued it with the essence of the food god, allowing one to detect the shortcomings in the dish when eating with it. Although not a set, it always feels like it belongs to the same series as the food god's saliva pouch. Yuchen decided to go to the auction house tomorrow when going to Star to search for other series related to the food god. When Yuchen returned home, it was just dawn. After drinking a cup of homemade milk tea that could boost her mental strength, she busied herself. First, she prepared a few bowls of food for the backyard cats, then she started cooking 8 dishes that could restore life points using the 8 large iron pots. She planned to do this every day until the game invasion, ensuring that the pots were in a usable state. After securing the female lead's fate, she took wine and went to class on Star. Today, she only taught for 40 minutes before sneaking off to the auction house to search for the keyword food god. However, there was nothing. She tried searching for thief god, but to no avail. Without much hope, she tried water god. An interesting item came up, a red gemstone button. Disgusting water god, a toy of the fire god. When warned, if someone tries to drain your life points and fails, you will drain 1% of their life points in return. If the opponent successfully drains your life points, they will be inflicted with a burn status, losing 1% of their life points per minute for 5 minutes. It was expensive, costing 998 gold, with a very specific skill set. Perhaps due to not exploring skills in her past life, the only blood-sucking skill she had seen so far was in Liang Yuchuan's water god talent, with a 20% chance of draining 1% of the opponent's life points. However, Yuchen decisively bid for this item. Why did she work so hard to earn money? Wasn't it to deal with those people? After receiving the red gemstone button, she immediately bound it with a binding stone and attached it to the chain of her pocket watch. Considering she always used up her disguise time very quickly, Yuchen searched for other disguise skills, but most had restrictions and flaws. Even the most practical Animagus skill had many limitations. Disguise skills comparable to the thief god's armor were nowhere to be found. Glancing at the remaining disguise time, she teleported to the outskirts to start today's leveling. She also searched for Sue-Liang's talent Holy Light, but found nothing. Finally, Yuchen picked up a Jade Banquet, a rare skill that increased health points by a percentage and was of S-grade. S-grade skills were extremely rare even in the Star auction house, usually not exceeding 10 items. Previously, Yuchen didn't buy them not because she didn't want to, but either she didn't have the money or didn't see suitable skills when she did. Jade Banquet, S-grade instantly restores 50% of your health points when used, and for the next 3 minutes, restores 10% of your life points per minute. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Can extract life force from plants and store it, up to 500% of the user's life points. When using stored life force to restore health points, the skill will not go into cooldown. A unique single-target healing skill, comparable to Sue-Liang's strongest healing skill from her past life. However, this Jade Banquet could store 500% of life points. What did this mean? It meant she could steal 25 times without harm. Oh my, the thief god's addiction was about to kick in. Priced at 12,999 gold, rounded down to 10,000 gold, she immediately made the purchase. She noticed that the auction house had picked up a bad habit recently, always pricing items at 99, 999, or 99.99. It felt like a big sale, as if she wasn't spending money but taking advantage of a bargain. She had reason to suspect that Sue-Liang brought in this bad atmosphere. No evidence, just a feeling. On the second night, Yuchen once again went under the bed of Sue-Liang and Yuchuan. Now, she felt as comfortable going under someone else's bed as she did in her own. This time, she didn't find any valuable items, only a few pieces of trash equipment. Although her success rate was not high, every time she stole attribute points, they were more than the equipment and props she obtained. She always felt that her luck 10 was at play here. In her opinion, attribute points were indeed much more important than material possessions. Yuchen finished stealing by 3 a.m., but didn't rush to leave. She had been busy recently and had only interacted frequently with these two people in the last 2 days. Soros surveillance was in energy-saving mode for 24 hours. Yesterday was fine, but today Sue-Liang seemed to be up to something. When she entered the room, she noticed that her health points were not at 100%, but at 99.8%. She didn't pay much attention at the time, but when she saw the open sanitary napkin in the bathroom, she realized that it was her time of the month. However, several hours passed, and Sue-Liang's health points were still at 99.8%. Why wasn't it automatically recovering? Was she bleeding in bed? Yuchen had also experienced her time of the month, and there would indeed be slight fluctuations, but a player's health points would automatically recover. This speed was determined by the Constitution attribute. Although it couldn't compare to the undead feasting on flesh and blood or using potions and skills, it was somewhat effective. At least according to Sue-Liang's current constitution, even if she bled a lot during her period, she could still automatically recover to full health. Thinking of a possibility, Yu-Chin flew to the bedside table, transformed back into human form, used the illusion spell, and then carefully took 2 syringes of blood from the 2 people lying unconscious on the bed. She then hurriedly went to Liang's family property, a private school. She pried up a statue in the school along with the land it was connected to and took it away in her gaming backpack. This statue belonged to a Liang family ancestor, who should have been Liang Yuchuan's great-grandfather according to seniority. If his resume was genuine, he was indeed a good person whose greatest hobby was charity. But that was none of her concern. He might be a good person, but she, Yu-Chen, was not. After the game invasion, this statue had mutated into something beneficial that could provide group buffs to the team. Following the game invasion, the Liang family carried their great-grandfather's statue around the world to participate in raids. Many people mocked them, but deep down, they were bitter. Sue-Liang had felt bitter many times. Yu-Chin decided to keep this great-grandfather with her for now. Once all the game's functions were officially activated after the invasion, she would auction it off directly through the game auction house. As long as the Liang family didn't want their great-grandfather to fall into someone else's hands, they would have to buy it back. After a busy night, Yu-Chen returned home just as the day was breaking. She calculated that she hadn't slept for the past 2 days, but she had grown accustomed to it. She quickly had a meal and rested for a while. After the cooldown of, she immediately went to the dark market, disguised as an old lady, entered the black clinic, and handed over 2 vials of blood for testing to see if she was ill. She would come back for the results at night. After sleeping for 2 hours at home, Yu-Chen went to Zealandstar for class and leveling up. It was another fulfilling and busy day. In the evening, when she saw the results showing that both of them had successfully contracted the disease, she felt that not only was the day fulfilling but also perfect. Wonderful. Their health points couldn't recover automatically? She wondered if there were any other effects. She just didn't know if this disease would show up once all players' game panels were officially updated after the game invasion. She hoped that when Sue-Liang dealt with Yu Xuanhuan, the blood wouldn't splatter on her. It was a pity that at this point, Yu Xuanhuan and Liang Yuchuan definitely hadn't gotten together yet. No, she even doubted whether Liang Yuchuan would ever fancy Yu Xuanhuan after losing. She did not think those 3 women were fools. On the contrary, in her eyes, Sue-Liang, Liang Yuchuan, and Han Xianshan were all intelligent and rational individuals. Although each of them had their own character flaws, in her eyes arrogance, violence, malice. It was because in front of someone like her, they couldn't be bothered to pretend, nor did they need to. However, outwardly, these 3 women not only had strong capabilities and good reputations, but also held considerable influence within their respective families. Male authorities are not necessarily smart and capable, many are just incompetent, but female authorities, none of them are simple. Every time she reviewed the events of her past life, she would wonder if they truly loved Yu Xuanhuan? Not necessarily. Love cannot be shared with others, only interests can. Yu-Chen lay in the backyard, surrounded by kittens running around her, thinking about how to set a trap for the Su and Liang families. But what is an incurable disease compared to torment? However, at this moment, if she remembered correctly, Yu Xuanhuan met his second good brother, Lin Qingze, during the period before the game officially invaded, right? What a scoundrel! Nowadays, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can play the role of a loyal dog in love. Lin Qingze was that loyal dog, not to the 3 female leads, but to her, Yu Chen. But in reality, this person is more hypocritical than Yi Dong. Yi Dong would sweet-talk for a moment and then ignore him when she didn't respond. He would change his attitude. Compared to Lin Qingze, Yi Dong seemed genuine. Lin Qingze pursued her, the more she rejected him, the more persistent he became. Everyone knew Lin Qingze liked her, but when the Su and Liang families oppressed her, exploited her, and stole from her, he turned a blind eye. Even if you turn a blind eye, after the incident, you come back as if nothing happened and continue to profess love for her. Nowadays, when pursuing a girl, at the very least, you should give her a bouquet of flowers. After the game invaded, this person would buff her, considering it a gift. He had never seen equipment, gold coins, or skill books. Truly a thrifty genius. Even if Yu Xuanhuan tried to gain her trust by telling her heartfelt words, saying she was heartless, saying Lin Qingze loved her so much, and she didn't respond. Yu-Chen felt that even if she wasn't hunted down in her past life, continuing to stay in this broken place would eventually suffocate her. This person only became a player after the game officially invaded, although a bit late. His innate talent was S rank. It's intolerable. She decided to take some time these days to follow Yu Xuanhuan and find him. She wasn't someone who enjoyed killing, nor had she committed any major wrongdoings, she simply liked him. Is there anything wrong with liking someone? Lin Qingze hadn't committed any major sins either. He simply asked her to endure when she was wronged. He simply said he loved her but watched as everyone accused her of being cold-hearted for rejecting him. He simply liked Yu Xuanhuan but didn't dare to confess, fearing she would discover he was gay and kick him out of the team, so he used her as a tool for a passionate performance. After she discovered his secret, he knelt down and begged for forgiveness, but a few days later, rumors spread that Yu Chen had accepted his love proposal, on the condition that Lin Qingze give her 1,000 gold coins and a full set of level 20 blue equipment. It's endless. What's the big deal? She gouged out his eyeballs, and that was that. Fair enough, in her past life, she shouldn't have turned a blind eye when she should have, so in this life, she might as well remain blind. She was being generous. February 22nd was a very special day. In her past life, many people thought it would be the 4th round of internal testing. During that time, although Yu Chen was unaware of the game's existence, she knew about Yu Xuanhuan's big moves. Before the Spring Festival, he recruited a few people to establish a small studio, including players and ordinary people with excellent backgrounds, Lin Qingze being the rich second generation with an excellent family background. 2 days before the official invasion of the game, he even brought a few people home for dinner, during which her career was completely ruined. Yu Xuanhuan's resources introduced by the Su family were not of high quality. Most of the time, she stayed at home. On the day of the meal, she was there too. Among the group were Yi Dong and Lin Qingze. Calculating the time, it was recent. In less than a week, Zealand Star would officially invade. Yu Chen was very busy and couldn't be bothered with this meal. She used the illusion spell to teleport near Yu Xuanhuan's small apartment, transformed into a bird, flew to his apartment window, and saw a few people inside playing on the computer, including Yi Dong and Lin Qingze, as well as a few other familiar faces. They weren't playing games. The computer screen either showed chat boxes or forums. It seemed that Yu Xuanhuan had started building her own influence. Before it got dark, she flew directly to the bathroom, used her disguise skill to transform into a member of the Liang family she had seen before. Wearing a mask and gloves, she pushed the door open, approached Lin Qingze who looked confused, swiftly grabbed his neck, then took out a dagger to gouge out his eyes, severed the nerves connecting the eyeballs, and after the eyeballs fell to the ground, she stomped on them. Releasing the wailing Lin Qingze, she put away the dagger, calmly turned around, and caught a glimpse of a familiar figurine in the cabinet, identical to the one she had broken the arm and scraped the scalp off before, not sure if Yi Dong had fixed it or bought a new one. She walked over, smashed the glass with a punch, took the figurine, crushed the arm twice, rudely scraped the one with a towering hairstyle with the dagger, transforming the cool figurine into an HEA warrior, then threw it back, pushed the door, and left. From her appearance to gouging and stomping on the eyeballs, torturing the figurine, and leaving, the whole process didn't exceed 30 seconds. Everyone in the room was completely stunned. They never expected someone to come in broad daylight, act as elegantly as returning home, and then without a word, directly gouge someone's eyeballs, and treat a figurine so cruelly. And where did this person come from? Yi Dong suddenly shouted, waking everyone in the room, and they all started bustling around, picking up the figurine, chasing after the person, feeding medicine, calling for an ambulance. Yu Chen wasn't surprised by their reaction. In her past life, she had rich combat experience, but after 10 months of peaceful life in this reincarnation, she needed to spend half a day fighting low-level monsters to get back into combat mode before officially leveling up, let alone dealing with these people. Although they were players now, they hadn't experienced the baptism of battle. It was like an ordinary person suddenly getting a gun and not even remembering they had it when faced with an emergency, let alone using it to harm others. Yu Chen drank an invisibility potion in front of the surveillance cameras as she left the apartment. She then teleported directly to Zealand Star, transformed into a cat, left the city, found a place to level up, and absorbed some plant life force on Zealand Star to fill up the life value of the Jade Banquet. Anyone befriended by Yu Xuanhuan was not simple. Although the Lin family didn't have the power and influence of the Su and Liang families, they were not to be underestimated. It remained to be seen how they would treat Yu Xuanhuan this time. In her past life, the Lin family had placed their bets on Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Chen had already figured it out. Yu Xuanhuan had influence in the Su, Liang, and Han families, not only due to her own abilities but also her skill in balancing multiple forces. She not only made the Su, Liang, and Han families revolve around her in a delicate balance but also had the support of several minor factions. She couldn't be easily provoked. Otherwise, why would the Su family strip her of her talent when they could just strip Yu Xuanhuan directly? Today, as Yu Chen leveled up, she couldn't help but laugh from time to time. She even went to the treehouse base to exchange her unused equipment and people. She planned to gather a set of equipment with full agility attributes again, so that she could solo dungeons with high attack and agility. As for the equipment with full vitality attributes, she would save it to wear when teaming up with others. She didn't hide her ability to teleport freely between the Blue Star and Ceylon Star now. Zhao Shuang knew how much money she had. Buying a teleportation gate was a piece of cake. As for those who didn't know, she didn't feel the need to explain. Has anyone seen that strong person explaining why they are so powerful every day? Keeping a trick up her sleeve was her personal preference, but it didn't mean she was afraid of those people. After the cooldown of her disguise skill ended, Yu Chen went to the undead female mentor for another lesson in the afternoon. At her recommendation, she bought some old notes and professional books from her with gold coins. Yu Chen suspected that the undead female mentor was taking advantage of her, but she had no evidence. However, she still had over 30,000 gold coins and over 2,000 pounds of gold on hand. As long as it could enhance her strength, she didn't mind spending money. It was better than having money but nowhere to spend it before. Money could be earned any time, but opportunities to enhance strength were rare. At least from her observation for such a long time, this female mentor only taught herself, and she didn't say much to other players who seemed to be in the store spending money. Moreover, a bottle of master-level potion cost several hundred gold coins, and good days were ahead. This was what the undead female mentor told Yu Chen when she was collecting money. Yu Chen didn't aim for the master level. She would be satisfied if she could make high-level potions that sold for tens of gold coins in the auction house. In fact, with just basic and intermediate alchemy skills, she wouldn't lose out. In the previous life, alchemy players were all top talents when they died, and every guild fought to recruit them. When she returned to the Yu family in the evening, she saw 3 missed calls on her phone, all from Ichogwa. She checked the family group chat but found no messages, so she called back on speakerphone while cooking, asking what was wrong. "Where have you been? I couldn't reach you by phone. Your brother's colleague had his eyes gouged out by someone. It's so scary, broad daylight. Your father and I went there during the day. I just left the hospital and was about to go home. That person seems formidable. Your father said he might cause trouble for your brother, but your brother wasn't there at the time. Why blame him?" Yu Chen held back a smile and comforted. How powerful can the Su family be? Don't worry, everything will be fine. Ichogwa seemed to think the same way, otherwise, her tone wouldn't have been so casual and devoid of urgency or anger when the call connected. That's true. How powerful can his wife be? Yu Chen made a few more perfunctory remarks before hanging up. Blind, what a blind spot. Yu Qingshan felt that the feng shui at the Yu family's place wasn't good recently. His daughter withdrew from the circle, his son got into trouble several times, and the precious items at home that had just been repaired were swapped. He had even considered whether Yu Xuanhuan had swapped them. Otherwise, even if he lost control of his emotions, he wouldn't have smashed the precious items at home. Who has ever seen a family member lose their temper and tear up money? He even suspected that Yu Xuanhuan did it on purpose, using emotional outbursts as an excuse to smash those fake goods, but he didn't expect a player to find them and repair them. However, suspicion was one thing. Now that Yu Xuanhuan had entered the Su family, even if he had many doubts, he had to pretend not to know. That aside, Yu Xuanhuan had offended the Lin family again. Although this matter had nothing to do with Yu Xuanhuan from start to finish, and the Lin family quickly identified the appearance of the person through surveillance and found out that he was from the Liang family. But with their youngest son's eyeballs being crushed, the Lin family couldn't help but be angry. They couldn't directly offend the Liang family, and it might not be good to hold them accountable. However, the Lin family couldn't just sit back and do nothing about the other members of the studio. Even though Yu Xuanhuan was half a member of the Su family, he was essentially a burdened son-in-law. As long as the Lin family didn't take direct action, they were in the right. The youngest son of the Lin family caused trouble in your studio, so you should take responsibility, right? Maybe it was your fault that the Lin family had to intervene. The Lin family didn't find any information about the murderer, didn't approach the Liang family or the Su family, but focused on getting an explanation from Yu Xuanhuan and his group. Yu Xuanhuan, Yi Dong, and the others were also troubled. Although their family background was not inferior to the Lin families, even if their family background was lacking, they still had the identity of players. Players' methods were unpredictable. The Lin family hesitated to confront them as they were unsure if they could take them down in one strike, but they couldn't resolve this issue on their own. Especially Yu Xuanhuan, he was extremely distressed. His attribute points inexplicably decreased by 3, and he lost several pieces of equipment and an item. He hadn't recovered from this serious incident yet when Lin Qingze got into trouble again. By the time Yu Chen heard that the matter had been satisfactorily resolved, it was already the 19th. Yu Xuanhuan had called her to invite her to dinner at the Yu family's house the next day, where he would introduce some friends to his family. The plot was exactly the same as in her past life. She privately asked Ichogwa about it, and Ichogwa didn't hide anything, revealing all she knew. It could be said that Yu Xuanhuan was truly a fortunate son. He resolved the matter on his own and gave Lin Chengze an A-grade magic eye he had obtained. Although there was only one, it not only saved Lin Chengze from becoming blind but also allowed him to possess a top-notch item that money couldn't buy without being a player. This greatly pleased the Lin family. With this magic eye, if there really was a fourth round of internal testing, Lin Chengze's starting point as a player would be higher than that of most players. Naturally, the Lin family reconciled with him, and Lin Chengze and his brothers became even more devoted to Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Chen was speechless. She had painstakingly stolen a few days' worth of items, only managing to get some junk equipment besides attribute points. Where did Yu Xuanhuan get this A-grade magic eye from? She didn't recall seeing any magic eye with him in her past life. Furthermore, weren't the Lin family afraid that someone might steal this eye again? Yu Xuanhuan was not a magnanimous person. If the Lin family couldn't provide any assistance later on, she was certain that Yu Xuanhuan would find a way to reclaim the magic eye. Early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Yu Chen arrived at the Yu family's villa. She was there for one reason, to prevent Yu Xuanhuan from cooking for her in advance. She had to keep a close eye on the situation to be safe. She didn't waste any time, pretending to watch TV on the sofa while actually watching alchemy videos in her mind. It was just right to start learning seriously after turning 25. When people are young, they don't understand the importance of learning. It's only after being beaten down by society that they realize what they want to learn, whatever makes big money. Despite her current flow of thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins, in her past life, in the first year of the game invasion, she never had more than 10 gold coins on her. The expenses for potions, equipment, and skills were too high, especially for potions. Even though the real world had many mass-produced healing potions, they all had cooldowns. During battles, she had to heal almost every minute, so she had to rotate through various methods, such as basic healing potions, bandages, modern mutated blood pills, mutated red dates, and so on. If she wanted to be efficient, she couldn't avoid healing potions. The basic healing potions sold for 1 silver on Ceylon Star, but in the early stages, they could be sold for 20 silver in the real world. Thinking about the batch of potions she sold to the Su family for 100 gold, Yu Chen couldn't help but smile. Did the Su family not know the true value of these potions? But she couldn't go to Ceylon Star, as everyone there was busy leveling up. Even if they had money, they would spend it on strengthening themselves. Who had the time to waste on reselling such small items when the round trip cost more than that? For true wealthy individuals, 100 G of gold is really nothing. 50,000 coins are just a drop in the bucket. They spend more than that on daily supplements like cordyceps. Such items that directly boost vitality are gladly purchased even by non-players. Yu Chen hesitated about whether to go see the Gun King again today to buy more for the Su family, but quickly dismissed the idea. It was almost February 22nd, and even though the Su family was not short on money, they wouldn't play the fool. The previous 1,000 bottles were already enough to handle any emergencies for their clan. Everyone was probably waiting for February 22nd. If there was indeed a fourth round of closed beta on that day, they could just buy directly in the game. Unlike the nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment, which cost a fortune, potions were affordable. The Su family could pool together 5 gold coins. If they really needed it, they could just go to the pharmacy and buy a bottle for 1 silver coin. Just as she was thinking, Yu Qingshan walked over and sat beside her, expressing fatherly concern before getting to the point. "Daughter, do you have any gold coins left? Can you lend your father some?" Yu Chen glanced at Yu Qingshan and took out a gold coin from her backpack, handing it to him. "The Special Affairs Bureau hasn't settled my money for this month yet. You take it and spend it first, don't mention borrowing." Since Yu Qingshan became a player with divine talents, Yu Chen and Yu Qingshan never lied to each other during their face-to-face conversations. Her words weren't a lie either. She had just signed a contract at the end of last month and had only delivered a batch of skill crystals on the 15th, which would be settled by the end of February. Although it was less than expected, Yu Qingshan had interacted with players and even played the game himself, so he knew how difficult it was to earn gold coins. He patted Yu Chen's shoulder and said a lot of heartwarming words. Yu Chen cooperated with him, playing the role of a filial daughter for a while. Soon after, Yu Xuanhuan entered with his 5 friends. Yu Chen immediately noticed Lin Chengze wearing an eye patch. His exposed eye was blue and quite attractive, making people want to dig it out. She immediately used her inspection skill. Magic Eye, Grade A, the magical eye of Bittery, which accompanied him on adventures at sea for decades. Skill 1, Time Reversal. After using on a target, can see the target's experiences from the past 6 hours. Each use consumes 20% of mana, cooldown time of 24 hours. Skill 2, Mind Reading. After direct eye contact with the target, can read the target's thoughts, consuming 10 mana points per second when used. Note, must be placed in the eye socket to take effect. Seeing the description of the magic eye, Yu Chen was shocked for a moment. She even broke out in a cold sweat, but then she thought that she had Soros and should be able to resist this kind of scrutiny skill. Moreover, Lin Qingze wasn't even a player. He didn't have any magic power and couldn't use this item at all. She dared to assert that if Lin Qingze could now see things with this magic eye, it must be because a player had used a healing skill on him. However, she had to get her hands on this magic eye. Even if she couldn't use it herself, she had to snatch it. While Yu Chen was inspecting the magic eye, Lin Qingze was also looking at her. He almost instantly came up with a great idea, a golden idea that could stay by Yu Xuanwan's side openly without attracting Sui-Tong's attention. He was going to use Yu Chen as a shield. During the meal, Lin Qingze began to be attentive. Not only Lin Qingze, but the other people also felt some attraction towards Yu Chen. After all, Yu Chen's temperament and appearance were outstanding. It's just that Lin Qingze was quicker. However, just as he poured a glass of wine for Yu Chen, she stared at him thoughtfully. Lin Qingze endured his satisfaction, smiled happily with a hint of shyness. There's a way to solve the hidden dangers in advance, so why wait for someone to strike first before retaliating? Yu Chen said, I think I've seen you before. Have you met Lan Chang? His words were like a thunderbolt, silencing the whole table. Lan Chang, a skilled male actor, a regular at Hengdian, a model worker in the industry. Not only young people like Yu Xuanhuan and Yi Dong, even the older generation like Yu Qingshan and Ichiogwa have watched his TV dramas. Lin Qingze was startled for a few seconds, then immediately became angry. How dare you speak like this? How dare you slander me? Yu Chen suddenly realized, then turned around and poured a drink for Lin Qingze. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to discriminate, it's my mistake, my mistake. He then patted his own mouth apologetically and took out a high-quality belt to offer. This is a token of apology, I'm really sorry, I have a loose tongue. He kept apologizing but never admitted that his previous statement was false. He was just a step away from shouting in support of comrades against discrimination. Lin Qingze didn't say a word, but he was handed an item. He wasn't even a player, so he couldn't wear it, but he didn't have time to think about that. His mind was filled with Yu Xuanhuan. He was worried that once Yu Xuanhuan knew he was gay, he would stay away from him. He kept a close eye on Yu Xuanhuan's expression, and when he noticed only surprise and no disgust on his face, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Yu Xuanhuan was lost in thought, thinking about the attribute points he had lost and the A-grade magic eye temporarily residing in Lin Qingze's eye socket. However, Yu Xuanhuan's calm demeanor didn't stop Lin Qingze from feeling disgusted with Yu Chen. At the same time, he stopped using Yu Chen as a shield because he did indeed meet Lan Chang, although very few people knew about it. He was somewhat annoyed. How could he forget that Yu Chen used to be in the entertainment industry? Although outsiders didn't know about his relationship with Lan Chang, gossip spread quickly within the industry. Yu Chen might have heard about it at some point and believed it to be true. In fact, Yu Chen discovered this secret in his past life because Lan Chang was the last person to join the core team of male leads. He had a history with Lin Qingze, and in his past life, Yu Chen realized something was off between the two, leading him to discover that Lin Qingze was gay. It could be said that all sorts of trendy elements were added to this novel without considering whether the audience could accept a gay character secretly admiring their male protagonist. This slight awkwardness was quickly brushed off by Yu Xuanhuan's playful banter. No one held any grudges against Yu Chen for it. She was a player, unlike Lin Qingze, and she even compensated with an item. The belt emitted a faint green light, clearly a high-quality item, a sincere apology. Whether it was equipment or potions, even though everyone knew they would depreciate over time, they were currently essential for players and extremely rare on the market. Even Lin Qingze couldn't say anything. Despite disliking Yu Chen's lack of tact, he calmed down and just considered Yu Chen to be quick-witted. After the meal, Yu Chen took her leave, generously giving each person a basic healing potion before departing from the Yu family amidst their appreciative gazes. She began to understand Yu Qingshan and Yu Xuanhuan. It was indeed cost-effective to shape a good image with something that was of no use to oneself and could not change the fate of others. Yu Chen left a small spider controlled by only the dead will obey beside Yu Qinghuan's car and drove away in his own car. That magic eye, she would get her hands on it tonight. She always felt that the magic eye must have been useful to Yu Xuanhuan in his past life. Even if she didn't use it herself, he would give it to his brother's wife. Why had she never seen it before? Could it be that he hid it behind his butt? Forget it, she would study it after getting it. The little spider had crawled into Yu Xuanhuan's car long ago, hiding on the back seat. Under the surveillance of the little spider, Lin Qingze and his group had just left the Yu family villa when Yu Chen found out. Although they were all brothers, they only worked together in Yu Xuanhuan's apartment during the day. At night, they each went back to their own homes. Yu Shu and Huan sent everyone home one by one, leaving only Yi Dong and Lin Qingze. The former had been living in Yu Shu and Huan's apartment since coming to S City and was too lazy to find another place to live. The latter didn't want to go back to the Lin family recently, fearing that other members of the Lin family would harm him. At least in Yu Shu and Huan's apartment, Yi Dong could protect him. Yes, the friendship of the main group was so touching. Lin Qingze believed in these brothers he had only known for a few months, but he didn't believe the Lin family members who risked offending others to seek compensation for him. At 2 a.m., this time was almost becoming Yu Chen's biological clock. Even if she didn't stay up late recently, she would wake up at 2 a.m. After using the disguise skill to transform into a goblin and making 3 gold coins today, she put on gloves and used the illusion spell to teleport to the apartment. First, she activated the Eye of the Hunter to make sure there were no ambushes nearby before going to the next room to knock Yi Dong unconscious. As she passed through the living room, she also checked the figurine. Very good, the arm was gone, the scalp was gone, and it still looked pleasing. In Lin Qingze's room, she also knocked him unconscious, then took out a dagger, propped open his eyelid containing the magic eye, and plucked out a complete eyeball. The immense pain and injury interrupted the unconsciousness effect, and Lin Qingze reflexively covered his eyes and screamed in agony, while Yu Chen had already teleported away with the magic eye. She first went to the seaside to freshen up a few times, stored the magic eye in the magician's false teeth, and then teleported back to her own home. What? Blind again? On the 21st at noon, Yu Chen received a call from Yu Qingshan. Obviously, this call was not for gossip but to ask if she had anything good to lend to the Lin family as compensation. Yu Chen pretended to be amused on the phone. Have they ever thought that the Lin family might have offended someone themselves? Why blame Shu and Huan every time something happens? Isn't it enough that our family compensated with an A-grade item? Do they even know how much an A-grade item is worth? Considering that Yu Shu and Huan might be listening nearby, she deliberately spoke louder than usual, as if she was so angry that she had lost control, with a hint of grievance and heartache in her voice. Yu Chen thought that if she participated in a talent show, she could definitely score high with her acting skills. After venting for Yu Shu and Huan, Yu Chen got down to business. She didn't just complain without doing anything, but said seriously, I have already signed a contract with the Special Affairs Bureau. Forget about my divinely gifted abilities. I can only help you find internal connections, buy equipment or potions, Lin family pays for it, and I only accept gold. This is the limit of what I can do. After hanging up the phone, Yu Shu and Huan, who had been eavesdropping on the call, breathed a sigh of relief. He felt grateful towards Yu Chen and turned to the Lin family members opposite him, his attitude becoming more assertive. What my sister said represents the attitude of our Yu family. Do you want to investigate if you have offended someone? That magic eye you saw the attributes of, even if I were to ask for billions on the market, there would still be buyers. Not to mention billions, if you could spend 500 million to buy an A-grade item that can rewind time and read minds, I would do anything. I have done my best in this matter. Although the Lin family members still looked angry on the surface, they were actually just acting. In their hearts, they were also anxious. Could it be that Lin Qingze had offended someone? Otherwise, why would everything be fine except for Lin Qingze getting into trouble? Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that someone was targeting the magic eye. But no matter how you looked at it, it couldn't be blamed on Yu Shu and Huan. The other party had returned to the Su family last night, and they had used the Lin family's authority in the morning to check the surveillance footage. After Yu Shu and Huan left the apartment, he never returned, clearly the work of a player. They regretted not insisting more forcefully on Lin Qingze returning home. This matter was left unresolved, because although Yu Shu and Huan did not compensate, he promised that if he could obtain any eye-related items in the game later, he would help Lin Qingze get them and allow him to see again. During this period, Lin Qingze would stay in his apartment, and he would send someone to take care of him. Using both hard and soft tactics, the Lin family reluctantly agreed to reconcile, secretly admiring Yu Shu and Huan's generosity. However, while the Lin family was suppressing the matter, trouble was brewing in the Su family. Sue-Liang had a strong desire for control. Although she didn't directly place people around Yu Shu and Huan, she would occasionally receive reports on his whereabouts. While she didn't know every detail of his daily activities, she had a general idea. Whether it was setting up a studio or making friends, Sue-Liang considered it trivial. But what was the report this week? Yu Shu and Huan offended the Lin family but reconciled with them. Sue-Liang didn't care about such trivial matters. She cared about the A-grade magic eye. Such a valuable item. You handed it over to the Lin family instead of us, the Su family. Sue-Liang had never used foul language before, but at this moment, she couldn't help but exclaim, damn it! Being able to see what someone had been up to recently and even read minds. With such an item, even if you offended the Liang family, the Su family could handle it for you. Do you know how much profit this kind of skill item could bring us? Even if you kept it for yourself, why did you use it to appease someone from the Lin family? What level does the Lin family have that's worth your apology? Even if you offended the Liang family, if you handed over the magic eye to our Su family, we would not only ensure your safety but also give you anything you desire. And what about your sister? Why didn't she mention this equipment purchasing channel last time? The more Sue-Liang spoke, the angrier she became. She didn't mind revealing that she had sent someone to investigate the whole incident. Yuan sat on the sofa, propping his head up, staring at the floor, silently listening to Sue-Liang's rare outburst of curses. On the side, Su Beige had been watching Yuan coldly. When Sue-Liang finally finished scolding, Su Beige said to Yuan, "You don't trust our Su family." It was a statement, leaving no room for Yuan to argue. Yuan didn't intend to argue either. He sighed, closed his eyes, leaned back on the sofa, and with a voice filled with weariness, said, "Have you ever included me in the core meetings related to the game? Even after I helped you purchase nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment, you still exclude me from major decisions. In this way, how can you expect me to trust you?" Sue-Liang and Su Beige fell silent. It was a fact, and even if they were shameless, they couldn't refute it. Yuan was indeed seen as an outsider in their eyes, especially with his somewhat useless divine gift. Yuan was considered lucky enough to be worth showing off, which was why they allowed him to develop without investing too much in him, but who knew there might be surprises in store. And indeed, a surprise came, showing that this person did have some luck on his side to obtain such a powerful A-grade item, but it was surprising how quickly he gave it away to someone else. However, this incident made Sue-Liang realize one thing: Yuan was indeed generous to those he trusted. She, on the other hand, couldn't bring herself to give the magic eye to someone under her command. Looking at it this way, Yuan could be considered loyal and righteous. The loyal and righteous Yuan dared not open his eyes, fearing that tears would fall the moment he did. He did give away the magic eye, but he planned to quietly retrieve it in a few days. He had it all planned out. If there was a fourth round of internal testing on February 22nd, he would use the money he had to buy skills, one for disguise and one for attack. Then, as soon as the game ended, he would go and dig up the magic eye. Little did he know he would be intercepted along the way, and so efficiently. After giving the magic eye to Lin Qingze, they and a few of his brothers had been together all the time. He hadn't even gone home those days, and it was only last night that he separated for the first time to go home. He was thinking that the internal testing would start at 2 a.m. on the 22nd, so he couldn't be wandering outside on the 21st. What if something big happened at the Su family and he missed it because he wasn't home? Little did he know that something happened on the early morning of the 21st. The magic eye was gone. A real man doesn't shed tears easily, but when Yuan thought of that magic eye, it was truly a moment of sorrow, and he really wanted to cry. He had been busy for nearly half a year to obtain that magic eye, not daring to ask for help or tell anyone, planning every step meticulously, and even killing 2 people in the end to get it. He had hoped to bring the magic eye into the game during the internal testing to see if it could be installed painlessly. If not, he would go to the hospital for an eye removal surgery and then come back to install it himself. Little did he know that plans don't always keep up with changes. One wrong step led to another. Thinking about that magic eye reminded him of his divine gift that had been wasted, which led him to scheme for the magic eye in the first place. Thinking about his wasted divine gift made him remember that the main purpose of playing the game in the first place was to heal his half-wasted injury. The experiences of the past year flooded his mind, and Yuan finally couldn't hold back, covering his face and silently shedding tears, the tears dripping down through his fingers. Su Beige. This is too much, really too much. Sue-Liang. Is he really crying? The siblings weren't feeling guilty, but rather, it seemed like they were the ones who had initially pushed him aside. They both had a flaw. They were usually good to their subordinates, whether it was winning hearts or poaching others. The Su family was naturally good at this, but once someone became family, they tended to slack off. They were aware of this flaw, as their own parents had told them countless times. They were more generous to their subordinates than to distant relatives on a regular basis, so naturally, they were even more casual with Yuan, the person who had married into the family. Su Beige and Sue-Liang exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's thoughts. Yuan's luck was indeed remarkable. This time he managed to get the magic eye, and if the Su family could assist next time, perhaps he could get even better things. The siblings tacitly sat down on either side of Yuan to comfort him, even apologizing to him, admitting that they had handled the situation poorly. They promised to treat him as a member of the Su family from now on and involve him in decision-making. However, beneath his palm, Yuk Sunhoon's eyes were cold and sinister. If Yu Chen were here, she would probably laugh out loud. She had been so good to Yuk Sunhoon, only to be disliked and resented by him for not giving her all, thinking she was selfish, and thus, he schemed against her in every way. If Sue-Liang treated him like this in this life, he would find it strange to cooperate with the Su family as he did in his past life. In the previous life, Yu Xuanhuan became a player early on, and he and Sue-Liang were evenly matched. Even though Sue-Liang didn't have much genuine affection for Yu Xuanhuan in the early days of their marriage, she just wanted to use the marriage proposal to avoid potential arranged marriages. She treated Yu Xuanhuan like a toy she liked, but his abilities were there. Even though he didn't fully reveal his divine gift, Sue-Liang knew that his gift was no less than hers. How could she miss out on such a good support? Every big and small matter in the Su family involved him. But in this life, Yu Xuanhuan only became a player in the third internal test, with an SS-level talent that was not as good as a D-level, seeming like a waste. It was strange that Sue-Liang valued him. Yu Xuanhuan put down his hands, shaking his head with red eyes. It's okay, it's not your fault. It's my divine gift that's the problem, I can't help you. I understand. He whispered to Sue-Liang, haven't you always asked me what my only usable divine gift is? I was too embarrassed to say before. As long as I cook for others and they feel happy after eating my food, I will become lucky for a period of time. He looked eagerly at Sue-Liang. Actually, my talent is still useful, right? I can help you, and my sister's talent is also related to luck. Since her talent is valued so highly by the Special Affairs Bureau, luck must be really useful, right? Sue-Liang's gaze softened as she hugged Yu Xuanhuan, soothing him softly. Of course, it's useful. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's very useful. On the other side of the embrace, Sue-Liang and Su-Beige locked eyes. The siblings understood each other perfectly with just a glance. Let's find someone to verify it. Okay. Yu Xuanhuan held Sue-Liang, looking coldly at the curtains. He knew that Sue-Liang would come to check as soon as he spoke. For the past 6 months, he had been busy with the magic eye and searching for items or skills that could disguise his divine gift. Chameleon Teapet, a level at shed skin, can conceal or forge any information, including character panel information, item information, and skill information, lasting for 7 natural days. During this period, it cannot be seen through by any A-level or below A-level items or skills. It needs to be watered daily with good tea. When the teapet is satisfied, it can shed its skin once a day, and each skin can modify one piece of information. Note, the quality of the tea may affect the shedding time. Even the highest quality tea in the real world is only ordinary for magical items. After irrigating for 3 months, he obtained 12 teapet sheds. Once he confirmed that the shedding efficiency of the teapet could fully cover his daily needs, he had been waiting for an opportunity to open up to Sue-Liang. Sue-Liang and Su-Beige came to him angrily to settle the score, but left without anger, leaving Yu Xuanhuan with a set of equipment. Yu Xuanhuan opened his character panel. A light blue screen visible only to him unfolded before his eyes. He gently placed a thin teapet shed, as thin as a cicada's wing, on his only shining divine gift. Skill 5, a good cook is not unlucky. Passive, the mission of the food god is to make every diner feel happy. As long as the diner feels happy after eating your cooking, you will become lucky for a period of time. The happier the diner, the luckier you will be. Holding on to the idea that his skills might be restored in the future, Yu Xuanhuan also modified Skill 4, Tie. Friend, look, there's a pot here. Skill 4, there's nothing a meal can't solve. Mark a diner and convert their negative emotions into luck points. The luck points are equal to the number of food god dishes the diner tasted today. Perhaps influenced by Yu Chen, Yu Xuanhuan subconsciously linked the effects of disguising the skill information to luck. Yu Chen was unaware of Yu Xuanhuan's clever manipulation, but even if she knew, she wouldn't underestimate him. She promised to help the Lin family make connections, and it was true. Why wouldn't she do something that could make money? Isn't it just a matter of purchasing on behalf of others? After digging out Lin Xing's eyeballs, she settled the matter from their past lives. She didn't have the habit of wiping out entire families. Her biggest enemies had always been Yu Xuanhuan, Sue-Liang, Liang Yuchuan, Han Xianshan, Han Xianhai, as well as the Su family, Liang family, and Han family, along with those who had bullied her before. Yu Chen found herself lost in thought. The list of enemies was too long, like a menu. However, she had no intention of targeting the Lin family. She believed in repaying grievances and seeking revenge, but she wouldn't let Yu Xuanhuan and the others die too easily. Conversely, for those who didn't deserve death, she would only make them wish they were dead. Yu Chen touched her forehead, fearing a bodhisattva or Buddha-like red birthmark might suddenly appear there. She was just too kind. TSK. She stood in the backyard, looking at the silver-white full moon in the sky. She thought she would be excited and passionate when this day arrived, but at this moment, her mood was as calm as a lake. Red intricate patterns slowly emerged in the full moon, spreading rapidly within it. She checked her phone. 2:21, and in an instant, the 1 changed to 2. Yu-chan silently counted 22 seconds in her mind. A mechanical sound rang punctually in her mind. Ding, the game Warcraft, Fissure of Fear is officially online, connection to server Earth successful, connection to server Zealand successful, welcome players to Warcraft, Fissure of Fear, where each player can draw their own divine talents, player detected to possess divine talents, character panel function officially activated, chat channel function activated, auction house function activated, achievement function activated, map function activated, team function activated, instance function activated, mail function activated, player detected to have leveled up, leaderboard function activated, ding player Yu-chan enters the top 10 of the wealth ranking, choose whether to conceal information, yes/no, Yu-chan skillfully skipped through the long string of prompts and selected yes directly. After the system went online, everyone's ID was their commonly recognized name in society. Those with ID cards used their real names, while those without ID cards defaulted to the name they were most commonly called. She opened her character panel again. After the character panel was officially activated, in addition to the main attributes of strength, physique, intelligence, and agility, the previously grayed out advanced magical attributes also lit up, such as critical strike rate, critical strike damage, movement speed, hit rate, dodge rate, cooldown reduction, life recovery, and more, totaling over a dozen. These attributes couldn't be manually increased but relied on equipment's magical bonuses. 3 dots appeared in the lower right corner of the light screen, which, when clicked, expanded to include functions like team, chat channel, auction house, leaderboard, achievements, and more. She opened the chat channel, causing the character panel light screen to shrink and disappear, while the chat channel's light screen enlarged. In the lower left corner, she could switch channels. She switched to World Channel, where various languages filled the screen, quickly being pushed up by new messages. Each sentence stayed on the screen for less than a second, the information flashing too quickly, causing the text to distort and giving a sense of mental pollution. She switched to China, where the scrolling speed was the same, barely able to recognize Chinese characters. She switched to City S. Still unclear, showing how diverse the Chinese people were. She switched to Nearby. Happy autumn fruit? Hi? Is anyone there? Is everyone asleep? Yu-chan. Yu-chan silently closed it, too lazy to respond. Yu-chan checked the teleportation array she had set up on the Ceylon star, and it was still in a teleportable state. Feeling relieved, she picked up the cat nest from the ground. Even before touching it, she was already smiling because she saw a red light emanating from the cat nest. It was residual magical energy from the invasion of another world, similar to the color of the magical patterns in the full moon. Meow Meowin, S-rank placed at the doorstep, it has a chance to attract stray animals to visit. If the animals stay overnight and you treat them sincerely, they will leave behind one of their favorite recent collections as a thank you gift. She placed the cat nest deep in the cat villa. Although props could also be bound with a stone, once used, besides the binder, no other creatures could touch the bound props or equipment. This cat nest would only be effective when used by cats. Yu-chan could only leave it here for now, taking it with her when going out and letting the Meow Meowin open when at home. Yu-chan walked to the glass room on the second floor, which was now filled with various items, weapons, antique iron pots, durians, and a statue lying on the ground. These were all collected by her during this period. Although she didn't know the principle of mutation, she still brought them out to ensure that they were exposed to the air during the invasion of the other world, allowing them to feel the magical energy generated during the invasion. Just by looking at the Meow Meowin, she knew that mutation was just a matter of time, either achieving success or not. To prevent mutation, she directly activated the scan, then proceeded to put the weapons and items that displayed equipment information into her game backpack. The ordinary weapons that did not mutate were thrown into a nearby storage box. After dealing with these, she opened the door to the safe house and saw a 2-meter-high oval light screen in the corner. The light screen was a very light pale purple, with a level not exceeding 10. Great, the instance was also ready. After confirming this, Yu-chan hummed a tune as she went downstairs. Yu-chin-shan and Ichogwa should be arriving soon. During the waiting time, the first thing she checked was the pair of meteor desert eagles that she cared most about. Embers, legendary. Every bullet fired from this weapon shines like a falling meteor. Bonus attributes: agility plus 67, constitution plus 21, strength plus 14, magic attributes plus 18% critical damage, a plus 15% skill damage. Legendary skill Merciless Fury. After use, every bullet you fire will be imbued with raging flames, plus 55% fire damage, lasting for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Equipment requirements: agility greater than 85, strength greater than 37. The other Desert Eagle was the same, with a slight difference. The second magic attribute of plus 15% skill damage was changed to plus 15% movement speed. Yu Chen's greatest satisfaction was not the attributes but the equipment requirements of these two weapons. It was a rare combination of attribute requirements and no level requirement. For her, this was the most valuable attribute, meaning that as long as her attributes were sufficient, she could use them. Based on the average initial attribute value of 7 for everyone, the equipment requirements actually implied that the character's level was around 21. If the attributes of other equipment were combined, the requirements would be even lower. This was the precious aspect of equipment requirements that only required both attributes to meet the standard for wearing. And Yu Chen was least afraid of attribute requirements. Without hesitation, she bound these two guns to herself with a binding stone and stored them in the magician's false teeth. These would be her most precious equipment in the near future, and she conservatively estimated that she could equip them before reaching level 10. Legendary equipment of this level and requirement could be found in the auction house, but it would cost at least several thousand gold coins. Instead of buying such equipment, she could use the money to purchase skills or learn professional formulas. Equipment bought with real-world currency was no different from picking them up for free. After checking out the weapon she had been looking forward to, she didn't rush to tally up how much it had mutated. Instead, she mysteriously took out the durian shell she had bought in the Savatica Kingdom. Durian shell, grade D, a sinister item emitting a strange fragrance, producing a piece of fruit flesh every day. Luck value decreases by 2 within 2 hours of consumption, and the more fruit flesh consumed, the longer the duration. A palm-sized durian shell already had a very plump piece of durian flesh on it. She leaned in to smell it, which was as fragrant as Muzang King. Durian. Yuk Sunhoon quite liked to eat it. She wondered if this luck -2 would be displayed on the panel. Just as she was thinking, the doorbell rang. Yu Chen put away the durian. She didn't plan to expose this thing to the Yu family until she figured out its effects. There would be plenty of opportunities for the two of them to eat it in the future. Yu Chen quickly ran to the backyard to put away the cat's nest in her backpack before returning to open the door for Yu Qingshan and Ichogua. As she descended the stairs, she activated the probing function of her pocket watch, scanning all the items in the house to ensure that nothing had undergone any changes. After entering the house, Ichogua began to exclaim, "Oh my god, is everyone becoming a player? Will money soon be useless? Shouldn't we spend it quickly?" Yu Chen went to the bar to pour 2 drinks for them, made herself a cup of coffee, and carried them to the living room. Since his depression, Yu Qingshan not only spoke less but also his whole demeanor had changed. Previously giving off an air of refinement and scholarly elegance, he had recently transformed into a melancholic middle-aged prince. Ichogwa dared not let him out, saying he had become too handsome recently and might attract young girls outside. He sat quietly drinking tea, listening to Ichogwa and Yu Chen chatter, only occasionally saying a few words. Yu Chen was sure that Yu Qingshan activated his lie detection skill as soon as he entered the house, as his mana slowly decreased. Yu Chen added them as friends. "If you still have money, spend it now. I think the currency is going to collapse, but I'm fine. I don't have much money left, just over 10 million, and it will be spent in the next few days." Ichogwa worriedly asked, "What should we buy to be safer? Equipment? Or some kind of medicine?" Yu Chen didn't hesitate. "Gold. If you have money, stock up on gold. People I know at the Special Affairs Bureau exchange gold for in-game currency. You can also ask Xuan Huan. The Su family's information is more reliable than mine. Ask them what holds its value." Yu Qingshan furrowed his brow. "Do you have connections at the Special Affairs Bureau? Can you exchange for something more valuable? Like skills? Quite clever." Yu Chen didn't refuse. "Yes, but you'll definitely have to pay a commission for that, and they only accept gold." "Can you accept that?" Yu Qingshan's mana was down to 13%, and he hurriedly asked, "How much gold coins can buy a more powerful skill?" Yu Chen gave a rough range. C-grade skills cost 50 to 200 gold, B-grade skills 300 to 1500 gold, with a large fluctuation. A-grade skills are even more expensive, possibly tens of thousands. Yu Qingshan inquired further, "How do you exchange gold coins?" According to the contract, Yu Chen couldn't help other factions exchange large amounts of gold coins in the game, but selling her own gold coins wasn't a breach of contract. However, she didn't want to help Yu Qingshan exchange back and forth and end up being taken advantage of by him. She said, "There are exchange methods at the Special Affairs Bureau, but they take a cut. There's a 10% exchange method and a 30% exchange method. If you're willing, I can recommend you to join the Special Affairs Bureau, and you can get more discounts." Ichogwa immediately asked, "Can I join?" Yu Chen replied, "Sure. Although Ichiogua's talent wasn't exceptional, the Special Affairs Bureau was short of people, and once you signed the contract, you were one of them. Yu Qingshan shook his head solemnly. No, Xuanhuan is now with the Su family. It's fine for you alone, but what does it mean for me to join the Special Affairs Bureau? Yu Qing was not surprised by Yu Qingshan's reaction. Yu Qingshan asked, what about you? Can you exchange for gold coins? Yu Qing replied, I can, but the methods I have are expensive, not cost-effective. Do you have a lot of money? At this point, Yu Qingshan's mana value had dropped to 0. Regretfully, he cancelled the skill and said, we've saved all the money you've given us over the years, not willing to spend it. There's still over 30 million. Yu Qing smiled and without commenting on the truth of his words, she suggested, let's start with gold. The method I have exchanges 300 G of gold for 1 gold coin. You can check with Xuanhuan to see if there are other options, compare them before deciding. Holding gold in hand won't lead to losses. After preparing a meal and patiently chatting with them for half an hour, she finally saw them off. Yu Qing then closed the door and began to inventory the props and equipment that had successfully mutated. First were 3 items intercepted from the Yu family's treasury, a jade hairpin, a sapphire ring, and an emerald pendant. These 3 items were seen on Sui Tome, Liang Yuchuan, and Han Xianshan in their past lives. Now, indeed, all 3 had mutated into equipment. They were all extremely rare jewelry items. All 3 were of legendary level, requiring a minimum level of 10, with decent attributes. Each could be sold for around 800 gold in the market, so conservatively estimating, all 3 could fetch over 2,400. Although the attributes of these 3 pieces of equipment were good, they were nothing special. Yu Qing didn't plan to wear them herself as it would easily expose her. She could sell them to Zealand Star or Blue Star, causing some heartache for Xuanhuan and Yu Qingshan. However, she didn't want to risk this loophole. There were plenty of other ways to make them suffer. The 8 iron pots obtained from the Su family's restaurant had mutated into one. An old iron pot, great at witnessing the rise and fall of the restaurant for 100 years. Cooking with it had a chance to enlighten one with the unique cooking skills of the old chef, with a 20% chance of making the dishes even more delicious. She set aside the unchanged iron pots to be destroyed another day. The statue of the Liang family's great-grandfather was truly extraordinary. An ancestor, great as by touching the statue and praying devoutly, one could increase their maximum health and mana by 10%, lasting for 10 minutes. This effect could only be activated once every 30 minutes. Note, if the player's surname is Liang, an additional 10% damage is added, and the duration is extended to 15 minutes. Yu Qing had never touched this item in her past life. She had only seen it during raids. This item was only touched by core members of the Liang family, but this time it had fallen into her hands. Yu Qing laughed until her mouth was sore. This item was too special. Below the statue was a brief introduction to the ancestor's life. As long as the Liang family didn't want to be laughed at by the people of S City, they would definitely buy it back. However, its attributes were top-notch for any team, so there would surely be a fierce competition with high bids. Unfortunately, it wasn't the time to sell it now. They needed time to develop and save money, otherwise, they would lose out on a good price. As for the 60 historical and storied bows, crossbows, and swords she had collected in Gangcheng at a high price, people had mocked her for being a spendthrift. After all, even the best firearms wouldn't cost 8 figures, but this collector was willing to spend a fortune on these items. The outcome was positive. 31 items had mutated. Yu Qing had spent billions, but it was worth it. There were 27 blue-grade items and 4 purple-grade items. They were rare blue-grade items ranging from levels 5 to 19, all profitable whether kept for personal use or sold. She carefully selected a dual attribute longbow from among them. All killed, rare, bonus attributes, plus 21 agility, plus 9 constitution magic attributes, plus 7% attack speed, plus 5% critical hit damage equipment requirements, agility greater than 30, strength greater than 25 based on the attribute requirements. This is an equipment of around level 8. However, currently, Yu Chen has an agility of 25 and strength of 17 without wearing any equipment, which is not far off. With a gap of 15 attribute points, as long as she equips items that add agility and strength, she can easily meet the attribute requirements. Among the 4 purple items, 3 explicitly require characters to be above level 20 to equip them. The most special one only requires meeting the dual attributes to be equipped, which happens to be a unique shield. In a team, the most expensive equipment is often not a weapon but a shield that needs to be at the forefront to block monster skills. For the same level 20 purple equipment, the prices fluctuate between 1 to 2,000 for weapons based on the quality of attributes, while jewelry can be sold for over 2,000. The starting price for shields is 2,500, showing the difference. Even without considering the 27 blue items, just these 4 purple items will not only cover Yu-Chen's costs but also bring in a significant profit. Although she cannot cash in at the moment, she is not in need of money. As for critical strategic resources like shields that can affect the success rate of dungeon runs, she will naturally sell them to their opponents. She places all the weapons in a custom-made display cabinet, then closes the cabinet door and stores them in her in-game backpack. The durian shell is stored in the refrigerator, waiting for it to slowly ripen. After organizing everything, Yu-Chen goes upstairs and takes out the costume that accompanied her through the ups and downs of her previous life for a whole year. Did I make money today? Rare, bonus attributes, plus 32 agility magic attributes, plus 17% movement speed, plus 15% stealth equipment requirements, agility greater than 21, intelligence greater than 36. This is an extremely specialized equipment, and the plus 15% stealth attribute is particularly rare. It reduces all the sounds she makes, and in her previous life, Yu-Chen escaped multiple times thanks to this equipment. Although she is a bit disappointed that this piece of clothing did not mutate into something better in the hands of its owner, she is already very satisfied. Given her rate of attribute growth, she will soon be able to wear this clothing. After calculating for a while, Yu-Chen realizes that she is now very wealthy, but most of the mutated items are unusable. She directly goes to Zealandstar, buys several excellent grade items for less than 1 gold each, increases her agility to 30 and strength to 25, and successfully equips all killed. Her fully armed attributes now are health points, 800 mana points, 650 strength, 17, plus 8, constitution, 15, plus 9, intelligence, 21 agility, 25, plus 27. The Emerald Feast on Zealandstar has absorbed 500% of the life force from the trees. She has her potions, and her arrows are plentiful. Yu-Chen closes the door of the safe house, takes a deep breath, and steps into the light purple curtain. The dungeon is an anchor point set by another world, but it is not just a simple direct invasion by the army. It follows rules and projects a segment of another world's history as a framework. The inhabitants of that world must play out that history, and if they are not killed before the dungeon resets, they can break free from the rules and enter reality. The Blue Star has studied these rules and believes it is a form of cultural invasion. Because once players enter the dungeon, they hear what the inhabitants of the other world say and see their actions. Even if they are not interested, they passively learn about their history. Races like trolls, orcs, goblins, and the like are fine, but races like blood elves, undead, and night elves with delicate features easily attract sympathy. Many people are swayed by appearances, and each race has a history that is either glorious, touching, or inspiring. This is a subtle form of spiritual invasion. The banner of Zealandstar invading Blue Star is that their world's resources are too scarce. Blue Star has only a few billion people, while Zealandstar has several hundred billion residents, some of whom are even immortal beings, capable of living for hundreds of years. The undead are even more troublesome, as they can continue to exist even after death. With magic energy running low, they set their sights on Blue Star, where magic remains untapped. Although Blue Star is small in size, its magic is more than 100 times richer than that of Zealandstar. They seek cooperation with Blue Star for mutual benefit. Humans can sign contracts to join them and cooperate, but later on, many players indeed betrayed Blue Star. The instance that Yu-Chen has entered now is a segment of history where the trolls once fought against the undead, considered a level 3 instance. Most of the creatures inside are level 3, with the highest leader being level 4. To enter Blue Star, one needs to survive for over 45 natural days. As for the instance in the city center apartment, the creatures inside are around level 10, requiring 150 natural days of survival to enter Blue Star. Yu-Chen carefully selected these instances based on her innate talents in this lifetime. They not only serve as leveling grounds but also for equipment farming. Instances are also safe. Once a player attacks the first monster upon entering, the entrance will close, preventing others from entering. If Yu-Chen leaves the instance, it will reset, with slain creatures being replaced, while those not killed will have their survival time recorded. If there are no friendly allies with resurrection skills present, death is permanent. Yu-Chen had visited this place 3 or 4 times in her past life, each time feeling like she would vomit blood. Knowing that this villa was a gift she gave to Yak Sunhuan, it pained her heart and lungs. Every time Yak Sunhuan brought her here to grind, she had to say thank you. Stepping into the instance's light curtain, Yu-Chen found herself in a dense forest. She didn't know much about this history, only that it was a small-scale battle, with the troll camp to the south, the undead soldiers camp to the north, and a few scouts in the forest. Yu-Chen activated Hunting Eye and then used the illusion spell to start scouting. A few minutes later, she found her target, Troll Scout level 3, HP, 350/350. drawing her bow, aiming, using shot push, releasing the arrow that hit the scout's head, pushing him off the tree and stunning him for 3 seconds, giving Yu-Chen enough time to shoot a second arrow. With her current agility of 51, even without using skills, one arrow could take out 180 HP from the scout. If she wasn't worried about the scout making noise, she wouldn't even need to use shot push. Yu-Chen cleared out the troll grunts along the way, encountering a troll patrol team. However, with Explosive Arrow and Rain of Hatred, 2 AoE skills in hand, she wiped them out in less than 30 seconds. The only downside was the high mana consumption, with Explosive Arrow costing 100 mana and Rain of Hatred even more at 250 mana. Yu-Chen adjusted her pace, using Shadow Control technique to release a shadow to pull aggro ahead while she shot from behind, occasionally using Explosive Arrow. Coupled with her innate talent of a critical hit every 7 shots, Yu-Chen's efficiency in solo monster killing was not lower than when she used to grind with Yak Sunhuan in her past life. Entering the instance at 3 a.m., Yu-Chen played until 6 a.m., wiping out the 300 troll grunts in the troll camp. At the most critical moment, she was cornered by over 20 trolls. Suppressing the urge to use Phantom Shift to escape, she directly activated the terrifyingly strong skill of the marksman, turning each arrow into a magical arrow, occasionally landing critical hits. In less than a minute, she annihilated the squad. However, the drop rate in this game was still frustrating. Despite Yu-Chen's luck value being 10, not every monster dropped items. After killing 300 level 3 to 4 trolls, she only picked up 27 silver coins and a handful of copper coins. There was still a level 5 troll chieftain and 5 level 4 guards at the camp. However, Yu-Chen couldn't hold on any longer. She had been up all night. She decided to go out for a meal and rest before coming back, even if it meant redoing everything. After all, it was all about leveling up and improving skills, so what did it matter whom she killed? Just as she exited the instance, she received a friend request from Yu Xuanhuan. With all the game features in place, there was now an option to add friends. However, with so many people having the same name, adding the ones you really wanted to connect with meant either scrolling through each profile picture one by one or adding friends face to face. There weren't many people with the same name as Yu-Chen, maybe a few dozen, so Yu Xuanhuan must have found her by flipping through the avatars. Yu-Chen accepted the request and casually glanced at her phone, surprised to see 17 missed calls. Some were from Yu Xuanhuan, and some from Sue-Liang. The official launch of the game disrupted many people's plans. Most had assumed that February 22nd would mark the 4th internal test, but no one expected the game to manifest directly into reality. The Su family had been planning to buy equipment and potions in the game to arm their team, but now it seemed there was nowhere to make such purchases. The hundreds of belts and 1,000 bottles of basic healing potions they had stockpiled suddenly became precious commodities. Within an hour of the game's arrival, the Su family had already discovered 12 instances on their properties. Young people, having played games to some extent, saw these instances as opportunities for wealth in this new reality resembling a massive game. The Su family immediately sent people to explore the instances on their properties. However, the first scout sent in died within 10 minutes. Another team was dispatched to retrieve the body, but all attempts to revive the deceased failed, making the Su family more cautious. After investigating over 100 instances on their properties, the Su family selected the lowest level instance, a level 2 dungeon. Although it could only accommodate 20 players, it was sufficient. The monsters inside were only level 2, and with each player equipped with a gun and armor, they stood a chance. The equipment might not match that of the game, but it was better than nothing. However, the monsters inflicted high damage, even with armor. A player could lose 40 health points in one hit and die after 2 more. Although the main goal for the Su family in this instance was to gather information rather than level up, they proceeded cautiously. They could retreat to recover health when needed, but they had to ensure their subordinates felt valued by providing them with potions to survive critical moments. With only about 100 monsters in the small instance, it took 3 hours to clear, yielding less than 10 silver coins and no equipment drops. They had also used over 200 potions, resulting in a significant loss. After analyzing the situation, they realized that to maximize profits, each instance run should not exceed 10 players to ensure everyone gained enough experience, but this required an ample supply of potions. The Su family had recruited players with alchemy skills in advance, but due to the recent theft from their treasury, they had focused mainly on producing invisibility potions, leaving their stock of basic healing and mana potions low. Sue-Liang and Su Beige thought about the promise Yu-Chen had made to the Lin family on behalf of Yu Xuanhuan. They wanted Yu-Chen to help them connect, not just for potions but also for equipment. Yu-Chen listened silently to Yu Xuanhuan's request. Providing equipment was out of the question. Giving the Su family over 900 belts was already a stretch. There was no room for more equipment, and while there had been a similar situation with boots, the production efficiency for shoes was lower than belts, so prices couldn't be reduced much, and there wasn't much room for more. Yu-Chen had been waiting for the Su family to come to her door to set her up. She patiently said, "I asked about the equipment last night. The other party doesn't have that many in-game currencies. If you have in-game currency, I can try to negotiate with them. I can find someone to help you buy basic healing potions. Some people have stocked up a lot and you can buy them with gold, but are you sure you want them now? The prices are high at this time, not cost-effective." The phone was on speaker, with Sui-Tong and Su-Beige standing by the phone. Yak Sunhoon glanced at the two's expressions and continued, "What are the prices for basic healing potions and basic mana potions? Yu-Chen, if using in-game currency, it's 5 silver coins per bottle. But if using gold, when I bought them before, it was 100 G of gold per bottle. But now it's definitely more than that. How many bottles do you need? I can go ask for you. If you need them urgently, I can give you 3 bottles for now." Sui-Tong pinched the bridge of her nose, her patience wearing thin. She took the phone, her voice as soft as usual, "Sun-gu, it's me, Itong." Yu-Chen no longer pretended to be clueless and said, "Oh, it's for the Su family? That's a large quantity, right? How many do you need? I can go negotiate for you, or I can give you the other party's number directly so you can talk to them yourself." Yu-Chen's frankness and straightforwardness caught Sui-Tong and Su-Beige off guard. They thought she was trying to make a profit as a middleman and take advantage of them. Sui-Tong sighed inwardly at Yu-Chen's tactfulness and politely said, "If that's the case, that would be great. Thank you, I'll remember this favor." Yu-Chen gave Zhao Shuang's number and advised, "This is a person from the Special Affairs Bureau. Doing business with them doesn't mean you have to join them. In fact, dealing with the official side is quite easy." After hanging up, she crossed her arms and stared at her phone, waiting. Is Zhao Shuang a legitimate businessman? No, once it reaches Myanmar, it's a different story. In less than 5 minutes, Sui-Tong's phone rang again. On the other end, Sui-Tong's voice sounded sweet and sticky. "Hey, sis, have you eaten?" Yu-Chen. Her change in attitude was really fast. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Sui-Tong had called her sister, which was quite disgusting. Sui-Tong had no choice. After hanging up, she immediately dialed the number Yu-Chen had given her, and got a price of 300 G of gold for 1 bottle of basic healing potion from Zhao Shuang. Yu-Chen was ruthless, quoting 100 G of gold for something worth 1 silver coin, a 50-fold increase. Zhao Shuang was even more ruthless, either confident that these big families were willing to spend money and eager to expand their influence, or simply not interested in selling, as she directly increased the price by 150 times. As for equipment, don't even mention it. Items that sold for 1 gold at the auction house were sold for 2 caddies of gold by them. 500,000 for 1 piece of equipment? At first glance, it didn't seem expensive. Sui-Tong's own random piece of jewelry was worth more than that, but she had over 1,000 people under her. Even if each person only got 1 piece, it would still require 2,000 caddies of gold. Besides, she had played games before. This kind of basic equipment would quickly become obsolete, with updates happening much faster than Apple. In the future, no one would even bother picking up these items thrown on the ground. 500,000 just to add a few attribute points. It was better to eat a cooking dish. The person Yak Sunhoon found at the time, a belt cost only 1 caddy of gold. She gritted her teeth and decided to buy it, considering it a way to distribute benefits to her subordinates and win their hearts. After hearing the prices, Sui-Tong couldn't help but ask, "Are you really from the Huasha Special Affairs Bureau? Not from the Myanmar Special Affairs Bureau?" Zhao Shuang probably heard such questions often and confidently replied, "Of course, you can even find me on the Special Affairs Bureau's official website." After hanging up with Zhao Shuang, Sui-Tong realized how sincere Yu-Chen was. While Sui-Tong calling her sister made Yu-Chen feel indifferent, she asked directly, "Did the negotiation fall through?" Sui-Tong avoided the question and asked, "What's the price on your end?" "I just inquired through messages, and they only offer me an allowance of 500 bottles of basic healing potions and 500 bottles of basic mana potions. Each bottle costs 150 G of gold, non-negotiable. However, they can throw in 50 basic bandages for you. Although bandages don't heal instantly like potions, if you have a wound, wrapping it with a bandage will restore 1 health point per second for 1 minute, which is almost as effective." She paused, sounding a bit embarrassed. "But if I help you seal this deal, then you'll be responsible for my brother and the matters with the Lin family. After all, I've used quite a few favors for this order, which was originally intended for the Lin family." Glancing at Yu Xuanhuan, who was lost in thought staring at the phone, Sui-Tong promptly agreed, "No problem." The efficiency of only earning a few dozen silver coins in 3 hours directly shattered the mindset of the Su family. Moreover, compared to the price set by Zhao Shuang, 150g of gold for a bottle of basic healing potion was a sincere price. Zhao Shuaying's price was blatantly pushing the Su family to cooperate with the authorities. In the current chaotic market, as long as one is willing to spend time and effort, they can purchase currency or potions at low prices from some short-sighted individuals, or wait for a while, maybe not even a week. A few days later, prices will stabilize, and perhaps these items can be bought with cash. However, they could endure the matter of equipment for a while, but potions, crucial for emergency healing, were indispensable. Matters that could be resolved with money were not considered significant. In the absence of being able to directly purchase resources from the in-game store, finding a way to exchange gold for game resources, they had to thank Yu Chen. Can't you really get equipment on your end? The price is negotiable. Sui-Tong tried to purchase more critical equipment from Yu Chen. Su Beige had already made calls to acquire more gold. Since the other party only accepted gold transactions when purchasing belt equipment earlier, the Su family had discussed whether to stock up on more gold. Now, it seemed that this gold must have a special significance, so stocking up more wouldn't hurt. It was safer than a currency that would inevitably collapse. Yu Chen didn't want to sell equipment to the Su family and offered a price they couldn't meet. I've inquired as well. I want to buy it myself. I only accept in-game currency, whether it's cash or gold. There's another trading mode, but I find it too unprofitable. Sui-Tang asked, what is it? Yu Chen replied, if you don't have in-game currency, you can exchange it with items. An A-grade item can get you 1,000 pieces of current wearable basic green equipment. Tell me, how is this different from robbery? There was still a difference. Robbery wasn't this harsh. Sui-Tong genuinely cared. Did you offend someone? Yu Chen remained silent. Finally, after a long discussion, Sui-Tong managed to persuade Yu Chen to find a way to get her 2,000 bottles of potions, 1,500 bottles of basic healing potions, 500 bottles of basic mana potions, at a price of 150g of gold per bottle, and they agreed to buy them. Yu Chen seemed genuinely considerate as she said, this price is too exaggerated. If you wait a few days, it might get cheaper. In the game, it's 1 silver coin per bottle. Sui-Tong calmly stated, it's just 600 pounds of gold. Yu Chen fell silent. Damn, she had undersold herself. Where could she find such a gullible person? 2,000 bottles of potions exchanged for 600 pounds of gold. The cost was only 20 gold coins, plus some basic bandages she made while practicing first aid. These low-level items didn't bear the maker's ID, making them safe to sell to anyone. This money-making speed was much faster than exchanging gold for coins from the goblins. She was not surprised that Sui-Tong had been buying potions and equipment all over her life. Some things could be easily deduced through simple reasoning. In the previous life, Yu Xuanwan's talent was the most attractive benefit, and it almost required no cost. Just based on the talent that had a chance to increase attribute points when eating, it could attract high-level players to serve the Su family. Maybe after the first closed beta test, they started recruiting and enhancing the core team's attributes. So when the game officially invaded, even if they temporarily lacked equipment and potions, it wouldn't hinder them from swiftly clearing dungeons and rising rapidly. However, in this life, if the Su family wanted to retain these players, they had to provide corresponding benefits. Otherwise, the benefits of the Special Affairs Bureau were also good. Why wouldn't they join the Special Affairs Bureau instead of working for the Su family? Yu Chen was in a good mood as she accepted the friend requests from Yu Xuanwan, Sui-Tong, and Zhao Shuaying. After flipping through Zhao Shuaying's friend request, she also chose to accept it. Zhao Shuaying, hi, Yu Chen? Zhao Shuaying, so indifferent, Yu Chen, how much do you sell the basic healing potions here? Zhao Shuaying, 300 gold coins per bottle, Yu Chen. Aren't you afraid of saying that price out loud? Zhao Shuaying, of course, face-to-face discussions would have a different price. We're just separated by a screen or phone call. Yu Chen. Nevertheless, Yu Chen had no regrets. The price of 150 gold coins was just right. She didn't expect to make a fortune from this. She just wanted the Su family to know that she had connections while maintaining a superficial harmony. Now that everyone had become players, over 1 billion players rushed to buy the scarce basic healing potions on the market. 150 gold coins? She didn't make much profit at all. Although the situation had quickly stabilized in the previous life, players who could alchemize would come out to sell their self-made basic healing potions. The official channels also began to supply a large quantity to help all players through the initial difficulties. At the same time, modern technology could produce various healing medicines, including injections, pills, and capsules. However, in a market with over 1 billion players, no matter how fast it was, there had to be a process. Unlike belts, even if one had more money, they could only wear one. Most buyers of these items wouldn't purchase them again. Healing items were consumables and would be sold out as soon as they were listed. The market for basic healing potions would be boiling for at least half a month. She decided to figure out a way to sell some to Sue-Liang in the next few days. She didn't believe that the Su family was truly in dire straits. After all, the family that had started preparing right after the first closed beta test, if they lacked alchemical potions, they still had first aid bandages. At worst, they also had cooking recipes. These were all solutions. It was just right now. She made money, resolved the matter with the Lin family for Yu Xuanhuan, earned the favor of Yu Xuanhuan and Sue-Liang, left an impression on the Su family that she had connections, and most importantly, she always thought of them in her words. Where else could one find such a good relative? Thinking that she had deceived them so much, both openly and secretly, and they were still so grateful to her, Yu Chen felt relieved in body and mind. She could clearly feel the pain and hatred in her heart being healed. Yu Chen didn't specifically tell Yu Xuanhuan that she had settled the matter with the Lin family for him. He could discover such things on his own. It would be redundant for her to claim credit. After breakfast, she put the cat's nest into her game backpack and drove out, shaking off a few trackers. She parked the car near the entrance to the dark market. Finding a secluded spot, she used her disguise skill and went to the Zaylan Star. She often had potions in her hands, but wasn't the difficulty of obtaining these potions part of the charm? She attended a 50-minute class with the undead female mentor, packed the potions that the Su family wanted into 2 storage boxes, and then returned to the Blue Star. In this way, after enduring countless hardships, she delivered 2,000 bottles of potions to the Su family and exchanged them for 600 pounds of gold. Although she could use the game's mail function to send these things to Sue-Liang, she still wanted to pay for them and receive them in person, mainly to see if the Su family had any new equipment. After entering the house, she habitually probed Yu Xuanhuan's divinely gifted talents. Then she was silenced by his current skills 4 and 5. They were as pure as snow, benefiting both others and oneself. However, these 2 lines of skill descriptions appeared illusory after using the probe, and then quickly a black line struck through these 2 lines of skill descriptions, followed by a line of small solid text below, which was the most authentic information about the divinely gifted talent skills. Yu Chen pretended not to see it. This kind of disguise was probably not to deceive herself, who only met once every few days or weeks, but more likely to do something to the Su family. She wouldn't expose it now. These were not the focus. The focus was a red blood drop symbol after the names of Yu Xuanhuan and Sue-Liang. However, Yu Xuanhuan's red blood drop appeared illusory, while Sue-Liang's was more solid. Her mind moved to the blood drop, and with a thought, she probed for detailed information. Unknown curse I, all healing effects reduced by 5%, life cannot recover automatically, infectious, oh my, what curse is this? Isn't this the same as that one? AI. This is AI. Yu Chen endured a smile, exchanged a few words with Sue-Liang and Yu Xuanhuan, then declined the Su family's invitation to stay for lunch, citing the need to go pay the final installment as she left. She was afraid she would burst out laughing if she stayed any longer. Level 1, who knew if it would escalate as the condition worsened? But then she thought of the infectious nature. It seemed she needed to be more careful in the future, lest these 2 discover the curse and start infecting everyone around them in retaliation. She wondered if Yu Xuanhuan and Sue-Liang had noticed it themselves. If they did, that would be fun. But considering that the blood drop and the skills 4 and 5 of the food god talent were illusory, she suspected that Yu Xuanhuan had already sensed something was amiss and had preemptively hidden it. Keeping this in mind, she decided to closely monitor their reactions and left the Su family, making a detour to the dark market, where she wandered for 10 minutes before returning home. After placing the cat's nest in the backyard, she washed up and forced herself to lie down in bed to get a few hours of sleep. She had been waiting for a game invasion early this morning and had been digging for the magic eye the morning before. Calculating it, she had been awake for 2 days and nights. Although her body was digitized, there were still various adverse conditions. Otherwise, how could Yu Xuanhuan and Sue-Liang fall ill? Didn't she herself fall into severe weakness due to frequent phantom shifts before? Rest, she must rest. Closing her eyes for 5 minutes, just as she was about to fall asleep, the line of instructions flashed in Yu Chen's mind, and she woke up with a start. Yu Xuanhuan did indeed notice something was amiss. After the game's official invasion, he immediately checked his divinely gifted talents, hoping to see if any miracles had occurred. Instead, he discovered an inexplicable curse. Although he didn't know what this unknown curse was, just the fact that it was infectious was enough to put Yu Xuanhuan on guard. At that time, Sue-Liang was in a hurry to discuss with Su Beige and others how to deal with the situation. Almost the second after Sue-Liang left the room, he used the skin shed by the chameleon teapot to hide this curse information. Until dawn, while Sue-Liang was busy leading his subordinates to raid the instance, he absent-mindedly practiced cooking skills in the kitchen. He wanted to check, But the incident at the Lin family had just occurred, and Sue-Liang must be closely monitoring his whereabouts. He couldn't go to the hospital for a checkup himself, but he also didn't trust those brothers. What if the test results were incriminating? Wouldn't he be handing himself over on a silver platter? He thought about it and still felt that Yu Qingshan was the most reliable. When Yu Qin came just now, he wanted to find an opportunity to talk to her, ask her to bring a vial of his blood back to Yu Qingshan, but Yu Qin was too busy, didn't even have time to sit down and drink water, let alone talk to him privately. Yu Xuanhuan became more and more restless. Was this curse something only he had? Unfortunately, he didn't have any investigative props or skills. Thinking about the game, he directly private messaged Yu Qingshan. Yu Xuanhuan, Dad, what are you doing? Yu Qingshan, looking for a dungeon. Yu Xuanhuan, can you come to the Su family? Yu Qingshan, what's wrong? Is something happening? Before Yu Xuanhuan could reply, Sue-Liang brought someone into the room, saying it was her friend and introduced them to each other. However, Yu Xuanhuan knew in his heart that Sue-Liang had brought someone to investigate his divine gift. The so-called friend was just a cover to avoid hurting feelings. Yu Xuanhuan greeted the guest with a smile, but his heart sank straight down, hoping that this person's investigative level was not enough to see through the chameleon tea-pet prop. Yu Xuanhuan used to believe in his good luck. He thought he would have no disasters and everything would go smoothly. However, his experiences in the past year made him less confident. Even if his luck was at full value of 10, he was no longer sure. After 10 minutes of boring small talk, Sue-Liang sent the person away and sat down next to Yu Xuanhuan with a smile. Only then did Yu Xuanhuan finally let go of his suspended heart. The player was hired by Sue-Liang and had a rare A-level investigative skill. The Su family had been wanting to invite her to work for them, but she had always refused, only accepting one-time employment. After learning about Yu Xuanhuan's complete divine gift from that person, Sue-Liang understood why Yu Xuanhuan had been so tense during that time. Anyone else would have collapsed, but Yu Xuanhuan was just a bit more sensitive, already considered emotionally stable. Thinking of those 4 unusable divine gifts, when Yu Xuanhuan had told her about them, Sue-Liang had thought he was bluffing, but it turned out to be true. Although she regretted that those 4 gifts were unusable, Sue-Liang quickly calmed down. It was better not to use them. If they were usable, the Su family would never be able to suppress Yu Xuanhuan. Skill 5 was enough. Sue-Liang comforted Yu Xuanhuan softly, apologizing for not believing him at the time. After a heartfelt conversation, the relationship between the couple became intimate again. Sue-Liang asked Yu Xuanhuan to practice cooking well, and the equipment obtained by the Su family would prioritize arming him, so he could lead them into the dungeon later. From early morning until now, the Su family had already figured out a lot of information, especially about luck. It wasn't just about bringing a lucky person into the dungeon to increase the drop rate for the whole team. The biggest factor affecting the monster drop rate was the luck value of the player who dealt the final blow. Sue-Liang could have forcefully decided to let everyone weaken the monsters before Yu Xuanhuan delivered the final blow, but the final blow meant more experience. She didn't need to hurt her subordinates for Yu Xuanhuan. The best way was to stack up Yu Xuanhuan's attributes and let him go into the dungeon himself, gradually letting everyone discover that his drop rate was high when fighting monsters, and they wouldn't mind him taking the final blow. Yu Xuanhuan hugged Sue-Liang, joking that he was just living off her, and from now on, he would be the logistics of the Su family, fully supporting her. He never showed too much pride in front of Sue-Liang. If she liked him to be obedient, he would be obedient. If she liked him to be melancholic and pitiful, he would be. Being a son-in-law, what need was there for arrogance? If he dared to freeload today, the Su family would make sure he couldn't stand up the next day. Yu Chen slept straight through until evening. After getting up, the first thing she did was to go to the backyard to check on her cat's nest. The feeling of having such a precious item that could be stolen at any time was terrible. She prepared 2 bowls of meat soup in the backyard and privately chatted with Zhao Shuang. Yu Chen, is there anything that can bind items? Zhao Shuang, binding stone grade A, I can give you a discount, 100 gold coins each. Yu Chen, if I remember correctly, this thing is sold at the auction house for 99 gold, 99 silver, and 99 copper? Zhao Shuang, I'm just making 1 copper coin off you. Honestly, I'm giving you this price because I truly consider you a friend. Interested? Yu Chen. I want the kind of item that, even after being bound, others can still touch it. Zhao Shuang, is this a legitimate item? Yu Chen. Yes. Do you want a commission as well? Zhao Shuang, tattooing grade B, after use, it can turn an item or equipment into a tattoo sticker, bound to your wrist. Even if the item is on Earth and you are on Zealand Star, you can retrieve it at any time. Even if someone steals it and puts it in their game backpack, you can still get it back. Yu Chen, how much? Zhao Shuang, 38 gold. Yu Chen, much cheaper than the binding stone, isn't it? Zhao Shuang, because it has a drawback. Although this tattoo is waterproof, it is not skill-proof. If the skin where the tattoo is located is destroyed, the item will be unbound from you and drop directly. Yu Chen, this drawback is indeed significant. Zhao Shuang, why not tattoo it on your buttocks? Yu Chen, thank you for always bringing me countless surprises when we chat. Zhao Shuang, you're welcome. Contact me if you have any good news. Yu Chen directly sent 38 gold coins to Zhao Shuang via mail, along with the recently made Happiness Against Skill crystal, and soon received a box of black ink. She went to the backyard and shooed the cats to eat, then followed the instructions to pour the black ink on the cat's nest. Although it was just a few milliliters in a bottle, once the small bottle of ink dripped onto the cat's nest, it quickly spread and covered the entire nest. Next, the cat's nest shrank and thinned, turning into a tattoo sticker the size of a coin, resembling the cat's nest. Yu Chen picked up the sticker, involuntarily recalling Zhao Shuang's suggestion. She shook her head vigorously, it was too terrifying. She didn't believe that the most conspicuous and dangerous place was the safest. Wasn't it better to keep wealth hidden? In the end, she decided to place this coin-sized tattoo sticker on her chest. If this place was destroyed, it would be a matter of life and death. If she managed to kill the enemy, even if the cat's nest fell out, she could still retrieve it. If she couldn't kill the enemy, it wouldn't matter if she died, the cat's nest would be insignificant. She pressed the tattoo, feeling a cat's nest in the void. She released the cat's nest and tried to pick up a cat and put it inside. The cat rolled around inside, eager to eat, then climbed out. Yu Chen pressed the tattoo again, feeling the location of the cat's nest and being able to retrieve it at any time. She pulled down her collar, revealing only a very faint light ink-colored tattoo on her fair skin, contrasting sharply with the dark ink color when she first applied it. After solving the most worrying issue of the cat's nest, Yu Chen felt even more at ease. However, she still placed the cat's nest in the far corner of the cat villa, with a few cat cushions or soft pads scattered around outside. As for the A-grade magic eye, Yu Chen still had no clue. This thing, like a magician's false teeth, needed to occupy a part of the body. False teeth occupied the jaw, and to wear the magic eye, one had to give up an eyeball. This was simply unavoidable. It wasn't that she couldn't bear to part with her original eyeball, but the origin of this magic eye was dubious, and it wouldn't be wise to flaunt it openly. Glancing at the time, it was already 2 a.m. For some reason, every time it reached this hour, she felt 100 times more energetic, feeling uncomfortable if she didn't do anything. Yu Chen first went to the Yu family villa. Perhaps it was because she had told them about the game in this life, and her fingerprints were now registered in the villa. She also had the key to the iron gate outside, allowing her to come and go at any time. Not only that, but the second floor also had a room reserved for her. Unlike in the past, even if she had bought the villa with her own money, her fingerprints were not on the villa's main gate. Yu Chen went straight to the liquor cabinet, found 2 bottles of wine, and noticed a freshly opened pack of good cigarettes nearby. If she remembered correctly, one of these cigarettes cost more than 10 yuan. She casually grabbed a pack. Blame it on the talent of the thief god. It led her to pick up a bad habit. Carrying the cigarettes and wine back to her own home, after using the eye of the hunter to confirm that there was no one else nearby, she headed to the safe room on the top floor. She planned to level up in the instance dungeon. Her current experience level was 0.89, 46%. The 300 level 3 trolls from this morning had boosted her experience by 6%. That's the advantage of soloing dungeons. 300 monsters divided among a 5-person team would only yield 1.2% each, and it might not even be possible to defeat that many in 3 hours. But by soloing, she could enjoy all the benefits of the entire dungeon. Yu Chen skillfully dealt with the scouts and headed straight to the troll camp. To improve her combat skills, she didn't eat any attack-boosting food and consciously lured 3 squads of trolls each time, only using her ultimate skill in critical moments. Trolls were much more agile than undead, and they were clear-minded, able to cooperate in battle. With 15 trolls combined from the 3 squads, even though they were only level 3, Yu Chen could practice for a while without using her ultimate skill. 5 a.m. Yu Chen left the safe room, freshened up, cooked 2 portions of meat and vegetables for herself and the cat in the backyard. She served the unsalted portion to the cat and the seasoned one for herself. After finishing, she prepared 2 more portions to take to Zealandstar. After confirming it was safe with the eye of the hunter, she transformed into a goblin in her bedroom and headed to Zealandstar. Zealandstar, like Earth, had different time zones in different regions, with some slight time differences between them. However, there was no time difference between the Dark City and Huaxia. When Yu Chen arrived at the alchemy shop in the Dark City, the shop had just opened, and the undead worker recognized her, letting her in. Yu-Chen handed one of the breakfast portions to her, then walked inside. The undead female mentor was groggily coming down the stairs, still rubbing her messy hair with her fingers. Yu-Chen placed the other breakfast portion on the table and also brought a bottle of wine to the side. She respected the mentor for a reason. Recently, she discovered that the basic healing potions she made would always end up in the potion bag given to her by Hecuba, stacking up to 999. She had OCD, like with her phone's battery, always wanting it to be full whenever possible. But one day, she couldn't fit one bottle of potion in, even though the usual limit was 998. She realized that although the name was the same, the potion's description was different, stating that it restored 61 health points when consumed. 61. Although it was only 1 point more than the usual potion, the significance was greater than brewing advanced magical potions. She brought that potion to Hecuba, who asked for her name for the first time that day. Yu-Chen thought about the 2 wanted posters at the city gate and decided not to confide in Hecuba. She said, "My name is Ravenclaw." After saying this name, she always felt Hecuba's gaze on her was strange, but since he didn't ask further, the topic passed. The class continued. She had been studying with Hagrid for so long, yet he hadn't taught her any potion recipes. But she wasn't in a hurry because her proficiency in advanced alchemy was stuck. She knew the issue lay in her foundation, much like a chef learning to stir fry. Others explained each step clearly, but her skills were lacking. The slices weren't thin enough, the fire wasn't controlled properly, the stirring wasn't even. She followed each step, but each one was wrong. So, she learned whatever Hagrid taught her. She never expected such a big surprise. Yu-Chen had no intention of turning against him, but as that beta player said, they would still fight to the death on the battlefield in the future, yet Hagrid would always be her teacher. After finishing breakfast with a drink, Hagrid curiously picked up a cigarette nearby. She wasn't stupid, so she sniffed and examined it before igniting it with fire magic, taking a puff. The next moment, the 2 eyeballs of the female undead lit up. Without exaggeration, at that moment, Yu-Chen felt that Hagrid's dark circles had significantly lightened. Hagrid tapped the cigarette box with her fingers and said in a hoarse voice, "From now on, tuition fees will be paid with this." A thought flashed through Yu-Chen's mind. She really indulged in smoking and drinking in private. She asked, "Do you still want the drink?" Hagrid replied, "Both, bring them." Yu-Chen said, "Okay." How could corrupting the minds of talented individuals from other races with smoking and drinking not be considered a meritorious act? Today's class was a bit long. 55 minutes had passed and it wasn't over yet. Yu-Chen couldn't bear to leave when she heard the most crucial part. She cleverly turned into a chubby orange and white cat squatting at Hagrid's feet. This cat's form was the fattest cat she had encountered in the backyard recently. Although being that fat was unhealthy for a cat, it looked truly adorable. Hagrid glanced down at her, paused, and continued, "After grinding the lionfish bones into fine powder, it's best to gently heat them with the residual warmth of fire. Only 3 drops of pandolin bile are needed. If you accidentally drop more, it's okay. I've mentioned this knowledge point before. What do you do if you drop too much? Answer me. Yu-Chen. I see you're deliberately making it difficult for the cat. Meow. Neutralize its toxicity with moon spirit flower juice." She really tried to answer seriously, but all that came out was a meow, and she couldn't help it. Surprisingly, Hagrid seemed to understand. She nodded, took a drag from the cigarette between her fingers, and said, "Not bad." Yu-Chen. After turning into a cat, Yu-Chen didn't rush to leave. Hagrid was willing to teach as long as she wanted to listen. Whether it was because the cigarettes today put her in a good mood or because the chubby orange and white cat was too cute, Hagrid patiently explained each step of the potion-making process, from techniques to principles. The little undead on the side would come over to listen after entertaining guests, and Hagrid wouldn't rush her. At noon, while Hagrid was eating, Yu-Chen hurriedly returned to Blue Star. Taking advantage of Hagrid's good mood that day, she was determined to learn as much as she could. She rushed out of her house, drove to the Yu-Chen villa, and snatched all 5 good cigarettes from Yu-Qingshan. Yu-Qingshan wasn't home, only Ichogwa was there. Curiously, she asked, "What are you doing?" Yu-Chen replied, "Networking, buying medicine. I just helped the Sue family buy 2,000 bottles of potions and settled the Lin family's matter. Give me these 5 cigarettes, I need them urgently." Ichogwa not only agreed but also pointed to another cabinet and said, "There are 2 more there." Yu-Chen, Mom's influence is truly vast. After saying that, she took those 2 as well. Returning to Zealand Star once again, Yu-Chen took out 2 packs of cigarettes and placed them on the table. With these 2 packs of cigarettes, Yu-Chen studied all day, feeling dizzy and disoriented in class until the alchemy shop closed. Hagrid pinched the back of her neck, turned her into a cat, and threw her out. Only then did today's class come to an end. Yu Chen returned to Blue Star at 9 p.m. She reluctantly added some meat soup from her game backpack to the backyard cats, then went to bed after freshening up. Studying is 100 times more tiring than killing monsters, she said. The next day when Yu Chen woke up, she felt a bit disoriented. Her schedule had been flipped upside down these past few days, and she realized it was already the 24th. Opening her friend list, ignoring friend requests from strangers, she checked the message from Sue-Liang. Despite his occasional eccentricities, his messages were always important, and she couldn't afford to miss them. Sue-Liang, can you still exchange for gold coins? We still need gold coins, and we'll give you a 1% cut. Yu Chen can't exchange anymore. She had thought that exchanging 20 gold coins for 36 main cities would be more than enough, but in reality, the goblins didn't have that much savings. Bill was already the wealthiest goblin, and although they could make gold coins, just like the alchemy she had learned, there were limitations to the gold coins they could make for themselves privately. If it weren't for Yu Chen's exchange rate allowing them to profit from the gold price difference, they wouldn't exchange at all. She had almost run her legs off to exchange those 20 gold coins, visiting 27 main cities and nearly 1,000 goblins. Yu Chen calculated that she had emptied the goblins of 27 main cities, leaving only 7 main cities whose goblins she hadn't met yet. It would be a waste of time to visit each one individually, especially when she needed to keep an eye on the Sue family. The undead spider in the Sue family had already overheard their recent gold acquisitions, and she was planning some mischief. Furthermore, once she had more gold reserves, she would need to find goblins to exchange with. If the remaining goblins were emptied by the Special Affairs Bureau, where would she go in the future? Even though she could take a higher cut, 1% was the limit. Any more would easily lead to trouble. Although she was greedy, her greatest strength was knowing when to restrain herself. Yu Chen, it's the limit. Even if you let me take 10% or 20%, I still can't exchange recently. According to the contract, I will tell you how to exchange gold coins in a year, and then you can do it yourselves. But right now, I really can't exchange anymore. Sue-Liang read Yu Chen's reply aloud to the others in the meeting room and said, "It seems like it really is the limit." A middle-aged man sitting across from her frowned and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that she doesn't want to exchange with us? After all, she can do it herself." Sue-Liang replied, "That possibility cannot be ruled out. Before cooperating with us, she earned a batch of gold through her divine talent, but not much. She only started collecting gold later on." Another person chimed in, "Could she be the player at the top of the wealth rankings?" The top 10 on the wealth rankings were quite exaggerated, especially the first place with over 30,000 gold coins, more than what the Special Affairs Bureau had. He was more inclined to think that this person belonged to a major faction and asked casually. Sue-Liang thought of Yu Chen's meticulous appearance. "It's unlikely." The middle-aged man suggested, "Ask her if she's selling her gold coins." 20 gold coins were a huge sum that an individual could never spend in a lifetime, but for the entire Huaxia, it was just a drop in the bucket. Sue-Liang, are you selling your gold coins? Yu Chen, do you have something more valuable than gold coins? Sue-Liang, the trust of the motherland. Yu Chen, if you keep this up, I'll block you. Sue-Liang, really not selling? Yu Chen sensed Sue-Liang's urgency. It seemed that the pressure on the Special Affairs Bureau was indeed significant after the game arrived. She rummaged through her bag, picking out the things she had made while leveling up her engineering skills. Yu Chen, I used all my gold coins to level up my professional skills. Exquisite Hunting Rifle 400, Explosive Pack 3A3, Scope 500, Inferior Hunting Rifle 700, Landmine 1000. Scopes can increase accuracy when attached to firearms, while landmines and explosive packs are group attack disposable items. As for the two types of rifles, the Exquisite Hunting Rifle requires level 2, while the Inferior Hunting Rifle can be used at level 0. These were all crafted during the early stages of engineering in the game, progressing through a time-consuming process of 1 item per second in-game, which would take at least half an hour in reality. Yu Chen, want them? I can sell them to you without taking any gold coins for the trust of our country. Sue-Liang, why are all the quantities whole numbers except for the explosive packs? Yu Chen, mind your own business. Sue-Liang, alright, how much for all these packages? Although these are low-level weapons easily obtainable at the auction house, if they can be purchased without using in-game currency, it would be quite a bargain. Yu Chen, take a look and decide. She also wanted to test the attitude of the Special Affairs Bureau. If they accepted these items in exchange for the trust of our country, she would carefully consider future collaborations with them. She understood the bureaus need to collect resources from players for the greater good, but doing so transparently and with mutual consent was one thing, receiving items for free was another. If the Bureau acted fairly, there might be future opportunities, but if not. After Yu Chen finished speaking, she sent the items she had been neglecting to deal with. Although these were low-level items for levels 0 to 2, if sold at the auction house, they could fetch a sum of 600 to 700 gold coins. Zhao Shuang, who had handled many valuable items worth hundreds or thousands of gold coins, did not consider these items useless junk. On the contrary, these were exactly what she needed now. After handing over these boxes of weapons to her colleague, Yu Chen sent something to Zhao Shuang. The others in the meeting room had no objections. Yu Chen's brilliance was undeniable, and her friendly attitude towards the Bureau naturally garnered reciprocal gestures. Yu Chen looked at the small dragon-shaped coin in her hand, the Huaxia contribution point. Its material was indiscernible, but clearly not something easily replicated. She emptied the bag of these coins, totaling 5. She had heard of these items in her past life but had never seen them. It was said that within the official circles, these dragon-shaped coins could be used as currency. Legendary-grade equipment or items obtained during official team raids could only be bid on using contribution points, not gold coins. Contribution points were non-transferable and meticulously recorded within the official circles. It was rumored that the Su family had collaborated with the officials several times. Even if one wanted to purchase good items with gold coins, it was impossible. Yu Xuanhuan had complained a few times, claiming that the Bureau lacked vision. An organization criticized by Yu Xuanhuan must be virtuous. Although she was unsure of the value of these coins, Yu Chen decided to keep them safe. She then took out several large storage boxes filled with items to improve cooking proficiency, mostly rated around 65 points. These items neither doubled the effects of food nor increased attribute points for the consumer. They wouldn't fetch much money either, as people on Zealand Star rarely visited the auction house to buy food. The main city was filled with restaurants. In the real world, it was even less necessary, as people preferred to spend money on potions or equipment. She first selected the food she and her cat loved, then distributed the rest to Zhao Shuang. Yu Chen, crispy spider legs, tender wolf ribs, mysterious medley, crispy meat wings, fantasy wheat beer, mixed stew. Zhao Shuang? Yu Chen, I've given them all to you. Zhao Shuang had received them all, looking at the 7 large storage boxes. The staff quickly counted 1258 dishes, including various attributes, leaving her in silence. Zhao Shuang, I am a senior special envoy of the Special Affairs Bureau, not a grocery store. Yu Chen, you guys don't want it, then take it back. Yu Chen did not receive the returned goods but got 3 dragon-shaped coins instead. As the saying goes, they do not refuse those who bring strategic resources that can be obtained without using game currency. They will not overlook these small transactions just because they are cultivating professional talents capable of mass-producing equipment. In fact, there are dozens of trading partners like Yu Chen, some specializing in leatherworking, some in tailoring, with over 1,000 here and over 1,000 there, adding up to a considerable number, saving tens of thousands of gold coins. Moreover, they did not deceive these people. The dragon-shaped coins indeed represent the official attitude, not just empty promises. In the future, apart from internal personnel, these individuals will undoubtedly be given priority for any good opportunities. Ever since selling 1,000 belts to the Su family, Yu Chen has been closely monitoring the Su family's movements. Not only did she place undead spiders in the Su family, but she also placed them in Yu Xuanhuan's studio and car. Although she was unsure of the Su family's detection skills or tools' level of detail, due to the spiders' small size, the information on their heads was also small, about the size of the smallest letter on an eye chart. Tucked away in a corner, they were practically invisible. Furthermore, Yu Chen's Soros pocket watch could modify personal panel information, a manipulation item that belonged to her, so she could naturally repair it. Thus, the information on these undead spiders became, Decay Spider, Health, 1/1, Controller, Yu Xuanhuan. If they were not discovered, that was fine, but if they were, it could be considered a surprise left for Yu Xuanhuan. On January 24th, the 3rd day of the game's arrival, the entire Blue Star had already undergone earth-shattering changes. Everyone seemed to be in a rush, and all topics were related to the game. Even if you went out for breakfast, the topics you heard were divine talents, game, superpowers, equipment, and so on. The beginning of the new century meant a major reshuffle. Being one step ahead could lead to great success, while falling behind even slightly might mean never catching up. In fact, after the second closed beta, not only the Su family but many other families had already begun preparations, acquiring game-related items. However, at that time, players were still scarce, most of them were hiding, reluctant to show themselves, and even the Su family only found a few hundred, with few willing to trade. After the 3rd closed beta, these families' actions became even more significant, recruiting players, gathering information, and so on. However, changing the course of an industry was not something that could be done in a few months just by following procedures. Moreover, those capable of taking over were all well-informed individuals who knew that a change was coming. Those unaware of these developments were also incapable of taking over the Sue family's assets. It was quite awkward. The Sue family had a solid foundation, even after being robbed of over 4,000 gold bricks, which was less than half of their reserves. It was enough for them to develop for a long time. However, whether it was the trade of belts and potions or the route with Yu Chen and the Special Affairs Bureau, they did not accept cash transactions, only accepting gold. This made the Sue family realize the importance of gold. In the past half-month, they not only used a large amount of liquid funds to purchase gold but also directly discounted and sold some industries, only accepting gold or equipment trades. Now, 100 pieces of green equipment could exchange for a property in S City owned by the Sue family. Yuchen heard from the undead spider that Sue-Liang warned Sue-Beige to be careful of enemies in the dark. You personally go for this batch of gold, but bring another 20 people with you privately. Go for the handover together, each person carrying a portion, spreading out, not gathering together to avoid being caught in one fell swoop. She couldn't help but sigh, truly cautious. She was indeed planning to catch them all in one fell swoop. Even if it was Sue-Beige, she was confident in directly killing him. After hearing the news, Yu Chen immediately cancelled all her plans for the day. She stayed at home refining potions while keeping an eye on the movements of the little spider in her mind. Upon hearing Sue-Liang's arrangement, she directly controlled the little spider out of the Sue family's main building and hid in the bushes. The Sue family was good in this aspect. They conducted excellent employee training. When the young master needed to go out, the driver was already waiting outside early with the car running. Otherwise, did they expect Sue-Beige to stand at the door like waiting for a ride-hailing service? Seeing the cars, the little spider climbed onto the one in the middle. At the same time, the one hidden in Yu Xuanwan's car also crawled out and randomly chose a car to climb into. Yu Chen couldn't be sure which car Sue-Beige would ride in, but since the gold would be brought in batches, it didn't matter who she chose. Illicit deals were always arranged in remote corners late at night. The Sue family's gold exchange was lively and grand, set in the Sue family restaurant in the city center, during the busiest time of noon. On the 24th at noon, Yu Chen entered the safe house, took out a wooden bow, softly shot 6 arrows into a corner, then used her disguise skill to transform into a skinny old lady. Anticipating a high probability of direct confrontation today, she even used Soros' pocket watch to change her ID to Wang Er. After using the illusion spell, she shifted to the back kitchen of the Sue family restaurant in City S. Sue-Beige and his group were discussing matters on the second floor. It was bustling with people here, and even if no one investigated, the little spider could easily be crushed. It was better to stay in the car and continue monitoring their movements, preferably taking a ride-sharing service back to the Sue family. Yu Chen didn't go upstairs but went to the garage, standing by Sue-Beige's exclusive parking spot, patiently waiting. She occasionally drank mana potions or coffee to replenish her mana, maintaining the illusion spell. Half an hour later, Sue-Beige and his entourage came down. Yu Chen was stunned to see so many people. It was like just after a concert, densely packed with people. Weren't there only 17 players leaving? Nearly 100 people surrounded Sue-Beige as they entered the parking lot. She was amazed. How much gold did they exchange? The group dispersed in the underground garage, with 4 people boarding each car. The scene was grand, as if a convoy would drive out of the underground garage in a grand manner. Although they were dispersed, they were not completely separated. If one car had an issue, the others could quickly converge, and the person who acted couldn't immediately determine who had the gold. Despite Sue-Beige setting off smoke bombs, she managed to recognize 2 of his confidants among the group. They were also among the 17 players who had left the estate, walking on the outer perimeter towards 2 adjacent cars. Just as they were about to split up, Yu Chen walked up to the 2, suddenly pulled out an exquisite pistol, and aimed it at one person's temple, firing a shot. She had accumulated 6 normal attacks in the safe house before coming, and this was the 7th shot, guaranteed to be a critical hit under the marksman talent. Moreover, with her significantly higher attributes, the person's head exploded directly from the shot. She fired several shots at the other person's head and heart, without even looking up, then threw 2 grenades towards the crowded area of the garage. She crouched down to search the first victim's game backpack. Although it was well hidden, having survived for an additional 3 years, she knew the few styles of player backpacks and where they could be hidden. Soon, she found the game backpack hidden inside the clothes. She grabbed it and stuffed it into her messenger bag. By this time, the other person's health was also running low. The 2 grenades she had thrown made the group of players stop all actions to find cover. However, after a few seconds passed and the grenades didn't explode, they realized they had been tricked and started to attack again. The air was filled with curses and shouts. Yu Chen had already started searching for the second body. This time, she didn't pull out a grenade but instead took out a handful of silver coins and threw them over. With her left hand feeling the corpse and her right hand scattering coins, she repeated this 3 times before stopping when she found the game backpack. At this point, the players were not yet so loyal to the Sue family, and silver coins were a rare sight. In a dungeon, one would only get a few dozen silver coins, and the Sue family wanted the big share. The other party didn't know who they were dealing with, so Yu Chen kept scattering coins. Almost a third of the people immediately crouched down to pick up the silver coins, while another third hesitated. With just this brief delay, the main force was held back for 2 seconds. The second game backpack was obtained, and Yu Chen quickly stuffed it into her own bag before running out. With an agility of 52, her skills were so advanced that not even a trace could be found, except for a soundwave type attack that hit her, interrupting her illusion spell but only causing a loss of over 20 health points. Sue-Liang watched helplessly as the person appeared and ended up killing 2 people. All he saw was the figure's back, a swift elderly lady with white hair. This obvious disguise felt like a slap in the face to him, and the fact that his group of people couldn't even keep up with one person was infuriating. He closed his eyes, his chest heaving heavily, wanting to curse at them, but times had changed. Everyone was a player now, and until he could overpower them, he couldn't insult them like dogs. The 2 deceased were quickly brought over, and Sue-Liang's eyes reddened as he stared at the 2 bodies. Just by their clothes and figures, he recognized them as his trusted aides, meaning there was gold in their game backpacks. However, it wasn't the time to mourn their passing. The departing individuals might return, so he suppressed the urge to roar and immediately commanded, "Let's go." Sue-Liang almost raced back to the Sue family manor with his group, swiftly storing all the gold. The Sue family's treasury was now the safest place for them. Their development had been hindered by the need to protect this place. It not only housed reconnaissance, surveillance, marking, and tracking tools but was also lined with an electric grid, accessible only to a few select members of the Sue family. This was not just their treasure trove but also their safe house. After running out of the Sue family tavern, Yu Chen drank an invisibility potion and then sprinted to a crowded area before using her phantom shift ability to reach the sea. Her disguise skill was on cooldown, otherwise, she could have gone to the Zealand Star. Sometimes NPCs passed through the underground storage of the Dark City, and she couldn't risk exposing the fact that Blue Star people could operate on the Zealand Star, not even a tiny possibility. After taking a bath in the sea, she moved to the shore, changed clothes, used a clean slate spell on herself, and then phantom shifted back to the city center, transforming into a 3-colored cat and blending into the crowd. While investigating the information on Sue-Liang's group, she had seen several tracking talents among them, some based on blood tracking and others on scent tracking. To be safe, she needed to get rid of any scent on her. Considering the skills of that person, she couldn't return for at least 6 hours. She also wandered near the official library base and even spent 5 minutes watching 2 cats fight in a corner. It wasn't that she was idle, the reason the 2 cats fought was to win her favor. She glanced at her own 3-colored fur. Ah, so charming? Well, it did feel quite enjoyable. As soon as her disguise cooldown ended, Yu Chen transformed into a goblin and headed to the Zealand Star. She ran into the sewers of the Dark City and finally dared to take out the 2 packages. The backpacks were not large, one with 6 slots and the other with 4. She took out the stacked metal boxes, each equipped with modern instruments. Although she didn't recognize them, whether it was for positioning or shooting, they were all 100% ineffective on Zealand Star. There was no network here, but as she leaned in closer, she could smell the tracking potion. She used a dagger to pry open the lock, and was dazzled by the golden light that shone into her eyes. Feeling the gold bricks, she discovered the scent of the tracking potion on them as well. How cunning! She took out each gold brick one by one and found that each one had the scent of the potion. She didn't dare to put them in her own backpack. She counted them. There were a total of 10 boxes of gold bricks, each box containing 1,000 caddies of gold. In total, there were 10,000 caddies of gold. Calculating it, she now had over 12,000 caddies of gold, all thanks to the Sue family's gift. Ha ha ha! Yu Chen wasn't short of money, but she lacked morals. Thinking of Sue-Liang's incredulous and angry face at the time, she couldn't help but laugh. What's more, the pain didn't end there. Gold was valuable because it could be exchanged for coins by goblins in the later stages. However, goblins returning to Blue Star to exchange gold for coins was a thing of the past. In this life, the goblins had almost emptied their coins, and it was uncertain if they would return to Blue Star. With so much gold, it was uncertain if it would have the same industrial value as before. This was why she was willing to take a loss to exchange equipment and potions for the Sue family, to facilitate their gold exchange. She didn't have the corresponding potion to remove the tracking potion, but she had studied the formula. With intermediate alchemy skills, Yuchen put the gold bricks into the backpacks of those two people and carried them to the alchemy shop. She gave half a pack of cigarettes to Hagrid, borrowed his crucible to refine dozens of bottles of potion, bought a pot at the tavern, returned to the sewer, poured the potion into the pot, and meticulously cleaned each gold brick inside. What she lacked the least was storage boxes. She neatly arranged these gold bricks in her own storage box, then took the metal boxes to the wilderness. After a few explosive arrows, everything was blown to pieces. She shoveled all the fragments into a bucket, poured in some fresh flesh and blood, mixed it, and brought it to the spiders' territory as an extra meal for them. After doing all this, Yuchen lightly applied a layer of pungent-smelling potion on herself before returning to the safe house. Yuchen was busy all day, while Yusinhuan wasn't feeling well. The Su family was probably up to something big again today, and Sui-Tong was busy as well. Taking advantage of this, he went to his studio to meet Yuqing Shan, giving him a vial of his own blood to investigate. He was cautious and didn't say it was his own blood, but mentioned that there was a strange brother in the studio recently, always avoiding them, looking guilty, and his vitality was a bit off, so he wanted to investigate. When Yuchen returned from Zaylan Star, Yusunhuan had already received the test results and finally knew what the unknown curse was. It turned out to be AIZ. Sitting on the sofa in the Yu family villa, when he saw the results, Yusinhuan was extremely grateful that he had been cautious not to say that the blood was his own. He was worried that Yuqing Shan would give up on him. So, even though he was terrified, he still had to pretend to be calm. He really didn't know what was going on. When he saw the test results, his first reaction was that they were fake. He had Yuqing Shan go to another hospital to check again. Goodness gracious, it's still AI. Yusunhuan's private life was really not chaotic. Handsome and wealthy, how could he casually be with any girl? Sui-Tong was his first woman, and although he had suspicions about her, before their engagement, both he and Sui-Tong had undergone premarital examinations and were healthy. Especially him, he had almost every test done. Otherwise, how could Sui-Tong allow him to touch her? He thought it over and the most likely scenario was that he got infected during the surgery at the Black Clinic after being cut. It must be so, it can only be so. But if he got infected back then, would Sui-Tong be infected by him? Yu Xuanhuan broke out in a cold sweat, his body even starting to tremble slightly from fear. He couldn't even bear to think about what would happen if the Su family found out that Sui-Tong had been infected by him with this disease. His fate would be worse than death. The Su family didn't even have time to care about where Yu Xuanhuan had gone. They were busy being furious about losing another 10,000 caddies of gold. They wanted to have it delivered directly, but the buyers were not fools. The situation in the world was obviously chaotic now, and if the goods were lost on the way, whose responsibility would it be? It was convenient that these big families didn't trust the authorities, unwilling to go through official channels. Leaving the goods with others was not as safe as leaving them here. What if they were requisitioned? It was not impossible. In emergencies, the first to be slaughtered were the big households. If the goods were not in your hands, you had to donate. The Su family had already been very cautious, using all kinds of means for transportation and tracking before proceeding with this transaction. They couldn't possibly have them carry hundreds of caddies back home like small vendors, could they? After hearing the whole story, Su Langfeng didn't scold Su Beige but said, "There's a mole in the house, go investigate." Of course, the investigation would focus on outsiders in the house. Who were the outsiders? Branches were considered outsiders, those without blood relations were considered outsiders, and those married out were also considered outsiders. In order not to become an outsider to both the Su family and the husband's family, Sui-Tong chose to marry into the family, making Yu Xuanhuan naturally become the outsider. He had a motive, but he was quickly ruled out because he hadn't been involved in any major Su family matters recently, and he had been busy with the Lin family's affairs before. In the past few days, Sui-Tong's people had been keeping an eye on him, worried that he might have obtained some Class A items and lost them again. Yu Xuanhuan's whereabouts today were also very clear. He was at his studio when the incident happened and then returned to the Yu family. The Su family began screening and cleaning up. Upon hearing this news, Yu Qin controlled a small spider to crawl into the pool and be washed away through the pipeline. It was best not to expose this method if possible, as there would be plenty of opportunities to use it in the future. Yu Chen had just finished making dinner for herself and the backyard cats when the doorbell rang. She pressed the tattoo on her chest, retrieved the cat's nest, and then went to open the door. Outside stood three ominous figures, Laoingbi, Xiaoingbi, and Benbi. Yu Qingshan's face was somewhat solemn, but he had been like that recently. He Chogwa still had the appearance of a cheerful and mature woman, while Yu Xuanhuan's smile was no different from before, well, no different from after losing 9 cm, both showing vulnerability. She welcomed them in with a smile. "Have you eaten?" There wasn't much to tidy up on the table, not a single dish scored over 80 points. She was already planning to find a cooking teacher on Zealand Star in a while. Dad, why do you always look so worried lately? Come, have a seat, I'll go add a few more dishes for you. With that, she went straight into the kitchen, showing an attitude as if she didn't consider them guests. The others entered the house on their own. Yu Qingshan complained that Yu Chen had taken his good cigarettes while he was away. Ichogwa changed her shoes and went to the backyard to play with the cats. This was great material for the circle of friends, a rich woman beloved by small animals. Yu Xuanhuan tried to help in the kitchen but was chased out by Yu Chen. Since when did you know how to cook? Oh right. Forgot about the game. Did you learn from the game? Go out, if you're free, help me clean up the cat poop in the backyard. The ingredients here were all Yu Chen's, so even if Yu Xuanhuan cooked, it wouldn't be considered freeloading for others. Besides, he hadn't thought about making a move on Yu Chen again recently. He obediently went to the backyard to clean up the poop. During the meal, Yu Xuanhuan was always absent-minded. Yu Chen still didn't avoid the dishes Yu Xuanhuan had touched when picking food. However, midway through, Ichogwa accidentally choked on chile and her drink happened to be finished. Hurriedly looking for water, Yu Xuanhuan gave her his red wine. Ichogwa glanced at it and instinctively pushed it away. In that moment, Yu Xuanhuan's expression turned terribly dark. Yu Chen observed the whole scene and knew that Ichogwa pushed away the drink because she didn't like dry red wine. Yu Xuanhuan's reaction was interesting. She noted it in her heart, not dwelling on it for long, and immediately took out a cup of juice from her game backpack and handed it to Ichogwa. By the time Ichogwa recovered, Yu Xuanhuan's expression had returned to normal. Sensing that Yu Xuanhuan probably knew what her curse was, Yu Chen enjoyed the meal even more. After eating, she took out 9 bottles of basic healing potions and gave 3 to each person. Yu Chen, I recently acquired some materials and made these myself. Here, take them. Ichogwa happily accepted the potions, exclaiming, these are in high demand now. You can't even buy them with money. Yu Qingshan also relaxed his brows, looking affectionately at Yu Chen. Yu Chen then took out 2 extra bottles and pushed them in front of Yu Xuanhuan, saying to Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa, don't say I'm biased. Although the Su family has bought a lot of potions, they might not prioritize giving them to him. He might enter a dungeon at any time. You've heard how dangerous dungeons can be, right? Both of them nodded. Of course, we don't go anywhere, so we don't need them. While they said that, Ichogwa had already started taking pictures for her social circle. Yu Xuanhuan received 5 bottles of potions, looking at Yu Chen gratefully and thanked her. However, he felt calm inside because he didn't lack these things. He was lucky, even though he focused all his energy on planning for that evil eye, he always received many good things. He not only had a complete set of equipment but also crafted rings and necklaces for himself using gemstones. He had stocked over 100 potions. Unlike Sue-Liang, who had nearly 1,000 followers, he only had a few people in his studio. However, Yu Chen's words reminded him that he was also an alchemy expert. There were so many recipes in alchemy, and even though he only learned the basics, there might be one that could remove curses. He immediately opened the list and soon found a recipe called Basic Vitality Potion, which could remove various minor negative effects. He asked, sis, do you have any basic vitality potions? Yu Chen did have them, but she wasn't sure if they could cure Yu Xuanhuan's unknown curse. No, she explained, I've been focusing on collecting materials for healing potions. Yu Xuanhuan pleaded, sis, can you help me find the materials for the vitality potion? Yu Chen readily agreed, sure, no problem. She pretended to check the recipe in front of Yu Xuanhuan, so it's vital root, cauliflower, lion bone fish, and octopus heart, right? I'll help you find them. Yu Xuanhuan breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even realize how much he trusted Yu Chen now. He not only trusted her abilities but also believed that if she said she would help him, she would. He took out a bluebird tail ring he had crafted using gem processing from his backpack and handed it to Yu Chen. Sis, this is for you. Consider it a belated New Year's gift. I made it myself. He didn't show favoritism and gave Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa each a similar high-quality ring. The items were excellent, adding 4 attribute points. Yu Chen's ring added 2 points to her constitution and 2 points to her agility. She put it on directly, feeling like she had gained something. She wondered if Yu Xuanhuan had noticed the subtle shift in their interactions, where Yu Chen only needed to give a little to receive more each time. The family was harmonious and warm. After seeing off the person, Yu Chen concealed herself and used her phantom shift ability to move to the home of the patient from whom she had extracted dirty blood before. She fainted on the ground, and through her exploration skill, she noticed 2 fresh blood drops next to the person's ID. Unknown curse 2, all healing effects reduced by 10%, health cannot regenerate automatically and the maximum is permanently reduced by 5%, contagious, she directly drew a tube of the person's blood, planning to take it to Zealand Star tomorrow to give to Hecuba for research. Her mentor would surely be pleased. Yu Chen's blood draw was not in vain. She used a bottle of basic healing potion to restore the person's health to full and even left a piece of green equipment that she had obtained from a troll as a token of gratitude for the blood. On the 25th, the fourth day of the game invasion, Yu Chen, who rarely slept and woke up early, first went to Zealand Star, delivered the blood to Hecuba, explained the curse, especially emphasizing its contagious nature. Hecuba's face lit up with a look of discovery as she took the blood into the laboratory and handed Yu Chen a thin notebook before leaving, containing some alchemical insights. Yu Chen knew she probably wouldn't attend class today. She went straight back to Blue Star, entered the instance dungeon, and leveled up successfully to level 1 in the morning. It was when she reached level 1 that she received a notification. Player detected entering the top 100 levels. Do you want to hide your name? She chose not to. Then she saw her name appear at the end of the level list. Yu Chen level 16%. The person ranked first was also at level 1, but their percentage was already over 80, likely someone from the Special Affairs Bureau, as although the avatars had to be of the players themselves, they could be decorated, and these avatars all had a small golden dragon symbol in the top right corner. So secretive, undoubtedly the Special Affairs Bureau. In the future, she would definitely go to the Su family for dungeon raids. Hiding her level had no meaning, and she wasn't worried about Yu Xuanhuan or the Su family noticing her leveling speed. To maintain equality, relying solely on the deterrence of the Special Affairs Bureau was not enough. She needed to have her own strength. As for why she was leveling up so fast, she could just blame it on the Special Affairs Bureau. When she asked Yu Xuanhuan and the others in her past life why they leveled up so quickly, they didn't tell her either, did they? Just as she was thinking about the Su family, she received a private message from Sue-Liang. They wanted to buy some basic healing potions. Yu Chen, it's hard to come by. I've already used up all my favors last time. Sue-Liang, the price is negotiable. Yu Chen, I heard that many hospitals already have pills and injections that can increase health points, and the prices are quite fair. Sue-Liang, those are limited. Even though she had experienced it once in her past life, Yu Chen couldn't help but admire the thoroughness of the Special Affairs Bureau, preventing the wealthy and powerful from snatching these life-saving items from ordinary people. She had survived the most difficult times in her past life thanks to these items. Although increasing health points was not as effective as basic healing potions, even the injection that increased the most health points required her to administer it herself to gain 50 health points. However, Yu Chen had no intention of selling anything to the Su family recently. After selling 3,000 bottles of potions and 1,000 belts, she had made money, deceived the Su family of their gold, and buried her animosity towards them even deeper. If she continued selling to them, she would truly become their enemy. She planned to obtain some parts of Sue-Liang or Yu Xuanhuan next month to mend her psychological trauma. Yu Chen, I really can't help you anymore. Some matters involve contracts, and I can't say anything, but you can try looking for someone from the Special Affairs Bureau. Sue-Liang, Xuanhuan said you can make medicine yourself? Yu Chen, yes, if you have the materials, I can help you make them. 11 materials for 10 potions. Sue-Liang, what about equipment? Do you have any left? Yu Chen, I have some, but they're not much cheaper than the auction house, and I can only find you 3 or 4 pieces at most. Sue-Liang fell completely silent. There were quite a lot of things in the auction house, but the prices were chaotic. Moreover, the currency used in the auction house was the gold, silver, and copper coins of the Zealand Star. Just like the price of 100,000 to exchange for a gold coin that Yu Qingshan heard during the initial testing period, now everyone was shouting prices, hoping that wealthy people with no shortage of money would place orders. A small green equipment that only added a few attribute points started at 50 gold coins. People with brains wouldn't buy it, and those without brains couldn't afford it. With this in mind, Yu Chen also put up the F-grade, Mars Art, she had revealed today, priced at 199 gold coins. She suddenly understood those who were shouting random prices. Maybe there really were some suckers? Anyway, she didn't need it now. After putting up Mars Art, Yu Chen instantly received many private messages from strangers. Not only that, she also started receiving messages from some people on her phone, including people she knew from her previous entertainment circle days, actors she had worked with, and people from entertainment companies. Yu Chen suddenly slapped her thigh. Oh, she almost forgot about someone, Lu Zhanglu. She couldn't kill him before, but now she could. People were dying every day now, so what if she added one more? Alchemy had this advantage. There were all kinds of potions. She took out a bottle of poison brewed with intermediate alchemy, causing a loss of 10 health points per minute for 10 minutes. She applied a layer to her dagger, then drank an invisibility potion and shifted to Lu Jinliu's house. At that moment, he was on the phone discussing the purchase of basic healing potions. She circled behind him, lightly cutting his neck with the poison dagger, then quickly stepped back. The dagger was extremely sharp, and even though the wound was shallow and Yu Chen's movements were fast, Lu Zhanglu still felt a moment of pain. She touched her neck, her fingers stained with the now purplish-black blood. She opened the character panel and was horrified to find she had acquired a new status. Poisoned, decreases 10 health points per minute for 10 minutes. Lu Zhanglu had only become a player a few days ago with a total health of only 100 points. Extremely terrified, she tremblingly picked up the phone again, frantically trying to buy basic healing potions. At the same time, she grabbed a kitchen knife and started waving it around. Yu Chen watched quietly. This was her moment of revenge. 10 minutes passed, and she watched Lu Zhanglu go from fear to pleading, then to cursing in anger, and finally to despair when she couldn't find the medicine. She searched every corner of her house, trying to find the person hiding in the shadows. When she realized her health could still recover automatically, hope ignited within her. Even if it was only 5 points per minute, she could make it through. 10 minutes later, the poison wore off. Lu Zhengliu's face was covered in sweat and tears as she lay on the ground, laughing hysterically. She had survived. However, the next moment, a wound appeared on her arm, and the blood quickly turned from bright red to purplish black. She screamed in horror. Yu Chen resisted the urge to reveal herself. She finally understood why Yu Xuanhuan had come out in the last moments of her previous life. The feeling of playing with someone from the shadows without them knowing who you were was truly heart-wrenching, making one unable to resist coming out to decrypt it for them. But she held back. There was no need. What if Lu Zhanglu also experienced rebirth? Yu Chen never showed herself throughout the ordeal. After Lu Zhengliu's death, she threw her body into a box, packed it into her game backpack, and then went to the seaside. There was a dungeon here, and she saw a few people walking towards her from a distance. She paid no attention and entered the dungeon. After walking for a few minutes, she casually threw the box containing the body into a pile of level 8 monsters and left. On her way back, she stopped by Yu Xuanhuan's studio. There, she saw Yi Dong crying while holding her bald, armless figurine. She used her probe on the bald, armless figurine. The god of otaku, contract item, incomplete, born out of the love and faith of its master, willing to fight for the master. Master, Yi Dong level 0 strength, 1 constitution, 6 intelligence, 8 agility, 9 Yu Chen almost burst out laughing. This HEA warrior who was extremely close to Yi Dong in his past life, combined with Yi Dong, could use shouting to give orders to teammates or contract items. The killing power of one person and one pet was no less than S level. Nowadays, she walked into the bedroom again and saw Lin Xingze lying on the bed. His eyes were covered with gauze, and the gauze slightly sank inward at the eye sockets, empty inside. I wonder if he could still see his talent even if he was blind. Breath of Winter, S level, skill 1 you are winter, passive all your skills will come with frost damage, with a 10% chance to freeze enemies. Skill 2 Winter Drink, passive when consuming S level ice-based cuisine, you have a 4% chance to comprehend ice-based skills. This passive skill only triggers the first time you consume S level ice-based cuisine each natural day. Skill 3 Breath of Winter, upon use, you will release the Breath of Winter, freezing all targets within a radius of 10 meters around you that you wish to freeze. Casting time is 2 seconds, consumes 10% mana, and has a cooldown of 30 minutes. Skill 4 Winter's Departure, Spring's Arrival, upon use, you can absorb frost energy to restore a certain amount of health. For every 10% health restored, 1% mana is consumed. Yu Chen was not the first to know about Lin Xingze's divine talent. After all, Lin Xingze's talent was exposed in his past life, and she was even frozen by the breath of winter. But Lin Xingze explained that he always thought of her every moment, leading to mistakes when using skills. As she looked, she felt a bit envious. Although the freezing time would vary due to the target's attributes, level, resistance, and other factors, high-level targets might only be frozen for 1 second. However, the strength of this skill lay in its ability to ignore level attributes. As long as the caster wished, they could freeze the opponent, and in critical moments, 1 second could determine life or death. None of these S-level divine talents were inferior to her own god of thieves, and some of the names sounded even better. Yu Chen hesitated for a moment. Unlike limbs or ears, eye props that could restore sight were not difficult to find. Although it was challenging to obtain an A-level magic eye, which could restore sight and grant 2 precious skills, it was easy to get a mechanical eye, achievable with intermediate engineering skills. This meant that Lin Xingze could potentially regain his sight at any time, and once his vision was restored, his S-level talent would ensure his rapid rise. Maybe it's better to kill him. Just as she was thinking this, the next second, all of Yu Chen's thoughts suddenly paused for a second. She stared at Lin Qing's figure, then took a step back, observing the person lying on the bed from a distance, considering the angle and his blindfolded state. She suddenly remembered the image she had seen using the divination stone. The person lying in the formation, deprived of talent by Yu Xuanhuan, wasn't that Lin Qing's? She felt a ridiculous sense of being played by fate for a moment. If she hadn't gouged out Lin Qing's eyes, with Lin Qing's divine talent and his combat skills, he would never have ended up in such a situation. Therefore, she was also an important part of that scene. What if she killed Lin Qing's now? Would Yu Xuanhuan choose another target for deprivation? After some consideration, Yu Chen abandoned the idea of killing Lin Qing's. Instead of changing fate and leading it into the unknown, she decided to stir up trouble. She wanted to investigate how Yu Xuanhuan deprived others of their divine talents and see if she could plot against him. If not, she could always come back to kill Lin Qing's and Yu Xuanhuan. As she walked out of the room, the feeling of being fooled by fate became even clearer. For a moment, she had the urge to go back and slaughter Lin Qing's and confront fate head-on. Forget it. Voldemort died like that back then, she shouldn't be so harsh. Yu Chen also investigated the innate talents of the other 3 people in the apartment, all very ordinary, probably soon to be eliminated by Yu Xuanhuan. She had never seen them in her past life. After dealing with Lin Qing's, realizing there was no more tobacco and alcohol at home, Yu Chen decided not to go home and went straight to the mall. She casually took out her phone from the game backpack. It had to be in there, constantly vibrating with messages pouring in. Someone even offered to trade their film and television resources for her Mars art skill book. She regretted not staying anonymous at that time. Maybe she was being too aloof. It was just an F-grade skill book, not worth it. After some thought, she took it off the shelves and relisted it with a sincere price, changing the Mars art buyout price to 19 gold, with a starting bid of 18 gold. This F-grade skill book would hardly sell at Ceylon Star Auction House, probably priced at 2 to 5 gold. After all, it could only cast a small fireball, not very powerful, almost like firing a gun. But to ordinary people, no matter how small, it was still magic. Even though everyone had innate talents, many were just means to become stronger, lacking attack skills themselves. At 19 gold, it was expensive, but still more reliable than a 50 gold green equipment. Currently, it was the cheapest skill in the auction house. Others were exorbitant, bidding 50 gold for equipment. They would double for skills. Yu Chen cleared out all the alcohol and cigarettes in the mall, just refused a passerby's request for an autograph when she received a system prompt that the Mars art had been sold. She happily took the money, easy money indeed. She decided that next time she discovered such a skill, she would sell it quickly. After a month or 2, people would be more aware and not fall for it again. But she never thought of going to Ceylon Star to buy and resell. Even though the auction house could be anonymous, she couldn't pass her own moral standards. Selling her own creations was one thing, but mass buying and selling, profiting from players, was not her style. If she needed money, she could just ask the Su family directly. Why bother with such methods? Making money and feeling good about it, that was perfect. Yu Chen carried the tobacco and alcohol she bought for Hufflepuff and went to Ceylon Star for class. Alchemy commonly used over 3,000 materials. Hufflepuff used to cover 10 in each class, from handling techniques to material properties. Only once, Yu Chen couldn't remember, but with her good memory and notes, she learned as much as Hufflepuff taught. Even a casual comment from Hufflepuff would be noted down in her notebook. This learning attitude pleased Hufflepuff. Although progress was slow, the more Yu Chen learned, the further she felt from mastering alchemy, but she enjoyed learning from another world. She treated Hufflepuff's classes as leisure time apart from revenge and leveling up. She attended classes in the morning, practiced in dungeons in the afternoon and evening, enjoying a few days of regular life. After just a few days of intense practice, she not only fully integrated the knowledge from her coach but also combined it with the skills she had grasped in her past life, now able to maneuver through 30 trolls without a scratch, relying solely on positioning. She was ready to clear this dungeon and try the one in the city center of her apartment, not because she was aloof, but because her attributes were already high. Upgrading to level 3 trolls was good, but they couldn't be her personal trainers anymore. On the 28th, Yu Chen received a message from Zhao Shuang. It was time to settle the crystal skill profits. Zhao Shuang, we've also purchased quite a few internally. You can choose to settle with contribution points or with gold coins. Yu Chen, how are contribution points calculated? Zhao Shuang, every 30 beads count as 1 contribution point for you. It's similar to the value in Yu Chen's mind. Last time when Zhao Shuang gave her contribution points, she calculated that the value of 1 contribution point is less than 100 gold coins, around 80 to 90 gold coins. At first glance, it seems like a loss, but contribution points also represent purchasing qualifications, so the significance is different. Yu Chen, What can contribution points buy? Zhao Shuang, there are many extremely precious skill crystals that can only be purchased with contribution points. Yu Chen, are mine not valuable enough? Zhao Shuang, a 6-hour hourly room and an annual rental room are not quite the same. Yu Chen realized that some skills can last for years. Yu Chen, can I see what items can be purchased with contribution points? Zhao Shuang, when your contribution points accumulate to 100 points, I will personally come to promote them to you. Yu Chen, alright, I want contribution points. Zhao Shuang, please check. Although the cooldown time for happiness again is only 5 hours and 4 minutes, Yu Chen's timing is not so precise. Basically, she crafts 4 skill crystals a day, sometimes diligently making 5 in 2 days, but with unstable routines, she may miss out. On average, she makes 4 a day, totaling 60 in half a month. However, her character has always been moderately lucky, and she needs the skills herself, so she won't hand them all over. Giving around 45 in half a month is sufficient, and she will keep the rest for future use on Yushu Yuan, which doesn't breach the agreement. Yu Chen opened the email and saw 2 dragon-shaped coins, 1 gold and 1 silver, 5 contribution points? Yu Chen, does we've also purchased quite a few internally mean that everything was bought by your internal team? Zhao Shuang, angle, degree, salute. You are the most important friend of our Special Affairs Bureau. Yu Chen, even if it's just a polite remark, you're not willing to add an always. Zhao Shuang, angle, degree, always salute. You are the most important friend of our Special Affairs Bureau. Yu Chen. She gave in. But what made her even more frustrated was that right after receiving the share sent by Zhao Shuang, Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuguo came over for dinner. They said it was for dinner, but the conversation revolved around her work for the Special Affairs Bureau. Yi Qiuguo, this fool, was being used as a pawn again. Halfway through the meal, he started asking her how much she earned, and even mentioned that Mars art book, suggesting she should sell it instead of keeping it for her family. Yu Chen helplessly said, for those potions I give you, I have to spend money to buy materials, I also need to buy equipment, maintain connections, aren't these all expenses? Being soft-hearted doesn't mean being taken advantage of, and Yi Qiuguo actually thought it was reasonable. After all, with so many bottles of potions, even if you have money now, you might not be able to buy them. But then Yu Qingshan brought up her ranking on the leaderboard. Yu Qingshan picked up a piece of food for Yu Chen and said, you've always been the one Dad can rely on since you were little, in the top 100. Out of tens of billions of people, my daughter is in the top 100. It really makes me proud. How did you manage that? Yu Chen watched as the mana value on this old man's head slowly dropped, knowing he had activated the lie detecting skill again. She replied, running instances. Yu Xuanhuan also runs instances with the Su family members at the Su family. The Special Affairs Bureau also controls many instances. Every word was true, but Yu Qingshan also keenly sensed that Yu Chen was avoiding the question. However, he didn't think Yu Chen was lying, but rather that she was unwilling to disclose specific information about the instances. In his past life, Yu Qingshan had played Yu Chen around with Yu Xuanhuan, so he wasn't an impatient person. Sensing that Yu Chen was unwilling to talk, he stopped asking, understanding that Yu Chen would speak when she was ready. After all, asking for information about the copy was just the least important first step. What mattered was that Yu Chen was willing to take him, Yi Qiu, and Yu Xuanhuan to eat good food. Yu Chen was someone who yielded to softness but not to hardness. The more Yu Qingshan wanted something from Yu Chen, the less he should rush. Yu Chen had a peaceful meal. As long as Yu Qingshan was willing, he would be like the most perfect father in the world, gentle, considerate, generous, respectful to his daughter, and seriously listen to every word she said. Yi Qiuguo was carefree and straightforward, asking Yu Chen if he could take her to see the copy. Yu Chen, sipping his soup, didn't even look up. Do you know how much it costs to enter a copy now? Yi Qiuguo curiously asked. I heard it's tens of thousands for a ticket. Is that true? Nowadays, news about copies comes out every day. Currently, the hottest searches are still about innate talents, followed by copies. Skills, equipment, and potions all come after. After the game officially invaded, everyone in the world became players. Although there was chaos at first, the official actions were swift, quickly resolving those disturbances with force. They also announced the existence of copies to divert everyone's attention. Want to cause trouble? Go to the copy, where you can make money and get equipment drops. The public copies displayed light screens were fine. Each copy had a special bureau staff member stationed there, fair and just like a restaurant. Everyone queued up with their ID cards to enter. If you wanted to team up for a copy, you queued up together. Inside, no matter how long you stayed, you had to queue up again to exit. Small copies could accommodate a maximum of 20 people, with 19 slots for ordinary citizens and the last slot reserved for public officials. This was to deter people from causing harm or staying inside for too long. Queuing for copies required using ID cards, and each person was verified upon entry, making it impossible for scalpers to help. However, copies that appeared in private areas were controlled by individuals. Some were kept hidden and only allowed entry for close friends and family, while others were rented out to the authorities. Some individuals managed and rented them out themselves, requiring tickets for entry. These tickets were highly sought after. They were more hyped than top-tier concerts, but they weren't as expensive as tens of thousands. 3 bottles of basic healing potions or 3 silver coins could get you in. Yuchen said, to enter once, you need 3 bottles of basic healing potions or 3 silver coins. If you have them, I'll take you around, but forget about fighting monsters. You won't be able to protect yourself. A hit of 40 or 50 HP, and you're done. Ichigwa immediately changed her mind. Forget it. She knew her daughter well. She would have to pay for it herself. Her daughter was not good at all, always clinging to her, even being stingy. Yuchen didn't care what they thought and just saw them off after dinner. So annoying, why did they have to live so close by? She started thinking about when to get rid of these two. They were of no use now that the game had officially arrived. Dealing with 1 or 2 people discreetly would be easy. As she thought about this, she looked at Yu Qingshan and Ichigwa's backs with a hint of scrutiny. How should she go about it? Could she also trick Yu Xuanhuan? Or use their deaths to sow discord between Sui-Tong and Yu Xuanhuan? Was there a skill that could curse someone through their loved one's lives? Ichigwa felt a chill down her spine, looking around and asking her husband, could someone know that we have potions and target us? Yu Qingshan frowned, thinking it was a possibility. They immediately quickened their pace towards home. On the way, he reflected on his recent actions, whether it was giving potions or helping Yu Xuanhuan with the Lin family's matter. Recently, it was Yu Chen who was making the effort. He hadn't done enough. Yu Chen was actually quite easy to fool. As long as you touched her heart and got her all fired up, she would easily open up to you. But if you didn't treat her well for a long time, she would calm down easily. Yu Qingshan was thinking about going back to talk to Yu Xuanhuan. After listening to Yu Qingshan's analysis, Yu Xuanhuan didn't care much. The more dissatisfied he was living in the Su family now, the more he realized how good Yu Chen was to him. He sincerely spoke up for Yu Chen. Dad, it's not necessary. Sister has that kind of personality, a bit stingy, but if there's a real big issue, she won't forget about us. It's probably because the cost is too high, that's why she didn't mention it. Yu Qingshan remembered that it was his daughter who told them about the game in the first place, and he couldn't help but feel that there was no need for him to act this way. His daughter was still quite useful and considerate. Yu Xuanhuan said, the top 10 on the ranking list are all from the Special Affairs Bureau. Her talent is quite useful, most likely the Special Affairs Bureau will take her to level up in dungeons, and we can't go there. Yu Qingshan replied, alright, as long as you know. By the way, have you fired that person from your studio yet? Get rid of them quickly. Why keep someone with a contagious disease in the studio? What if someone gets infected? Yu Xuanhuan gripped his phone tightly, made a few acknowledgements, and quickly hung up the phone. He was afraid that if he didn't hang up soon, he would lose control, and he was even more worried that Sui-Tong might come in and overhear the conversation. In the past 2 days, he keenly sensed that something was off with Sui-Tong, emotionally off. The disbelief, despair, anger, and panic in her emotions were so familiar. Last night, Sui-Tong hardly slept at all, and he could clearly feel her staring at his back all night. She even took off his pants and looked for a while, then the room was filled with her cold laughter, a laughter mixed with scornful anger from being deceived, and mockery. It almost made Yu Xuanhuan want to jump up, but he held back. This morning, the player who had come to investigate his God-given talent came to their house again. He knew this time it was to check if there were any unknown curses on his name. After the player left, Sui-Tong sat alone on the sofa for a long time. Yu Xuanhuan left under the pretext of practicing cooking, and then received a call from Yu Qingshan in the kitchen. After hanging up the phone, he continued his actions with a relaxed expression, flipping the meat gently, brushing it with honey, and humming a tune. Through the reflection of the kitchen utensils beside him, he could already see a figure standing not far away, watching him. Sui-Tong didn't like strangers moving around in her territory, so unless she needed them, those who served her would only come from the annex building. Otherwise, there would only be her and Yu Xuanhuan at home. Yu Xuanhuan forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and continued to play the role of an innocent young man. But by nightfall, Sui-Tong suddenly hugged Yu Xuanhuan and said she wanted a child. At that moment, while Yu Xuanhuan felt a chill, he also felt that he and Sui-Tong were truly made for each other, a perfect match. He knew what Sui-Tong was thinking, wanting to infect him with this disease first, then take preemptive action later, blaming him for infecting her. This way, not only would she have him in her grasp, but she could also use his guilt to manipulate him into doing things for her. Together, they would be a community of shared interests. His luck combined with her abilities and influence could gradually shake the entire Sue family. Because that's what he was thinking. Would she dare let the Sue family know about this disease? She wouldn't dare. Just like he wouldn't dare let the Yu family know. They were truly made for each other. Yu Xuanhuan hugged Sui-Tone with delight, affectionately kissing her hair. That's great. Screw you. On March 1st, Yu Chen left the villa in the morning, drove around in circles, entered an office building, activated the hunter's eye, shook off the red dot following closely behind him, and after reaching the 26th floor, he found a corner and left the blue star. This office building is the property of the Liang family. In a corner on the top floor of the 27th floor, there is a hidden copy. It took the Liang family a month to discover it in the previous life because it was too concealed. During this time, several companies in the office building secretly brushed it, and the unequal distribution led to internal strife. When the situation escalated, the Liang family finally found out. They disciplined these companies and used them as a warning to everyone not to touch their things. Hopefully, the Sue family members who are tracking her can find out. As for whether the Sue family will sell her and directly cooperate with the Liang family, Yu Chen felt it was unlikely. This is a level 1 copy that can be monetized now. The Sue family wouldn't miss it. Even if the Sue family sells her and chooses to cooperate with the Liang family, as long as they don't catch her in the act, the Liang family wouldn't be able to make things difficult for her, especially since she still has cooperation with the Special Affairs Bureau. Although it's only been a few days, Hecuba has already discovered a lot through blood research. Yes, she has developed many poisons. As for treating it, the data samples are not enough. I need to experiment to draw more conclusions. Hecuba recently purchased a large batch of white monkeys for experiments. But the good news is, at least with all the formulas Hecuba currently knows, none can cure this unknown curse. Yu Chen was relieved to hear this conclusion. Under Hecuba's command, she dealt with some miscellaneous matters. Seeing that Hecuba was in a good mood today, she took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it over before asking, "Mentor, may I ask you a question unrelated to alchemy?" Hecuba took the cigarette, sniffed it was one she hadn't smoked before, and said, "Go ahead." Yu Chen asked, "Someone wants to use a magic array to take away my divine gift. Is there any way I can stop it?" As she spoke, she showed Hecuba the array she remembered. Hecuba glanced at it and arrogantly smirked. "Who said this question is unrelated to alchemy? There is no problem in the world that alchemy cannot solve." Thinking of the fate gear being referred to as a 6-hour hotel room, Yu Chen's eyes lit up, and she eagerly asked, "Can alchemy enhance the level of divine gifts?" Hecuba took out a cigarette, lit it with a spark from her fingertip, and took a deep drag. She said, "What was that unrelated question you had again?" Yu Chen was taken aback and pushed the array diagram in front of Hecuba with her small, withered goblin hand, saying, "Someone wants to use a magic array to take away my divine gift. Is there any way I can stop it?" Hecuba began her lecture seriously. "Oh, this array involves demons and equivalent exchange. The higher the level of the divine gift being deprived, the more the person has to pay. These 3 symbols represent magic power, blood, and soul, meaning the depriver has to give these 3 items to the demon as compensation. The 3 symbols in the lower right corner represent the quantity. From what you've shown me, this array indicates that the divine gift being taken away is at least S level." Yu Chen didn't hide anything. "I saw it in a divination image. That person indeed has an S-level divine gift." With that, she placed 2,000 gold coins in front of Hecuba. Hecuba calmly accepted it, most satisfied with Yu Chen's understanding that every piece of knowledge comes at a price. Usually, she exchanged lessons for cigarettes and alcohol, which were not valuable but rare, and Yu Chen had given her a lot of gold coins before. She was clever, and Hecuba was happy to teach her to pass the time. However, when it came to such secretive knowledge, Yu Chen didn't try to deceive her by relying on their teacher-student relationship but voluntarily paid for it generously. This made Hecuba even more pleased with Yu Chen. Lately, there had been some strange people coming to her place, all sorts of races and forms, calling her teacher with utmost respect, almost to the point of shining her shoes and feeding her, but they showed no practical gestures. What a load of nonsense. After receiving the payment, Hecuba straightforwardly provided 3 methods. The first method is to make a deal with the demon in advance, mortgaging one's own divine gift to the demon. Not only can you exchange for what you want, but when someone tries to strip you of your divine gift, it is a challenge to the demon, and the demon will take action to deal with the other party first. The second method is to create a potion that infuses your soul with the power of holy light, not only enhancing your affinity with the light element but also making it impossible for demons to touch your soul. The third method is still alchemy. Here, Hecuba paused and had Yu-Chen repeat after her, "Alchemy can do anything." Yu-Chen shouted once, but Hecuba was not satisfied and asked her to speak louder. Yu-Chen dug her toes into the floor and shouted again, only then did Hecuba agree to continue. The Heart of Undeath, a master-level alchemical creation, a cursed gem that sacrifices a portion of the power of divine gifts in exchange for the curse of undeath. It is rumored that the first undead race in the world was born this way. However, as the bloodline power weakened, the current undead no longer possess the attribute of undeath. This kind of gem still has a market because many people fear death more than they desire power. Even demons will not strip someone of their divine gift a second time, challenging the gods. This means that once someone strips a cursed divine gift, they can only obtain an incomplete product and will never have a second chance. More importantly, even if only a portion is stripped, the trade is considered complete. The one who strips the gift must fulfill the promise made to the demon, or face punishment. The information worth 2,000 gold coins is naturally not so simple. Even on the planet of Zealand, 2,000 gold coins is a huge sum. Hecuba not only provided the methods but also told Yu-Chen the specific steps for these 3 methods. Ding! Hecuba has imparted demon knowledge to you. Dark trade. Hecuba has imparted master-level alchemical formula. Redemption mantra. Hecuba has imparted master-level alchemical formula. Heart of Undeath. Seeing the master-level alchemical formulas, Yu-Chen gave up on her own plans for alchemy. She asked Hecuba if she had the redemption mantra and Heart of Undeath for sale. Hecuba deftly pulled out a bottle of golden potion, 499 gold coins, and then took out a black heart-shaped gem, 1999 gold coins. Yu-Chen. Corrupted. A good Zelenite, corrupted. Bought. She had just acquired 10,000 pounds of gold from the Sue family, so she could afford it. Moreover, the Heart of Undeath best suited her needs. As long as it made Yushu and Han miserable, what were 2,000 gold coins? Yu-Chen was about to pay when she remembered that many alchemical formulas required gold. She asked, "Do you accept gold?" Hecuba shook her head, "Not needed." Yu-Chen promptly handed over 2,500 gold coins to Hecuba. Yu-Chen's character was such that even after being reborn, it was difficult for her to change. She was generous to those who were kind to her. Half of the money she earned in those years went to the Yu family. Only people like Yushu and Han and Yu Qingshan were not satisfied. In reality, those who knew of Yu-Chen's behavior praised her generosity, while others called her foolish. She treated Hecuba the same way. It was not a matter of trust but rather that in her eyes, the willingness of a master like Hecuba to impart knowledge was a priceless opportunity. Whatever price Hecuba set, she would pay without considering whether it might be cheaper at an auction house. Hecuba happily accepted the money and handed the redemption mantra to her. At the same time, she also threw a dark gray crystal to her. She did things as she pleased, and once she found someone pleasing, she liked to give them something. "Here, take it and play with it." Before Yu-Chen could check the information on the redemption mantra and the Heart of Undeath, she reached out and took the round dark gray crystal, about 2 centimeters thick, similar in size to a hamburger patty. Medicine residue crisp, artifact, a defective item refined from alchemical residue after a failed alchemy attempt, created by a master alchemist. When thrown into the fire during cooking, there is a chance that the dish will undergo a mutation, with the unknown effect of the mutation. Unlike props and equipment, artifacts have no level because their effects are unknown, ranging from good to bad, strong to weak, unpredictable. However, coming from Hecuba's hands, even if it's trash, it's a treasure among trash. Yu-Chen happily tucked it away. After thanking Hecuba and watching her leave, she then checked the bottle of golden liquid and the heart gem. Redemption mantra bestows the power of holy light upon the soul. A very brief introduction. If it weren't for Hecuba's explanation, an ordinary person wouldn't know the value of this potion upon receiving it. However, many advanced alchemical formulas contain only a brief introduction, requiring some knowledge to use them. Yu-Chen directly consumed the potion. In an instant, she felt a mysterious warmth welling up in the depths of her soul. This power then spread throughout her body like sound waves, before quickly dissipating. She opened her character panel and saw a small golden shield next to her ID. Radiance of Ida, you are sheltered by the holy light. When others are puzzled, they just want to vomit. But when it's your turn to be mysterious, it feels great. Yu-Chen was very satisfied with this description. However, she suddenly wondered if Hecuba had avoided her question about whether alchemy could enhance divine talents. Wasn't alchemy supposed to solve any problem? If there was a problem, was she just going to ignore it? Well, looking at her expression, she knew it wasn't realistic. Even if the cost was enormous, that's why S-class talents on Zealand Star were so rare. In the entire Dark City, including the Dark City Lord Yu-Chen, she had only seen 3 S-class divine talents, including Hecuba. She then checked the baby fist-sized black gem. Heart of Undeath, embedded into your heart, inscribe a curse, sacrifice a portion of the divine power bestowed upon you, in exchange for undeath. Undeath, life points can never drop below 1, many unethical thoughts flashed through her mind. Yu Chen satisfactorily put away the Heart of Undeath. After hearing Hejba's 3 methods, her first reaction was to rule out the redemption mantra. As for the dark trade, it was also not an option. What if Lin Qingze regained his strength through the dark trade and made a comeback, or during the dark trade, he asked the demon to kill the person who gouged out his eyes? Wouldn't she be paying to kill herself? No need to think too much, the cursed gem was the best choice. As for Lin Qingze benefiting from it and becoming undead, she could consider it as compensation for gouging out his eyes. Another day of being a living bodhisattva. After resolving the most troublesome matter in her heart, Yu Chen continued to browse the auction house. Thinking about the replica light curtain in her villa, she intended to buy something to hide, but after checking the prices, she felt they were all too expensive. Even the one with the best value for money cost several hundred gold coins, which wasn't very cost-effective. The replica on the rooftop of the villa was only valuable in the past 6 months, and it would be quite useless after that. By then, she would definitely hand it over to the authorities for benefits. In fact, she might hand it over to the Special Affairs Bureau in 2 months. She was already fed up with Yu Qingshan and Ichog's occasional mooching for food, not to mention the issue with the backyard cats. Yu Chen simply went back to the alchemy shop and described the portable immortal mansion she had read about in the fantasy novels she used to read, asking if there was anything similar available. Hekipa glanced at her strangely, his eyes seeming to size her up like a fat sheep. Yes, there is. It's a legendary engineering creation, a magic house that can set rules. As long as you wish, it can remain undiscovered by anyone. Do you want to buy it? Yu Chen looked at her savings of over 27,000 gold coins, and confidently asked, how much? Hekipa replied, a legendary engineer would need to work on it for about 2 years. I saw one at the auction house last time, starting at 50,000 gold coins, with a fixed price of 100,000 gold coins. Yu Chen fell silent for a few seconds and said seriously, forget it, I don't have anything to hide. I suddenly feel that where I live now is quite good. Hekipa squinted at Yu Chen and said, you also studied engineering, right? A senior engineer could make a mini version for you. If you turn into a fat cat, it would be enough for you to live in. Initially, Yu Chen thought Hekipa was joking with her, and she replied with a few laughs. However, after returning to the Blue Star, she couldn't help but think more and more about the feasibility of the idea. If a mini magic house could also set rules, she could place one in the backyard, visible and accessible only to real cats, and then put the cat's nest inside. Wouldn't that solve all the problems? The current issue was whether investing so much in this cat inn was worth it. It had been so long, and she hadn't seen any returns at all, feeling like she had bought a junk fund where she only invested without seeing any profits. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Chen stopped brushing monsters, cleared the ones around her, and went straight out of the instance to the backyard. She crawled into the cat's wooden villa, rummaging around near the cat's nest. Since the cat's nest mutated, she would come to check it every few days, but she never found anything. But perhaps because she had just complained in her heart that the cat's nest was a one-way in, she actually found something. She took out a small, hard object from the cat's nest, revealing a golden amber with a scorpion inside. Golden amber scorpion, rare item. Soaking it in alcohol can enhance the quality of the alcohol. If soaked for more than 7 natural days, the alcohol will become slightly poisonous, extremely spicy, causing a tingling sensation in the mouth, as if an electric current is flowing into the heart, leaving a lasting aftertaste. What a great find! Lately, her biggest worry was what to bring Hekipa as tuition fees in the future. Relying on cigarettes and cocktails could sustain her for a while, but what about the future? Hekipa was someone who enjoyed novelty, she would get tired of it sooner or later. Yu Chen put away the amber, planning to use it to soak a large tub of alcohol today. As for the cat's nest, she still needed to continue investing in it. Joyfully holding the amber, she stood up and turned around to see the backyard full of cats, a dozen or so, all sleek and shiny, basking in the sun, rolling over to expose their bellies as she approached. The cat by her feet squinted at her, then rolled over from lying on its back to lying on its side, making way for her. She inexplicably felt trapped. Was she being manipulated like this? Yu Chen's smile froze, lost in thought. On the other hand, the Su family, following Yu Chen, trailed all the way to the office building. Afraid of being discovered by Yu Chen, they didn't dare to follow too closely. After watching Yu Chen enter the building, they drank invisibility potions and followed inside. Although they quickly lost track of her, knowing that there must be an instance here, they naturally searched carefully and soon found the instance screen behind the rooftop water tower. This matter was quickly reported to Sui-Tong. As Yu Chen had expected, upon learning of the existence of this instance, Sui-Tong's first reaction was not to inform the Liang family but to send someone to investigate it quietly. Upon discovering that the monsters in the instance were only level 1 to 2, Sui-Tong immediately decided to keep this matter secret. The Liang family? Their cooperation with the Liang family was limited to seeking a common enemy together, not a true alliance. As for Yu Chen, Sui-Tong hesitated for a second, not because she was worried about facing Yu Chen, but because she was concerned about dealing with the Special Affairs Bureau. However, considering the Bureau's usual approach of only intervening in public instances of light curtain appearances and not in private domains, as long as no lives were endangered in the pursuit of light curtains, they would not interfere. This light curtain was most likely being quietly brushed by Yu Chen and the Bureau. If she occupied it, neither Yu Chen nor the Bureau would make a fuss. Since no one truly owned the light curtain, whoever occupied it would claim it. With this in mind, Sui-Tong immediately sent someone to occupy that instance. Occupying an instance was easy. After clearing the monsters inside, leaving one person behind would prevent others from entering. When their own people needed to clear it, they would message that person to exit, causing the instance to reset for them to re-enter, without needing many people to guard the instance entrance. The next day, when Yu Chen noticed no one following her, she was surprised but then thought that the Su family had probably discovered the instance in the Liang family's office building. She even made a special trip to the top floor of the office building. Although there was no one on the top floor, using the hunt eye, she noticed 5 red dots around her. She tried to enter the instance but couldn't, so she had to put on a show of displeasure and annoyance, lightly furrowing her brows. She then sprayed the area around the instance with a bottle containing a visibility potion, making sure to avoid the red dots to prevent anyone from being revealed. After confirming no one was there, she pretended to send a private message to someone before leaving. Before leaving, she left behind a small undead spider as surveillance. When the day came for the Liang and Su families to confront each other, she would definitely get involved. After returning home, Yu Chen didn't go out again but planned to make a food bowl using engineering skills. This bowl could store 10 kilograms of food and keep it fresh. She had been lazy to do it before because she didn't see the benefit of a cat's nest. When she had to go far, she would use an automatic feeder, but now that there was a return, she started to care. Although the freshness was not permanent, food could be kept fresh for 7 days, allowing her to store some of her cooked dishes for the backyard cats when she needed to go far. Whether it was alchemy or engineering, it always made people involuntarily calm down. She polished the metal in her hand while planning the precautions for Lin Qing's heart surgery tonight. At 2 in the morning, it was time for Yu Chen to appear again. Disguised, heading to the apartment Huntai, ensuring no ambush. She went directly to Lin Qing's room, knocked him unconscious, fed him an invisibility potion, and then carried him out, taking him to the hallway outside the top floor of the apartment. She first tied Lin Qing's securely, then administered a bottle of basic silence potion, rendering him voiceless for 5 minutes, before taking out a dagger and cutting open his chest. The intense pain instantly woke Lin Qing's from his daze. Not again. Damn it, it's happening again. Being harmed halfway through sleep, last time it was his eyes, this time it was his heart. However, he couldn't see anything, and in the darkness, the pain in his chest was infinitely magnified. He could vividly sense his flesh being cut open, and someone poured a potion into his mouth. The next moment, he heard a voice that was neither male nor female say, "Don't worry, I won't let you die. I'm just doing this for money. Someone paid me to gouge out your eyes, but my divine gift prevents me from incurring any form of debt. This undying heart cost me a fortune to obtain. It may weaken your divine talent, but it also grants you the attribute of undead. Your health will never drop below 1 in the future. Do you understand what that means? Only the protagonist deserves such treatment. If you want to restore your light, it's simple. Engineering offers mechanical eyeballs, just a few dozen gold coins each. This undead heart of mine is worth 1,000 gold coins. This is my compensation for taking your eye and the magic eye. From now on, we owe each other nothing." A cold object touched his heart, followed by a chilling sensation sweeping through Lin Qing's body. "Ding, you will curse your divine talent, sacrifice a part of the power bestowed upon you by the gods, in exchange for immortality. Will you use the undead heart? Do you want to use it?" At that moment, he could feel his blood slowly draining, the person no longer feeding him healing potions. But even if his vitality did not drain, Lin Qingze was willing. After the game officially invaded, he had never seen his divine talent, compared to the unknown divine talent, undead, was such a precious attribute. Who isn't afraid of death? As long as he didn't die, there was hope for everything. At that moment, Lin Qingze actually started to believe that the person who took his eye was compensating himself. He felt the person simply closing his chest, then feeding him a few bottles of medicine. The wound itched, flesh regenerated, and his body gradually warmed up. If you don't want anyone to take away this heart, it's best not to mention this matter to anyone. Whether it's true or false, you can check it yourself on your character panel after restoring your light. This was the last sentence left to him by that person, after which Lin Qingze fell into a coma. When he woke up, he felt around and touched the familiar bed and bedside table. He knew he had been sent back again. When giving Lin Qingze a new heart, Yu Chen's biggest concern was that the undead heart could be detected. However, after the gem touched Lin Qingze's crimson heart, it turned into black mist after a few seconds and drilled in. Later, on Lin Qingze's character panel, there was only a black cross next to his ID. Undead curse, health points can never drop below 1. Apart from that, there was no other information related to the curse. His divine talent had also changed, from S to S rank, and the skill description had also changed. Breath of Winter, S rank, Skill 1, you are Winter. Passive all your skills will inflict frost damage, with a 7% chance to freeze enemies. Skill 2, Winter's Drink. Passive consuming S-rank ice-based food gives you a 3% chance to comprehend ice-based skills. This passive only triggers the first time you consume S-rank ice-based cuisine each natural day. Skill 3, Breath of Winter. Upon use, you will release the Breath of Winter, freezing all targets within an 8-meter radius around you, consuming 10% mana, with a casting time of 2 seconds and a cooldown of 45 minutes. Skill 4, Winter's Departure, Spring's Arrival. Upon use, you can absorb frost energy to restore a certain amount of health. For every 8% health restored, 1% mana is consumed. Each skill had certain weaknesses. The probability of freezing enemies with normal attacks decreased from 10% to 7%, the chance of comprehending ice-based skills decreased from 5% to 3%, the range of Breath of Winter decreased, and the ratio of health restored per 1% mana consumed by Winter's Departure, Spring's Arrival decreased from 10% to 8%. She actually thought this curse was somewhat worth it? But then again, strength was the key. If not powerful enough, once provoking an enemy with overwhelming strength, at that moment being undead was no longer something everyone envied, but rather a curse. Health points couldn't drop below 1? Having limbs severed meant seeking death in vain. Thinking about it this way, it's no wonder Hechba called the undead heart a cursed gem. She was starting to consider using Yu Xuanhuan. Forget it, it's best for scum like Yu Xuanhuan to die and turn to ashes. Even leaving a complete corpse, she worried he might fake his death, let alone letting him stay alive. After a few days, Yu Chen went to the Liang family's office building several times, but since she couldn't get in each time, she never went back. Is she acting out the whole play? She decided to take a trip out of town to avoid getting blamed by the Su family later on and to seize an opportunity from Yu Xuanhuan. The duplicate at home could be easily brought back through teleportation, although a bit far. Taking a few breaks during teleportation made it quite easy, at least faster than a plane if not in a hurry. She directly mentioned in the family group chat, Yu Chen, I'll be going to JL recently, probably back next month. Contact me if needed or chat privately in the game. Yu Xuanhuan, sister, why are you suddenly going to the neighboring city? Yu Chen, the duplicate here has been discovered by other forces, we have no choice but to go check out the neighboring city. At Yu Xuanhuan, when you reach level 3, I'll take you to a good place. Yu Xuanhuan, oh, happy autumn fruit, taking mom along? Yu Chen, when you reach level 3, of course, I'll take you. You and dad don't have to worry about food and drink, you can enjoy life. But I still think you both should find a way to level up, it's good for your health. Yu Chen was happy to say a few nice words, she couldn't say it face to face, can't she type it out? Happy autumn fruit, do you need help taking care of the backyard cats? Yu Chen, no need, those are stray cats, they can take care of themselves when I'm not around. Happy autumn fruit, cats can take care of themselves, moms can't. Yu Chen? Yu Chen, at Yu Xuanhuan, burst some gold coins. Yu Xuanhuan, mom, sent them to you. Yu Chen, at Yu Xuanhuan, I found the materials for the basic vitality potion, but it's rare, only managed to get 5, sent them to you. Yu Xuanhuan, thanks, sis, I'll send you some pocket money. Yu Chen didn't mind, she packed up and was ready to leave. Just as she reached the door, she received an email. It was from Yu Xuanhuan, not only with a gold coin but also with 100 dishes with various beneficial effects. Thanks, sis, dinner's on me, Yu Chen sneered. Her performance wasn't in vain, not only did she get gold coins, but he even made a point of mentioning that he was treating her. But would she be touched? Of course not, her emotions weren't that cheap. Even though Yu Xuanhuan mentioned it was a treat, she had no intention of eating them, she had a psychological shadow now. Yu Chen left S City by car. As she left the villa area, she encountered the Liang family's convoy, not sure where they were off to raid. This wasn't the first time she had encountered them. They all lived on a hill. Ever since the closed beta, the Liang family had been quite active, players would come and go in cars from time to time, but they were quite sensible, either warned by the Liang family not to cause trouble or just cautious, not daring to intrude into others' homes or do anything outrageous like hiding under someone's bed. Quite civilized. Liang Yuchuan probably saw her too. As she drove off, Yu Chen received a private message from Liang Yuchuan, asking if she sold skill crystals. Yu Chen, sorry, I've already signed a contract with the Special Affairs Bureau. All the skill crystals of Happily Ever After have to be given to them for sale. Liang Yuchuan, I'll offer a high price. Yu Chen suspected these people didn't understand human language, or did they think she didn't dare refuse them directly, so they made up an excuse. Yu Chen, it's true, if I breach the contract, the price I pay is almost the same as if I were killed directly. I can't even sell to the Su family, I can't protect this alone, so I've handed it all over to the Special Affairs Bureau. Liang Yuchuan didn't reply this time. Well, compared to that, Sui-Tong knows how to behave. Although there was a bit of unpleasantness when Sui-Tong went to the Su family for dinner just after returning from the Zealand Star, she quickly realized her worth and made amends by not only sending her a carload of things but also never treating herself with a condescending attitude again. However, she was also puzzled by Liang Yuchuan's attitude. Given Liang Yuchuan's explosive temper, he might have already made threats by now. Why did he suddenly go silent? Just as she was pondering this, she received a private message from Sue-Liang. Sue-Liang, if you have time, you can check out the official website of the Special Affairs Bureau. We've shouldered the blame, so if someone wants to buy skills from you, just direct them to the Special Affairs Bureau's website. Yu Chen went to check and indeed found a new announcement on the official website about a collaboration between the Special Affairs Bureau and players, listing 8 types of special skill crystals. However, there was no information about the players or specific descriptions of the skill crystals, only names. Among them was her own skill, Happiness Again, which made it difficult for others to infer the skill effects from the names. Not only did the announcement disclose the profit-sharing agreement between the owners of these skills and the Special Affairs Bureau, but it also firmly stated that these skill crystals had been handed over to the Bureau for full management. Those interested in purchasing could contact the Bureau, and these players would also be protected by the Bureau. Even if they died, the Bureau would use their divine gifts to track down the killer and avenge them. Finally, it called on players with special divine gifts to collaborate with the Bureau, offering preferential treatment. Satisfied, Yu Chen was 100% satisfied with the efficiency of the Special Affairs Bureau. She believed that not only Liang Yuchuan but also Sui-Tong and Yu Xuanhuan should have seen it. Liang Yuchuan did see it. It was because he saw this announcement while instructing someone to investigate Yu Chen's information that he decided not to waste any more effort talking to Yu Chen. However, he did go to Sui-Tong to complain, lamenting that she should have taken action earlier to bring Yu Chen to the Su family. So Sui-Tong also saw the announcement from the Special Affairs Bureau. It was at this moment that Sui-Tong truly believed Yu Chen's words. Even though the steward had confirmed that she was not lying that day, there were many ways for a person to lie, and she hadn't fully believed it. Sui-Tong and Yu Xuanhuan sighed. It seems that luck is really important. Yu Xuanhuan had always believed in Yu Chen, but upon hearing Sui-Tong's words, he merely nodded in agreement. Recently, Sui-Tong had been acquiring gemstones to cultivate Yu Xuanhuan's jewelry processing skill. Because with the same gemstone formula, the jewelry made by Yu Xuanhuan always had the maximum attribute points added. For example, the blue sparrow stone earrings had a formula stating that the earrings produced would randomly increase intelligence by 2 to 3 points and constitution by 1 to 2 points. So, the earrings made by Yu Xuanhuan would always add 3 points of intelligence and 2 points of constitution. As for the master jeweler Sui-Tong had sent into the game during the second closed beta, the attribute points added were truly random. Even if he meticulously carved each one, creating jewelry 10 times more exquisite than what Yu Xuanhuan casually made, the added attribute points were genuinely random. Sui-Tong decisively tilted the resources related to gemstones towards Yu Xuanhuan, leaving out alchemy, which didn't rely on luck. This matter caused quite a controversy in the Su family, making some people increasingly dissatisfied with Yu Xuanhuan. Because just before the official invasion of the game, under Yu Xuanhuan's arrangement, the Su family had bought 1,000 green belt components. It was initially a good thing, but after the game invasion, the prices of all components remained stable except for the belts, which plummeted. Many people whispered in secret that Yu Xuanhuan's temporary stroke of luck was actually overdrawn luck. This sentiment even affected Su Beige and Sue-Liang, who began to doubt that while it was fine for Sui-Tong to favor Yu Xuanhuan with resources, she should only use her own share. This made Sui-Tong increasingly disillusioned with the Su family, finding them too pragmatic and overly critical of her. After all, Yu Xuanhuan was her person, and even when it came to disciplining Yu Xuanhuan, it was a reflection of her own discipline. Yu Xuanhuan unconditionally supported all decisions made by Sui-Tong. Whenever Sui-Tong said he wanted to improve in a certain aspect, Yu Xuanhuan obediently followed suit. Occasionally, he would cook for the people from the Su family who wanted to enter the instance, sometimes whispering to himself in a voice only he could hear that he was treating them, fearing that someone might notice a pattern. He was always random, never specifically targeting anyone. With his already good luck in the meal fees he received from the Su family subordinates through cooking, Yu Xuanhuan had been having a smooth time lately. In fact, he doubted that he could pass through smoothly in Sui-Tong's place without his luck playing a role. Otherwise, if anyone found out that their husband was missing half of himself, not to mention questioning where the other half had gone, wouldn't they end up having an argument about it? Sui-Tong had used the full version before. Moreover, every time he visited the auction house, he inexplicably bought some materials needed for jewelry making at low prices, mostly things that ordinary people didn't understand and thought were useless, so they were auctioned off at low prices. He would process them and put them up for sale at high prices, always finding someone willing to buy them at a loss. In the end, he made more money on average than the people from the Su family. The people in the studio were originally restless, but after discovering how good his luck was, they now obediently followed his lead like dogs. Yu Xuanhuan increasingly felt the importance and beauty of luck. He tilted his head back and drank a primary vitality potion, then stared fixedly at the drop of blood on the character panel. It had no effect. Yu Xuanhuan leaned on the table with both hands, head hanging low. What should he do? It was only level 1 now. As the condition worsened, would this curse also escalate? He could only hope that Sui-Tong could use the power of the Su family to find a solution. However, she should be focusing all her energy on collecting props to disguise her own information recently, maybe even diverting some energy to kill the person who had come to the Su family to investigate whether he was cursed. Yu Xuanhuan thought with glee. After packing up, he left the workshop, visited Lin Qingze as usual, and chatted with him for a while. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Lin Qingze suddenly say, "I know of something that can restore my vision, and it's not expensive. Xiaoyu, can you get it for me? I will definitely repay you." Yu Xuanhuan became interested. What is it? Lin Qingze was blind. Where did he hear this information from? Did Ji Dong help him find out? Lin Qingze said, "Intermediate engineering can do it, a mechanical eyeball, I heard it costs only a few dozen gold." Yu Xuanhuan immediately checked. If he could get Lin's family's support for a few dozen gold, it was indeed not expensive. However, there was no such obscure item in the auction house. He said, "No, but wait, let me ask my sister, she studied engineering." Yu Xuanhuan, "Sister, did you study engineering?" Yu Chen, "Yes, what's up?" Yu Xuanhuan, "Can you make something called a mechanical eyeball?" Yu Chen, "Let me check." Yu Chen, "There is a formula for it, do you need it? The materials are a bit many, 10 mechanical parts, 1 electronic core, 5 springs, 2 magic crystals. If you find these items, I can make it for you anytime." Yu Xuanhuan searched for these materials in the auction house one by one and found that none of them were available. The materials for intermediate engineering were probably impossible to obtain in the current instance. He directly called Yu Chen in front of Lin Qingze and put it on speakerphone. "Sister, do you have a way to get these materials? I'll pay double." Yu Chen, being sharp, noticed that Yu Xuanhuan didn't want to talk about important matters on the phone or in private messages, so he deliberately called her. With her enhanced senses, she clearly heard 2 breaths on the other end and instantly understood that Yu Xuanhuan had intentionally made this call for Lin Qingze to hear. Yu Chen said, "You want to help a friend of the Lin family, right? I'll go to the Special Affairs Bureau to inquire. It should be possible to get double the amount, but it won't be cheap for sure. When others help us bring it, they will definitely make a profit. You should understand." No problem, sis, is 80 gold enough? It should be enough for 2. Don't worry, I'll cover what's lacking for you. Last time, I helped the Su family buy medicine. Didn't they say they would help us with the Lin family's matter? Did they compensate the Lin family? They did, but I understand, having a guilty conscience, right? It's okay, don't worry, I'll give you news as soon as possible. Do you still need materials for the basic vitality potion? No, I don't. Alright. Yu Chen hung up the phone and went to Zaylan Star to attend class with Hecuba. Although Hecuba had been busy researching unknown curses lately and only willingly taught for 2 hours a day, and even then, she would casually explain potion-making orders to her, Yu Chen still cherished those 2 hours. She usually attended classes in cat form, then sneaked off to the restaurant to watch the chef cook. She wanted to improve her cooking skills quickly. As long as the dish's rating was above 95, there was a 20% chance of increasing attribute points after consumption. This was more important than leveling up. She could earn in a few hours what others earned in 3 days. She occasionally checked the leaderboard to maintain her leveling speed and ensure she stayed in the top 100. In early March, Yuchen settled in Province J, occasionally returning to City S to run dungeons, enhance her cat's cooking skills, and check if there were any new items in the cat's nest. During these days, the price of healing potions in the market started to drop. From being scarce and expensive at 1 gold initially, the price had now stabilized at 2 silver coins and 50 copper coins per bottle. It was estimated to drop slightly further later on. Even if one couldn't afford healing potions, they could still buy pills, injections, bandages, or even try food therapy at the hospital. If all else failed, resting at home for a while without going to dungeons would slowly replenish their health. In short, no one was pushed to a dead end. During this time, Yu Xuanhuan asked for mechanical eye beads a few more times, and Yuchen didn't delay too long. With the 80 gold given by Yu Xuanhuan, she spent 12 gold at the auction house to buy all the materials, then quickly made 2 beads and sent them to Yu Xuanhuan. As for Yu Xuanhuan, holding the 2 eye beads, Yu Xuanhuan gazed deeply at the character panel of Lin Qingze displayed on the screen. Why could these trash have S-rank divine gifts too? He finally obtained an item today that could investigate other players' information. His first task was to investigate Sui-Tong's divine gifts. Holy Light, S-rank, Skill 1, Judgment, passive. Each attack has a 50% chance to restore the caster's health by 1 point equal to the current level. Skill 2, Hope, recite the Song of Hope. Listening to the Song of Hope has a 15% chance to increase 1 attribute point. This enhancement effect can only be triggered once per target every 30 natural days. Skill 3, Prayer, release holy light energy towards the target, causing divine damage to enemies. Each divine attack reflects 20% of the damage value to any friendly target, restoring the same amount of health and damage value to the friendly target. It requires channeling, consumes 10% of mana each time used, and has no cooldown. Skill 4, Austerity, you can set a rule for yourself at the beginning of each month. If you strictly adhere to this rule throughout the month, you will gain attribute points. The stricter the rule, the more attribute points you will gain, up to 5 points. Yu Xuanhuan was so jealous at that moment that his eyes were turning red. With such talents, they would be the core of any team. But he held back because now he and Sui-Tong were barely in the same interest group, even though, damn it, he had been married to Sui-Tong for so long and hadn't even heard the damn Song of Hope once. Not even once. After arriving at the studio, Yi Dong, the most talented, only had an A-level talent, while the rest were all useless. This calmed Yu Xuanhuan's mood somewhat, and he subconsciously forgot about Lin Qingze until he received the mechanical eye. Why is this blind guy also S-level? Is S-level so common now? His fist clenched involuntarily, the mechanical eye in his palm emitting a slight distortion of parts. Xiao Yu? Lin Qingze felt uneasy. He heard Yu Xuanhuan entering the room and also heard the sound of parts rustling. He didn't know what had happened, but instinct made him speak to break the silence. Yu Xuanhuan quickly calmed down because Yi Dong had followed him in. He had just seen Yu Xuanhuan take out the mechanical eye, and he said happily, "Lindsay, can you see now?" "Ha, the eye is here, the super cool mechanical eye you mentioned before." Yu Xuanhuan smiled and handed the eye to Lin Qingze. "Here, hurry up. I was thinking of sneaking it in while you were asleep, so you'd wake up to a surprise." Lin Qingze pretended not to notice the extremely strange atmosphere just now. He joyfully took off his eye mask, fumbled to insert the mechanical eye into his empty eye socket, and after a sharp sting, he once again felt the miracle and shock of installing the magic eye. Light. After being blind for so long, suddenly regaining sight should have been painful due to the brightness. However, these 2 eyes were no different from his original ones. He just blinked a few times and completely adapted. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at the people in the room. A few seconds later, he came to his senses, quickly opened his character panel, and checked his divine talent. When he saw S, his heart sank for a moment, but he was soon captivated by the undying ability. He was even somewhat grateful to the person who took out his eye and gave him a heart. At this moment, Yu Xuanhuan also saw the curse next to Lin Qingze's name. Yu Xuanhuan really wanted to curse. Curse whatever. Why is someone else's curse undying? Is this a curse? Isn't this a blessing? He wanted to know where to get such a good curse, but he couldn't ask for sure. He could only hold it in, or else he would expose himself for prying into everyone's privacy. Even the best brotherhood couldn't withstand such turmoil. Yi Dong straightforwardly asked Lin Qingze about his talent, which was nothing to hide. Lin Qingze directly answered, and the studio became lively. With such a powerful divine talent, even if he was late by half a month, Lin Qingze was destined to be in the first tier of players, and the future of their studio would be bright. Yu Xuanhuan patiently celebrated with them all afternoon. When Lin Qingze returned to the Lin family at night, there was another round of celebration. Although he trusted Yu Xuanhuan and the others more after being blind, it didn't mean he didn't appreciate his family. He knew the sacrifices the Lin family had made for him. Stepping back, he wasn't the kind of fool who disregarded family background for personal glory. Maintaining good relations with the family would also benefit his future development. Upon learning that his divine talent was S-level, the Lin family immediately allocated resources to take him to dungeons for leveling up, making up for the lost half-month time. Not only that, they also provided him with a lot of equipment, potions, and gold coins. The Lin family knew how to handle things. Upon finding out that the eye was made by Yu Chen, who was not only an intermediate engineer but also had connections in the Special Affairs Bureau, despite Lin Qingze emphasizing that it was Yu Xuanhuan who helped him with the connections and gave more money, the Lin family still sent a gift to Yu Chen, a sports car. When Lin Qingze learned that the gift from the Lin family was a sports car, he remained silent. Just like the bed Yu Chen gave to Sue-Liang and Yu Xuanhuan back then. Utterly useless, but still something to be proud of. Yu Chen stayed in JL for half a month, occasionally returning to eliminate a strange camp. Today, she cleared the undead camp, and tomorrow she would clear the troll camp. Leveling up by challenging higher-level monsters alone, even though Yu Chen was busy and didn't return every day, each time she gained 5 to 6% experience. Her level quickly soared to 90%, ranking in the top 30 on the leaderboard, where the names of the top 29 players could be found on the official website of the Bureau of Special Affairs. This speed astonished Zhao Shuang, who came to inquire about her secret to leveling up. Zhao Shuang, are you selling the secret to leveling up? Yu Chen, what's our relationship? Talking about money is vulgar. Zhao Shuang, please tell me. Yu Chen, I don't think we need to talk about money. After all, I am also a person of the country. Your approach is hurtful, always focusing on money. Zhao Shuang, check your email. Yu Chen opened the email, casually grabbed a handful of silver coins from her purse, threw them out, and then accepted the 1 silver coin sent by Zhao Shuang to avoid raising suspicions about her wealth. Yu Chen, spend money to buy an AoE skill at the auction house, then go solo in the instance. You can do it too. Zhao Shuang, give me back my 1 silver coin. Yu Chen, I didn't deceive you. Can't you use rocket launchers or something? It should be quick to clear monsters. Zhao Shuang, we did, but the effect is similar to a C-grade skill. Yu Chen, you must have researched the instance method thoroughly. Alchemy potions for short-term attribute boosts, cooking ingredients with enhancement effects, full set of equipment and weapons, traps filled with landmines, AoE skills, and then exploit the terrain. It's easy. She felt that these combat methods were leftovers from the Bureau of Special Affairs. Although she soloed instances based on attributes, the Bureau of Special Affairs had no shortage of high-level weapons. They could solo instances, but they couldn't concentrate all resources on one person. For example, among the top 100 on the level leaderboard, at least 90% were from the Bureau of Special Affairs. If each of them soloed an instance for leveling up, it would mean that over 90 instances could cater to 1,800 people, leaving only 90 people to enjoy the benefits. This was not the style of the Bureau of Special Affairs. Yu Chen, do you want to buy my instance spot? Zhao Shuang, yes. Yu Chen, it's possible, but the instance is in my private territory, not for sale but for rent. You must leave it for me to clear for 6 hours, a level 3 instance. If you want it, I'll rent it to you. Yu Chen had actually considered renting it to the Bureau of Special Affairs a long time ago, as she had always been using the Bureau of Special Affairs as a cover. However, she had been in Jie Province recently and didn't want anyone to know about her ability to teleport. More importantly, she didn't want to approach Zhao Shuang herself. She didn't trust anyone and didn't expect anyone's moral standards. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that offering it voluntarily would seem too cheap. The more proactive she was, the less others would cherish it, and their demands would increase invisibly. If she didn't think of the Bureau of Special Affairs first when she had something good in the future, people might think she was unpatriotic. Zhao Shuang, okay, how much? Name your price. Yu Chen, in the level 3 instance, there are 702 different races inside. The total profit after clearing is around 2 gold, and you can get 2 to 3 pieces of equipment. Of course, this is under the lucky modification I made for myself. The instance belongs to me from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day, and you can use it at other times. Yu Chen, I don't want gold coins. I want to select 10 skill crystals from the Bureau of Special Affairs every month. Yu Chen, after tax. Zhao Shuang, do you know how many years you get for robbery? Yu Chen, oh, by the way, you need to build your own passage, preferably direct. I don't want strangers walking around my house. Zhao Shuang. Yu Chen, alright, how about I give you one as a rebate? What exactly is the image of Yu Chen in Zhao Shuaying's heart? Zhao Shuaying, 3 pieces, your choice, 10 pieces, B grade, and below, your choice. Yu Chen, from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. every morning belongs to me, the rest of the time is yours, 7 skill crystals, I can choose. Zhao Shuaying, deal. Both of them were familiar with each other's negotiation rhythm, like a tango, moving forward hand in hand while stepping back at the same time, then simultaneously shaking their heads. The tacit agreement quickly concluded, emphasizing efficiency. Yu Chen asked Zhao Shuaying to come to her house on the 18th for a detailed discussion. Taking advantage of the fact that she hadn't returned to City S in these 2 days, Yu Chen planned to do a good deed. She intended to let the Liang family discover that the copy of their office building had been quietly brushed by the Su family for half a month. However, the smaller the matter, the less casual it should be done. She went to the black market and found someone who made a living selling information. This person was her confidant from her past life. Because of selling information for both sides, either being chased or on the way to being chased, her talent could uncover all kinds of secrets, which sometimes the big shots found useful, so they didn't harm her. She liked people without principles like this. She sold the information XX Road XX office building top floor has a copy for 50 silver coins. With this person's shrewdness, not only would they sell this information to the real owner of the office building, but also to others, making some money. The more people who knew the information, the deeper she could hide. Even if the Liang family or Su family found this person selling information and knew about her talent, they wouldn't suspect someone was deliberately guiding them from behind. Of course, nothing is absolute. Yu Chen just did everything she could to the extreme. Information has a time limit, and Yu Chen was sure that the person wouldn't wait too long. Otherwise, if the Liang family discovered the copy themselves, this information would be worthless. Yu Chen waited for 2 days and then drove back to City S. On the 18th, she set off in the early morning and arrived at her villa in the middle of the night. Taking advantage of the night, she blew up and leveled the safe house on the rooftop, blocked it with wooden crates, and engraved the teleportation array to the Zaylan star under the bed in the bedroom. Then she didn't sleep, but instead organized her gains in JL in the living room. Of course, she didn't go there specifically to avoid trouble, nor did she live so miserably. Although it was also to prevent the Su family from pushing the copy of the office building to her in the Special Affairs Bureau, such as before when she and the Special Affairs Bureau were brushing. Recently the Su family found out and helped the Liang family drive them away, etc. But Yu Chen's main purpose in going to JL was to buy a kind of herb. After the game invasion, many people felt that the world was beginning to change, and they urgently sold their properties. Among them was a factory specializing in health products, which, after finding that nothing in their own home had mutated, also began a big sale. The boss planned to exchange the industry for money to buy equipment and skills. What Yu Chen wanted was a raw material that this factory was selling off, Changbai Mountain Red Ginseng. It hadn't mutated, but if you added half a bottle of primary healing potion to every 100 g of red ginseng and cooked it with cooking skills, it would become a very special food, ginseng liquid. Ginseng liquid, classified as a cooking product, but in fact, it was something between alchemy and cooking. A small tube, after drinking it, not only immediately restored 80 health points, but also restored 1 health point per second afterwards. It may not sound like much, but this effect could last for 10 minutes. This was quite terrifying, as it could really save lives. Not only did it instantly restore 80 health points, but it could restore a total of 680 health points overall. It outperformed primary healing potions and all the primary dishes made with blue star ingredients on the market. Although she didn't intend to profit from the country, she didn't say she wouldn't compete for profit with Yu Xuanhuan. In the previous life, Yu Xuanhuan didn't know why, but at the end of March, he suddenly went on a trip to Province J with Sui-Tong. Who knows why these two would go on a trip after the game invasion? There was a boss who couldn't sell his red ginseng. When he was crying on the street, Yu Xuanhuan happened to run into him and bought 20,000 caddies of red ginseng slices stored in his warehouse at an extremely low price. The price of ginseng liquid was more than twice the price of the Blue Star's primary healing potion, at 5 silver coins per portion. However, the cost was only half a bottle of primary healing potion and 100 g of red ginseng, the latter being almost as good as picking it up for free. Compared to the primary healing potion that disappeared after 1 sip, although ginseng liquid was expensive, its cost-effectiveness was indeed high, and it was in high demand after being launched. In the previous life, Yu Xuanhuan and the Su family had participated in the closed beta early on and didn't lack primary healing potions at all. With a bottle of primary healing potion in his hands, the profit would directly increase by more than 4 times, allowing him and the Su family to make a huge profit. Not only did they earn a lot of funds, but they also absorbed many casual players through this. Even though the Special Affairs Bureau quickly researched the formula for ginseng liquid, it was still half a month later. During this period, Yu Xuanhuan almost bought all the red ginseng available on the market and made a killing. 10,000 caddies of red ginseng could produce 50,000 portions of ginseng liquid. The cost was 25,000 bottles of primary healing potion. Even if bought directly from Ceylon Star, it would only cost 250 gold. However, selling these 50,000 portions of ginseng liquid at 5 silver coins each could fetch 2,500 gold coins. Subtracting the cost, they could easily earn at least 2,250 gold coins. Yu Chen now only had a little over 25,000 gold coins in her pocket. With 10,000 caddies of red ginseng, she could earn 2,250 gold coins. Why wouldn't she do it? Not only did she want to earn, but she also wanted to buy as much red ginseng on the market as Yu Xuanhuan. She didn't want to cooperate with the Special Affairs Bureau for this business. She was always thinking about the Special Affairs Bureau. She might as well join the Special Affairs Bureau. She didn't owe them anything. In the past half-month in JL, she spent all her disguised time negotiating with those bosses every day, and only used gold for transactions, leaving no traces behind. She had already tried it privately, and the age of the red ginseng did affect the effectiveness of the ginseng liquid. The top-grade red ginseng with an age of over 30 years was indeed powerful. Not only did it instantly restore 120 health points, but it could also recover 1% of health points per second for 15 minutes. This was simply the best partner for a thief. Although this top-grade ginseng was not only expensive but also scarce, she still bought all the genuine products she could get because she had the talent of a food god. With a triple critical hit on ginseng liquid, she naturally used this high-end product herself. As for the red ginseng she wanted to make money from, she directly chose the mid-range ones that could sell for 400 pieces per caddy before the game invasion. Yu Chen wanted a lot, and now everyone needed health products. Red ginseng couldn't be sold at all. Yu Chen exchanged 1 caddy of gold for 1,000 caddies of red ginseng. In the past half-month, Yu Chen bought 70,000 caddies of ordinary red ginseng and 15 caddies of red ginseng aged over 30 years. If she sold all the former as ginseng liquid, even after deducting the 1% handling fee charged by the auction house, she could make around 15,600 gold coins. During this time, she not only tried dozens of expensive herbs herself but also gave many samples to Hecuba. However, she didn't come up with anything new, so she gave up. She thought that if even Yu Xuanhuan could invent something good in this situation, she would go and cut off both his hands. She packed all these red ginseng in large boxes and stacked them in her game backpack. She didn't plan to make primary healing potions herself, even though she could make 1 bottle in just 1 minute at her speed, but over 30,000 bottles of primary healing potions. That would take forever. She planned to stay at home for the next half-month making ginseng liquid and start selling them when players had money next month. Yu Chen was calculating that after finishing her conversation with Zhao Shuang, she would go and inquire about the news of the Liang family and the Su family. Just then, the doorbell rang, and someone came. She let Zhao Shuang in and found that Wu Qingbai was also with her. This time, Zhao Shuang not only brought the exchange book for skill crystals but also came to sign a contract with Yu Chen, discussing how to open a direct passage and minimize the impact of dungeon raiders on Yu Chen's life. The Special Affairs Bureau was professional in this regard. After Yu Chen prepared 2 drinks for them, the 3 of them went upstairs, each holding a drink and watching. When Zhao Shuang saw the light screen blocked behind the wooden frame, she quickly conceived where to open the teleportation passage. Pointing at the plant-filled wooden frame, she said, "The door will be behind this, is that okay?" Yu Chen's request was simple, "Just don't go downstairs." After some thought, she added, "Don't touch this half, I will put up a food cabinet later with some dishes I made." Wu Qingbai frowned and interrupted, "Absolutely not. We cannot exploit the people needle by needle." Zhao Shuang gave him a strange look. Yu Chen's look was even stranger. She suspected Wu Qingbai was deliberately blocking her words, making it awkward for her to continue. She held back but couldn't resist missing such a money-making opportunity. If anyone wants to eat, they can pay for it. Wu Qingbai fell silent for 2 seconds, then nodded in approval. "Well said." Zhao Shuang pursed her lips and looked away, afraid of bursting into laughter. Yu Chen pointed to another corner. "I will set up tables and chairs there for you to rest, free of charge. I will provide everything that can be added. I have only one requirement, no going downstairs and no using any skills to probe my privacy." After confirming that the dungeon was indeed a level 3 dungeon, Zhao Shuang handed a skill crystal to Yu Chen. "Here, you can enclose the area below the 2nd floor. This is a benefit that all friends who rent dungeons to our Special Affairs Bureau will receive. You will receive one for free every month. Water curtain, can delineate an area and place it under a water curtain, rendering it unobservable. Anyone who enters the water curtain without permission will be marked. Within 24 hours, the target's location will be displayed on the user's game map. It costs 10% mana to use, and the water curtain lasts for 30 natural days after use. After seeing the information about the water curtain, Yu Chen remained expressionless on the surface, but her heart sank. In her previous life at the Su family, she had never seen a water curtain, but with so many thefts at the Su family in this life, and the young lady of the Su family even having her ear cut off, precautions might be taken. She had to be careful. As with the Liang family, after Zhao Shuang explained the usage method, Yu Chen immediately crushed the skill crystal. Soon, she could clearly sense her villa in her mind, as well as a 2-meter radius around the villa covered by a light blue water curtain. She could adjust the height and width of the water curtain as she pleased. She didn't set the range of the water curtain too large. Instead, she enclosed the area of the first and second floors in the backyard, making the water curtain look like a rectangular prism with a quarter circle. After delineating this area, she input 10% mana. Soon, she heard a faint sound of rain in her ears. Opening her eyes, she saw that it was raining outside, but the raindrops instantly turned into nothing when they hit the ground, not wetting it. The sound of rain was not annoying, it was more like white noise, calming the heart. The Special Affairs Bureau was transparent in its dealings. After signing the contract, before they even started raiding dungeons, Yu Chen was asked to choose the rent for the first month. Yu Chen had initially wanted to choose divination skills or disguise skills, but when she saw a skill stone named, "Hello, I am a student," she didn't hesitate to choose 5 of them first. "Hello, I am a student," regardless of when, where, or what currency, in any transaction, a 10% discount can be applied. As someone who easily spent tens of thousands of gold, she needed this kind of skill. Then she selected 2 more, "Why is it overweight again?" which, when used, would increase the number of slots in the game backpack. Each game backpack could only be used once. Yu Chen's game backpack now had 36 slots, which was already the most slots a backpack could have on Zealand Star. Only a master-level tailor could make a 36-slot backpack. Only the unreasonable skill of Divine Gift could expand the number of backpack slots. After dealing with the rental dungeon matters, Yu Chen treated Zhao Shuang and Wu Qingbai to a meal before sending them off. She then used intermediate engineering to create an automatic vending machine. Although it cost her 21 gold coins for the materials, the dungeon upstairs would be lively for at least half a year, ensuring a profit. Besides cooking, she also planned to sell the low-level green equipment she obtained, as well as some more obscure alchemical potions and engineering creations. Silence potions, berserk potions, invisibility potions, appearance potions, agility potions, mechanical eyeballs, scouting robots, and so on. Just like a craftsman enjoys showcasing their work, she had learned 2 major professions in her life and couldn't help but want to show off. Moreover, these items were not so rare as to attract thieves. She then set up a rest area with tables, chairs, a coffee machine, a water dispenser, and disposable cups. After completing these tasks, Yu Chen bought a batch of basic healing potions from Zealand Star and started making ginseng extract at home. Ginseng extract was not as delicate as alchemical potions. Once the proportions were right, she could make a pot at once and then package it. As for containers, she used small glass bottles used for alchemical potions, which could be bought for 1 copper coin for 100 bottles. She could produce 2,000 bottles in an hour, with most of the time spent on packaging. Unfortunately, this task couldn't be outsourced, so Yu Chen had to do it herself. 70,000 caddies of ginseng, 350,000 bottles. Working 6 hours a day, it would still take a month to finish everything. Yu Chen wrote down the number of gold coins she could earn on a cardboard and placed it in front of her. Only in this way did she feel she could persevere. On the evening she signed the contract, Zhao Shuang brought people to the rooftop of Yujia and opened a passage. Looking at the already set-up vending machine, as well as the dishes, potions, and sundries inside, Zhao Shuang smirked. The prices were fair, and there was no need to give a commission to the auction house. Truly a money-making opportunity. While her colleagues were opening the passage, Zhao Shuang pulled Yu Chen into a corner. "If I also want to place an automatic vending machine here to sell things, how much would it cost?" Yu Chen glanced at her. "As long as you pay me to buy an automatic vending machine, you can place it here for sale." Zhao Shuang asked, "How much?" Yu Chen replied, "Friendship price, 49 gold and 99 silver coins." Zhao Shuang said, "Okay." The boomerang finally hit herself. While Yu Chen was busy making money, the Liang family also received news that there was a dungeon under their family property that they hadn't discovered, and the person selling this information had come to them personally. The Liang family saw that the person's talent was called know-it-all, which was indeed related to gathering information, so they spent 3 gold coins to buy this information. Although Baozi liked to sell the same information multiple times, she was also dedicated. After she spent 1 gold coin to obtain the information that there was a dungeon on the rooftop of the Liang family's office building, she not only verified it but also specifically checked who was currently clearing the dungeon. She packaged the information she found and sold it to the Liang family for 3 gold coins. The Liang family was generous, not only paying promptly but also adding her as a friend, asking her to come to them if she had any relevant information in the future. After the person left, Liang Yuchuan asked his uncle why they didn't directly recruit her. Liang Jing said, "No need. Such a character is easy to offend people. Keeping her in our family will only cause trouble sooner or later. If there's anything, we can just pay her to buy it." Liang Yuchuan, that Su family. Liang Jing, send someone to verify, it would be even better if we can block them. Then the Liang family caught them in the act and directly blocked the Su family at the entrance of the instance. Well, let's sit down and talk about compensation. If the Liang family does nothing, it's like letting the Su family step on their own face. Maybe the Su family was stronger than the Liang family before the game invasion, but isn't the era different now? The Su family's progress isn't much faster than the Liang family's. At the moment when the Liang family blocked the Su family outside this instance, Yu Chen, who received the message through the undead little spider, instantly became spirited. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. In such a small scene, it was not necessary for the leaders of the Su and Liang families to come forward. It was the younger generation whu appeared. Sue-Liang from the Su family was sent to resolve this matter. After all, Sue-Liang's status in the Su family was similar to Liang Yuchuan's, and this was just a level 1 small instance, not worth making a big fuss over. Sue-Liang received the message while on her way, and Liang Yuchuan was waiting at the entrance of the instance. Yu Chen arrived at this moment. She didn't dare to use the illusion spell that could be detected by skills, but instead used the phantom shift to get near the office building, armed herself, used the disguise skill of the thief god, then instantly moved to the blind spot of the surveillance on the 26th floor, transformed into a gecko, and climbed to the rooftop along the outer wall of the office building. Just as she found a safe spot and lay down, Sue-Liang arrived. Sue-Liang wasn't as shameless as Yu Chen had thought, to blame her for everything. Mainly because Yu Chen was Yu Xuanwan's sister, not only cooperating with the Special Affairs Bureau but also having ways to obtain good things. She didn't need to offend her so early. The Su family acknowledged this matter, and they didn't intend to break ties with the Liang family, but it was impossible to compensate the Su family with 200 gold coins. Half a month, just a level 1 instance, even if the Su family worked day and night in shifts, after deducting the cost of potions and cooking, the profit was less than 10 gold coins. Of course, excluding equipment and experience. The 2 young ladies sat face to face. The area had already been cleared, and the visibility potions and detection skills had been checked. Yu Chen's chosen position was very clever, and she also targeted the only weakness of the detection skill on the field. This detection skill wasn't very professional, it could sense airflow. The Liang family used it as a detection skill, using the method of sensing airflow to detect the movement of air around to see if there were any living beings. How much impact could a small gecko like Yu Chen have on the airflow? Not even as much as the airflow caused by the player's farts. When the conversation between Sue-Liang and Liang Yuchuan reached a deadlock and both sides became increasingly agitated, Yu Chen crawled to the ground, hid behind the generator room, and after seeing the player controlling the airflow lose some mana, she returned to human form and drank an invisibility potion. At this moment, both major detection skills on the field were in a gap period. The visibility potion had just dissipated, and the airflow detection skill had just been used once. Yu Chen walked to the back of Sue-Liang's team, and in a very low male voice after the disguise, she muttered, "How dare a cripple be so arrogant?" Everyone present was a player. It was fine for a level 0 player, but the problem was that Liang Yuchuan was level 1, and she had also increased her physique. The word cripple was heard loud and clear. As for Sue-Liang, the voice was not far from her, so naturally, she heard it too. This directly exploded the lungs of the 2 women. Especially Liang Yuchuan, who had a fiery temper, and recently couldn't stand the word cripple. She immediately raised her hand and released a water cannon skill towards the direction of the voice, which exploded directly in the Su family team. Sue-Liang was also sensitive to the term disabled, but deep down she knew that her subordinates were cursing the Liang family's young miss on her behalf. Despite feeling a mix of satisfaction and displeasure, she didn't want to escalate the conflict. She was about to speak up to reprimand her subordinates to maintain a facade of peace when Liang Yuchuan's water cannon came rushing towards them. Lately, the Su family's members had been reacting nervously during battles, instinctively dodging upon seeing skills and retaliating immediately. The 2 sides clashed in combat. Yu Chen had long been waiting patiently at the rear of both groups. When she saw a Liang family member with a gun falling in the distance, she approached. The person was still alive, and Yu Chen crouched behind him, pressing the gun to his head. Leaning forward, she held his hand with the gun, aimed at Sue-Tong's right eye. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, she pulled the trigger. When Sue-Tong felt the gun aimed at her, she shuddered. Soon, she saw the player on the ground aiming at her with a gun. His head slightly raised, his face twisted in a grimace, teeth clenched, staring at her along the barrel. Without hesitation, she fired at him, but as she did, the player's gun also went off. Sue-Tong's shot hit the player, who was barely hanging on, in the head. As the bullet struck, his hand and head went limp. Simultaneously, the bullet he fired flew towards Sue-Tong. She instinctively dodged, but to her horror, the bullet aimed at her eye changed course and continued towards her. It was too late for Sue-Tong to react. She screamed in agony as the high-speed bullet shattered her remaining ear. Even Liang Yuchuan was stunned into silence. She could only think one thing: it's over. The Su and Liang families are now sworn enemies. No matter how good the healing potions were, they could only stop bleeding and heal wounds, not regenerate missing body parts. After administering healing potions and using healing skills on herself, Sue-Tong's ear wound closed up, but her ear was gone. After firing the bullet that was sure to hit, Yuchen didn't rush to leave. Amidst the chaos, she took out an engineering creation, the mini-guiding device, and after pressing the dead player's other hand for fingerprints, she attached it to the gun tightly held in the deceased player's hand. Mini-guiding device, after use, guides the bullet accurately towards the target until impact, 2/3 uses remaining. With everything done, Yuchen immediately used Shadow Shift to leave, observing the remaining scene through her undead spider without needing to stay. On the rooftop of the office building, chaos reigned. Although the Liang family members had stopped their actions in time and even had healers treat Sue-Tong, offering immediate apologies and lowering their stance, it was too late. Sue-Tong's gaze towards Liang Yuchuan was colder than ever before. She could no longer hear anything and was now a person without ears. She uttered, "I will remember this grudge." Raising her gun, just as the Liang family members thought she was about to attack again, she aimed at a corpse behind the Liang family and fired several shots until the magazine was empty. Only then did she allow herself to be escorted away. Liang Yuchuan didn't pursue. This kind of enmity couldn't be resolved with mere words. Sitting on a chair, she covered her forehead, asking, "Who made a move? Did anyone see?" In fact, based on Sue-Tong's reaction, everyone present could guess. Someone actually witnessed the treatment in Liang Yuchuan's team. At that moment, he saw that the person was barely hanging on, hesitating whether to give him a blood boost. However, his mana was running low, and he needed to reserve at least 2 healing spells for Liang Yuchuan. He planned to walk over and feed him a tube of healing potion, and then witnessed the whole process. Excellent. It seems that even blaming the Su family's own people for accidentally firing a gun can't be avoided. Someone picked up the gun and exclaimed, "No wonder he shoots so accurately, there's something good on his gun." Liang Yuchuan took the gun, saw the mini-guidance device on it, couldn't contain his anger. Was he treating Sue-Tong as a boss? And directly aimed the gun at the body riddled with bullet holes and fired several shots. The physical and testimonial evidence is all here. She took the gun back to the Liang family, told Liang Jing about the incident, and even Liang Jing was stunned. Liang Jing remained silent for a long time and asked, "Is it possible that someone else is meddling? Like an enemy shared by the Liang and Su families?" Looking up, Liang Yuchuan was looking at her speechlessly. The instance message was bought with their own money. The people sent to block the Su family were also sent by them. Various investigative methods were used at the negotiation scene, and Liang Yuchuan was the first to act in the fight. Most importantly, Sue-Tong saw with her own eyes that someone from the Liang family shot at her. This blame cannot be shifted. Yuchen turned the music in the house to the maximum, pretending to cook stir-fried pig intestines with ginseng soup. Thinking about snatching Yushuanwan's money-making opportunity, she wished she could install a light bulb on the roof and dance while cooking the ginseng soup. Her mind suddenly became clear. She had been feeling that something was off recently. Although she snatched the gold, she still felt that she hadn't truly hurt Sue-Tong. Indeed, only through such violent means could she suppress the resentment in her heart. Not only did she hurt Sue-Tong, causing a deep enmity between the Su and Liang families, but more importantly, she could indirectly harm Yushuanwan. She didn't believe that Sue-Tong's anger wouldn't extend to Yushuanwan. Sue-Tong was indeed going crazy, no one could stop her. Whether it was Su Langfeng or Su Beige or Su Jinxian, they were all driven away by her. The 3 men of the Su family looked silently at Yushuanwan. Yushuanwan. He almost pointed at himself and asked, "Me?" Damn it, the people of the Su family were really despicable, but he couldn't say anything. Recently, not only did the Su family tilt their jewelry resources towards him, but they also made him run dungeons for 5 hours every day. Yushuanwan could only politely send the 3 men away and then took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and faced Sue-Tong directly. At this moment, Sue-Liang was not only furious but also desperate. Ever since she lost an ear, she had instructed her subordinates to collect any method that could help her regain her ear, but to no avail. The only thing related to hearing was a toy made by Advanced Engineering, mainly used to help children of different races learn to read. When she wore it, a light screen would appear in front of her when the person within her line of sight spoke, displaying the words synchronously with what the other person said. Its secondary use was for people like Sue-Liang who were deaf. Yu Xuanhuan sat beside her. Sweet words were useless at this time. He directly took out his phone and typed a line, "I'll have my sister go to the Special Affairs Bureau to see if there are any advanced engineering players." You know that the Special Affairs Bureau must have been planning this for a long time. Such talents wouldn't go unnoticed. Let's use this as a temporary solution. Once you learn advanced healing skills in the future, your ear will definitely regenerate. Sue-Liang remained silent with her head bowed. Yu Xuanhuan called Yu Chen directly. No need for speakerphone, it would be too stimulating for a deaf person. How was this different from spinning a pen in front of Liang Yuchuan? Yu Chen knew there must be someone on the other end of the phone when she heard two sets of breaths. She was used to Yak Sunhuan's ways. When Yak Sunhuan asked if she knew anyone who could make a literacy toy, Yu Chen replied, "Let me check." Oh, it's something that requires advanced engineering skills. She hadn't noticed this item before. After all, there were hundreds of formulas for advanced engineering, and she had only focused on spending money to learn the formulas without really studying which ones she had learned. She never expected there would be something that could help Sue-Liang return to a normal life. Yu Chen said, "I really can't make this thing. I'll ask the people at the Special Affairs Bureau for you. Just wait a moment." Without hanging up, she directly private messaged Zhao Shuang in the game. After receiving a reply, she relayed the information to Yak Sunhuan in detail. "It can be done, but it's a highly specialized item, quite niche. There are several rare materials involved. It's no longer something you can buy with coins. I'll give you her number so you can talk to her directly." She then passed on Zhao Shuang's phone number. Yak Sunhuan guessed that the cost might be high, otherwise Yu Chen wouldn't have passed the buck so easily. But he had no choice and dialed the number Yu Chen had given him. Zhao Shuang was a shrewd person, always looking for an advantage. Knowing this was Yu Chen's younger brother, the son-in-law of the Su family, she set a high price, exchange it for 2 level 5 dungeon light screens. Yak Sunhuan, just a high-level engineering product, and it's this expensive? Zhao Shuang, the materials are not expensive, it's the technology that's valuable. Reaching a high level in a professional skill is like entering a different world. Having the formula doesn't mean you can produce the finished product. Yak Sunhuan noted down Zhao Shuang's words in his phone's notes and handed them to Sue-Liang. Sue-Liang nodded. For her, any price was worth paying to return to a normal life. She couldn't bear the terrible feeling of not being able to hear. Naturally suspicious and controlling, not being able to hear what others were saying or laughing about was more unbearable than death. If someone laughed, she suspected they were laughing at her. If someone made a sound related to deafness, she wondered if they were calling her a deaf person. She would eventually reclaim those 2 dungeons from the Liang family. After hanging up the phone, Yu Chen continued to work overtime to brew ginseng soup. She raided dungeons in the morning and brewed soup in the afternoon. The workload was too heavy for her to handle, so she ended up outsourcing the task. The outsourcing partner was the little undead marquis from the alchemy shop. For just 1 gold coin, she could get her to help package 5,000 bottles. And the little undead worked fast and well, so Hedgepaw turned a blind eye to it. This significantly reduced Yu Chen's workload, allowing her to focus on more meaningful things, like learning alchemy from Hedgepaw or learning to cook from the night elf chef at the restaurant. Originally planning to brew 350,000 bottles of ginseng soup in a month, Yu Chen finished boiling them all in less than half a month and handed them all over to the little undead for packaging. During this half month, the city of S was in turmoil because the Su family and the Liang family were at odds. The Liang family was originally in the wrong and didn't want to waste their energy and resources on being hostile to the Su family. They thought of settling the matter peacefully and offering compensation, but the Su family demanded 20 dungeons. "I really wanted to compensate you for your ears, and you stabbed me in the heart? Liang Jing, go to hell. These 20 dungeons would be better used to train their own people. Why give them to the Su family? Feed them up and let them come back for revenge later?" Yak Sunhuan enjoyed watching the chaos. He was taken by the Su family to raid dungeons every day, occasionally going to his own studio with Yi Donglin and Chengzi to raid dungeons. Although he wasn't very talented, he was lucky. Taking him to raid dungeons, the profits from one run were more than those poor souls who ran 3 times. With his luck, he was quite popular. He only slept 6 hours a day, spending most of the remaining time in dungeons, even doing jewelry processing in the dungeons. Although those people were not happy about him leeching experience and always having the final blow handed to him, Yushuanwan's drop rate was really high. With him around, at least 2 pieces of equipment could be obtained from a dungeon run. Once everyone tasted the sweetness of it, they stopped complaining. As a result, Yushuanwan's leveling speed was not slow at all, gaining at least 5% experience every day. Sue-Liang was not lacking in experience either. Her innate talent was admired wherever she went. However, she had become much quieter lately, looking gloomy. Standing next to Yushuanwan, the two of them were starting to look like a married couple. Even though Yushuanwan's lips curved upwards and Sue-Liang's lips turned downwards, forming a parenthesis and an anti-parenthesis, when the two stood together, at first glance, others would feel that this couple's temperament was quite similar. She no longer fussed over her hairstyle. Previously, with a side parting, the side with more hair could nicely cover up the fact that she had lost an ear. However, with a center parting, it was quite awkward, with hair naturally falling down and both sides bare, making anyone who looked at it feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the literacy toy she had was in the shape of earmuffs. Sue-Liang now wore this whenever she went out, covering the barrier holes left by her missing ear. Unaware individuals would not suspect anything, assuming it was just an accessory. She clung to Yushuanwan more tightly, and although Yushuanwan had initially planned to go along with her scheme and let her blame him, guilt worked both ways. Sue-Liang wanted to make herself believe that she had infected herself with a dirty disease and passed it on to him. Each time she oppressed him afterward, the guilt-ridden Sue-Liang, who knew the truth, would feel remorseful. At that time, although Yushuanwan seemed to be in a weaker position on the surface, couldn't he also use Sue-Liang's guilt to his advantage? But now, Sue-Liang had clearly twisted, rendering this plan ineffective. One could not expect a psychologically twisted person to feel guilty. Yushuanwan had decided to take the initiative and expose this matter. Although he did not expect Sue-Liang to feel indebted to him because of it, at least he could prevent Sue-Liang from venting her anger at him so confidently. "I said, turn around and talk to me. Have I not told you not to turn your back on me?" Sue-Liang's reprimanding voice came from behind. Ignoring the mocking, disdainful, or amused gazes of the Su family members, Yushuanwan turned around to appease Sue-Liang without changing his expression. Su Beige and Su Jinxian watched everything from the sidelines, not daring to make a sound. Scolding your husband is one thing, but scolding us is another. Although Yu Chen did not witness this scene, he could guess what was happening. Sue-Liang seemed easygoing on the surface, but when she was in a bad mood, her temper was even scarier than Liang Yuchuan's quick-tempered nature. Liang Yuchuan's temper came and went quickly, but Sue-Liang was the type who rarely got angry but was particularly frightening when she did. Feeling wronged, Yushuanwan became even more diligent in cooking for the Su family. Perhaps he had a talent for cooking that attracted the food god's divine gift. Even though he couldn't cook before, once he learned, the dishes he made were truly delicious. Moreover, Yushuanwan was quite cunning. He didn't absorb much luck, but each time he muttered quietly about the expensive ingredients he had used in the dish after the last blow, everyone's luck in finding items from his meals decreased. Consequently, the drop rate of monsters after Yushuanwan's final blow increased. In comparison, the Su family began to value Yushuanwan more and more, creating a virtuous cycle for him. By April, Yushuanwan had reached level 53, although he hadn't made it onto the leaderboard. This speed surpassed that of 90% of the people. As for many, being able to queue for a dungeon once a day was already impressive. However, by this time, Yu Chen was already level 2. Yushuanwan also inquired a few times, and Yu Chen didn't hide it from him. He directly said that there was a level 3 instance on the villa's upper floor, rented to the Special Affairs Bureau. However, she reserved some time so that when Yushuanwan reached level 3, he could bring firearms to solo the instance at her place. This made Yushuanwan somewhat jealous involuntarily, but when he thought of the over 100 instance resources in the Su family's hands, the jealousy quickly dissipated. Yu Chen had only taken advantage in the early stages. Once the levels increased and better instance resources couldn't be found, the leveling speed would slow down. Still, he told Yu Qingshan about this news, asking them to find Yu Chen to help them level up. When Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua called Yu Chen, she knew it was about Yushuanwan. Even though Yushuanwan trusted her in this lifetime, deep down, he still had this kind of attitude. Although he wouldn't have ill intentions towards Yu Chen, he wouldn't wish her too well either. Yu Chen had long wanted to give Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiuhua a hard time. She readily agreed, "Sure, just remember to stick close to me. If things go south, run outside." Inside the instance, she first performed a scene of extreme monster fighting under siege, with her health dropping to 10% several times but managing to recover, scaring Yi Qiuhua, who gasped loudly several times. Then, during the second monster pull, she accidentally let a mage slip through, which chased Ichogwa and Yu Qingshan, causing them to flee the instance in panic, getting hit by a fireball on the back and barely escaping with low health. After clearing the monsters leisurely, Yu Qin went out to console the two, explaining that every instance run for her was a close call, which is why she couldn't take them alone. Yu Qingshan went back and told Yu Xuanhuan about the situation, and Yu Xuanhuan thought this was normal. Yu Qin couldn't be slaughtering everyone and clearing monsters without a scratch all the time. However, he didn't mention taking the two to level up. But since Yu Xuanhuan caused trouble, Yu Chen naturally had to retaliate. She directly sold the news of Su's son-in-law getting AIDS to Baozi, who then sold it to the Liang family for a higher price. She didn't expect Yu Xuanhuan to pass on this disease to Liang Yuchuan. Based on Liang Yuchuan's relationship with Sui-Tong and Yu Xuanhuan's current SB-level divine gift, Liang Yuchuan wouldn't sleep with Yu Xuanhuan again unless he gained a skill that could absorb luck by sleeping. She had a hunch that Yu Xuanhuan might be able to get away with this situation based on his wits and luck. Before doing all this, to witness the excitement firsthand, she went to the Su family's estate at night and released 3 undead spiders, crawling several kilometers relying on their legs, sneaking into the 3 villas where the Su family head, Su Beige, and Sui-Tong lived. As a precaution, she also placed a spider in the Liang family estate and Yu Xuanhuan's apartment, aiming for a multi-angle spectacle. Baozi's efficiency was comparable to self-media. She bought the news on the 2nd, verified it on the 3rd, although she didn't find evidence. She had a divine skill to confirm the truth of the information she heard, which was the best proof. On the morning of the 4th, she sold this news to both the Liang family and Sui-Tong while casually contacting Yu Xuanhuan during lunch. She sent a message to Yu Xuanhuan saying, "Someone knows you have AIDS. Want to know who? If you do, mail me 5 gold coins." Making money 3 times from one piece of news, who could surpass her? When Yu Xuanhuan received this message, he thought it was a prank, but when he saw the 2 letters Z and AIDS, he still sent over 5 gold coins and learned the earth-shattering news that both the Liang family and Sui-Tong knew you have AIDS as of 11 a.m. today. He almost fainted on the spot. Although he could modify the information on the character panel, he couldn't change his blood. If he drew blood for testing, nothing could be hidden. There's still hope. There's still hope. Sui-Tong would definitely help herself if she didn't want the Su family to know she had this disease. Yu Xuanhuan stayed in the studio and trembled as he directly private messaged Sui-Tong. "Yu Xuanhuan, you know? Sui-Tong, wait for me at the apartment." These 6 words were like a death sentence. Even though Yu Xuanhuan considered himself to have a stronger mental resilience than most people, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. "Yu Xuanhuan, I want to know if you passed it on to me." Sui-Tong, oomph. "Sui-Tong, how did you know I have it? Did you investigate?" Sui-Tong, "You investigated and still dared to get involved with me?" Sui-Tong, "Because you were fearless, you infected me." Yu Xuanhuan realized he had inadvertently revealed a flaw in his panic, as he saw through the window that Sui-Tong's car was parked downstairs at the apartment. Not only did Sui-Tong get out of the car, but also the 2 players with the highest attack power under Sui-Tong opened the car doors and walked out. "Yu Xuanhuan, I can help you conceal the information about the unknown curse. My divine talent can help you absorb the luck of other members of the Su family. I can help you gain control of the Su family. We can make a pact. Yu Xuanhuan, my talent skill is called, do you want a free ride? It's a passive skill. No one can enjoy my cooking for free. When I don't explicitly say that I'm treating you to a meal, if anyone eats my food without paying, their luck will be at my disposal for a period of time. Yu Xuanhuan, I contracted this disease during surgery, and I only found out recently. You can have the steward test me for lies. I really didn't do it on purpose. Yu Xuanhuan, I can also help you retaliate against the Liang family. I can pass on this disease to Liang Yuchuan, to your brother, your father, even the steward." Without a doubt, this was the fastest day of typing in his life. Sui-Tong, with a fierce look as if she wanted to kill everyone in the world, almost lost control when she read the words "even the steward." She almost fell down the stairs. The doorbell rang, and Yi Dong's voice came from outside the house. "Who is it?" "Sui-Tong, open the door, I won't kill you." Yu Xuanhuan and Sui-Tong sat face to face in the study of the apartment, both silent. Once they had some sincerity towards each other, but at some point, that tiny bit of sincerity was completely worn away. Perhaps it was because Sui-Tong didn't share the information about the game's closed beta in time. Perhaps it was because Yu Xuanhuan was injured but kept it from Sui-Tong. Perhaps it was because Sui-Tong never let Yu Xuanhuan participate in the Su family meetings. Perhaps it was because Yu Xuanhuan didn't honestly disclose his divine talent. Perhaps it was the mutual calculations after detecting the unknown curse. Who took the wrong step first, neither of them knew, and neither would admit. They had both seen each other's dark side, as Yu Xuanhuan had once thought. They were naturally a match, shining brightly on the surface but darker and more sinister inside than anyone else.
Yu Xuanhuan didn't plead anymore, and Sue-Liang not killing him indicated she was considering his proposal.
On her way there, Sue-Liang had already thought of hundreds of ways to humiliate and torment Yu Xuanhuan. She wanted to strip him naked and castrate him, then hang him in the town square. She wanted to chop off his limbs and force him to drink a curative potion, making him a dog in the manner she wanted. But now, she decided to endure. Just as Yu Xuanhuan said, he was useful. Not just his luck, but also his talent, and his disease. They signed a contract. From now on, Yu Xuanhuan must not hide anything from Sue-Liang. All the equipment and items Yu Xuanhuan earns must be handed over to Sue-Liang for distribution. Yu Xuanhuan must fully support Sue-Liang in controlling the Su family. Yu Xuanhuan must not harm Sue-Liang in any way. If Yu Xuanhuan finds a way to lift the curse, he must inform Sue-Liang immediately and prioritize helping Sue-Liang lift the curse. However, in response, Sue-Liang would also do her best to cultivate Yu Xuanhuan. At the very least, the Hope Sacred Song from Sue-Liang's bestowed divine talent would bring enjoyment to Yu Xuanhuan. It wasn't exactly equal, with two Yama Kings standing outside. Yu Xuanhuan, I've been honest. Yu Xuanhuan took out the chameleon teapot and handed it to Sue-Liang, allowing her to conceal the curse information on her character panel. There was no warmth between the two anymore, but also no more pretense. From then on, they would be each other's most reliable allies even if only temporarily. Any crisis that Yu Xuanhuan might expose would be handled by Sue-Liang, and Sue-Liang's curse issue would also be resolved. Not only that, Sue-Liang even directly spent 10 times the price to bribe Baozi, making her admit to deceiving the Liang family. As long as the price was right, Baozi had no scruples. Reputation? Reputation could be sold too. She was shocked that her own reputation could be sold for 50 gold coins. And couldn't this be remedied? Baozi privately found the Liang family again, didn't return the money from before, but instead sent them a message. Someone asked me to deal with you, trying to make trouble for the Su family, so they had me pass on false information to you. Liang family. Were they a bunch of idiots? Regardless, the Liang family directly brought this matter to light, but Sue-Liang acted even faster. While the Liang family was still discussing whether to use the information received in the morning to threaten the Su family or to directly tarnish the Su family's reputation, Sue-Liang reached a cooperation agreement with Yu Xuanhuan at noon, and in the afternoon, she exposed all the scandals of the main and side branches of the Su family, revealing every piece of dirt that could be found. Little AI mixed in the gossip of XX banquets, group celebrations, orthopedics, stand-ins, and other scandals, which were, well, exceptionally dirty. But Sue-Liang not only revealed that she and Yu Xuanhuan had contracted this disease, but she also directly found people to muddy the waters, claiming that Su Beige, Su Jinxian, Su Langfeng also had this disease, as did the main and side branches of the Su family. From centenarians to recent graduates, everyone had it. No need to panic, everyone had it. In less than an hour, the Su family had almost become a house of AI. Except for the dogs they raised, everyone in the Su family had this disease. That day, the most frequently heard phrase in the Su family estate was "It's not me. I didn't do it." Sue-Liang and Yu Xuanhuan also went home and howled a couple of times. Soon, it was revealed that nearly half of the gossip was false, a mix of truth and lies. Among these shocking rumors that all Su family members had contracted the disease, naturally, some were classified as false. Someone must be targeting the Su family. Yu Chen watched this drama unfold with the little spider by her side. Although many key pieces of information were exchanged through private chats when they hadn't met, when face-to-face, everyone was used to speaking, just like no matter how much they liked their phones, they wouldn't really text each other when face-to-face. Upon realizing that Sue-Liang and Yu Xuanhuan had completely turned dark, although they weren't exactly pure to begin with, Yu Chen felt even happier. Turning dark naturally happened when things weren't going well. Happy people wouldn't turn dark, they would turn yellow. If these two weren't happy, then she was. She wasn't surprised that Sue-Liang would act against the Su family. If the Su family were truly so loving and harmonious, Sue-Liang wouldn't have used such means to avoid marriage and stay in the Su family. If Sue-Liang had such a good relationship with Su Beige and Su Jinxian, then Su Jinxian wouldn't have died at the hands of Yu Xuanhuan in their past life. When the drama between the Su and Liang families came to an end, it was already April 8th. Recently, Yu Chen had obtained 3 strange items one after another from her cat's nest. They weren't particularly useful, but they were novel items that could predict the weather, change hair color, or emit different scents based on the owner's mood. She decided to keep them all. At this point, 350,000 bottles of ginseng liquid had all been packaged. During this time, Yu Chen had intermittently used gold to purchase 50,000 caddies of red ginseng and 6 caddies of red ginseng aged over 30 years in S City and its vicinity. Since it was not the place of origin, the prices were slightly higher.
She started boiling the ginseng liquid again while anonymously listing the inventory one by one.
The only downside was the limitation of 1,000 items per person on the shelves at the same time. But knowing that this money was snatched from Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Chen felt like she was stabbing Yu Xuanhuan every time she listed a product.
When the ginseng liquid was first listed, not many people bought it.
Yu Chen made herself a cup of coffee, and when she returned, the 1,000 bottles of ginseng liquid she had listed earlier were already sold out. She listed another 1,000 bottles, and from then on, each batch of ginseng liquid she listed would be sold out in about 3 to 5 minutes. The potent healing effects and affordable prices made the ginseng liquid an instant hit. Almost everyone was rushing to buy it. Channels like World and various regional channels, even the Nearby channel, were discussing this high-value therapeutic cuisine.
Not to mention the young people who needed to raid dungeons, even the wealthy middle-aged and elderly couldn't resist buying it. Health preservation was deeply ingrained in the genes of the elderly. I feel much stronger after drinking it.
This was clearly a placebo effect.
Can pregnant women or children consume it? Can we see the list of ingredients?
Either they were seasoned online shoppers or they came to pry the formula. This is really suitable for fighting elite monsters. It takes about 10 to 30 minutes each time.
You need to drink at least 3 bottles of basic healing potions, but it's hard to let go of the last bottle.
Although you can tough it out and slowly regenerate health at home, it's very dangerous to walk around with low health.
This was a genuine buyer's review. Who developed the formula? Are there any traditional Chinese medicine practitioners? Is the Bureau of Special Affairs involved? The prices seem quite low already, but they could be lower. Where's the Bureau of Special Affairs? Lower the prices. They're all anonymous. Could it be the same person? 98% sure it's the person at the top of the wealth rankings. Their money is jumping up every minute. However, there was no sign of speculative trading yet. After all, the biggest advantage of this product was its cost-effectiveness. If the price was too high, there was no need to buy it. Wasn't it more appealing to rush for those low-priced healing products from the Bureau of Special Affairs?
But on the second day of listing the ginseng liquid, the prices of ginseng, red ginseng, and party ginseng in the market began to soar. Although people didn't know the formula yet, having ginseng was definitely right, so they rushed to get it first and study later. Even the Su family and Liang family joined the rush. Not to mention the Bureau of Special Affairs, charge. Yu Chen had no intention of hoarding goods. The Bureau of Special Affairs would soon be able to research the formula for the ginseng liquid. She wanted to quickly sell all 350,000 bottles of ginseng liquid and the subsequent batches before the Bureau of Special Affairs lowered the prices. She sold 30,000 bottles a day, from the 8th to the 19th, and the over 50,000 caddies of red ginseng she acquired were all processed into ginseng liquid, totaling 250,000 bottles. She kept 2,000 bottles for herself and sold the rest. With over 1 billion people in Huaxia, not to mention market saturation, even if these 600,000 bottles of ginseng liquid were thrown into the water, they wouldn't make a splash. After deducting the auction house fees and the wages and bonuses for the little undead, Yu Chen made a total profit of 26,600 gold. During this time, she also transformed into a goblin to craft 3 gold coins every day. Big money to earn, small money to grab. She was very interested in money, crossing her arms and vigorously swinging out, very interested indeed. On April 29th, after selling 600,000 bottles of ginseng liquid, Yu Chen stopped. Although she remained anonymous, everyone knew that the ginseng liquid came from the anonymous tycoon at the top of the wealth rankings. Because her assets were increasing almost every minute, finally settling at 52,339 gold, 17 silver, and 89 copper. It is widely known that the second place belongs to the finance department of the Special Affairs Bureau because the person's profile picture has a small golden dragon in the upper right corner, and also because this person's ranking fluctuates many times throughout the day. Previously, this finance officer could occasionally reach the top spot, but ever since the anonymous big shot surpassed 50,000, the finance officer of the Special Affairs Bureau has never reached the top again. Yu Chen didn't have much of a reaction to being at the top of the wealth ranking. After all, she earned money quickly and spent it just as fast. She was more excited about creating the rare ginseng essence. Rare ginseng essence, 91 points immediately restores 120 health points upon consumption and then regenerates 1% of health per second for the next 10 minutes. This ginseng essence is made from 30-year-old red ginseng combined with intermediate healing potions. She only had a total of 93 bottles, so every bottle she drank meant one less in her possession. She probably wouldn't use it before reaching level 10, the higher her health points, the more cost-effective it would be to use. On the third day after she stopped producing, on May 1st, a large quantity of ginseng essence appeared on the market, not only in auction houses but also in hospitals. Yu Chen was just one person running a small workshop, working tirelessly to produce a limited quantity, but after the Special Affairs Bureau developed the formula, they could produce tens of thousands of bottles every day, quickly saturating the market. However, the price soon dropped to 4 silver coins, and even the price of basic healing potions decreased slightly, with basic healing potions now available for just 1 silver coin and 80 copper coins. Yu Chen filled 100 bottles of ginseng essence in the vending machine upstairs, priced at 5 silver coins each, regardless of whether they sold or not, and then she went into the instance to brush up on her skills. She had reached level 2 in April, but she was busy making ginseng essence to earn money and had to attend classes on Zealand Star. She only managed to run instances every few days, and since reaching level 2, the experience rewards for fighting monsters at level 3 were reduced. Even after defeating over 700 monsters, she only gained 9% experience points. Sometimes, if Hesipa was in a good mood and willing to teach more, she would stay up late studying and skip running instances the next day. However, she was efficient every time she ran an instance, and despite not running them frequently, her level steadily rose to 3 and 57%. Her ranking on the level leaderboard dropped a bit to 36th place. Yu Chen glanced at Sue-Liang in 96th place and Yu Xuanhuan in 99th place and thought, great, these two fools have also reached level 3. Even if we don't count the attribute points Sue-Liang added with the hopeful limb, he has at least gained an additional 15 points. Now I have more inventory to steal. After spending 3 hours running 2 instances, she threw the 2 newly acquired green items into the vending machine at a price of 1 gold each. It was only 11 o'clock, and she had nothing else to do in the afternoon, so she decided to relax by stealing the attributes of the male and female leads. Although she had been busy lately, she would occasionally use a small spider to spy on Sue-Liang and Yu Xuanhuan to see what mischief they were up to. She found that once these two stopped pretending, they were truly a perfect match. Yu Xuanhuan was responsible for cooking, while Sue-Liang would sneak the dishes made by Yu Xuanhuan into the logistics department, mixing them with dishes made by other logistics personnel. The dishes looked the same and were indistinguishable once mixed together. Then the two of them, along with Lin Chengzhe and a trusted aide of Sue-Liang, went to run instances together. The 4 of them quickly cleared the instances, allowing them to run a level 2 instance every 3 hours. Their experience points soared, especially with the luck they absorbed from Sue's family, guaranteeing them equipment, items, and skills every day. In contrast, Sue's family suffered casualties every day. The prestige of Su Langfeng, Su Beige, and Su Jinshin had begun to be slightly affected. Not only did Sue-Liang turn Sue's family into a mess, but she also left the family alone to develop on her own. Due to her special innate talent, the Su family team had to listen to her hopeful limb every day. The Su family was completely obedient to her, and the subordinates of the Su family had an even greater fondness for Sue-Liang. After all, less interaction meant fewer conflicts, and every time Sue-Liang appeared, she brought benefits. Who wouldn't like a boss who only appeared occasionally but always brought benefits? Yu Chen touched the entrance of the instance and found 2 people guarding the door. They seemed bored, one playing on a phone and browsing forums, the other dozing off. She transformed into a small sparrow, perched on a nearby tree, patiently waiting. Her plan was to wait for Yu Xuanhuan and the others to come out and enter the instance together. As long as they didn't team up, other players couldn't see their health bars or positions without investigating. Entering the instance wouldn't show how many people were inside. The only trouble was that without teaming up, they weren't friendly units. If they used skills and she didn't dodge, she would get hurt. But being cautious was enough. Half an hour later, Sue-Liang and the others walked out of the instance, their faces filled with joy, indicating a good harvest. The 2 guarding the instance immediately stood up. Perhaps in a good mood, Sue-Liang didn't scold them but instead gave some instructions to guard the instance properly. The instance curtain slowly closed and reopened a few seconds later. This meant the refresh was complete. Sue-Liang told the 2 at the door to message her privately if needed, then led the group back into the instance. After waiting for the 2 to relax and sit down, Yu Chen flew down from the tree, skimmed the ground in a half circle, flew low past the employee playing on the phone, and rushed into the instance. Inside the instance, she didn't act immediately but cautiously peeked ahead. Seeing Yu Xuanhuan and the others had moved far away, only their backs visible, she flapped her wings and flew into the sky. When she reached what she deemed a safe height, she looked down at the ground. By this time, Yu Xuanhuan and the others were preparing to engage the first batch of monsters. The creatures in this instance were Dreenii, resembling the Nasics from Avatar, blue-skinned and skilled in jewelry crafting. Yu Chen observed the group's monster fighting pattern, Sue-Liang healing and dealing damage, Yu Xuanhuan attacking and dealing damage, Lin Chengzhe dealing damage and controlling, and the last one, Su Wu, acting as a meat shield tank, drawing the enemy's attention. Although most of the creatures were intelligent and knew to target healers first, sometimes they were pushed back by the tank or lured by Su Wu's skills, unable to resist attacking him. Yu Chen landed on a tree, used 2 happily ever after skill crystals to reduce Yushuanhuan and Sui-Tong's luck to 1, then flew to a distance, transformed into human form, and consumed food that increased her health by 300 per minute, triggering her food god talent for triple critical hits, adding 900 health per minute for half an hour. This was the most advanced dish she could currently make. Even without equipment boosting her constitution, she had 350 health, losing 70 health with each steal. To maintain her health above 80%, she needed to steal every 5 seconds on average. Yu Chen flew directly to the rear of the Drenii group, disguised as one of them, changing her ID to Drenii warrior. Occasionally, she approached Yu Xuanhuan and the others, using skills to evade them effortlessly in the monster pile. Whenever the Drenii group was close to being wiped out, she shouted a few Drenii phrases she knew and escaped, only to return and steal again when Yu Xuanhuan and the others attracted a new group of Drenii. Each time she fled, she would also grab 2 other Drenii, leading Yu Xuanhuan and Sui-Tong to believe for a long time that Drenii were a race that liked to run away when they couldn't win. Drenii, reputation damaged. After stealing for over 50 minutes, as Yu Xuanhuan and his group surrounded the last group of monsters, she swiftly transformed into a bird and flew out of the instance. When Yu Xuanhuan and his group came out and went back in, she followed suit, repeating her actions. This is much more interesting than grinding. Yu Chen followed them from 1 p.m. until 9 p.m. when they dispersed to have dinner. He stole 16 attribute points, with a focus on Yu Xuanhuan and Sui-Tong. The former gained 4 points of intelligence, the latter gave her 4 points of intelligence, Suwu gave her 5 points of constitution, Lin Qingzi gave her 3 points of intelligence. Not only that, she also obtained 3 jewelry processing blueprints, 2 skill books, 4 pieces of green equipment, and 27 gold coins. Yu Chen looked at her attributes: health, 618, mana, 1170/1170, strength, 17, constitution, 15 plus 5, intelligence, 21 plus 11, agility, 25 available attribute points, 15. She somewhat regretted stealing from Su Wu, as her constitution increased, her health points increased, and the blood loss from stealing also increased. That sounded a bit too Versailles, but it felt good to indulge a bit. Yu Chen returned to her villa satisfied, counting her other gains. She anonymously auctioned the 4 pieces of green equipment for 80 silver coins, slightly below market price, and they were almost instantly sold. The 2 skill books were both F-grade, one was F-grade, Water Ball Technique, and the other was F-grade, Ice Arrow Technique, which Yu Chen learned directly. She didn't bother learning Fireball Technique because it was not very powerful, and she didn't lack fire equipment either. However, Water Ball Technique and Ice Arrow Technique were useful for cooking when lacking water and making chilled drinks to cool down in summer, making them quite practical. Yu Chen also directly learned the 3 jewelry processing blueprints. The advantage of the Blue Star people over the Zealand Star people probably lay here. With the blueprints, she could learn to make this jewelry even without learning basic jewelry processing. It was a great harvest: 16 attribute points, 2 skills, 3 blueprints, and with the money from selling the 4 pieces of equipment, she gained 30 gold coins. Yu Xuanhuan and Sui-Tong would probably be puzzled once they discovered their attributes mysteriously decreased again, and their equipment, blueprints, and skills were gone. However, all of this had nothing to do with Yu Chen, and even if Yu Xuanhuan, Sui-Tong, and the others racked their brains for 100 years, they would never suspect her. But she guessed they might attribute it to divine gifts. The next day, Yu Chen went again, using the same formula and flavor. She first improved Yu Xuanhuan's luck, then focused on him, and in the end, she gained 3 points of intelligence and a sewing blueprint. At noon, when the 4 of them sat down to rest and eat, Sui-Tong asked why Su Wu's health points were so low that day. This question stunned all 4 of them. How could they only notice such an obvious issue now? They all checked their data panels and simultaneously let out sharp exclamations. Even the usually composed Su Wu couldn't help but scream out loud. How could they have lost so many attribute points? Their expressions contorted, and they involuntarily stood up to check their pockets. No way, did I lose my attribute points? They couldn't help but exclaim. What kind of ghost story was this? At the same time, they remembered that they had obtained quite a few pieces of equipment and blueprints yesterday, right? But upon checking, they were gone too. Sui-Tong and Yu Xuanhuan both recalled similar incidents from before, with Sui-Tong experiencing it even earlier. Her luck was originally at its peak. But in these instances of losing attribute points or equipment, they couldn't find any commonalities. Yu Xuanhuan furrowed her brows and suddenly said, "Did you guys notice that yesterday afternoon we had really bad luck and didn't get anything?" Lin Qingzi thought about it and found it unbelievable, but it can't be that all 4 of us were this unlucky, right? Although under favorable conditions the final blow would be given to Yushu and Huan, especially those elite monsters or foreign tribe captains or leaders, who usually drop good items, in actual combat, sometimes it may not be so accurate. Lin Qingze also killed many monsters, but he didn't get anything. Su Wu and Sui-Tong also found it unbelievable. Sui-Tong frowned and said, "Why does it sound like being affected by your sister's ability to alter others' luck?" But despite saying that, no one present doubted Yu Chen because firstly, there were people guarding outside the instance, and Yu Chen had no idea about this place. Secondly, Yu Xuanhuan didn't notice any change in his luck value, although it could also be that he simply didn't pay attention. Thirdly, even if Yu Chen's skill could make them unlucky, it wouldn't make them lose attribute points. Sui-Tong said, "The first time I lost attributes and items, I checked if there were any talents related to stealing things, but at that time there were few players, and I couldn't find much information. I'll check again now." After a few people noticed something was wrong, Yu Chen didn't stop there but continued. The passive talent of the thief god could make people forget temporarily that they had owned such items after being stolen from. Before entering the instance, they reminded each other to always pay attention to their attributes, but once they started fighting in the instance, they forgot. After all, what they suddenly remembered was the things they lost yesterday. But now, with a new round of the thief god's visit, they naturally began a new cycle of forgetfulness. Day 1, huh? I lost the things I got yesterday. Day 2, huh? I lost the things I got yesterday? Day 3, huh? I lost the things I got yesterday? Like a goldfish trapped in an infinite loop. Yu Chen stopped stealing at 2 p.m. Mainly because she had to go to school on Zealand Star in the afternoon, and she had harvested enough today. First, there were 5 pieces of equipment, small green ones. Secondly, the highlight was not only did she get 3 points of intelligence from Yushu and Huan, but she also obtained a special item, the Coin of Destiny. Coin of Destiny, special item when faced with difficult decisions, toss it high, and the amount on the coin will change. The closer the number is to 10, the greater the success rate of the choice you lean towards deep down. As for what you truly think, the coin doesn't know. As for Sui-Tong, she only got 1 point of intelligence and attribute points, but surprisingly, she also stole a special item, the rice frame. Rice frame, special item inserted into a vat, and it will bring out a bit of high-quality rice from a palace, limited to 1 pound per day. Lin Qingze and Su Wu didn't get much because Yu Chen didn't waste too much of their health points. At this point, Yu Chen's intelligence had reached 36. The maximum distance of each phantom shift had also reached 36 kilometers, so she could wander around S-City casually, and no matter where she went, it would only take a few seconds. Yu Chen didn't return home but went straight to Zealand Star, dropped the 5 small green items at the auction house on Zealand Star, and then went to the alchemy shop for class. Since earning a lot of pocket money by helping Yu Chen pack the potion, every time Yu Chen came to the shop the little undead would look forward to her eagerly. Of course, even if Yu Chen didn't give her a chance to earn pocket money, she wouldn't change her expression. The little undead was still very simple. Moreover, she always felt that Hechba was very satisfied with her helping little Marquis earn extra money, as evidenced by the fact that since that day, Hechba would teach some of her unique skills during class. Another day of becoming more excellent. When she returned to Blue Star after class, she received a message from Yushu and Huan. Yushu and Huan, sister, do you know of any items that can steal other people's attribute points? Ah, isn't this hitting a sore spot? Yu Chen, I haven't seen any items, but I've seen this kind of skill crystal. Yushu and Huan, what skill? Yu Chen, it seems familiar to me, but the probability of stealing attribute points is not high, maybe around 5% I think. Yushu and Huan, does the Special Affairs Bureau sell it? Yu Chen, yes, but it's quite expensive, 1 gold coin per piece. It's better to buy equipment with that money. If you want, I can help you purchase it. Yushu and Huan, got it, sis. Can you buy 5 for me? I've sent you the money. Yu Chen didn't hesitate. The skill crystal she wanted was indeed available at the Bureau of Special Affairs. She wasn't lying to Yushu and Huan, she rarely lied to them. After receiving the 5 gold coins from Yushu and Huan, she immediately forwarded them to Zhao Shuang without keeping any for herself. Zhao Shuang was practically her exclusive contact person now. Yu Chen used her own quota for personal purchases, but when she introduced customers like Sui-Tong to Yushu and Huan, they used Zhao Shuang's quota. This was not against the rules, everyone did it. Besides, internal staff received discounts on purchases, and the higher the rank, the greater the discount. Zhao Shuang made a comfortable profit by selling items at a higher price, accumulating more than her monthly salary. After receiving the 5 skill crystals, Yu Chen examined them. She had almost chosen this one back in the day. This seems familiar. After use, there is a 10% chance of stealing one item from the target and a 5% chance of stealing one attribute point, random attribute. Regardless of success, this skill can only affect each target once. She remembered the second skill of sleight of hand, which was to steal others' talents, called reverse fate. Although the probability was extremely low at 0.5%, unlike the God of Thieves, it had no usage limit. However, the success rate was as reliable as "I'll do it next time," which was practically zero. Fortunately, the Bureau of Special Affairs did not openly sell skill crystals that could steal others' talents. Even for this seems familiar, there was a purchase limit of 5 per person. However, Yu Qin decided that she would investigate the divine gifts of any player who tried to approach her in the future. After sending the 5 this seems familiar skill crystals to Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Chen added a reminder. Yu Chen, this skill crystal seems quite popular. Be careful not to be discovered, or you might get killed. With that, she said no more. She was known for being straightforward, considerate, and not meddling, but she was protective of her younger brother. After receiving the skill crystals, Yu Xuanhuan gave 3 to Sui-Tong. The next day, instead of joining Lin Qingze and the others for a dungeon raid, they spent half a day in a dungeon with Sue's family. During this time, they discreetly used the skill crystals on Sue's family members. These two were truly the main characters. Yu Xuanhuan gained 1 attribute point after using 2 skill crystals, while Sui-Tong succeeded once after using 3. The next day at lunch, Yu Chen received 110 gold coins sent by Yu Xuanhuan. Yu Xuanhuan, sis, this is great stuff, get me another 100. Yu Chen, you're killing me. I've used up all my quota for you. You can buy from Zhao Shuaying yourself, but if you don't cooperate with the Bureau of Special Affairs, it might be a bit more expensive. With that, she casually took out a handful of gold coins from her bag, accepted the 110 gold coins, returned 100, and handed them back. When facing Yu Xuanhuan, her vigilance was 100 times stronger than with Zhao Shuaying. Even though Yu Xuanhuan had no reason to link the wealth leaderboard leader to herself, his strange luck had to be guarded against. Yu Xuanhuan was too excited to notice that Yu Chen had taken a cut of the gold coins he sent. Not only did he not mind, but he also privately thanked Yu Chen. After fooling Yu Chen, he and Sui-Tong immediately contacted Zhao Shuaying separately. Then they were shocked by the prices. Sui-Tong cursed, 5 gold coins per piece, why didn't we go rob them? Even if they make a lot more money from their daily activities than ordinary people, she and Yu Xuanhuan are not short of money. But just after consuming at Yu Chen's place for 1 gold per piece, turning around to buy at a personal price that is 5 times higher, who can bear that? In comparison, Yu Chen didn't earn a single penny from them. Yu Xuanhuan completely forgot that Yu Chen took 110 gold and only returned 100 gold, keeping the remaining 10 gold directly. Giving pocket money to Fu Di's sister, can that be called being skinned? That's called an investment. Sui-Tong also felt Yu Chen's kindness. She found that Yu Xuanhuan, this sister, is really a reliable person. She doesn't deceive her own people. They did try to find people related to the Su family in the Special Affairs Bureau, but this organization, like a pyramid scheme, seems like everyone has a level, and different people can see different transaction logs. After asking around, although Zhao Shuaying's side was expensive, her goods were the most comprehensive, and her position was also high, so making a deal with her was considered building a good relationship. Despite complaining, the two still bought it. Sui-Tong's side, in the future, when buying things, I will still look for your sister. It's okay to give her a little more money. Instead of letting outsiders profit, it's better to let your sister profit. Your sister is really good, she may be a bit stingy with words, but she really doesn't deceive you when handling things. Yu Xuanhuan nodded, indeed, that's how she is. In fact, she is a good person. After briefly commenting on the honest person Yu Chen, they let Lin Qingze and Su Wu contact Zhao Shuaying to try to buy a little more with their quota. The result was that Zhao Shuaying sold to Lin Qingze but not to Su Wu. Her answer sounded a bit hurtful. Not everyone can buy these skill crystals from the Special Affairs Bureau. Yu Chen can buy from us because we have cooperation. Although the Su family and the Lin family currently do not have cooperation with us, I will give you face, not only me, but if anyone from the Special Affairs Bureau comes, they will also give you face. Others? I'm sorry, you don't have the qualification to purchase. What a straightforward, passionate, and refreshing flattery. Sui-Tong couldn't even get angry. Lin Qingze, on the other hand, not only wasn't angry but was quite pleased. Su Wu silently lit a cigarette for himself. Fine. Lin Qingze bought 5 skill crystals, Yu Xuanhuan took 3, and Sui-Tong kept 2. As for whether Lin Qingze wanted them or not, it didn't matter. But for Yu Xuanhuan and Sui-Tong, who successfully stole attribute points, these few crystals were not satisfying enough. they had lost 5 to 7 attribute points before. If they hadn't discovered that skill crystals could steal attribute points, they would have gone crazy by now, not to mention that they had already lost attribute points a few months ago. Yu Xuanhuan suspected everyone who had been close to him during that time, but there was no pattern to it. The only common point was that every time something was lost, Sue-Liang was by his side? In fact, Sue-Liang also suspected Yu Xuanhuan. The first time she discovered that she had lost attribute points and items, although she wasn't with Yu Xuanhuan, it was the day after she visited the Yu family, and just like this time, when she recalled, the items were already lost. Although the time and place of each loss of attribute points were unclear, sometimes all day at home, sometimes all day in the instance, but each time there was a common person by their side, Yu Xuanhuan. However, this suspicion only flashed through the minds of the two. After all, they were now in the same boat, both losing attribute points and equipment. It just so happened that they both felt they were jinxed by each other. After that day, when Yu Xuanhuan and Sue-Liang and a few others were in the instance, they became more cautious, and even quickly found a way to deal with it, which was to call 16 people from the Su family to occupy all the spots in the instance, and even deliberately changed to a different instance. This was obviously a very effective method, as a small instance with 20 people would be full, and once the spots were taken, Yu Chen couldn't enter. The Drenii had completely lost the chance to clear their names. But the more this happened, Yu Chen found herself going there more often. She couldn't steal inside the instance, but she could steal outside of it. She wanted to make a few people more nervous, more suspicious. While waiting, she didn't idle away her time. She would watch alchemy videos in her mind, reinforcing the knowledge taught by Hesipa. Once this group of people came out, she would start using her skills. She squatted for 3 days in a row, until she obtained 2 intelligence points each from Yu Xuanhuan and Sue-Liang, and noticed that the group's expressions were becoming more and more distressed. Only then did Yu Chen stop. In just these few days, Yu Chen obtained 9 intelligence points from Yu Xuanhuan and 7 intelligence points from Sue-Liang. Coupled with the attribute values she had previously obtained from them, Yu Xuanhuan, who was clearly at level 3, had attributes similar to a level 1 player. Yu Chen's intelligence had completely surpassed her agility. Blame it on both the male and female leads being mages. The sales of the self-service vending machine on the top floor of the villa were very good. The prices were similar to those at the auction house, but the highlight was that it had many niche products. Not only obscure alchemical potions but also engineering gadgets like the mini guidance device, scout robot, eavesdropping bee, flash bomb, and automatic stove, which were interesting and niche. The members of the Special Affairs Bureau who often came here to run instances all knew that the owner of this instance on the rooftop was skilled in both alchemy and engineering, and also cooking. There were a total of 4 self-service vending machines on the rooftop, 1 selling potions, 1 selling engineering gadgets, 1 selling dishes, and 1 selling information. They restocked at noon every day, with a random variety. Even if people didn't buy anything, it was good to broaden their horizons. In fact, each potion and engineering creation had its own clever use, and they were basically sold out every day, to the point that while people queued up casually for other instances, everyone in this villa area would compete to be in the first batch at noon for the level 3 troll undead instance. Regardless of gender, everyone who came here to run instances would tacitly browse around first before starting. Of course, there was a very special vending machine on this rooftop, where the items inside were not cheap. They contained information from various instances and some exotic races, and these notebooks were clearly gifts from the gods, as they couldn't be copied after purchase. Only the buyer could see the contents inside. It was obviously the work of the Special Affairs Bureau. If you wanted to organize and post it on the forum for others to see for free, that was possible, but with such high prices, ranging from 50 silver coins to several gold coins, if you were willing to be so generous, that was also fine. But if you wanted to sell it, the Special Affairs Bureau would directly hold you accountable. Yu Chen had bought information related to professional skills on the Zhelan Star. It not only listed the locations of various professional skill instructors in the main cities of Zhelan Star but also encouraged everyone to learn a professional skill as much as possible when funds were sufficient, and briefly introduced the advantages and disadvantages of various professions. It also listed nearly 100 professional talents in Blue Star China who were recognized as master-level professionals by the game rules after the game invasion, some of whom had already cooperated with the Special Affairs Bureau. Players who wanted to learn could contact the Special Affairs Bureau for detailed discussions. Yu Chen glanced at it and skipped over. She had already spent a lot of time specializing in alchemy and still needed time to practice cooking. She didn't plan on learning more, not even engineering, which she only intended to pursue as a hobby. After all, too much greed leads to nothing good. Glancing at the time, it was almost noon. She restocked the 3 self-service vending machines on the rooftop. She didn't set any rules for herself on what to put in them. she just put in whatever she got. 50 bottles of potions, 30 engineering gadgets, and 50 dishes she had made while practicing cooking. These 3 vending machines could bring her around 30 gold coins in income every week. Including the 3 gold coins she made herself every day after transforming into a goblin, on average, she now earns 7 gold coins a day. She wouldn't have dared to dream such a beautiful dream in her past life. Although she easily earned tens of thousands of gold coins by exchanging them and selling ginseng extract, she did not underestimate these small amounts of money, as every little bit counts. The funds received by the vending machine would temporarily stay inside, not reflecting in her real-time wealth value, ensuring no one would notice any changes in the wealth rankings. After restocking the goods, Yu Chen went downstairs to cook, avoiding the subsequent card point rush by the members of the Special Affairs Bureau. Such a good opportunity wouldn't be missed by Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa. Although they were scared to death last time they followed to run dungeons, the self-service vending machine caught their attention. She didn't hide anything, there was no need to hide. Whether she wanted to give her things or not was her decision. More importantly, this matter would definitely reach the ears of the Su family and Yu Xuanhuan. There was no need for her to hide anything. Ichogwa had been showing concern recently, even offering to help her clean the house and shovel the backyard, but Yu Chen refused, citing the need for quiet to practice her professional skills. She wasn't sure if Ichogwa from her past life knew that the dishes made by Yu Xuanhuan could drain her luck. Maybe she didn't know, or maybe Yu Xuanhuan told her not to let Yu Chen feel pressured, so she lied that she made those dishes for Yu Chen to eat in peace. Or perhaps she said she made those dishes, and Yu Chen would bring her good things. Given Ichogwa's personality, she might agree. She might seem foolish at times, but she had a scale in her heart to do what was best for herself. Was she really biased against women? Not necessarily. Because even though she didn't have much sincerity towards herself, she might not have genuine feelings for Yu Xuanhuan either. She might just be going along with Yu Qingshan's deception. But all of that was not important anymore. Yu Chen had died once and had lost interest in seeking answers. When she looked at Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa, all she felt was hatred and pain. Instead of taking matters into her own hands, she wanted these two to experience the pain of having their luck drained by Yu Xuanhuan. She looked forward to seeing what they would do to Yu Xuanhuan once they discovered the truth. But before that, she decided to pass the ball back to Yu Xuanhuan. Let them be lovey-dovey. During another meal at home with the two, Yu Chen informed Lao Deng and Ben Bai about Yu Xuanhuan's leveling speed, asking them to keep an eye on Yu Xuanhuan. The Su family must have many retirees like you and Dad who are afraid to fight monsters themselves. They might have a special team to help these people level up. That's the Su family. Can players like me who prefer solo play compare? She also told Yu Qingshan, I know you don't want to trouble Xuanhuan, but times have changed. Now, the stronger you are, the more influence you have. Look at me, because I can occasionally use my connections and channels to help Sui-Tong and them buy good things. Sui-Tong now calls me sister when she sees me. After my level went up, they treated me with respect. Why should I work so hard? You guys too, now go have Xuanhuan put you in the Su family's leveling team. Once your level goes up, I'll find a way to get you some equipment, giving you Xuanhuan some confidence, right? Why can Su family's distant relatives go, but you can't? Xuanhuan is already in the top 100 of the leveling rankings, so she should have some say, right? And once your level goes up, adding some constitution is stronger than any health or skincare product. Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa were tempted by her words. In fact, they were already interested in leveling up, which was why Yu Xuanhuan's few words had prompted them to ask Yu Chen to help them level up. Yes, why could Su family's distant relatives be taken to level up, but not them? And if the Su family really had a leveling team, it would surely be safer than being led by Yu Chen alone. Yu Chen just kicked the ball back to them like that. She wasn't worried about Yu Xuanhuan not being able to handle it, because the Su family indeed had a sunset red leveling team. The Yu family only had 2 elderly people, while the Su family had at least dozens of old folks due to their large family business. They were not short of money and always used the most advanced technology for health preservation. Each of them lived to a ripe old age of 70 or 80, all being elders of the Su family. The Su family couldn't possibly ignore them. In fact, every major power had similar teams. In her past life, she had worked in such a sunset red leveling team, which was quite popular. After all, one only needed to bring a few elderly people and didn't have to go outside to queue up laboriously to raid dungeons. They could level up and keep the loot for themselves. But some of the old helpers had stubborn and foul tempers, which was quite annoying. However, in her past life, Ichogwa and Yu Qingshan had never been to such a sunset red leveling team. Yu Xuanhuan's subordinates were all eager to please him, competing to bring Yu Qingshan and Ichogwa for leveling up. Looking back now, there were flaws everywhere. Those people would bring Yu Xuanhuan's parents, wouldn't they think about bringing her for leveling up?
No one came to find her at all. It must be something Yu Xuanhuan did in between. After receiving Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua, Yu Xuanhuan didn't return them to Yu Chen but casually sent them to the Su family's Sunset Red leveling team. His level had increased now, although no one knew that his attributes were as bad as a level 0 player's. Moreover, his income was high when he raided dungeons with Sui-Tong's small team. He now knew 7 attack skills, mostly F grade, but they looked quite impressive, right? In addition, the items he crafted through jewelry processing were recognized for their good attributes in the Su family. His status had also risen significantly. Previously, everyone treated him as invisible, but now they saw him as Sui-Tong's husband. It could be considered a kind of progress. From living off others to being able to smack his lips while doing so, how could that not be considered progress? As for being locked up every night by Sui-Tong to be whipped, don't ask, it's all about spicing things up. He just had to say a word to send his parents to the leveling team. Not only did Yu Xuanhuan's authority increase, but Lin Qing's position in the Lin family also rose sharply. Yu Xuanhuan and Sui-Tong knew how to handle things. Although they prioritized good items for themselves, Sui-Tong would distribute what she didn't need to Lin Qing's and Su Wu based on their contributions. Moreover, Lin Qing's discarded equipment would be sent back to the Lin family. The 5-person team of the Lin family would only get one piece of equipment after a day of raiding dungeons, sometimes none at all. When Lin Qing's returned home, he would bring back 7 or 8 pieces, making the Lin family pay more attention to him. Everyone was doing well, but there was one person who wasn't doing so well, Yi Dong. He thought that after Lin Qing's recovered, the studio would flourish. With Yu Xuanhuan's luck and Lin Qing's S-level talent backed by the Su family and the Lin family, he thought he was on a roll. Who knew that after Sui-Tong visited the studio one day, Yu Xuanhuan disbanded it? If you really wanted to disband it and enjoy life back at the Su family, that would be fine, but why only take Lin Qing's with you? Yi Dong tightly gripped his contract figurine, sitting face to face with the members of the other 2 studios. They all knew deep down that they had been left behind. It was inevitable. In her past life, Yu Xuanhuan had the skill of a food god. Although he couldn't initially make dishes that could increase attribute points, it was like dangling a carrot in front of a donkey. Even if he didn't give anything, just by making dishes that doubled the effects, people would willingly follow him. Some with less outstanding talents even had to give good things to Yu Xuanhuan in return, just to stay in his team. This life was much more normal. Yu Xuanhuan didn't really have any charisma that would make people follow him devotedly without giving anything in return. He had invested quite a bit in Yi Dong and the others, but after forming an alliance with Sui-Tong, he had no extra energy to build his own power. The money he earned and the equipment all had to be given to Sui-Tong first. Wasn't it nice to keep the leftovers to cultivate himself? Start a business? He wanted to go back and focus on freeload. As for Yi Dong, he had also considered whether to take him along. After all, he had an A-level talent. With a contract pet, he would be very powerful. But with his disabled hand, he was useless. Even as a meat shield, he was a hassle, not to mention being ugly. Just looking at him made people feel itchy as if something was about to grow. Yu Xuanhuan didn't want to waste his time, energy, and luck on Yi Dong, so he simply kicked him out. But he had done his best. He didn't want Lin Qing's to think he was too cold-blooded. Before leaving, he left some money for these people. He also left this small apartment for them to continue living in. Yu Xuanhuan had a clear conscience, right? The little spider left in the apartment quietly watched everything from the corner. Yu Chen chopped vegetables while watching this scene and shouted in his heart for a few people, "Corruption! Corruption! Corruption! It can't end like this." Yi Dong extinguished his cigarette but then said in a deep voice, "It can't end like this." The person opposite covered his face and muttered, "What else can we do? That's the Su family." Another person, a bit more rational, said, "Actually, in the end, they don't owe us anything. Just like a company going bankrupt and laying off employees, Yu Xuanhuan actually didn't owe them anything." But despite saying that, everyone present was unwilling. They watched Yu Xuanhuan enter the top 100 of the ranking list with their own eyes. Even Lin Qing's, who started leveling up half a month late, was already level 2 in the friends list. What did this mean? These people abandoned them and went to develop themselves. When the company wasn't listed, they painted a rosy picture for us, but once it really went public, they optimized us. Who can bear that? Yi Dong gritted his teeth and said, "Then why take away our instance dungeons?" The other 2 fell silent. The reason they were so angry was also because of this. Now, if they wanted to run instances, they had to take their ID cards and queue up with those low-level players. It was lucky if they could run an instance once a day. Unlike before, their studio had its own instances, and they could run them whenever they wanted. But after Yu Xuanhuan left, Sue-Tong's people came and claimed ownership of this instance dungeon. If it were the previous Sue-Tong, she wouldn't have done something so extreme. With her personality, she would have set aside 10 hours a day for these people to level up. It was just an instance dungeon that would eventually be eliminated. What's wrong with forming good relationships with a few players with potential? But unfortunately, they encountered the raging Sue-Tong. Not to mention forming good relationships, Sue-Tong was already considered emotionally stable if she didn't vent her anger on these people. Recently, every night, Yu Xuanhuan, whose health was reduced to less than 10% by Sue-Tong's whip, would say, "Ah, yes, who can be more stable than you?" Yu Chen found it amusing. She had been monitoring Yu Xuanhuan all along. Although the perspective of the undead little spider could be zoomed into the lower right corner of the screen for 24 hours, she couldn't sense it when she was attending classes on Zaylan Star, so she couldn't know in detail who Yu Xuanhuan met and what they said every day. Otherwise, she wouldn't have missed the matter of Yu Xuanhuan obtaining the magic eye. But she still knew about some major events, such as the instance dungeon screen of this studio. After all, people tend to group together. This instance dungeon was found by Yu Xuanhuan himself through that strange stroke of luck. After the third internal test, he inexplicably met a person in debt, who sold his house to Yu Xuanhuan at a low price. Yu Xuanhuan, who had already married into the Su family, should have looked down on this small house of just over 90 square meters, but he still bought it. Then, after the game officially invaded, the instance dungeon screen appeared inside, which was completely Yu Xuanhuan's property. However, Yi Dong and the others felt that even if Yu Xuanhuan disbanded the studio, he should let them continue to exclusively occupy this instance dungeon. Yi Dong, shall we sell Lin Qing's divine gifted talent information? Right now, detailed information on an S-level divine gifted talent can fetch 20 gold coins. Chen Wu, the one with a bit of sanity, asked, "Won't this offend the Lin family?" Yi Dong, "Don't you want to?" "We do." X2 Yi Dong sneered. If it weren't for his desire to build his own power, he wouldn't want to split the money with these two. Among those present, who resented Yu Xuanhuan the most and who was the most unwilling, it was definitely Yi Dong. Because Yu Xuanhuan was willing to spend dozens of gold coins to buy mechanical eye beads for Lin Qingze, and even gave him an A-level magic eye before, why wouldn't he spend money to help repair his own contract figurine? Just selling Lin Qingze's talent wouldn't be enough to ease his resentment. He admitted that he not only resented Yu Xuanhuan for being willing to help Lin Qingze but not himself but also envied Lin Qingze's talent. Suddenly, he remembered what Yu Xuanhuan's sister said during their dinner at the Yu family's house, about Lin Qingze and Blue City. Blue City? If used well, this could be a good entry point. Although everyone's conversations revolved around the game after the invasion, the Star Chasers were always there. Before, it was about who was more handsome or beautiful, now it's about whose family has a higher main level. Before, it was about achievements and fan numbers, now it's about divine gifted talents. Divine gifted talents are the new generation of achievements. Stars in the entertainment industry couldn't just give up their careers abruptly and smoothly transition after the game invasion. In fact, this was the case in all industries. Most people couldn't give up their original lives, it's just that after the game invasion, everyone's way of life gradually leaned towards the game. Moreover, even in the star industry, where the money-making speed was faster after the game invasion than in other industries, no one was willing to leave the circle. Because in the past, fans had to buy endorsements for stars, but now as long as they find the ID, match the avatar, many true fans directly send the hard-earned coins and equipment to their favorite stars. It's absurd. But humans are always eager for strength. Even in the old days, stars with many halos, if their strength couldn't keep up, if divine gifted talents were lacking, they would gradually lose everyone's attention. Nowadays, the most discussed topic is still the people on the top 100 list, although the pet list, equipment list, and honor list have not been opened yet, just the level list and wealth list are enough to keep everyone talking for a long time. And unlike in the past where only a small number of people discussed every word and action of the stars, now almost everyone participates in the discussion. Everyone needs a focal point to discuss all aspects of the game, and the people on the top 100 list are the best focal point. Everyone uses them as the core to analyze their own insights, share information heard from various sources, and discuss various strategies. Yu Chen is one of the few stars on the level top 100 list, still in the top 50, naturally sparking discussions. From her previous works to her retirement years ago, wherever there are people, there is gossip. At some point, it was rumored that her divine gifted talent could alter a person's luck, and the topic shifted to the importance of luck values. Even the retired Yu Chen could be brought up for discussion, let alone Blue City, who was a top star even before the game invasion. He was also on the level top 100 list, not as high as Yu Chen, but still in the top 70. There was a wealth of information about Blue City online,
and you could even find out where he was going to raid. In the past, fans used to welcome stars at the airport, but now, fans escort stars to raids. The information gathering skills of these people are unparalleled. There are many fan sites dedicated to Blue City because not only do fans love to see the site's images, but even casual players are curious about what dungeons the people on the top 100 list are running. Yi Dong, Chen Wu, and Li Shangcheng were all good at collecting information, otherwise, they wouldn't have been recruited by Yu Xuanhuan into the studio. Before the studio disbanded, their main job was to collect and sell information. It was from the information they collected that Yu Xuanhuan initially got the clue to the magic eye. In just 3 days, they, through various means and with the help of some friends with special divine gifts, quickly uncovered the relationship between Lan Chang and Lin Qingze. These two did have a relationship, and the trio even discovered a big secret. Now, let's talk about Lin Qingze. Lin Qingze was the youngest son of the Lin family's patriarch, born when his father was nearly 50 years old. He was greatly cherished at home, as his elder brother and strong-willed sister-in-law were often busy and not as attentive to him. The ones who truly cared for him were the responsible and motherly elder sister-in-law and the gentle and family-loving second brother, who took care of all aspects of his life. The family treated Lin Qingze well not only because of the significant age gap between him and his siblings but also because the patriarch and matriarch were clear-headed. They had divided their assets when Lin Qingze was born, giving 1/3 to each of the elder brothers, splitting 1/3 between the elder and second sister-in-law, leaving 2/3 for Lin Qingze, and setting aside 1/3 for the elderly couple's living expenses. With no disputes over interests, the relationships within the Lin family were genuinely harmonious. The children of the elder and second brother were close in age to Lin Qingze, and they were raised together almost as siblings. Now, who is Lan Chang? He is the illegitimate son born in secret after an affair between Lin Qingze's elder brother and sister-in-law. And Lin Qingze knew about this. However, it was not the trio who discovered Lan Chang's identity but a mysterious divine gift called Let Me Guess. It could probe the deepest secrets a target least wanted others to know, requiring the target's blood for use, with a cooldown period of 10 days. After paying online, the other party was reluctant to reveal their ID to Yi Dong and the others, instructing them to store the blood in a locker at a gym, where someone would collect it. To protect Lin Qingze's secret, the trio spent nearly half of their funds, accumulated since the third closed beta of the studio. Yu Xuanhuan did not take the money when the studio disbanded, leaving it in a bag in the living room. As for Lin Qingze's blood, there was plenty in the studio. When his eyes were gouged out, and blood splattered on the carpet and curtains, they didn't bother to clean it but sent the whole section with the bloodstains. The other party had a tool to make the blood appear fresh, for which Yi Dong and the others paid extra. This exchange revealed a shocking secret. Lin Qingze's hidden truth was his past relationship with his elder brother's wife and their illegitimate son, Lan Chang. If they had Yu Xuanhuan's blood, Yi Dong would have considered investigating her secrets as well. But just Lin Qingze's secret was explosive enough, especially with Lan Chang's identity. This meant that if the trio played their cards right, they could not only profit from Lin Qingze but also gain something valuable from Lan Chang. They could even dare to extort money from Lin Qingze's elder brother and sister-in-law. My goodness, no wonder the owner of this secret gift kept a low profile. They must be making a fortune. Yu Chen was also shocked. She overheard the trio discussing this divine gift while changing her sanitary pad, and she was so frightened that she immediately set the used pad on fire and decided to do the same in the future. Furthermore, after drinking the healing potion, she had to be careful to clean any bloodstains on her body, ensuring that her blood never fell into the wrong hands. Wouldn't this skill be a threat to her purity? She was afraid that the other person would use this skill on her and say, "Where should I start with this person's secrets?" From the conversation of a few people, she not only learned about this talent that could probe secrets through blood but also found out about Lan Chang's identity. It was another thing she had never known in her past life. As for Lin Qingze's reasons for not wanting people to know about this, there could be many possibilities. Maybe it was because his elder sister and second brother were good to him, and he didn't want to hurt them. Perhaps Lan Chang begged him not to tell anyone, or maybe he didn't want to see chaos in the Lin family. Yu Chen was getting excited. The Lin family had never laid a hand on her in her past life. They were strangers. The Lin family's connection with the Su family was merely for better development, which was understandable. They probably didn't even know who Yu Chen was. Which branch employee would deliberately get to know or inquire about an employee being bullied in the head office? Even if they gossiped over a meal, it would be about those on the top 100 list. So Yu Chen didn't really have any feelings towards the Lin family. Her focus was on Lan Chang. Wasn't it a coincidence? He was her enemy again. Lan Chang had no emotional entanglement with her. He wasn't a lapdog, nor was he following a script of a devoted second male lead. So why did Yu Chen hate him? In fact, in this life, the inspiration for Yu Chen to make Yu Xuanhuan contract the disease came from him. In the second half of the year following the game invasion in her past life, Yu Chen had stopped accepting Yu Xuanhuan's invitations, even though Yu Xuanhuan had always been good to her, saying how difficult it was for him and the Su family and how he missed his family and Yu Chen. But Yu Chen wasn't a pushover to be bullied by the Sue-Liang and Han families, almost becoming a slave under contract. Why would she go looking for trouble? Yet she kept encountering these people in various corners. Even when she impulsively went up the mountain to see if there were any undiscovered wild instances, she would encounter them. Was she cursed or were they cursed by her? Several times, she coincidentally encountered monster armies successfully passing the rule time and coming out of the instance, and naturally, they would fight together. Any grudges could be settled after the fight, but she noticed that Lan Chang would always come closer to her whenever she got injured. Once or twice might not be obvious, but what if it happened every time they met? Once when she went back to the Yu family for dinner, Yu Xuanhuan returned with a few brothers and even brought gifts for her, apologizing on behalf of the Su family. She almost got cut by the dagger at Lan Cheng's waist. Later, when Han Xianshan almost branded her with a slave contract, he rushed over to cover her bleeding back with clothes, but she managed to dodge it. Whenever Yu Chen became suspicious, she would investigate. After half a year of searching, she didn't find anything, but she stumbled upon the affair between Lan Chang and Lin Qingze. During her escape, she chatted with her escape companion under a bridge and learned that the well-informed companion knew Lan Chang from before the game invasion, and his illness was passed on by a friend of a friend. At that moment, Yu Chen felt not resentment, anger, or grievance, but pure confusion. Why? What did it have to do with her? She hadn't spoken much with Lan Chang, and he seemed obsessed. Even when she was wanted, he didn't give up. Once, she almost got shot with a syringe, thinking it was anesthesia, but it turned out to be blood. Unable to hold back, she asked the person chasing her what it meant. The person, wearing gloves, carefully loaded a second syringe into the gun, saying it was the employer's request. No need to ask, the employer must be surnamed Lan. Yu Chen felt speechless recalling that experience. Every time she found someone using syringes as ammunition in the teams of the Sue-Liang and Han families, she would privately message Lan Chang and curse his lineage. He wasn't retaliating against society, he was purely retaliating against Yu Chen. If Yu Chen hadn't confirmed that she wasn't sick and hadn't slept with Lan Chang, she would have doubted whether she had passed the disease to him. Back then, I didn't understand, truly didn't understand. Even if you were to bring in Sherlock Holmes to deduce, you still wouldn't figure out why Lan Chang was so insistent on making himself sick. It wasn't until Yu Chen acquired the divine talent of the food god in this lifetime that he finally reluctantly understood. The hatred was redirected. Lan Chang loved Lin Qingze, so naturally, he hated Yu Xuanhuan for stealing Lin Qingze's love. Considering the power of the Su family and Yu Xuanhuan's abilities, Lan Chang didn't dare to act openly. He thought about making Yu Xuanhuan sick, maybe even harboring a secret plan to infect Lin Qingze through Yu Xuanhuan, so that Lin Qingze would come to hate Yu Xuanhuan and turn to him. But all of this was transferred to himself by the food god's skill of, hey, friend, look here, there's a pot here. If he couldn't cure Yu Xuanhuan, could he cure his sister? Take some interest first? Behind Yu Xuanhuan's success, there was a woman who had carried countless burdens. Not only did she have to endure the negative emotions of 3 women sharing one man, be Lin Qingze's shield, bear his brother's jealousy, but also endure the hatred of his rival in love. Was it easy for her? How many burdens did she carry in her past life? The more Yu Chen thought about it, the angrier she became, and she directly unleashed the terrifying form of her divine archer skill, I'm terrifying now, and started killing indiscriminately. After leaving the instance, she planned to go deliver a letter to the Lin family. But before that, she went to the Zhelan Star auction house. Search for guess. Nothing. Search for secret. Nothing. She changed the word to rumor. Still nothing. She wasn't afraid of others probing her secrets. Not to mention how cautious she was every time. This kind of skill to probe secrets also belonged to divination, and her Soros pocket watch could evade it. Her purpose in searching for these was simple, just plain wickedness. She also wanted to know others' little secrets. Unfortunately, there were none. Such a wicked talent really suited her. In the end, Yu Chen still made a purchase. She spent 398 gold to buy a malicious detector. Malicious detector, B-grade. When someone with malicious intent approaches you, it will vibrate slightly. The greater the malice, the more intense the vibration. A small cross with a small hole on top, she directly threaded it onto the chain of her pocket watch, next to the ruby-shaped water god is disgusting. After earning 3 gold coins at the Zhelan Star and attending an hour of class, Yu Chen's first task upon returning to Lan Star was to find Zhao Shuang for a transaction. Yu Chen,
Have you heard of a divine gift that can detect the deepest secrets of a person through their blood? Zhao Shuang, I have heard of it. We are also looking for that player to establish long-term cooperation, but he doesn't trust us. Yu Chen, too small, the scope is too small. Zhao Shuang, who said it wasn't, so do you want to donate something to gain the trust of the motherland? Yu Chen, that's not necessary. I trust the motherland doesn't need to trust me. I am the motherland's lackey. Zhao Shuang. Yu Chen, so, do you have similar skills over there? Zhao Shuang, yes, understood, coming for me. After use, it can probe the most closely related secret that the target person least wants the user to know in the target's current deep psyche. When using it, the hair of the target and the user must be held in the palm of the hand simultaneously. Zhao Shuang, special price, 8 gold each. Yu Chen, stop talking, I'm allergic to the word friendship now. Can I pay the rent for this month's instance in advance? Give me 3 of these. Zhao Shuang. Yu Chen, huh? Your attitude is not good. Why are you always speechless to customers? Zhao Shuang, okay, received, sending it to you. Yu Chen, good, 4 left, 2 anonymous letters, to it's you. My incense. The former allows her to inform Lin Qing's sister-in-law and second brother about the Blue City matters without anyone being able to trace the sender's identity by any means, while the latter can test blood relations. She will send you the Buddha to the west, and then together send it to Lin's sister-in-law and second brother. As for those 3 understood, coming for me, they are naturally used on Yu Xuanhuan, Yu Qingshan, and Yi Qiugua, to see what these people privately intend to do that goes against themselves. Yu Chen occasionally procrastinates in her work, but when it comes to causing trouble for enemies, her actions are extremely decisive. After obtaining the skill stone, she wrote down everything about Blue City's date of birth, the surname and name of Blue City's adoptive parents, the relationship between Blue City and Lin Qing's, and the fact that Lin Qing's knew Blue City's identity from start to finish, and attached the It's You. My incense skill crystal, 1 for each, with the names, addresses, and ages of Lin Qing's sister-in-law and second brother written on the envelopes. After crushing the anonymous letter skill crystal, the 2 letters containing the skill stone would self-ignite without fire. Those 2 would definitely investigate. Would the Lin family investigate their own affairs worse than these outsiders? As for whether it would disrupt Yi Dong and the others' plans, Yu Chen couldn't care less. Then she used the illusion spell to go to the Yu family overnight and cut a few strands of Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua's hair. Lying on the recliner in the backyard, she prepared to use understood, coming for me to enlighten herself. First was Yu Qingshan, holding his and her own hair in her hand, and crushing the skill stone with the other hand. At the moment the skill stone shattered, Yu Qingshan's voice echoed in her mind. Liang Jing can be his son-in-law, but isn't he a bit old? Will Yu Chen turn against us? Yu Chen sat expressionless in the recliner, neither sad nor happy. It can only be said that understood, coming for me, and let me guess each have their pros and cons. The former reveals recent secrets related to the user, which is not bad, but this just happened to be something she knew. She just didn't know that Lao Dang had been in contact with Liang Jing so early in his life. Was it because she entered the ranking list and caused a change, or was it because he was arranged by Yu Xuanhuan to join the Sunset Red leveling group early? But how could the Su family's leveling group know the Liang family? She then picked up Yi Qiugua's hair and crushed the second skill crystal. Liang Jing's divine gift is too harsh on his wife. Should I suggest to the daughter not to do that with anyone? Oh no, that would mean being a widow at a young age. How can this be handled? It's really dry. Qiugua is flooded. Yu Chen. Her suddenly heightened emotions were immediately brought down by Yi Qiugua. Yu Chen closed her eyes as if exhausted, gently swaying the recliner, letting her mind wander. Is she sad? Not really. Yu Qingshan is sinister, Yi Qiugua is foolish, these are things she has always known. After being reborn, she retaliated against Yu Xuanhuan, Sui Tong, Liang Yuchuan, Lin Qingze, and Yi Dong as if rushing to a scene, even flying to the Han family and City B to send warmth. But she never laid a hand on these 2, no matter how harsh her words were, she never really acted, because she never figured out a good way to deal with them. In her past life, they wronged her, and her hatred for them may not be as pure and deep as her hatred for Yu Xuanhuan and the others, but she never thought of forgiving them, having a nice big reunion. Even though she always thought about dealing with them, she couldn't bring herself to kill her parents. She couldn't pass that mental barrier. Even if she suddenly went crazy and killed all the strangers upstairs who were brushing up against her, she would only feel uncomfortable for a while, but it would pass. But if she really killed Yu Qingshan and Yi Qiugua with her own hands, she would surely wake up in the middle of the night and question herself while staring at the ceiling, is it really worth it? Just turn a blind eye, and you can also have a warm family. But is it really necessary? Yu Qingshan's instigation, Yi Qiugua's passive attitude, no, not passive, she was a knife in Yu Xuanhuan's hand.
As for Yu Chen, he sighed deeply, suppressing the heat in his eyes. She was full of hatred, unable to reconcile. Yu Chen threw the rice frame into the rice cooker, and soon a thick layer of rice emitting a fragrance like pearls appeared inside. Stardust, magical rice, only qualified for consumption by the royal family and city lords of the Zhelan Star 12 holy clans. Long-term consumption can strengthen your most outstanding talent. Since obtaining the rice frame, she used it every day to make herself some staple food to eat. The rice that appeared was of variety she had never seen before, with specialties from various races. Among them, stardust appeared most frequently, probably the most common. After all, the rice frame was obtained from various palaces, so the stardust consumed by the royal families and city lords of various clans was naturally the most common. There is no clear data on how long it takes for long-term consumption to take effect, what type of outstanding talent is enhanced, or how much enhancement can be achieved. It's like an advertisement for health products on Blue Star. How long does it take to be effective? Uncertain. Anyway, the effect is just that. If there is no effect, it means you haven't persisted. Sometimes Yu Chen doesn't want to eat rice and will save other types of rice, but as long as stardust appears, she will eat it all that day. Unfortunately, perhaps due to her lack of culinary skills, even the dishes made with stardust did not reach 95 points. Where did Yu Xuanhuan learn her culinary skills in her previous life? Could she really have the innate holy son-in-law physique? Does he have all the talents a doting wife should have? Lin Qingze has been having a hard time lately. He is most afraid of his secret being discovered, but even though he has broken up with Blue City and missed the best time to be honest, even if he kneels down now to confess to his sister-in-law and second brother, they will not forgive him, and he will offend his eldest brother and sister-in-law instead. In any case, whatever he does is wrong. He can only follow that person's demands and provide equipment, potions, and gold coins.